Chapter 1. Ye Chen. In the Heaven Do Empire, within the province of Fasno, lies the city of Notting. In a modest courtyard in the southern part of the city, a young boy is running laps around the wall, engaging in physical exercise. I'm so tired, I need to rest for a moment. After what felt like a considerable duration of running, the boy, fatigued, decided to take a brief respite. Yet, even in his moment of rest, he remained mindful of moving his limbs. His dedication to physical training stemmed from his understanding that a robust physique would significantly aid his future development. The boy's name is Ye Chen, a traveler from Blue Star who met an untimely demise while indulging in late-night anime. Perhaps due to not partaking in the legendary manga soup, he retained memories of his past life and found himself in the world of Douluo Continent. Ye Chen was immensely thrilled by his unexpected journey to this realm, for Douluo Continent is home to the extraordinary profession of Soul Master. Becoming a Soul Master would grant him powers beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. If a Soul Master attains the 9th Spirit Ring and advances to the rank of tardily, they would become a figure of immense respect, revered by thousands, and significantly extend their lifespan. Should one ascend to the status of a deity, they would not only gain formidable strength, but also an eternal existence. The allure of power and longevity stirred the fervent spirit of Ye Chen, a youth captivated by novels and anime, further intensified by the prospect of encountering numerous enchanting maidens on this continent. Yet, he was acutely aware of the formidable challenges in achieving the rank of tardily, let alone that of a deity. Throughout the vast expanse of Douluo Continent, amidst billions of souls, only a mere handful have reached the realm of tardily, as for deities. Within the span of 10,000 years, Ye Chen could only identify one sea god. Perhaps the angel god also ascended to divinity within that time frame, but he was uncertain that in about 20 years, 3 deities would reportedly emerge on the continent. However, Ye Chen believed that these events would hardly concern him, for his journey toward becoming a tardily or a deity would heavily depend on possessing a talent that far surpassed that of ordinary prodigies. The quality of one's innate talent is often closely tied to the prowess of one's parents. Generally, if a child's parents possess exceptional abilities and strong talent, the child is unlikely to disappoint. Conversely, if the parents lack talent and strength, the prospects for the child are bleak. Nevertheless, this is not an absolute rule with a vast population. Exceptions do exist, yet this remains the prevailing situation. Ye Chen's parents are merely small-time, 3-ring soul masters. While they might be considered prominent figures in the relatively insignificant city of Notting, they are inconsequential on the grand stage of Douluo Continent. Moreover, it is well known that the parents of protagonists often face perilous fates. Notting City is situated near the border of the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire, the latter being a formidable power that harbors ambitions of annexing Heaven Do. Although large-scale warfare is unlikely to erupt near Notting, minor skirmishes do occur from time to time. Indeed, Ye Chen's parents fell victim to a minor conflict last year. Cursed war. Reflecting on the unfortunate fate of his parents, Ye Chen muttered a curse under his breath. In his previous life, the most brutal act he had ever committed was merely the slaughter of chickens, tearing at their wings and legs. When the bloodied bodies of his parents were returned by his comrades for burial, the young Ye Chen was utterly devastated. Such profound enmity was not something Ye Chen could easily forget, yet he did not even know the identity of his foes, and thus he unjustly placed the blame upon the Star Luo Empire. Once I achieve mastery in my cultivation, I shall surely eradicate the Star Luo Empire. A fierce glint of hatred shone in Ye Chen's bright eyes. However, barring unforeseen circumstances, it seemed he would not live to see that day. With his parents possessing unremarkable martial souls and talents, it was highly likely that Ye Chen's own gifts would be similarly mediocre. Nevertheless, vengeance was not entirely beyond his reach. A modern individual. He had a rudimentary understanding of firearms, though he could not claim expertise. He was familiar with their basic principles. Ye Chen devised a plan. Should he fail to become a formidable expert, he would join the Spirit Hall and illuminate their firearms technology tree, thereby enhancing their military prowess. After all, Pope Bibi Dong harbored ambitions of unifying the continent, and the Star Luo Empire stood as an insurmountable obstacle. This would serve as a means for Ye Chen to exact his revenge. In the original tale, Tang Xiaosan's invention of the Zhuge divine crossbow posed a significant threat to foraying soul sects. It seemed that even a standard bolt-action rifle from his previous life could achieve a headshot with ease. With such a monumental contribution, accompanying the alluring Pope to seize celestial herbs from the eye of ice and fire should pose no insurmountable challenge for a mere title. Douluo. However, this was merely the worst-case scenario. Should Ye Chen possess exceptional talent and ascend to greatness, he would not require such measures. After all, the Douluo Continent, though often dubbed the fantasy underworld, was a realm where unparalleled power resided. The mightiest of beings could not be resisted by lowly soul masters and ordinary folk. Everything hinges on the martial soul awakening ceremony in 3 days. As he contemplated the upcoming event, the monthly occasion where the spirit hall awakened martial souls for common children, Ye Chen's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Unlike the remote village of Shenghan, where the spirit hall's officials visited but once a year, Nodding City enjoyed the privilege of monthly visits from dedicated martial soul awakening officials, offering their services to the common children at no cost. That Ye Chen was not devoid of gold soul coins. He did not have to wait for the free awakening. His parents had served the military of the Tiando Empire, earning a respectable salary, and following their demise, the military had provided him with some compensation. The compensation from the military was safeguarded from corruption. One reason was vigilant oversight, and the other was the potential repercussions of wrongdoing. The adage, "Do not underestimate the impoverished youth," held its truth. If the orphan were to awaken no innate soul power and remain an ordinary person, it would be manageable. There would be little risk involved. Yet, should the child prove to possess remarkable talent and become a high-level soul master, the stakes would be dire. Even a modest innate soul power of 2 or 3 levels could enable one to become a 3 or 4 soul master. Such meager compensation would certainly be beneath the notice of soul masters from higher sections. However, Ye Chen had no intention of paying someone to awaken his martial soul, as he had only recently celebrated his 6th birthday. Even if he were to arrange for an early awakening, it would merely grant him a few extra days of training. Furthermore, the family savings were modest, and he needed to reserve funds for future living expenses. I hope that in 3 days, I too can awaken with innate full soul power and dual martial souls. Though Ye Chen understood that the likelihood of awakening such formidable talents was slim, one must harbor hopes in life, mustn't one? Chapter 2. The blind Douluo will personally awaken my martial soul. Early on the 3rd day, Ye Chen stepped out of his home and made his way to the martial soul branch hall in the city. He jogged toward the hall, and within minutes, he arrived at the magnificent martial soul branch hall of Nodding City. Even though it was merely a small branch, the martial soul hall was quite affluent, standing as the most splendid structure in Nodding City, surpassing even the grandeur of the city lord's residence. It was hard to imagine how much more opulent the martial soul sanctuary in Heavendoe City or the papal hall in Spirit City could be. Although the societal backdrop of Douluo Continent resembled the ancient times of Ye Chen's previous life, the architectural excellence of significant locations was not inferior to that of the past. The duties of the martial soul hall extended beyond merely awakening the martial souls of children. Consequently, the awakening ceremony was not held in the main hall, but in a side chamber. That moment, the side chamber's door remained tightly shut, yet 7 or 8 children of Ye Chen's age stood in line, their faces alight with anticipation. Without hesitation, Ye Chen joined the queue. As he waited, more children trickled in behind him, swelling the line to about 10. Nodding City was not particularly large, and excluding small villages like Saint Soul Village, Emperor Soul Village, and King Soul Village, the city housed around 10,000 residents. Nevertheless, many children required martial soul awakenings each year. Ye Chen appreciated the martial soul hall's free service to eligible children, feeling that regardless of their motives, whether they aimed to recruit talent or not, their efforts surpassed those of the 2 great empires. Moreover, the hall provided subsidies to low-level soul masters, which greatly enhanced Ye Chen's admiration. Although these subsidies were funded by the 2 empires and their respective kingdoms and principalities, without the martial soul hall, such support would not exist. It was nearly a fantasy to expect the noble lords to part with their riches. However, Ye Chen pondered whether the martial soul hall's wealth might involve some discrepancies in their accounting. It was not entirely improbable. After more than half an hour, the door to the side chamber finally swung open. A young man in his 20s, with striking sword-like eyebrows and sharp features, emerged. Dressed in a white fitted outfit and draped in a black cloak, the center of his chest bore a soul character the size of a fist. Su Yuntao. Ye Chen's eyes brightened upon seeing this youth in line. Though Su Yuntao was merely a soul master of the 2nd ring in the small town of Nodding, he was considered a prominent figure, his reputation not insignificant. It was no surprise that Ye Chen recognized him. As he prepared for Su Yuntao, the so-called blind Doa, to personally awaken his martial soul, Ye Chen felt a profound confidence in awakening a more formidable talent. After all, Su Yuntao had previously brought forth individuals with innate full soul power and dual martial souls. Even if he himself did not possess such fortune, he surely must be graced with some form of serendipity. At this moment, one could not help but wonder whether Tang San had awakened his martial soul. Born in the same year, 2630 of the Douluo calendar, Ye Chen was unaware of Tang San's current status regarding his martial soul. "Children, please come in. I shall awaken your martial souls." Su Yuntao beckoned to the obediently lined up Ye Chen and the others. Su Yuntao. The sight of children queuing at the door was commonplace, particularly at the beginning of each month when this auxiliary hall would be bustling with activity. Following their original order, Ye Chen and his companions entered the hall. It was not merely the children's understanding of decorum that kept them in line, but rather the instructions imparted by their parents, who had emphasized the necessity of compliance within the spirit hall, for the individuals therein were all esteemed soul masters, not to be trifled with. As for those from affluent families, or whose elders were soul masters, they would have awakened their martial souls at home and would not seek the services of the spirit hall. "I am Su Yuntao, a level 26 great soul master, and I shall guide you on this journey. Now, I will awaken your martial souls one by one. Remember, regardless of what occurs, do not be afraid," Su Yuntao said gently, his demeanor warm as he observed that all were present. With that, he produced 6 dark, round, awakening stones and a blue crystal ball for testing soul power, arranging them in a hexagonal formation on the ground. "Do not be afraid." The children present looked bewildered, only Ye Chen comprehending that this was Su Yuntao's precautionary measure. As Su Yuntao's martial soul was a wolf, and his soul power level not particularly high, it was necessary for him to embody his martial soul during the awakening process, which occasionally resulted in frightened tears from the children. With a commanding voice, Su Yuntao shouted, "Lone wolf, manifest!" Instantly, 2 soul rings, one white and one yellow, emerged. A faint azure light radiated from the center of his brow, coursing upwards and transforming his originally black hair to a silvery hue, rapidly lengthening. Simultaneously, gray fur sprouted on his exposed hands, his physique expanding, rendering him akin to a muscular werewolf. The appearance of the werewolf, indeed, startled several children present. Even Ye Chen, who had anticipated this, was taken aback, though he concealed his reaction. One might ponder the eccentricity of Su Yuntao's martial soul. Being a wolf was one thing, but a lone wolf? Wasn't that akin to being perpetually single? Before long, with Su Yuntao's soothing reassurances, the children gathered in the hall gradually regained their composure. "Very well, please step into the awakening array," Su Yuntao instructed, gesturing towards the small boy standing at the forefront. With swift motions, Su Yuntao infused his soul power into the 6 awakening stones embedded in the ground. Instantly, a layer of golden luminescence emanated from the stones, forming a pale golden barrier that enveloped the boy, while countless golden specks entered his body. "Extend your right hand," Su Yuntao urged the child. The boy instinctively complied, and in an instant, a kitchen knife materialized in his grasp. Weapon spirit, a kitchen knife. "Young one, recall your spirit with your thoughts and test your soul power," Su Yuntao instructed, placing the soul power testing crystal ball before the boy. The tender little hand rested upon the crystal ball, yet it failed to emit any radiance. "Without soul power, you cannot cultivate." "Next," Su Yuntao said, a hint of disappointment in his tone. The first child of the day lacked innate soul power. Was it an inauspicious day for awakening spirits? Without soul power? If Su Yuntao felt merely disappointed, the boy was utterly disheartened. Lacking innate soul power meant he could never become a soul master. Chapter 3. The Awakening of the Spirit. The soul master is the most esteemed profession on the continent, and only by becoming one can an ordinary commoner aspire to ascend the social ladder. Weapon spirit, a cyclono soul power. Weapon spirit, a Hoinate level 1 soul power. You may become a soul master. Weapon spirit, a rolling Pinot soul power. Before long, only a small girl remained in front of Ye Chen. Weapon spirit, blue silver grass? No soul power indeed. Blue silver grass is a useless spirit, Su Yuntao remarked, observing the girl's awakening. "Excuse me, handsome big brother, is it possible for blue silver grass to possess innate soul power?" Ye Chen inquired of Su Yuntao. "Little one, your words are quite sweet. You truly are perceptive. To my knowledge, the blue silver grass spirit is not entirely devoid of innate soul power, but the likelihood of it manifesting is considerably lower than that of other spirits. Moreover, even if it does possess innate soul power, it is invariably quite low. Having served as an awakening officer for some time, I have yet to witness a child awakening the blue silver grass spirit with innate soul power." Hearing himself referred to as handsome big brother brought a smile to Su Yuntao's heart, prompting him to share his knowledge with Ye Chen. "Is that so?" Upon hearing Su Yuntao's words, Ye Chen concluded that the current Tang Xiaoxian had likely not awakened his spirit yet. After all, a blue silver grass with full innate soul power would surely astonish Su Yuntao for a lifetime. It would be unforgettable. All right, little one, it is your turn. I wish you an awakening of innate soul power. Despite his tender age, Ye Chen exhibited remarkable politeness and charm, prompting Su Yuntao to extend his well wishes. Subsequently, Ye Chen stepped into the awakening array, and as Su Yuntao infused his soul power, the pale golden glow illuminated the array once more. How delightful! Enveloped within a golden luminescence, Ye Chen immediately sensed a warm current coursing through his body, prompting him to close his eyes in sheer comfort. Before long, he became aware of a peculiar sensation emanating from his right hand, as if something was emerging that it merely a single martial soul. The absence of any activity in his left hand indicated that he had awakened only one martial soul, shattering the dream of awakening a dual martial soul. There is still hope. As long as I can awaken a high-level innate soul power, my future shall not be bleak. Having embarked on a journey through the Douluo Continent, the thought of not reaching the pinnacle would be a lifelong regret, indeed. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, he opened his eyes and gazed at his right hand. To his astonishment, a verdant bamboo staff materialized in the palm of his hand. A bamboo staff martial soul? On the continent, the variety of martial souls is vast, classified by quality into several tiers: ordinary martial souls, advanced martial souls, top-tier martial souls, and divine martial souls. For instance, items such as sais, pose, and rolling pins are considered ordinary quality martial souls. Although the blue silvergrass is often derided as a worthless martial soul, it nonetheless belongs to the category of ordinary martial souls. Advanced martial souls include entities like the phosphorescent serpent, dragon-patterned staff, and the mighty diamond bear. Top-tier martial souls are synonymous with formidable power, with the most renowned examples being the Haotian hammer, the blue lightning tyrant dragon, and the white tiger. The 7 treasure glazed tile sects inherited 7 treasure glazed tower martial soul, while boasting unparalleled auxiliary effects, is deemed a pseudo-top-tier martial soul due to its inherent flaws. In contrast, the 9 treasure glazed tower is recognized as a true top-tier martial soul. As for divine martial souls, they are exclusively those that have been passed down from deities. Throughout the entirety of Douluo Continent, only the 6-winged angel martial soul from the Spirit Hall and the sea god martial soul from Sea God Island are classified as divine. Divine martial souls not only possess immense quality, but also inherently carry domains. Those who awaken a divine martial soul typically possess innate soul power that is decidedly exceptional, making it effortless for them to ascend to the rank of title Douluo. In this life, Ye Chen's parents possessed ordinary martial souls. His father's was an iron rod, while his mother's was a bamboo staff. The equivalence in quality of their martial souls was unremarkable, thus it was not surprising that he awakened the bamboo staff martial soul. However, it was regrettable that he lacked a twin martial soul. Ye Chen initially harbored hopes of experiencing a transformation akin to that of Ma Hongjun, where a humble beginning could evolve into something magnificent, but that dream now seemed unattainable. For those endowed with a powerful ancestral martial soul, it might be preferable for their martial soul to remain unchanged. Variations in martial souls can be classified into 2 categories: beneficial mutations, which enhance the martial soul's strength, and detrimental mutations, which render the martial soul weaker than its original form. For someone like Ye Chen, who hailed from an ordinary background, a mutation would undoubtedly prove advantageous. After all, his martial soul was already lackluster, and there was little room for further decline. Come, little one, let's test your innate soul power. Su Yuntao placed the soul power testing crystal ball before Ye Chen. Heaven grant me mercy. Even if I do not possess full innate soul power, let it not be entirely absent. The quality of a martial soul is intricately linked to the level of innate soul power. It is improbable for an unremarkable martial soul to coincide with full innate soul power. At that moment, Ye Chen was no longer concerned with possessing full innate soul power. He simply hoped that he would not lack innate soul power altogether. If he had any innate soul power, even at the first level or half a level, he would still have a chance. Though treasures capable of altering one's talent are rare in Douluo Continent, they do exist. However, if he were to find himself devoid of even the slightest trace of innate soul power, his situation would be utterly hopeless. He was not one of those extraordinary characters found in fan fiction who could establish alternative cultivation systems despite lacking innate soul power and eventually become a master. With that thought, Ye Chen placed his right hand upon the soul power testing crystal ball. As soon as his hand made contact, he felt a pull emanating from the crystal ball. Soon after, the crystal ball illuminated, radiating a soft blue glow. Indeed, he possessed innate soul power at the 3rd level. Well done, little one. With diligent training, achieving the rank of Soul Master should be well within your reach, Su Yuntao remarked with a hint of satisfaction. To him, an innate soul power level of 3 was quite commendable. Having worked as a martial soul awakening officer for a considerable time, he had witnessed many children awaken their martial souls, yet few surpassed Ye Chen's innate talent. After all, the children who required assistance from the martial soul hall were predominantly from humble backgrounds, lacking powerful martial souls and innate gifts passed down from their parents. In cases where their martial souls had not undergone mutations, the chances of possessing high-level innate soul power were exceedingly slim. An innate soul power level of 3? Su Yuntao felt a sense of relief regarding Ye Chen's aptitude. Yet, Ye Chen felt otherwise. What could a 3rd-level innate soul power accomplish? If he continued to train diligently, by the time Tang Xiaoshen ascended to divinity, he might still be merely a lowly great soul master. Chapter 4. The Wealthy System. Thank you, Big Brother. With a heart full of anticipation, Ye Chen felt a tinge of bitterness within, yet he still expressed his gratitude to Su Yuntao politely. Haha, no need for thanks. It is my duty, Su Yuntao replied, and then proceeded to register Ye Chen's martial soul and innate soul power, subsequently issuing a martial soul certificate. With a hint of reluctance, Ye Chen took his martial soul certificate and turned to leave the martial soul hall. Meanwhile, Su Yuntao gazed at Ye Chen's receding figure, contemplating. I hope that in the future, my child with CC will also possess such politeness. As for CC's current refusal of his affections, that was inconsequential. In Su Yuntao's eyes, he was undoubtedly the best match for CC in the martial soul branch of Nodding City. Su Yuntao thought, who else could it be but me? Sighing, Ye Chen lamented, is my innate soul power really only level 3? Am I truly this inadequate? As he exited the martial soul branch, Ye Chen ambled home, muttering to himself. This was the manifestation of Ye Chen's greed. After all, many individuals across the continent could not awaken any innate soul power, and among those who did, a substantial number failed to reach level 3. In truth, for a child from an ordinary family in Nodding City, awakening to level 3 innate soul power was worthy of a grand celebration with a feast. While aspirations are often grand, reality tends to be stark. Just as Ye Chen was devising various plans for his future, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Ding! Binding the wealthy system. 150. Ye Chen was momentarily taken aback, doubting his own senses. However, upon witnessing the progress bar materialize before his eyes, he finally confirmed that his extraordinary system had been activated. Wait a moment, a godly rich system. At that moment, Ye Chen felt a wave of emotion welling up within him. This godly rich system, as its name suggests, should be a source of wealth, right? If this were his previous life, Ye Chen could undoubtedly ascend to the pinnacle of existence. Yet, he now found himself in the world of Douluo. Can money procure formidable talents? Can it acquire powerful martial souls? Can it elevate him to the status of a title Douluo or even a deity? Though Ye Chen pondered these questions, having an extraordinary system was certainly preferable to having none at all. With ample funds, he could expedite his cultivation process. And at the very least, he would no longer need to toil for his living expenses. Yet, one concern nagged at him. Could the currency provided by this godly rich system possibly be RMB? In the realm of Douluo, no one would recognize RMB, rendering it nearly as worthless as scrap paper, too coarse even for wiping. He hoped that this extraordinary system would not prove to be such a disappointment. Ye Chen pondered to himself. Ding! The system of the affluent has been successfully bound. The attribute panel and system marketplace are now accessible. Note: the host may activate or deactivate them simply by focusing their thoughts. The host's level is Soul Warrior, with a balance of 1 soul coins, 1 soul coins, 1 soul coins, an attribute panel, a system marketplace, soul coins. Ye Chen's eyes sparkled with delight. For his extraordinary son had graciously gifted him the universal gold soul coins of Douluo Continent, rather than the disappointing RMB. After all, being extraordinary, it was improbable that such a significant blunder would occur. Without haste to explore the attribute panel or the system store, Ye Chen began to tally the gold soul coins bestowed upon him by his remarkable son. Lacking a timer, he could only estimate, discovering that the frequency of gold soul coins incrementing by 1 was approximately once per second. With a year consisting of 365 days, each day containing 24 hours, each hour containing 60 minutes, and each minute comprising 60 seconds. Does this not imply that my extraordinary son gifts me over 31 million gold soul coins annually? Struggling with mathematics, Ye Chen pondered for a considerable time before finally arriving at the conclusion. Was this the rhythm of prosperity? Moreover, his son had mentioned that his soul power level was that of a soul master, and should his own soul power level rise, would it not yield even greater rewards? Truly, the divine wealth system. With the support of his son's generosity, it seemed that in the future, Ye Chen would be capable of overwhelming the affluent Ning Rongrong with gold soul coins. Fortunately, the notification of gold soul coins incrementing was silent, appearing only as text in the lower right corner of his vision, and could be turned off. Otherwise, Ye Chen would have to endure the troubles of the wealthy. Opened the attribute panel. Immediately, a golden light curtain manifested before him. Attribute panel host, Ye Chen soul power, level 3 martial soul, bamboo staff soul ring. None gazing at his meager attribute panel. Ye Chen felt a pang of discomfort and promptly closed it. At that moment, he was en route home, with pedestrians passing by, none of whom seemed to notice his peculiarity. This realization brought him comfort. His extraordinary son remained undetected by others. Having high hopes for the system store, Ye Chen resolved to return home first. If the system store offered splendid items, he would certainly leap for joy. Conversely, if it lacked desirable goods, he would still be inclined to jump in frustration. Ye Chen preferred not to be the center of attention on the street, so he prepared to return home, shut the door, and delve deeper into his discoveries. Suppressing his inner elation, Ye Chen hastened home. Upon arriving, he promptly secured the door and retreated to his room, silently invoking the command to open the system store. System store. Instantly, a golden light curtain reappeared in his vision. How peculiar! My son seems to favor all things golden. Does he not find it gaudy? Yet, I must admit, I appreciate it. Before long, Ye Chen discovered that the system store indeed offered a plethora of enticing items. Any item discount card, unique, price, free. P.S. Newbie benefits. Cultivation technique, gift pack price, 10 million gold soul coins. P.S. The method of cultivating the essence of creation and meditation, along with the techniques for enhancing the body and soul, are specifically designed to elevate one's spiritual power, physical prowess, and mental acuity. The pricing for soul ring enhancement cards is as follows. A yellow card for a century costs 100,000 gold soul coins. A purple card for a millennium, 1 million. A black card for 10 millennia, 10 million. And a red card for 100 millennia, 100 million gold soul coins. The pricing for soul bone enhancement cards mirrors that of the soul rings. The cost of a soul weapon upgrade card is 100 million gold soul coins. P.S. Elevating the quality of one's martial soul has a ceiling of divine level. You are deserving of it. The price for celestial herbs is 100 million gold soul coins. Important note, the potent effects of celestial herbs are immense, and their consumption is prohibited for soul warriors below a certain level. P.S. Each type of celestial herb has distinct effects and is priced at 100 million gold soul coins. The price for a luck card is 1 million gold soul coins. P.S. Upon use, it slightly enhances luck for a duration of 24 hours. The price for the water of life is 1 million gold soul coins. P.S. It dispels all negative conditions below divine level and restores one to peak condition. The price for a disguise necklace is 10 million gold soul coins. P.S. It can obscure one's form, soul rings, and aura, remaining undetectable by those below divine level. The price for a divine position is 10 billion gold soul coins. P.S. Only those with soul power levels above 99 can refine it, with the final divine rank determined by one's inherent qualities. Balance, gold soul coins. Chapter 5, Beloved Son. Upon seeing the myriad of items available in the system's marketplace, Ye Chen immediately lifted his head and burst into laughter. It was impossible for him to contain his joy. He had initially thought that with his innate soul power level of 3, he would have to play a minor role or cling to the coattails of others. However, with the advent of the wealthy system, everything had changed. So what if his innate soul power was low? With a single celestial herb, his cultivation efficiency could rival that of someone with full innate soul power, or even surpass it with the herb's aid. And what if his martial soul's quality was subpar? With a divine level martial soul card, he would inevitably evolve into a divine martial soul. What of the divine position inheritance? The system's marketplace also offered divine positions. Even if he did not receive a deity's legacy, he could still ascend to divinity in the future. Moreover, with the soul ring and soul bone enhancement cards, the absence of a twin martial soul was inconsequential, as long as he invested in enhancing his soul rings and bones. Rapidly elevating his soul power level would not remain a mere dream. At this moment, Ye Chen was already envisioning himself possessing a divine martial soul, adorned with 9 crimson soul rings and a complete set of 10,000-year soul bones, ultimately becoming a revered deity. No, 10,000 years is still too low. I need a configuration of 9 golden soul rings and a complete set of million-year soul bones. Ye Chen felt as though he possessed a son endowed with extraordinary abilities, one who must not be surpassed by Tang Xiaosan. Furthermore, if he could harness the 9 golden soul rings to forge a complete set of million-year soul bones, would not his divine rank surpass that of even the divine king? After all, the staggering price of 100 billion gold soul coins for a divine rank is accompanied by annotations. The stronger and more profound one's own strength is prior to the refinement of the divine rank, the higher the divine rank attained. It stands to reason that even a divine king could hardly boast such formidable foundations, right? Even the so-called king of attachments, Tang Xiaosan, possesses merely a single million-year soul ring and soul bone. Additionally, Ye Chen discovered that the system's marketplace offered a plethora of miscellaneous items for sale, such as storage soul guide devices and various individual thermal weapons that had appeared in his past life, along with an array of industrial technological products. However, the prices of such items were quite modest, a mere trifle for one destined to become a divine tycoon. Regrettably, the quality of these thermal weapons was rather low, and they lacked any form of mushroom bombs. Ye Chen lamented the missed opportunity. Otherwise, if he were to set off a firecracker in the martial soul city, it was likely that both Douluo and Bibi Dong would ascend to the heavens. However, upon reflecting on the exorbitant prices of the various treasures in the system's marketplace, Ye Chen realized that although his future promised immense wealth, the harsh reality was that he remained, for the time being, quite impoverished. As he surveyed the marketplace, he noticed a one-time discount card available for free as a novice benefit. This sparked a contemplative moment for Ye Chen. He decided against using it immediately, for to maximize the benefits of such a card, it should be reserved for the acquisition of high-value items, such as divine artifacts priced in the hundreds of billions. Presently, however, the most beneficial items for Ye Chen were the cultivation techniques and celestial herbs. Yet, the celestial herbs bore a clear annotation stating their potent effects were unsuitable for soul masters of his current rank, compelling Ye Chen to regard them as essential for his advancement to the one-ring soul master. Thus, at this moment, his most pressing need was the cultivation technique package valued at 10 million gold soul coins. However, 10 million was no small sum, requiring nearly 4 months of tribute from his external enhancement son. Indeed, given the significant assistance rendered, this external son had been elevated to the status of a beloved child. With a deep sigh, Ye Chen turned his attention to the marketplace, where he had accumulated nearly 1,000 gold soul coins. He promptly withdrew 1 coin and examined it in his hand. It resembled the common gold soul coins used throughout the continent. Upon meticulous examination, Ye Chen discerned that the gold soul coins bestowed by his own son appeared, aside from their pristine condition, indistinguishable from ordinary gold soul coins. Furthermore, through Ye Chen's experimentation, it became evident that external gold soul coins could also be stored in the balance of the marketplace, suggesting that both types were indeed interchangeable. With the unexpected boon of his son, Ye Chen found it necessary to revise his future plans. His foremost inclination was to venture to Notting Academy and bring the endearing yet naive Xiao Wu into his fold. Do not misconstrue this. It is not the allure of Xiao Wu's soul ring or spirit bone that captivates him, for those hold no interest. Rather, it is Xiao Wu herself that he covets. However, this endeavor hinges on the expulsion of Tang Dechue. Given Tang Dechue's formidable title Douluo strength, he would undoubtedly recognize Xiao Wu's identity as a 100,000-year soul beast upon their first encounter. As for why he remained silent, Ye Chen surmised that Tang Dechue is likely preoccupied with thoughts regarding his son, Tang Xiaosan, sharing a similar fate of wife sacrificed to the heavens. Boundless soul power. Removing Tang Dechue from Notting City is not an insurmountable task. A simple letter informing him that the Spirit Hall is aware of his activities in Holy Soul Village and that Qian Douluo is en route would surely compel Tang Dechue to flee with his son at once. Alternatively, one could directly report to the Spirit Hall regarding Tang Dechue's presence in Holy Soul Village. Of course, such actions necessitate Ye Chen's anonymity. He cannot deliver the message personally, as that would be difficult to explain, and should Tang Dechue seek vengeance, Ye Chen would be ill-equipped to defend himself. Not to mention, even Tang Xiaoshan, without external assistance, would easily overpower him. Clearly, if Ye Chen were to pursue this course of action, it would be undoubtedly perceived as a path to his own demise in Tang Xiaoshan's eyes. 3 days swiftly passed. During this time, Ye Chen diligently inquired about the enrollment period for the Junior Soul Master Academy in Notting City, which is set to occur in 4 months. Thus, it follows that Tang Xiaoshan, at present, has yet to awaken his martial soul, and Ye Chen must act to expel Tang Dechue within this 4-month window. Should he delay until Tang Dechue discovers Xiao Wu's true identity, he would undoubtedly whisk away the endearing little rabbit along with him. Ye Chen has also devised a means to anonymously convey this information to Tang Dechue in the Spirit Hall, and his plan is poised for execution. However, in terms of cultivation, despite his innate third-level soul power, his efficiency has proven lackluster. 3 days of training yielded little to no discernible progress. Ye Chen estimated that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, after a year of diligent cultivation, he might elevate his soul power by a single level, which would be akin to divine favor. In comparison to other prodigies, his progress would be utterly insubstantial. Moreover, this advancement necessitated his unwavering commitment to practice, should he adopt a lax approach. Alternating between fervent effort and idleness, his progress would undoubtedly be further delayed. A soul master with insufficient soul power and mental fortitude could not maintain a state of cultivation throughout the day. Even meditative practices demanded mental energy, and excessive exertion could potentially lead to mental fatigue. Thus, Ye Chen confined his training to the mornings and evenings, allowing for the recuperation of his mental faculties. Chapter 6. Reporting Tang Dechue to the Spirit Hall before dawn, Ye Chen had already begun his ruse at home, spending a modest sum of gold soul coins. He procured a lifelike child's mask from the system marketplace, along with a new set of attire, thereby transforming his appearance. Observing the unfamiliar visage in the mirror, he nodded in satisfaction, confident that no one would be able to recognize him. Subsequently, he exited his home and made his way towards the Spirit Hall branch in the city. A few minutes later, Ye Chen arrived at the Spirit Hall branch, only to find the doors firmly shut. Even the guards who typically stood watch at the entrance were absent, as it was not yet time for their shifts to commence. After surveying the surroundings and confirming that no one was nearby, he swiftly retrieved an anonymous tip-off letter from the storage necklace around his neck and slipped it through the crack of the door. Ye Chen resolved to adopt a dual approach, reporting to the Spirit Hall while simultaneously delivering a menacing letter to Tang Dechue. He could not fathom that Tang Dechue and Tang Xiaoshan would remain in Holy Soul Village after this. I hope the individuals from the Spirit Hall in Notting City do not succumb to their insatiable curiosity and venture to Holy Soul Village to verify this news themselves. Should the Spirit Hall's personnel openly seek out Tang Dechue in Holy Soul Village without a formidable expert leading them, it would merely result in a futile endeavor. Although Tang Dechue currently bore significant hidden injuries, he was not an ordinary soul master that could be easily dealt with. Even a typical title Douluo would struggle against him. At this juncture, within the Spirit Hall, only the 7 venerable elders of the Elder Hall or the Pope Bibi Dong herself, leading the charge, could potentially subdue Tang Dechue, the phrase wife sacrificed to the heavens. Boundless soul power was not merely a saying. However, it was certain that Bibi Dong would refrain from intervening. She would actually welcome a formidable adversary to create turmoil for the Spirit Hall. After all, one of her ambitions was to lead the Spirit Hall toward its ultimate demise. Ye Chen surmised that Bibi Dong, in the original work, must have been aware long ago that Tang Xiaoshan was the son of Tang Dechue. The Soul Hall's awakening officials, upon facilitating the soul awakening of each child, would meticulously register those with innate soul power and issue proof of their soul. A prodigy endowed with full innate soul power, regardless of the nature of their soul, be it something as trivial as a piece of refuse, one wonders, will such refuse-type souls align with the food or control system in the future? Would undoubtedly be reported by the Notting City Soul Hall branch. Xian Tao, unaware of the intricacies, could not possibly assume that Bibi Dong remained oblivious to the underlying truth. After all, Bibi Dong was the former lover of Yu Xiaojing and could not be ignorant of the fact that an ordinary blue-silver grass soul could not possess full innate soul power, making it effortless for her to uncover the familial background of Tang Xiaoshan. Perhaps at that time, Bibi Dong, grateful to Tang Dechue for providing her with the opportunity to counterattack Qian Renxue, coupled with her own formidable prowess, underestimated Tang Xiaoshan. thus deciding to let the two of them off the hook. Yet, regrettably, she ascended to divinity, only to meet her demise at the hands of Tang Xiaosan. After departing from the Soul Hall branch, Ye Chen made his way to the vegetable market located in the southern part of the city. The reason for his visit to the market was, of course, the presence of individuals from Shanghan village. Notting City, boasting a population exceeding 10,000, consumed a considerable quantity of vegetables and fruits daily, while the surrounding countryside, with its flourishing agriculture, regularly saw residents transporting these goods to the southern vegetable market for sale. Ye Chen intended to anonymously deliver several prepared intimidation letters to Tang Dechue and could not afford to be personally involved. Instead, he planned to spend a bit of money to have the villagers from Shanghan village relay the letters. Indeed, it was a few letters. As Ye Chen was concerned that someone might lack integrity, taking the money without delivering the service, thus he decided to entrust multiple individuals. As for the notion that a child possessing wealth might incite the greed of others, Ye Chen felt no trepidation. Despite being only 6 years old, he had purchased a handgun with minimal recoil from the system shop 3 days prior. While the slight recoil resulted in less powerful bullets, even an ordinary person, or, heaven forbid, a second-ring soul master could easily be felled if caught off guard. Upon arriving at the vegetable market in the south of the city, Ye Chen observed that several vendors were already unloading their goods. He then began to inquire about who among them hailed from Shanghan village. After a thorough inquiry, he discovered that 3 individuals were indeed from Shanghan village, all middle-aged and likely with both elderly dependents and children to care for. 3 will suffice, he thought, and promptly approached one of the middle-aged vendors. "Young master, what would you like to purchase?" The middle-aged man, upon observing Ye Chen's exquisite attire, immediately spoke with a tone of deference. "Are you acquainted with Tang Hao?" "Tang Hao? The blacksmith from our village?" The middle-aged man was taken aback, astonished that a young gentleman from the city would know of their village's notorious drunkard blacksmith. Indeed, he has a son named Tang San. Yes. Tang Hao does have a son named Tang San. As he spoke, the middle-aged man pondered to himself, could it be that Tang Hao, the drunkard, has relatives in the city? Please deliver this letter to Tang Hao. It contains his remuneration. Ye Chen withdrew an intimidation letter from his storage soul guide, along with a gold soul coin. Truly? The middle-aged man's eyes brightened instantly, fixating on the gold soul coin in Ye Chen's hand. It is well known that in the Douluo Continent, the purchasing power of a gold soul coin is remarkably robust. A single coin can suffice as the living expenses for an ordinary family of 3 for several months. To merely deliver a letter and earn such a coin? Very well, just ensure the letter is delivered. However, should you fail to fulfill your duty after accepting my payment, I would prefer not to encounter you again. Ye Chen issued a veiled threat. No problem, young master. I assure you the letter will reach its destination. The middle-aged man immediately thumped his chest in assurance, for delivering a letter was hardly a troublesome task for him. Furthermore, this young master appeared to hail from a prominent family. If he were to accept payment and neglect his responsibility, he surely would not escape unscathed. Very well. I shall remember your words. Ye Chen nodded in satisfaction as he departed from the stall. Subsequently, he employed the same method to brief 2 other villagers from the Holy Soul village before leaving the market. It seems the security in Notting City is quite commendable, surprisingly. No one has attempted to lay claim to my wealth. Ye Chen mused to himself after taking a roundabout route and confirming he was not being followed. In truth, this was not a testament to Notting City's security, but rather a reflection of Ye Chen's discretion in retrieving the gold soul coins and letters from his storage soul guide. Those who possess such storage devices are typically soul masters, and ordinary folk dare not provoke them. Chapter 7. Su Yuntao. I shall achieve great merit. Part 1. Meanwhile, at the Spirit Hall branch, early in the morning, Su Yuntao, a member of the Notting City Spirit Hall, arrived at work with breakfast in hand. You may wonder for whom he brought this meal. Naturally, it was for his beloved goddess, Cici. There is a saying that opportunity favors the prepared, and Su Yuntao believed that in his pursuit of Cici, every detail must be meticulously attended to. What is this? Su Yuntao, with keen eyes, soon discovered the letter that Ye Chen had slipped through the door crack earlier and promptly retrieved it for inspection. The envelope bore the inscription for the eyes of the Spirit Hall personnel. For the eyes of the Spirit Hall personnel? Su Yuntao raised an eyebrow and swiftly opened the envelope. Fortunate one, congratulations, you have achieved great merit. I have achieved great merit? What merit? Upon reading the opening line, Su Yuntao found himself puzzled, yet he continued to delve deeper into the contents. The number 1 wanted criminal of the Spirit Hall, the murderer of the former Pope Qian Sunji, the Haotian Douluo Tang Hao, is currently residing in the Holy Soul Village, engaged in blacksmithing. You must report this news to the Elder Hall, where the esteemed Elder Qian Douluo, who bears a grudge against him for the loss of his son, awaits. He will surely reward you. Tang Hao the Haotian Douluo. Although the letter contained little information, its impact on Su Yuntao was profound. As a member of the Spirit Hall, he had certainly heard of the infamous Haotian Douluo, who had slain their former pope, Qian Senji, years prior. And who was Qian Douluo, the father of the former pope? Su Yuntao was aware that the elders serving in the Elder Hall were formidable figures within the Spirit Hall, but he had not known that Qian Douluo was indeed the father of the late Pope Qian Senji. Having learned such crucial intelligence, Su Yuntao wasted no time and promptly set his plans into motion. Half an hour later, the master of the Nodding City Spirit Hall and several officials convened in a meeting. Let us discuss how we should proceed with this matter. The branch leader observed that all his subordinates had gathered and began to solicit their opinions. He was not foolish enough to rely solely on the strength of his Wuhuan branch and Nodding City to apprehend Tang Hao in the Sacred Soul Village. After all, Tang Hao is a title Douluo. Sending his meager subordinates would certainly result in their demise. Moreover, they had to avoid alerting the enemy, lest Tang Hao receive word and escape. Reporting this matter upward was also not an option, as a title Douluo was beyond the capabilities of their branch to confront. Even the Holy Hall of Heaven-Do City would be inadequate without the dispatch of formidable experts from the Papal Hall. As soon as the branch leader finished speaking, one of the stewards interjected, "We must first ascertain the veracity of this information. If it turns out to be false, we would be in serious trouble." Another steward quickly chimed in, "Indeed, if we make a mistake and the higher-ups hold us accountable, our branch will not be able to bear the consequences. So, who among you will verify the authenticity of this news?" The branch leader nodded in agreement, for determining the truth of this information was quite feasible. It sufficed to send someone to investigate. However, upon hearing this suggestion, the room fell silent. If the information proved false, it would merely be a waste of effort, which was hardly a concern. But if it were true and they were discovered by Tang Hao during their inquiry, their fates would be sealed. Concerned for their own safety, everyone remained tight-lipped. The branch leader, witnessing the silence of his subordinates, inwardly cursed their ineffectiveness. Just as he contemplated whether to forcibly assign someone for the task, Su Yuntao stood up. "Branch leader, I shall take on this responsibility," Su Yuntao declared, standing tall and exuding righteousness. "Oh, it is you, Yuntao. Excellent. Truly a commendable steward of our Wuhuan Hall. By the way, do you have a plan? Let us discuss it and see if it is feasible." The branch leader, pleased to see a volunteer, immediately inquired with interest. "A few years ago, I was the one who awakened the Wuhuan for the children of Sacred Soul Village. Although the time has not yet arrived, it is not far off. I intend to go early to awaken the Wuhuan of the children in Sacred Soul Village and discreetly inquire with their village chief about the existence of Tang Hao. I believe this approach will not alert him." Su Yuntao outlined his plan. Upon hearing this, the attendees nodded in agreement, and the branch leader patted his chest, assuring Su Yuntao, "Yes, indeed. Yuntao, your plan is excellent. If this information turns out to be true, I will commend you to the higher-ups." "Thank you, branch leader," Su Yuntao replied. If Tang Hao truly is hiding in Sacred Soul Village, and the elders sent by the higher-ups manage to capture him, it will not only be a significant achievement for Yuntao, but for all of us in the branch. Therefore, it is imperative that this information remains confidential. As he spoke, the branch leader cast a stern gaze upon the assembled stewards. "Yes, branch leader." They responded in unison. The crowd immediately responded in unison. Their esteemed leader was indeed correct. If they successfully captured Tang Hao, the higher-ups would be elated, and promotions and salary increases would surely be within their grasp. Subsequently, Su Yuntao made the necessary preparations and, bearing a formidable task, set off for Holy Soul Village. Meanwhile, the members of the branch awaited Su Yuntao's promising news within the confines of their hall. Upon exiting the Martial Soul branch, Su Yuntao summoned his martial spirit and hastened towards Holy Soul Village. "Cici, wait for me. Once I accomplish this significant feat, I shall officially propose to you." As he journeyed, Su Yuntao contemplated the monumental merit he would earn. Believing that a promotion and salary increase were merely the least of his rewards, perhaps he might even ascend to the position of branch master in Nodding City. And he was confident that Cici would accept his proposal. "You can do it, Su Yuntao," he encouraged himself. Although he was about to engage in covert actions beneath the watchful eyes of a title Douluo, Su Yuntao felt no fear. Love, it seemed, possessed a magical quality that imbued him with immense courage. After over an hour, he arrived at Holy Soul Village. However, instead of directly inquiring with the villagers about Tang Hao, he headed straight to the home of the village chief, Old Jack. "Ah, esteemed master of souls. What brings you here?" Upon seeing Su Yuntao, Old Jack was taken aback, completely unprepared for the visit at this hour. According to previous years, it would still be another month before the village's annual free martial spirit awakening event. "Old Jack, I have pressing matters to attend to and could not afford to wait. By the way, does your village have a blacksmith?" Su Yutao wasted no time engaging in unnecessary conversation and proceeded with his predetermined script. "A blacksmith? Yes, indeed. Our village has Tang Hao, whose blacksmithing skills are unparalleled. The tools he forges, particularly the hoe, are undoubtedly the finest. However, his temperament leaves much to be desired. If you require his services, please be understanding." Although Old Jack was unaware of Su Yuntao's intentions regarding the blacksmith, he answered truthfully. "Is Tang Hao truly here?" Su Yuntao's pupils constricted, realizing that the rumors of the Haotian Douluo residing in Holy Soul Village were likely true. Yet, he could not be entirely certain, as the possibility of a namesake could not be dismissed. "Does he have any family?" Su Yuntao inquired of Old Jack. As the village chief, Old Jack was undoubtedly aware of the familial compositions of the villagers. "He has but one son, named Tang San. By the way, master, Tang San is now 6 years old and is due for his martial spirit awakening." Unbeknownst to Old Jack, he had already sold Tang Dazue, had Tang Dazie known. He might have struck Old Jack with a hammer. "Oh, really? Indeed, I would never deceive you, esteemed sir." Su Yuntao's eyes gleamed with anticipation. By awakening Tang San's martial soul, he was 90% certain he could ascertain whether this Tang Hao was indeed the same Tang Hao. It is a well-known fact that the progeny of powerful individuals often possess exceptional talent. If Tang San's aptitude turned out to be rather ordinary, it could well be a case of coincidence in names. However, should his talent prove remarkable, the conclusion would be inescapable. Thus, Su Yuntao found himself relieved from the perilous task of probing into the authenticity of this Tang Hao. "Old Jack, please summon the children. I have urgent matters to attend to." At this moment, Su Yutao was eager to proceed with awakening Tang San's martial soul to determine whether this Tang Hao is indeed a namesake. Thankfully, he remembered that Tang Hao was a title de law and chose to feign ignorance regarding that fact. "Very well, master. Please wait a moment at the martial soul hall. I shall fetch the children right away." Noticing the urgency in Su Yuntao's tone, Old Jack promptly complied and set off to gather the children from Holy Soul Village. Approximately half an hour later, the 9 children in need of martial soul awakening had assembled at the martial soul hall. Despite being called a martial soul hall, it was merely an ordinary wooden hut, vastly inferior to the martial soul branch in Nodding City. "Children, may I inquire your names?" Su Yuntao asked gently, his demeanor warm as he addressed the 9. "I am Zhang San. I am Li Si. I am Tang San. This child is indeed Tang San." Su Yuntao paid little attention to the other 8, focusing solely on Tang San. Upon a brief glance, he noticed that Tang San appeared rather unremarkable, slightly thin, and seemingly malnourished. It was difficult to discern that he was the son of a title de law. "All right, line up, and I shall awaken your martial souls." With that, Su Yutao produced the necessary instruments and commenced the awakening process for the 9 children. Tool martial soul, scythe, no soul power. Tool martial soul, hoe, no soul power. Tool martial soul, blue silver grass, no soul power. As the first 8 children failed to awaken any soul power, it came as no surprise to Su Yuntao. Considering they were all children of ordinary peasant backgrounds, it was quite normal for them not to awaken innate soul power. At this point, only Tang San remained, and Su Yutao felt an increasing sense of tension. His potential promotion hinged on Tang San's outcome. Not only was Su Yutao anxious, but Tang San himself was also growing nervous. After all, with the preceding 8 children lacking soul power and thus unable to cultivate as soul masters, Tang San naturally felt a sense of urgency. Although he did not yet comprehend the full implications of being a soul master, he understood that possessing innate soul power was of utmost importance to his future. "All right, you are the last one. Step forward quickly." Su Yuntao beckoned Tang San to step onto the soul awakening array. As anticipated, he was indeed the designated protagonist. Even the commotion during his soul awakening was distinct from that of ordinary children. Typically, when children awaken their souls, the golden light emitted by the awakening array is sparse. However, When Tang San awakened, the light points radiating from the array surpassed the combined total of the previous 8 children. Immediately, Su Yuntao's gaze fixed upon Tang San's hand, anticipating the emergence of a hammer. After all, Haotian Douluo Tang Hao wielded a mighty hammer. To Su Yuntao's astonishment, what materialized in Tang San's right hand was not a hammer, but rather blue silver grass. Could it be that this Tang Hao from Holy Soul Village is an impostor? One must understand that a child's martial soul is inherited from their parents, and should the parents possess martial souls of differing qualities, the child inherits the superior one. The Haotian hammer and the blue silver grass martial souls are worlds apart. If Tang San were indeed the son of Haotian Douluo, it was illogical for him not to awaken the Haotian hammer. Is it possible that Tang San is not Tang Hao's biological son, but rather a foundling? This notion suddenly surfaced in Su Yuntao's mind. Abruptly, his keen eyes noticed that Tang San's left hand was tightly clenched, exhibiting a slight tremor, as if something was attempting to emerge but was being restrained. Could it be the legendary twin martial souls? The thought of the rumored twin martial souls sent waves of excitement coursing through Su Yuntao's heart. Fortunately, he quickly regained his composure, suppressing his inner astonishment, and maintained an impassive exterior as he addressed Tang San. Child, let us assess your innate soul power. With that, Su Yuntao extended the soul power testing crystal ball towards Tang San. As a brilliant blue light erupted, Tang San's innate soul power was unveiled. Innate full soul power. Su Yuntao couldn't help but exclaim. If he had previously harbored doubts about whether Tang San was indeed a twin martial soul or if Tang Hao is truly Haotian Douluo, he was now entirely convinced. After all, having served as a soul awakening officiant for quite some time, he had yet to encounter a blue silver grass with innate full soul power. Tang San undoubtedly possessed a second martial soul. What, then, is innate full soul power? Tang Xiaosan felt a sense of confusion. The innate talent of a soul master is determined by the level of their innate soul power, with full innate soul power representing the highest level achievable during the awakening of their martial soul. It is rather unfortunate that your blue silver grass is considered a useless martial soul. Had it been a more formidable one, you would have been remarkable indeed. As he spoke, Su Yuntao shook his head, feigning a look of sympathy for Tang Xiaosan. However, within his heart, he could not help but feel a twinge of envy. Truly, as the son of the Haotian Douluo, possessing twin martial souls and full innate soul power, Tang Xiaosan is destined to become a top-tier powerhouse in the future. After issuing the martial soul certificate to Tang Xiaosan, Su Yuntao, brimming with excitement, hurried away from Shahan village and returned to the Wuhuan branch in Notting City. Chapter 9. Tang Dachui's escape. At this moment, within the Wuhuan branch in Notting City, the branch master and several attendants anxiously awaited news from Su Yuntao. Given the stakes concerning their potential promotions and raises, none were unperturbed. Just then, the great contributor Su Yuntao returned. Yuntao, you have finally returned. What transpired? Upon entering, the branch master immediately inquired with urgency. It is confirmed. Tang Hao from Shahan village is indeed the Haotian Douluo. Oh, really? Aha, splendid. Upon hearing this, the branch master was overjoyed. With such a significant achievement, he now had a chance for advancement to the position of branch master of the Wuhuan main hall in the provincial capital of Fasnuel. Yuntao, do share how you came to this conclusion, asked one of the attendants eagerly. When I visited Shanghan village, Tang Hao's son, Tang San, was also about to awaken his martial soul. You would never guess what transpired during Tang San's awakening, Su Yuntao said, his expression enigmatic. Could it be full innate soul power? Someone interjected immediately. How did you know? But it is not merely full innate soul power. It is twin martial souls combined with full innate soul power. Twin martial souls and full innate soul power. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Indeed, it is twin martial souls. However, at that moment, Tang San tightly clenched his left hand, and I only saw the blue silver grass in his right hand. Yet how could such a useless martial soul possess full innate soul power? Unbeknownst to Su Yuntao, he was unaware of Tang San's true background. Although surprised, he had not connected the dots, as instances of twin martial souls are exceedingly rare, often not appearing even once in a century. However, now that Su Yuntao was aware of the strong possibility that Tang San was the son of the Haotian Douluo, he quickly made the connection after recalling Tang San's tightly clenched left hand. The so-called blind idol Su Yuntao, after all, was not truly blind. Indeed, Yuntao is correct. How could such a useless martial soul like blue silver grass possibly possess full innate soul power? Undoubtedly, there exists another formidable martial soul. I shall promptly report this news. and you may all anticipate promotions and salary increases. The branch master nodded in agreement. However, this branch master was mistaken. The prerequisite for a twin martial soul is that both souls must possess comparable quality, without any disparity. On the surface, Tang Xiaosan's blue-silver grass does not necessarily imply a twin martial soul. It could merely signify the awakening of a blue-silver emperor martial soul. Master, you must treat us, exclaimed one of the stewards. After all, our branch has accomplished such great merit. Your chances of promotion are significant. It would be remiss not to celebrate. Immediately, another added, if we are to celebrate, it should be Yuntao who treats us, as he is our branch's greatest benefactor. Indeed. Indeed. Yuntao, I have a niece, just 18 years of age. Shall I introduce her to you? Get lost. Your 18-year-old niece is as round as a ball, heavier than a sow. How could she possibly be worthy of such a young talent as Yutao? My niece would be a better match. So Yuntao, I desire only a goddess. As the members of the Wuhuan branch in Notting City prepared for their celebration, the 3 villagers from Holy Soul Village, who had been selling at the market, gradually finished their sales and returned to their village. Thus, in the afternoon, Tang Dachui, who was busy forging at home, received a threatening letter penned by Ye Chen, to be opened by Tang Hao. Who wrote this? Tang Dachui pondered, somewhat perplexed, as he saw the envelope addressed to him by Tang Hao. It is worth noting that he and Tang Xiaosan had secluded themselves in Holy Soul Village, without even informing their close brother Tang Xiao or sister Tang Huehua. Not a single acquaintance was aware of their whereabouts. A stranger would not write to a drunken blacksmith. Without hesitation, Tang Dachui tore open the envelope. Run. The Wuhuan Hall has discovered your hiding place in Holy Soul Village, and perhaps Qian Daolu is already on his way. The contents of the letter were sparse, yet Tang Dachui's eyes widened in shock. While he was unafraid of anything else, the formidable Qian Daolu, a 99th level peerless de law, instilled a sense of dread in him. After all, Tang Dachui had killed his son, Qian Xuanji. The enmity of a slain child is irreconcilable. If Qian Daolu were to learn of his seclusion in Holy Soul Village, would he not come to eliminate him? Although he possessed a title that allowed him to triumph over 3 formidable titled Douluos, he was acutely aware that he could not match the legendary Qian Daolu, a figure once renowned alongside his grandfather Tang Chen. Moreover, in his current condition, burdened by grievous hidden injuries, he was incapable of utilizing his explosive skills. Doing so would surely lead to his demise. Even if Qian Daolu were not to appear, the sheer number of adversaries would pose a significant threat to him, especially in his weakened state. Regarding the letter that mentioned the exposure of his identity, Tang Dazue had no doubt about its authenticity. After all, someone had taken the initiative to write to him, and the name of Qian Daolu was inscribed therein. How could this possibly be a fabrication? Regardless of the veracity of the claims, it was imperative for him to depart from Saint Spirit Village. He could not indulge in any false hopes. If, by chance, Qian Daolu truly came for him, escape would be impossible. Sighing, he acknowledged that after 6 years of seclusion in Saint Spirit Village, it was indeed time to leave. Furthermore, with Tang Xiaosan's exceptional talents, there might yet come a day for vengeance. Thus, Tang Dazue resolved to flee with Tang Xiaosan. Given that Tang Xiaosan had awakened innate full soul power and possessed twin martial souls, Tang Dazue no longer felt the same despair in the face of the powerful Spirit Hall. In the past, he recognized the might of the Spirit Hall and felt hopeless about seeking revenge, but the situation had shifted. With his son's innate full soul power, it was certain that he would become a titled Douluo in the future. Moreover, with his dual martial souls, Tang Xiaosan's achievements would undoubtedly surpass his own. So Yuntao, Old Jack, and even Tang San believed Tang Xiaosan had awakened in ordinary blue-silver grass. However, Tang Daze was aware that it was not merely blue-silver grass, but rather the incompletely awakened blue-silver emperor, a far cry from the common variety. Furthermore, many on the continent harbored grievances against the Spirit Hall, and they were not alone in their discontent. There were numerous allies against the Spirit Hall. Xiaosan, Tang Dazue called out emphatically, Dad, what's wrong? We must leave. It is time to depart from Saint Spirit Village. Dad, where are we going? Are we abandoning our home? Tang Xiaosan pointed to the dilapidated wooden house he had inhabited since childhood. Where to? We shall discuss that later. And while amid a mere broken house, Tang Dazue thought that he might very well be leading his son into a period of exile. Tang Xiaosan remained silent. Thus, without bidding farewell to the others in Saint Spirit Village, the duo set off. Notably, when Tang Hao fled with Tang Xiaosan, he also took his wife along, which puzzled Tang Xiaosan. Why would his father bring a blue silvergrass plant when relocating? Chapter 10. The demise of Tang Xiaosan's dilapidated dwelling at this moment. Ye Chen remained oblivious to the success of his scheme. Tang Dachui had already fled with Tang Xiaosan. The reason behind Ye Chen's decision to report Tang Dachui and subsequently send him a threatening letter, oscillating between actions, stemmed from his concern for the innocent civilians of Shahan village. After all, the clash between tidal Douluo experts could result in cataclysmic devastation, and should a conflict ensue, the villagers of Shahan would undoubtedly be caught in the crossfire. In consideration of the lives of the hundreds residing in Shahan village, Ye Chen deemed it prudent to alert Tang Dachui. Otherwise, he risked inadvertently leading Tang Dachui to his demise. Meanwhile, the jubilant crowd at the Spirit Hall branch in Notting City remained unaware of Tang Dachui's flight. As a tidal Douluo powerhouse, they dared not assign personnel to monitor him, lest they inadvertently provoke him into action. A fortnight later, news regarding Tang Dachui and Tang Xiaosan was escalated through the ranks to the Papal Palace in Spirit City. Innate full soul power? Dual martial souls? How intriguing. Bibi Dong glanced at the information in her hand, murmuring softly before dismissing it entirely. After all, even if the Papal Palace refrained from intervening, others would undoubtedly take action. Ye Chen previously had a point. Regarding Tang Dazue, Bibi Dong harbored no animosity. In fact, one could say that Tang Dazue had even assisted her in the past. Had it not been for Tang Dazue severely wounding Qiang Sunji, she would not have easily succeeded in delivering the finishing blow. However, while Bibi Dong chose to overlook this matter, Qian Dalu could not afford to do so. Given that Bibi Dong had only recently taken power, the Spirit Hall was still under the influence of the Angel family. Bibi Dong was aware of the intelligence concerning Tang Dazue, and naturally, Qian Dalu was informed as well. Yet, Qian Dalu understood that his son had not actually been killed by Tang Dazue, so he did not intend to take direct action. Nevertheless, acknowledging that part of his son's demise could be attributed to Tang Dazue, Qian Dalu dispatched Qian Jun and Jiang Emo, two esteemed elders, to Saint Spirit Village. With Qian Daolia's command, Qian Jun and Jiang Emo wasted no time and hastily set off for Notting City. As tidal Douluos, their speed was remarkable. Within merely 3 days, they arrived at the Spirit Hall branch in Notting City. Greetings, esteemed elders. After revealing their identities, the brothers were warmly welcomed by the branch's personnel. Who among you is the branch master? Jiang Emo inquired. I am the master of the Notting City branch. The branch master promptly stepped forward, not daring to show the slightest negligence. Excellent. We shall proceed to Saint Spirit Village. You shall guide us. Jiang Emo instructed, as he grasped the branch master and, alongside Qian Jun, they soared towards Saint Spirit Village. In a brief span of time, guided by the branch master, the trio reached the entrance of Saint Spirit Village. Not here? Upon arriving at the village's entrance, Qian Jun released his spiritual energy to sense the surroundings, but he found no trace of Tang Hao within the village. In fact, there was not even a single soul master present. After calling upon old Jack for inquiries, the brothers learned that more than half a month prior, Tang Dazue and Tang Xiaosan had mysteriously vanished. Did the Notting City Spirit Hall leak this information? Jiang Mo's countenance darkened as he struck Tang Xiaosan's dilapidated house into ruins. Then seized the branch master's collar, lifting him into the air, and spoke fiercely. No, esteemed elders, the information has absolutely not been leaked. The branch master exclaimed with a look of innocence. Forget it. If Tang Hao has fled, then so be it. The Notting City Spirit Hall has reported the information regarding Tang Hao and his son, which is already a significant contribution. Qian Jun interjected to restrain his brother. He must be quick on his feet, that Tang Hao. With a cold snort, the demon slayer Douluo released the branch hall master. With the formidable strength of 296th level tidal Douluos and their impeccable cooperation, they were capable of battling opponents beyond their rank. Should they encounter Tang Hao, it would pose no challenge to vanquish him, even in his current weakened state. Though the big catch had escaped, the rewards that were due must not be overlooked. Otherwise, discontent would fester and the team would become unmanageable. Thus, the young Su Yuntao ascended to the position of acting hall master of the Notting City Spirit Hall. Once he advanced his soul power to the third ring soul elder, he would officially assume the role of hall master. On the day he became the acting hall master, Su Yutao pursued his goddess, and that evening he embarked on a journey to the pinnacle of his life. As for the former branch master, he has been reassigned to another location. The various stewards of the Soul Master branch in Notting City, while not promoted, have all received salary increases. Time has flown by. and it has been 4 months since the awakening of the martial soul. Just a few days ago, Ye Chen spent 10 million gold soul coins in the system mall to purchase a comprehensive cultivation package. In the Douluo Continent, aside from Tang San's Xiantian Gong, other soul masters do not have any specific cultivation methods. All soul masters utilize the most basic meditation technique. The efficacy of the Xiantian Gong remains unknown to Ye Chen, as he has never practiced it. However, his own creation meditation method has proven quite effective, with his innate level 3 soul power. If he had diligently cultivated for a year prior, he could have only elevated his soul power by 1 level. Yet, after transitioning to the creation meditation method, he anticipates an increase of 2 levels within a year, along with a marked enhancement in the quality of the soul power cultivated. The creation body refinement technique is a method that tempers one's physical attributes using their own soul power, and fortunately, the consumed soul power can be restored, not affecting the speed of soul power level advancement. After several days of cultivation, Ye Chen has sensed a slight improvement in his physical condition, though it is not very pronounced due to the short duration of practice. As for the creation soul refinement technique, there is hardly any noticeable effect. With Ye Chen's currently modest strength, he cannot discern the power of his mental fortitude, only feeling a general increase in his vitality. With the acquisition of the cultivation method, Ye Chen has made some adjustments to his daily training regimen. Each morning, he practices the creation meditation method. In the morning, he focuses on the creation body refinement technique. In the afternoon, he engages in the creation soul refinement technique. And in the evening, he returns to the creation meditation method. In the early stages, Ye Chen needs to elevate his soul power level as swiftly as possible to advance to the first ring of a soul master. Subsequently, he aims to purchase celestial herbs with a small target of gold soul coins to facilitate a transformation in his innate talent, hence dedicating the most time to the creation meditation method each day. Today marks the enrollment day at Notting Academy, and as noon approaches, Ye Chen exits his training state, organizes his belongings, secures his home, and sets off towards the Notting City Primary Soul Master Academy. Though Notting Academy is merely a primary institution, it mandates that all students reside on campus. Unless one possesses extraordinary talent, there is no room for negotiation regarding this rule. Furthermore, Ye Chen has no intention of commuting. He plans to be a self-financed work-study student at the academy. It may be somewhat inappropriate to refer to them as self-funded work-study students. They should rather be described as self-financed trainees residing in the work-study dormitory. After all, the Navi little rabbit resides in the work-study dormitory, and Ye Chen would certainly not occupy any other quarters. Notting City is relatively modest in size. Within a mere 10 minutes, Ye Chen caught sight of the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy to the west of the city. Gazing at the academy's immense archway, which spans over 20 meters in width and towers at more than 10 meters in height, Ye Chen could not help but acknowledge the prestige of the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy. It appears that the academy allocates a significant annual budget for its educational endeavors. However, one wonders if the principal has indulged in any illicit gains. Without further delay, Ye Chen entered the academy. At the entrance, a doorman stood guard, yet this doorman, perceived by Tang Xiaosan as a figure embodying the path to death in the original narrative, did not impede Ye Chen upon his arrival, clearly indicating a marked improvement in treatment compared to that of Tang Xiaosan. This surprised him. Was it not said that this doorman was rather arrogant? In truth, Ye Chen had misjudged the situation. A doorman in such a role possesses a discerning eye. With ample funds at his disposal, Ye Chen would not skimp on his attire. Conversely, when Tang Xiaosan arrived at the Notting Academy, he was dressed modestly, which likely contributed to the doorman's disdainful attitude, an occurrence not entirely unexpected. However, in the original work, the doorman's discernment was insufficient to recognize that the seemingly unremarkable Tang Xiaosan was, in fact, a formidable individual. The Notting Academy is neither particularly large nor small. As Ye Chen surveyed his surroundings, he noticed that the premises are primarily divided into several areas: the teaching building, the playground, and the dormitory building located east of the playground. Registration should presumably take place within the teaching building. Although he had lived in Notting City since childhood, Ye Chen had never previously visited the Notting Academy. After some contemplation, he proceeded directly to the teaching building. Before long, Ye Chen arrived at the first floor of the teaching building, where he discovered an office adorned with a plaque indicating the Academic Affairs Office. Within the office, there was an elderly gentleman, approximately 60 years of age, accompanied by 2 young assistants. "May I inquire if this is the place for registration?" Ye Chen asked the three individuals upon entering. Indeed, this is where you can register, responded the gentle Director Su. You may call me Director Su. Young one, may I see your martial soul certificate? Ye Chen retrieved the soul certificate issued to him by Su Yuntao upon awakening his martial spirit from the storage soul guide. He handed it to Director Su. Storage soul guide. Director Su gazed at Ye Chen, momentarily taken aback, surprised that someone so young possessed such an item. Although there are quite a few storage soul guides on the Douluo Continent, they are not universally available to every soul master, particularly those of lower ranks. Then, Director Su turned his attention to Ye Chen's martial spirit certificate. Innate level 3 soul power with a bamboo staff martial spirit? After examining the certificate, Director Su nodded slightly. An innate soul power of level 3 is commendable for a place like Notting City. While it may not be exceptional, it certainly ranks among the top within Notting Academy. And it should not be a problem for him to become a 4-ringed soul master in the future. In Notting City, a 4-ringed soul master is merely on par with the Academy's principal, the City Lord, and the former head of the martial spirit branch. You are Ye Chen, correct? Are there any positions available for work-study students? No, my family resides in Notting City. Ye Chen shook his head. Oh, so. You are the son of Ye Lin and Wang Yu? Director Su's eyes brightened. Oh, Director Su, do you know my parents? Ye Chen was taken aback to discover that Director Su was acquainted with his parents. It was surprising, for when he was a teacher, both of them were students in his class. However, he never anticipated this. With a sigh, Director Su shook his head, reflecting on how, given the potential of Ye Chen's parents, they could have advanced to the realm of the 4-chain soul sect. In the grand scheme of Notting City, they could have been formidable figures. What a pity. The mention of his parents rendered Ye Chen silent. He decided to let bygones be bygones and said, I shall register you now. Observing Ye Chen's quiet demeanor, Director Su realized he had inadvertently touched upon a painful subject and hastily changed the topic. Director Su, here is the registration fee. With that, Ye Chen produced a gold soul coin. Since he was not eligible for a work-study position, he naturally had to pay the fee. Nonetheless, for Ye Chen, it was a mere trifle. Haha, forget the registration fee. I'll cover it for you, Director Su responded cheerfully. To him, a single gold soul coin was insignificant, especially considering Ye Chen was the orphan of his former student, which established a certain bond. Thank you very much, Director Su. By the way, I would like to stay in the work-study dormitory. Given Director Su's display of goodwill, Ye Chen felt inclined to accept the favor but also made a small request. The work-study dormitory? Are you certain? Director Su's eyes widened. While it couldn't be said that the work-study dormitory was uninhabitable, its conditions were certainly not as favorable as those of other accommodations. Then it shall be the work-study dormitory. Ye Chen nodded earnestly. The adorably foolish little rabbit resided in the work-study dormitory, and naturally, he had to join her. After all, what was the purpose of coming to Notting Academy? Was he to forsake his cultivation at home? The Notting Junior Soul Master Academy could not possibly provide a simulated cultivation environment, and the curriculum primarily focused on foundational cultural knowledge. In terms of cultural proficiency, while Ye Chen's abilities might be deemed mediocre in his past life, on the Douluo Continent, he was undoubtedly a cultural luminary, possessing knowledge beyond mere soul beasts. Moreover, the written language of his former world bore considerable resemblance to that of the Douluo Continent, differing only in some obscure characters. Very well, you may proceed as you wish. Observing Ye Chen's resolute gaze, Director Su chose not to elaborate further. It was impractical for work-study students to transfer to other dormitories unless they paid a fee. However, self-funded students could indeed reside in the work-study dormitory. Although the conditions were somewhat lacking, the atmosphere for cultivation was decidedly superior. After all, work-study students hailed from ordinary families and understood that the only way to alter their destiny was through diligent cultivation to become soul masters. In contrast, self-funded students often came from affluent backgrounds and could not match the work-study students' level of dedication to their training. While Director Su was registering Ye Chen, a melodious voice resonated through the office. Is this the registration area? Instantly, the 4 individuals inside the office turned their attention towards the entrance. A soft and adorable little girl with rabbit ears stood at the door, her delicate face a charming blend of pale and rosy hues, reminiscent of a ripe peach. With her long hair fashioned into a scorpion braid cascading down her back, she donned a pink outfit, her large, curious eyes sparkling with wonder. Chapter 12. You shall all call me Sister Xiao Wu. The little Xiao Wu was so adorable. No wonder she grew up to be so beautiful. Recognizing the rabbit-eared little girl at the door, Ye Chen immediately identified her as Xiao Wu. Indeed, little one, you may register here, he replied. Upon hearing Xiao Wu's inquiry, Director Su promptly responded, that's splendid. This is my work-study student certificate. With that, Xiao Wu retrieved her work-study student certificate from her bag and handed it to Director Su. Xiao Wu's work-study position must have been obtained from a village near Notting City, correct? Director Su mused. Noting that the money in Xiao Wu's pocket was as pristine as her cherubic face, so sparse that it hardly made a sound. Undoubtedly acquired through her endearing charm or sheer force. Despite her seemingly gentle appearance, Xiao Wu was a formidable force among the students of Notting Academy, ranking as the top in combat prowess. Work-study student, where is your soul certificate? Director Su inquired of Xiao Wu. What is a soul certificate? Xiao Wu responded, bewildered. Her soul was not awakened by the hall's awakening deacon, thus she possessed no such certificate. It is the proof issued after the hall's deacon awakens your soul. I do not possess that, but I am a spirit master of the first ring. As she spoke, Xiao Wu summoned her martial spirit, and a dazzling yellow soul ring radiated from her. What? You are already a spirit master? Director Su exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Even the two young assistants beside him were taken aback, astonished at the possibility that this young girl might be the fabled innate full soul power. It was the only explanation for how Xiao Wu, at such a tender age, could have become a first-ring spirit master. Splendid. Our Notting Academy shall soon be graced by a formidable figure renowned across the continent. Once regaining his composure, Director Su exclaimed joyfully, a genius with innate full soul power. As long as she avoids any unforeseen demise, will effortlessly ascend to the revered title of Title de Law, held in high esteem by all. Child, what is your name? He inquired with fervor. My name is Xiao Wu, with Wu meaning to dance, she replied sweetly. Only a given name, without a surname? Could it be that she hails from a hidden lineage that has sent their prodigy to Notting City? Director Su pondered inwardly. If Xiao Wu possesses innate, full soul power, then her ancestors' talents and abilities must also be remarkable. However, he had not heard of any mighty beings whose martial spirit was the soft-bone rabbit, leading him to believe that Xiao Wu likely belonged to an esteemed hidden family. After all, there are indeed many such families across the continent. While not all can boast the title Douluo, it is not uncommon to find those of the sole Douluo rank. You are named Xiao Wu, correct? I shall register you at once. You are a working student, residing in Dormitory 7. By the way, Ye Chen also resides there, Director Su mentioned, gesturing towards Ye Chen. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, Director Su cast a surprised glance at Ye Chen. Could it be that this lad possesses foresight? Knowing that the working student dormitory would house a beautiful young girl, prompting him to choose that very dormitory? Though he understood that such precognition was a myth, he could not help but entertain the thought. Are you also a working student? Xiao Wu asked. Her curiosity piqued as she looked at Ye Chen. Ye Chen nodded. Very well, from now on, Sister Xiao Wu will look after you. Although Xiao Wu's power had diminished significantly after her transformation, her keen perception remained. She discerned Ye Chen's low soul power level and immediately assumed the demeanor of a leader, contemplating the idea of taking Ye Chen under her wing as a subordinate. Ye Chen, I do not wish to be a subordinate. Cough, cough. I have registered the two of you. Upon hearing Xiao Wu's words, Director Su was somewhat taken aback. He did not anticipate that such an adorable young lady would possess such a fierce temperament. Thank you, Director Su. Ye Chen expressed his gratitude to Director Su. All right, Shaolin, please fetch them 2 sets of uniforms and then escort them to Dormitory 7. Director Su instructed a young assistant beside him. Had it not been for Ye Chen's connection with Director Su, and had Xiao Wu's talent been insufficient, the director would have likely remained indifferent, leaving them to find their own accommodations. However, given their relationship and Xiao Wu's commendable abilities, Director Su naturally extended a warmer reception. Yes, Director, the young assistant nodded, retrieving 2 sets of uniforms suitable for Ye Chen and Xiao Wu's sizes and handing them to the pair. Please follow me. I will guide you to Dormitory 7. Soon, the 3 arrived at the entrance of Dormitory 7. After indicating the way for the 2, the assistant took his leave. Xiao Wu, did you forget to bring bedding? Ye Chen inquired at the entrance of the dormitory. The academy doesn't provide bedding? Xiao Wu exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise, completely unprepared for this revelation. What were you thinking? As work-study students, tuition is free. Do you expect the academy to pay you as well? Ye Chen rolled his eyes, yet with Xiao Wu's remarkable talent, if she were to communicate the situation to the academy, it is certain that Notting Academy would promptly issue a scholarship, thereby extending a personal favor in advance. Did you not also forget to bring your bedding? Ye Chen possessed but a single set of new school attire, lacking any other belongings. However, I have a storage soul guide. All my luggage is contained within. Ye Chen grasped the storage necklace around his neck and addressed Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu responded. The dormitory for work-study students was quite spacious, encompassing 300 square meters, with 50 beds arranged within. However, in recent years, the number of work-study students had dwindled, leaving only 11 beds occupied with bedding. At that moment, 7 or 8 students, slightly older than Ye Chen, were engaged in boisterous discussions, creating a somewhat noisy atmosphere. When the crowd noticed the adorable Xiao Wu entering alongside Ye Chen, a hush fell over the room. Then, an older boy stepped forward. Are you the work-study students for this year? Yes, I am Xiao Wu, she replied. I am Ye Chen. My name is Wang Sheng. My martial spirit is the battle tiger, and I aspire to become a battle spirit master. I am also the leader here. What are your martial spirits? Wang Sheng was somewhat taken aback. How was it that such a beautiful girl as Xiao Wu had arrived among this year's work-study students? Moreover, judging by Ye Chen's attire, he seemed to hail from a wealthy family yet had chosen to be a work-study student. Truth be told, Wang Sheng's name was quite imposing, evoking images of prowess. However, within the halls of Notting Academy, Wang Sheng was merely a soul master without even a soul ring. You are the leader here? Very well. I hereby declare that from now on, I am the boss of Dormitory 7, and you all shall refer to me as Sister Xiao Wu. Upon hearing the term leader associated with Dormitory 7, Xiao Wu promptly set down her belongings, placed her hands on her hips, and stood tall before Wang Sheng and the others. How could Sister Xiao Wu be subordinate to anyone? She was destined to be the head. Chapter 13. A warning from Xiao Wu. What? You want to be the boss? Wang Sheng's eyes widened in disbelief. How could someone as seemingly soft and adorable as Xiao Wu wish to assume such a position? Would she not crumble into tears with a single blow? What is the problem? Is it not possible? Noticing the astonishment etched on Wang Sheng's face, Xiao Wu felt indignant. Are you underestimating Sister Xiao Wu? It is indeed possible, but you must defeat me to claim the title of leader of Dormitory 7. Being the leader of the work-study students was no easy feat, for the other students often looked down upon them and would frequently bully them. As a leader, one was expected to stand up during such times. If Xiao Wu could best Wang Sheng, he would readily accept her as the head. A fight? Excellent. Sister Xiao Wu loves that. Upon hearing the prospect of a battle, Xiao Wu clapped her hands in delight. Wang Sheng, martial spirit, battle tiger. In response to Xiao Wu's challenge, Wang Sheng immediately summoned his martial spirit, causing his muscles to swell impressively. Xiao Wu, martial spirit, soft bone rabbit. Witnessing Wang Sheng's martial spirit manifest, Xiao Wu also called upon her own, but unlike Wang Sheng, she bore an additional yellow soul ring, a 100-year soul ring. You are a soul master? The soul ring adorning Xiao Wu astonished Wang Sheng immensely. He had never anticipated that this first-year student was already a soul master. It is noteworthy that even among the 6th-year students at the Notting Academy, few attained the status of soul master. Moreover, her soul ring was not merely the lowest tier, the white ring, but a yellow one, signifying a century's worth of power. So, are we still going to fight? Xiao Wu asked, her expression adorably innocent as she gazed at the astonished Wang Sheng. No, we won't fight anymore. From now on, you shall be our Xiao Wu sister. Wang Sheng quickly waved his hands. He possessed enough self-awareness to understand that he could never defeat a soul master, let alone one with a century-old soul ring. Hearing this, Xiao Wu nodded in satisfaction. By the way, Ye Chen, what is your martial spirit? Suddenly, Xiao Wu realized she had yet to inquire about Ye Chen's martial spirit. A bamboo staff, he replied. A flash of emerald light flickered in Ye Chen's hand, revealing a bamboo staff slightly thicker than his thumb. A bamboo staff? Are you intending to become an assault-type soul master? Xiao Wu was somewhat familiar with the classification of martial souls among human soul masters. No. I aspire to be a control-type soul master. Although the bamboo staff is a type of bludgeoning martial soul, it is clear that its lightweight nature cannot match the strength of a metal rod. Thus, Ye Chen decided to pursue the path of a control-type soul master. There are myriad types of martial souls. It is not solely the vine type that can embody the control path. As long as the soul skills are primarily control-based, one qualifies as a control-type soul master. What? Your bamboo staff, resembling a stick, is actually a control type? Xiao Chenzi, are you jesting with me? Xiao Wu widened her adorable eyes in disbelief. Do not call me Xiao Chenzi. While it is true my strength is currently inferior, forcing me to play the subordinate role. What on earth is this Xiao Qinzi? I am not the chief steward of the imperial palace. Humph, in the 7th dormitory, I am the boss. Whatever title Sister Xiao Wu bestows upon you, that is what you shall be. Xiao Wu placed her hands on her hips, contemplating how to leverage her authority as the boss to compel Ye Chen to submit. Oh, as the boss, do you even possess betting? With a teasing smile, Ye Chen remarked, leaving Xiao Wu momentarily speechless. Indeed, as the leader of the 7th dormitory, she was too impoverished to afford betting. Do not worry, my dear leader. I shall lend you my betting. Wang Sheng, transformed into Xiao Wu's loyal sidekick, immediately declared, thumping his chest proudly. Xiao Wu cast a disdainful glance at Wang Sheng's tattered bedding. As a girl, how could she possibly use such shabby covers? Meanwhile, Ye Chen approached the corner of the 7th dormitory, standing before a bed. From his storage soul guide, he retrieved a brand new set of bedding, a large pillow, a quilt, and a mattress adorned with numerous carrot patterns, exuding a youthful charm. This was a plan Ye Chen had long devised, although he did not forge bronze. Who could resist the allure of having a girl in his embrace at night? Wow, Xiao Qin, your bedding is so beautiful, exclaimed Xiao Wu, who had just dismissed Wang Sheng's worn-out covers, instantly captivated by Ye Chen's pristine and lovely bedding. What are you doing? Even though you are the leader of the 7th dormitory, you cannot simply seize my bedding. Ye Chen quickly shielded his bedding behind him, striking a pose of indomitable strength. Ah, indeed. My mother always said that only bad people take what belongs to others, and you, Xiao Wu, are a good child, she murmured softly. Wait, is this little rabbit intending to rob me? Though her voice was barely above a whisper, Ye Chen caught her words, and a vein throbbed on his forehead. If only Ye Chen's fist were larger than Xiao Wu's, he would surely pin her to the ground and give her a proper lesson. How about this? Your bedding is quite large. It shouldn't be a problem for both of us to share. We can push the beds together, and then we'll both have enough. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Wu devised a compromise. Why should I have to share my bedding with you? You must provide a valid reason, or I shall not agree. Although Ye Chen's heart was inclined to acquiesce, he needed to maintain a facade of indifference. I am the leader here, in the 7th dormitory. My word is law. Xiao Chen, if you dare to disagree, shall we have a little spar? With that, Xiao Wu waved her delicate little fist. A disgrace. A monumental humiliation. In my 2 lifetimes of brilliance, I am now being threatened by a little rabbit-eared girl. Once I mature, I will ensure that this little rabbit pays for this affront. In the depths of his heart, Ye Chen silently vowed to teach the little rabbit a lesson in the days to come. If you choose silence, then Sister Xiao Wu shall take it as your consent. Hurry over and lend a hand. Thus, the 2 of them dragged an empty bed from the side and merged it with another. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Wu placed her bundle at the junction of the 2 beds, creating a boundary. Xiao Chen, this marks our dividing line. Should you dare to overstep, do not blame Sister Xiao Wu for being unkind. She warned with a fierce expression directed at Ye Chen. What difference does it make whether this boundary exists or not? Ye Chen retorted. Sister Xiao Wu, I tend to have a rather poor sleeping posture at night. If I accidentally cross the line, you mustn't resort to violence. This was not a deliberate attempt by Ye Chen to take advantage of the situation. Rather, it was a simple truth about his restless slumber. Humph, dare you? Just try it, and you shall meet your end. By the way, remember to address me as Sister Xiao Wu. She enunciated the title Sister Xiao Wu with great emphasis, reminding Ye Chen not to forget his subordinate status. Ye Chen, Sister Xiao Wu, it's lunchtime now. Shall we head to the cafeteria? Wang Sheng addressed the newly appointed head of the 7th dormitory, Sister Xiao Wu. Upon hearing the mention of food, Xiao Wu immediately sprang up with joy, exclaiming, Great! What delicious dishes shall we indulge in? Chapter 14. Ye Chen's strategic retreat well. Sister Xiao Wu, we working students come from humble backgrounds. How can we afford anything extravagant? Let's just settle for something simple, Wang Sheng remarked, rolling his eyes at what seemed to be the naivety of their new dormitory leader. Isn't there anything tasty? By the way, do we need that soul currency to eat? Upon realizing there would be no delectable treats and that they would have to make do, Xiao Wu's initial excitement waned, and her once perky rabbit ears drooped dismally. Wang Sheng and the others exchanged glances. Surely, there was no meal that didn't require payment. Could it be that Sister Xiao Wu intended to dine and dash? Ahem. To celebrate Xiao Wu's ascension to the position of head of the 7th dormitory, I shall treat everyone today. Ye Chen, who was not short on funds, promptly interjected, noticing Xiao Wu's lackluster demeanor. Wonderful. Xiao Qin, you are doing splendidly. I have high hopes for you. Yes, Sister Xiao Wu desires delicious food. Upon hearing that Ye Chen would foot the bill, Xiao Wu's spirits were instantly revived. What did you call me? Xiao Chen. Then I won't pay. You shall starve instead. If she had used another nickname, Ye Chen might have let it slide, but being called Xiao Chen while hoping for a feast was simply unacceptable. Absolutely not. Sister Xiao Wu insists on having something delicious. Xiao Wu retorted defiantly, unwilling to accept a reversal of the promised treat. Had they not agreed on a sumptuous meal? If she wanted to enjoy exquisite dishes, she must refrain from calling him Xiao Chen. If you call me Brother Chen instead, then you may eat whatever your heart desires from now on. Ye Chen's words flowed into Xiao Wu's ears like the seductive whispers of a demon. What do you wish to eat? How could Sister Xiao Wu ever acknowledge an elder brother? Absolutely not. The orc shall never be enslaved. Not even with the promise of food and shelter. Thus, I shall call you Xiao Chen. From this day forth, Sister Xiao Wu shall cover all your living expenses. Should anyone dare to bully you, simply confide in Sister Xiao Wu, and she shall stand up for you. After some contemplation, in order to ensure her future enjoyment of delectable dishes, Xiao Wu reluctantly accepted Ye Chen's terms. Who would dare to bully me, save for you? Ye Chen disdainfully curled his lips. Although he did not possess exceptional strength within the confines of Nodding Academy, he had access to external resources. The system's marketplace was replete with an array of weaponry, including firearms, alongside numerous non-lethal devices such as tear gas canisters, flashbangs, and stun grenades. With such tools at his disposal, dominating the entire Nodding Academy would be a mere formality. Thus, it was settled. Xiao Wu, however, paid no heed to Ye Chen's explanations and forcefully upheld this decision. As a mere soul master, how could he possibly oppose the formidable Xiao Wu? Subsequently, the headstrong Xiao Wu, accompanied by her entourage of followers, proceeded to the cafeteria under the guidance of Wang Xing. The cafeteria of the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy was expansive, spanning 2 floors and capable of accommodating over 300 individuals, including 6 classes and their instructors. At that moment, a long queue had already formed at the first-floor cafeteria counter. Upon entering, an unpleasant voice pierced the air. Isn't that Wang Xing and his band of misers? Upon hearing this, Ye Chen and his companions turned to see a strikingly handsome youth, around 11 or 12 years of age, who exuded an air of contempt as he pointed disdainfully at Wang Xing. As someone who was well off, Ye Chen found it rather amusing to be derided as a pauper for the first time. With a mixture of indignation and humor, he retorted, So, you consider yourself wealthy? Truly a frog at the bottom of the well, unaware of the vastness of the sky, flaunting a little money. Ye Chen expressed his disdain, stating that although there were indeed many individuals on the continent wealthier than himself, the person before him was certainly not among them. Are you the new work-study student? Xiao Qinyu inquired, looking at Ye Chen with a hint of uncertainty. After all, Ye Chen's attire was rather impressive, seemingly superior to his own, raising doubts about the notion of him being a mere impoverished work-study student. Indeed, Ye Chen nodded. What arrogance from a mere work-study student. You ought to inquire about my identity, Xiao Qinyu. Upon confirming that Ye Chen was indeed a work-study student, Xiao Qinyu immediately resumed his haughty demeanor. Who do you think you are? In Nodding Academy, there is no one I cannot provoke. To be frank, even in the entirety of Nodding City, there is no one whom Ye Chen cannot challenge. After all, the most formidable force in Nodding City is merely the Four-Ring Soul Sect. Moreover, within Ye Chen's storage soul guide lies a machine gun for protection. A mere Four-Ring Soul Sect would undoubtedly falter against its barrage. However, this weapon would remain concealed unless faced with dire circumstances. Kid, you are quite audacious. Dare to engage in a duel? Xiao Qinyu believed that as a One-Ring Soul Master, overpowering Ye Chen, a mere 6-year-old child, would be an effortless task. Xiao Wu, step up. Now is your moment to shine. If you emerge victorious, I shall cover all your expenses in the cafeteria for this week. Ye Chen promptly retreated strategically, calling for reinforcements. Had he practiced the transformation body refinement technique for a longer duration, resulting in a significant enhancement of his physical prowess, he might have contemplated taking action. However, having acquired the technique only recently, the improvement in his physical capabilities was not yet substantial. At this moment, Ye Chen remained rather feeble. This is what you said. So don't go back on your word. Xiao Wu remarked with a cheerful expression. Rest assured, I will honor my promise. Ye Chen immediately patted his chest and assured. Very well. Who are you? I am Xiao Wu, martial soul, soft-bone rabbit, level 12 soul master. Let us engage in a duel. Without hesitation, Xiao Wu manifested her martial soul, a yellow soul ring radiating brilliantly around her, beckoning to Xiao Qinyu with a playful gesture. A century-old soul ring. Observing the century-old soul ring adorning Xiao Wu, Xiao Qinyu, standing on the staircase, gasped in astonishment, nearly losing his balance and tumbling down the stairs. It is noteworthy that Xiao Wu, at the tender age of approximately 6, had already become a soul master, possessing a yellow century-old soul ring. This clearly indicated that she hailed from a family with formidable elders. After all, if her family lacked strength, such remarkable talent would be inconceivable. And a century-old soul beast was not something a mere 6-year-old could contend with. Enough chatter, let us fight. Xiao Wu eagerly urged, her desire to engage in battle palpable. I still have to eat. I shan't stoop to your level. Upon suspecting that Xiao Wu possessed an extraordinary background, Xiao Qinyu prudently backed down. Though he was somewhat arrogant, he was not foolish. Moreover, faced with Xiao Wu, who possessed a century-old soul ring, and considering his own soul power was a level lower, he was likely no match for her. The prospect of being defeated by her in front of onlookers was utterly humiliating. TCH, what a coward. Xiao Wu expressed her displeasure at Xiao Qinyu's retreat. Chapter 15. We share the same bed, boss is formidable. Though Xiao Wu was somewhat discontented, Wang Sheng and the others beamed with joy, showering her with compliments. Xiao Qinyu was notorious for bullying them, but now, with the powerful Xiao Wu as their leader, they need no longer fear being oppressed. Indeed, Xiao Wu relished the praise, feeling as though she had emerged victorious in battle. By the way, Xiao Qin, it is now your turn to shine. In her triumph, Xiao Wu had not forgotten the purpose of her visit to the cafeteria. All right, let us head to the second floor. It's on me. Although Xiao Wu had not truly defeated Xiao Qinyu, Ye Chen's arrival at Notting Academy was indeed for the sake of this little rabbit. Dining is merely a trivial matter. After all, the cafeteria on the second floor of Notting Academy, while offering a la carte options, cannot be exorbitantly priced. As evening descends and the night envelopes the surroundings, the entire 7th dormitory immerses itself in a state of cultivation following an early dinner. At this moment, Ye Chen sits on his bed, engaging in the profound meditation of creation, while Xiao Wu, separated by merely a bundle, finds herself unable to withstand the tedium. As a creature of lively disposition, her rabbit-like nature renders her unable to remain still. Moreover, her circumstances differ from those of ordinary individuals. Even in the absence of cultivation, her soul power will automatically ascend during the initial stages. Yet, Ye Chen does not harbor envy towards this. For every soul beast that undergoes transformation must summon immense courage and determination. A moment's lapse in vigilance, especially when faced with soul masters of the soul Douluo rank or higher, could lead to exposure and the potential loss of their rings and bones. Generally speaking, the transformation of a soul beast is a path fraught with peril. Once transformed, their lifespan becomes indistinguishable from that of a human. Although transformed soul beasts possess innate full soul power akin to humans, the number of humans with such potential is not insignificant. However, how many have ascended to divinity? Historical records indicate that in the past century alone, approximately 20 individuals with innate full soul power have emerged on the continent. When considering a span of 10,000 years, the number rises even further, yet only Poseidon, the sea god, has definitively attained divinity in this millennium. Even with the eventual emergence of Bibi Dong and Qian Renxue as divine beings 20 years hence, the original Shrek 7 monsters total merely 10, making the chances of achieving godhood exceedingly rare. Without the prospect of divinity, even the maximum lifespan of a tidal Douluo caps at merely a millennium. A fleeting blink compared to the protracted lifespan of soul beasts. Xiao Qin, wake up. Cease your cultivation. A bored Xiao Wu shakes Ye Chen's arm. Although the practice of creation meditation does not involve the risk of losing oneself to obsession, being roused from his meditative state by Xiao Wu irks Ye Chen slightly. What is it? Were it not for Xiao Wu's adorable appearance and the fact that he could not overpower her, Ye Chen would undoubtedly have delivered a playful flick to her forehead. I am so bored. Come play with me. Play with you? Ye Chen widened his eyes in astonishment. How could this little rabbit be so carefree and oblivious? According to the timeline in the original narrative, it hasn't been long since Xiao Wu's mother became the 7th soul ring of the Spider Emperor, Bibi Dong. Has she already forgotten her grievances so swiftly? How can she not dedicate herself to training, considering the vengeance that awaits? Indeed, Xiao Wu, your innate talent is remarkable. A brief period of cultivation for you equates to my extensive efforts. You may afford to be lax, but I certainly cannot. With a serious expression, Ye Chen spoke. Why? Xiao Wu inquired, Her curiosity piqued. What could possibly motivate him to remain in a constant state of cultivation? After all, she had observed that while everyone else was engaged in playful antics after lunch, Ye Chen was the sole occupant of the 7th dormitory, engrossed in his training. She had presumed that by evening, he would take a well-deserved break, yet he persisted in his efforts. Was such diligence truly necessary? Xiao Wu, have you ever experienced despair and heartache? If you have, you would grasp the significance of strength. Thus, I cannot afford to be idle. Ever since the awakening of his martial soul, Ye Chen had not a single day of idleness. On one hand, he sought to become a soul master swiftly, to consume celestial herbs and enhance his innate talents. On the other hand, he was haunted by the memories of the despair and sorrow he felt when he buried his parents with his own hands. The cycle of vengeance would not end here. For Ye Chen, retribution was paramount. He was a person who repaid grievances with grievances, yearning for the immediate acquisition of formidable power to avenge the deep-seated enmity he bore. Though he remained uncertain of his foes' identities, placing the blame on the Star Luo Empire seemed indisputable. Despair and heartache? Xiao Wu murmured to herself. At that moment, she recalled her mother, who had faced 3 formidable title Douluo alone to protect her. In that instance, she too had been engulfed by despair and sorrow. Consequently, she fell silent and began to cultivate earnestly. It seems this little rabbit is not entirely heartless, Ye Chen thought to himself, observing Xiao Wu's dedication. Time flew by, and the academic year at Notting Academy was drawing to a close. Throughout this year, Ye Chen had made some progress in his soul power, elevating from a level 3 soul master at enrollment to a level 5 soul master, his advancement aligning closely with his previous expectations. Conversely, although Xiao Wu's diligence and training did not match Ye Chen's, her progress was markedly more pronounced, advancing from a level 12 soul master to a level 15 soul master. At Notting Academy, the expenses concerning gold soul coins were minimal. The most significant expenditure was merely purchasing treats for Xiao Wu. Ye Chen had refrained from touching the accumulated gold soul coins, preserving them for the future acquisition of celestial herbs. A single celestial herb required 100 million gold soul coins, and during the soul master period, he could only save a little over 31 million in a year. It would take him more than 3 years to amass sufficient gold soul coins for the purchase of a celestial herb. Just in time. He anticipated rising 2 levels in soul power each year, and by the time he achieved the status of a one-ring soul master, he believed his savings would be adequate. Tomorrow marked the commencement of the holiday at Notting Academy. In the 7th dormitory, everyone except Ye Chen and Xiao Wu was busy packing their belongings. Xiao Wu, with the holiday approaching tomorrow, are you not going to pack your things? Sitting on the bed, Ye Chen feigned ignorance as he inquired about Xiao Wu. As a soul beast transformed into human form, Xiao Wu had no relatives in the realm of humanity. I won't be going home. I think I'll stay at the academy, she said, her voice tinged with a hint of melancholy, revealing a trace of loneliness in her eyes. Then, dear and beautiful Xiao Wu, would you care to visit my home? Ye Chen extended an invitation to Xiao Wu. Is that true? Her rabbit ears perked up instantly. There is a saying that goes, it takes 100 years of cultivation to share a boat, and 1,000 years to share a bed. Having shared a bed together, I cannot bear to leave you alone in the academy without care. Go to hell. Who shared a bed with you? Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's face flushed momentarily, and she retaliated with a punch to Ye Chen's chest. Chapter 16. Siblings or brother and sister. Bang Ye Chen was unceremoniously knocked off the bed by Xiao Wu with a single punch. What the hell, Xiao Wu? Are you trying to end my life? If it weren't for his nearly year-long practice of the transformative body refinement technique, which had significantly enhanced his physical prowess, that punch alone would have left him bedridden for days. Humph, serves you right for your reckless words. Xiao Wu scrunched her adorable nose, only to notice that Ye Chen's skin seemed even tougher than before. Previously, she had considered him a weakling. But after a particular incident where he had carelessly rolled over in his sleep, pinning her down with his thigh, Xiao Wu had given him a thorough lesson. Since that day, she had come to realize that despite Ye Chen's low soul power level, his resilience and strength were quite impressive, and his recovery from injuries was remarkably swift. You ask how he acquired those injuries? Naturally, they were inflicted by Xiao Wu after a restless night of sleep. The following morning, Ye Chen, accompanied by Xiao Wu, departed from the Notting Academy, making their way home. Xiao Chen, is your home located within Notting City? With her spirits high, Xiao Wu bounced along cheerfully after leaving the academy. Yes, it's in the southern part of the city. By the way, Xiao Chen, weren't you an orphan? How come you seem so affluent? Curiosity sparked in Xiao Wu's eyes as she inquired. During their time at Notting Academy, she had indulged in delightful meals every single day, leading her to wonder how Ye Chen managed to sustain such expenses without showing any signs of financial strain. If Ye Chen were aware of Xiao Wu's intention to eat him into bankruptcy, he would undoubtedly find it amusing. The idea that Ye Chen, the great spendthrift, could ever be driven to poverty by mere food was laughable. Not only that, but the gold soul coins in his system's marketplace were more than sufficient to purchase the entire Notting Academy. Although it was highly unlikely that the Academy would ever be for sale, given that it was an officially established junior soul master academy of the Tiando Empire. This is a secret. By the way, you can't eat me into poverty. If you refuse to share, then don't get too pleased with yourself. Now that it's vacation, I'm going to feast on delicious food until I can drain your resources. All right then, when I become so broke I can't afford a meal, we'll go out on the streets to beg together. Ye Chen nodded and earnestly remarked, Sister Xiao Wu would never resort to begging. Rest assured, no matter how you eat, you won't deplete my resources. Is that true? Why would I deceive you? Little Chen, confess honestly, have you stumbled upon some treasure? Suddenly, Xiao Wu leaned in closer and whispered, What are you thinking? A treasure? If you have the ability, why don't you find one for me to see? Ye Chen rolled his eyes, finding the little rabbit's imagination utterly fanciful. Could it be that you have a fabulously wealthy relative? As for me, I am but an orphan. Enough of this. I have arrived home. Ye Chen pointed towards a quaint courtyard ahead. Is this your home? The modest abode lacked opulence, and due to the neglect over the years, dust had settled thickly upon the entrance. Well, it's been nearly a year since I was last here. If we don't tidy up a bit, it would certainly be uninhabitable, he replied. Fear not, Sister Xiao Wu will assist you in the cleaning, Xiao Wu declared, thumping her chest in assurance. After a considerable amount of time spent in toil, they finally managed to restore the home to its former cleanliness. I am utterly exhausted, Xiao Wu sighed, reclining on the soft sofa. Come on, Xiao Wu, you're being dramatic. It was merely a thorough cleaning. How could it possibly tire you out so much? Ye Chen remarked with a hint of sarcasm. I am simply exhausted. Hurry and bring out the ice cream, or else Sister Xiao Wu shall not forgive you. Xiao Wu threatened with a fierce expression. Ever since Ye Chen treated her to ice cream during a particularly hot day, this little rabbit had developed a fondness for the sweet, icy delight. Here you go, just ice cream. Though delectable, it is hardly a treasure in the system's marketplace. A single ice cream costs merely a few copper spirit coins, and it seems as though it has just been retrieved from the freezer. So delicious, Xiao Wu exclaimed as she savored the treat. As dusk fell, Ye Chen and Xiao Wu sat on the balcony of the second floor, gazing at the fiery sunset. Xiao Wu, do you have any relatives? No, she replied. The Ming and Air Ming. We are not human. Then I have no family either. Why not let me be your brother? Your birthday is at the end of August, and mine is at the beginning. It is fitting for me to be the older brother. No way. I am Sister Xiao Wu. I refuse to be your sister. You can be my little brother instead. She quickly retorted, crossing her arms defiantly. Xiao Wu, if I were to be your brother, I would certainly protect you. Hey, little Chen. Does Sister Xiao Wu really need your protection? With those skinny arms and legs of yours, even two of you together wouldn't stand a chance against me. Xiao Wu teased with a playful smirk. Do not underestimate me. Once I cultivate to become a soul master, my progress will be astonishing. Is that so? Xiao Wu asked with curiosity, unable to fathom how this little good-for-nothing, Ye Chen, could even dream of surpassing her. Though others deemed Ye Chen's innate soul power of level 3 to be commendable, in the eyes of Xiao Wu, a prodigy with full innate soul power, he was hardly more than a failure. Let us make a pact. Whoever attains a higher soul power level in the future shall be the brother or sister, while the one with the lower level shall be the little brother or sister. The little brother or sister must heed the commands of the brother or sister. Really? Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled with interest. The notion that Ye Chen, this little good-for-nothing, might surpass her in soul power level fascinated her. Given the current disparity in their levels, she was confident that even if she were to rest for 3 years, Ye Chen would still be far behind. Ye Chen nodded. All right, let us make a pact. A promise that shall last a century. Otherwise, you shall be a little dog. No, 100 years is far too brief. I wish for it to be eternal. Little Chen, come and call me Sister Xiao Wu. You have yet to do so? The playful Xiao Wu instantly brightened with joy. Xiao Wu, allow me to present you with a gift. The attention of the little rabbit was easily diverted, and Ye Chen intended to steer the conversation away, as he had no intention of calling her sister Xiao Wu, which would become an embarrassing memory in the future. What gift? Xiao Wu inquired with curiosity. Close your eyes. Must I really close my eyes? Humph. If the gift does not meet my expectations, Sister Xiao Wu might become upset. Yes, just close them. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu shut her eyes. Meanwhile, Ye Chen glanced at his account in the system shop, which boasted a balance of over 30 million gold soul coins, and then focused on an item of great significance to Xiao Wu. Disguise necklace price, 10 million gold soul coins. Note, capable of concealing one's appearance, soul ring, aura, etc. Undetectable by beings below the divine level. Chapter 17. 3 years, and another 3 years, finally level 10. The disguised necklace could mask the aura of Xiao Wu's soul beast form. Unless witnessed by a deity, her true identity would remain undetectable. Although it was nearly impossible for a soul Douluo or title Douluo to appear in Nodding City, Ye Chen believed it wise to exercise caution. After all, should any unforeseen events occur, he would have no avenue for regret. The price of the disguised necklace, merely 10 million gold soul coins, was significantly lower than that of a celestial herb. Ye Chen estimated that even after purchasing the necklace, he would likely have sufficient funds for a celestial herb once he advanced as a soul master. Are there various styles? Observing the myriad of designs available, Ye Chen pondered for a moment and chose a necklace predominantly pink, adorned with a little carrot pendant. Without delay, he placed it around Xiao Wu's neck. Oh, a necklace? A carrot necklace? How beautiful! Just then, Xiao Wu opened her adorable eyes and beheld the pink carrot-shaped necklace. I'm glad you like it, but this is no ordinary necklace. What is its purpose? Xiao Wu, the function of this necklace is to freely alter your physical appearance, the color of your soul ring, your soul power level, and even your aura. Not even a title Douluo would be able to discern it. Given your exceptional talent, what if someone becomes envious? To prevent jealousy, I bestow this necklace upon you. Ye Chen did not disclose that this item was meant to conceal one's identity, fearing it might frighten Xiao Wu. Is it true? Xiao Wu exclaimed, her eyes widening. If this necklace could indeed alter one's aura to the point that even a title Douluo couldn't discern it, then she would be safe in the human realm. This is my family heirloom. Can it be false? Family heirloom? She replied, indeed. My mother said it is meant for her daughter-in-law. Sister Xiao Wu is certainly not your wife. All right, let us not dwell on that. Xiao Wu, I shall now teach you the cultivation methods passed down in the Yi family. You must learn diligently. Another family secret? Yes. Our family's cultivation techniques are divided into 3: meditation method, body refinement technique, and spirit refinement decision, each enhancing soul power, physical fitness, and mental strength respectively. Oh, no wonder you are so tough. Xiao Chen, it turns out you have practiced the family's body refinement technique. Xiao Wu suddenly understood, for she had long noticed that Ye Chen's physical prowess was severely mismatched with his soul power level. Had it not been for his innate soul power being lacking and his martial spirit resembling a bamboo staff, she might have thought he was a strength-type spirit beast transformed after 10,000 years. What do you mean by tough skin and thick flesh? Do you not know how to speak? I refer to my robust physique. After practicing the body refinement technique, one would not become a muscle-bound giant, merely appearing strong. Time flew by, and 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. One evening, within the 7th dormitory of Nodding Academy, Xiao Wu held a tablet. Engrossed in watching the animated series Bears in Trouble, it went without saying that this tablet was a gift from Ye Chen. To prevent Xiao Wu from interrupting his cultivation, Ye Chen had to provide her with something to occupy her time. Although the Douluo Continent lacked internet access, Ye Chen could purchase USB drives containing those animations. As for power, a miniature solar energy device had already been installed on the rooftop of the dormitory. Meanwhile, Ye Chen was diligently immersed in his training. Suddenly, a surge of soul power emanated from Ye Chen, marking his advancement from a level 9 soul master to a level 10 spirit master. Oh, Xiao Chen, you've broken through to level 10? Xiao Wu, who had been watching the antics of the bears, turned to inquire upon noticing the commotion beside her. Yes, I have advanced to level 10. After 3 years and 3 years again, having spent 9.5 years on the Douluo Continent, he could finally obtain his first spirit ring. It had not been easy. Xiao Chen, are you going to hunt spirit beasts now? Initially delighted for Ye Chen, a sense of melancholy washed over Xiao Wu at the thought of him hunting spirit beasts. For a spirit master to advance, acquiring spirit rings was essential. Was that not how one obtained the second spirit ring? Moreover, the targets I require are all plant-type spirit beasts. And you do enjoy your stir-fried blue silvergrass, don't you? Xiao Wu, being a rabbit, adored carrots and blue silvergrass, especially the aged varieties of both. Is that so? Indeed, my martial soul is a bamboo staff. And I require no animal-type soul beasts, plant-based ones suffice. Although certain animal-type soul beasts can enhance the soul rings of my bamboo martial soul. It is undeniably the plant soul beasts, particularly those of the bamboo variety, that are far more harmonious. Regrettably, it appears that high-aged bamboo soul beasts are exceedingly rare. One might scour the entire continent without discovering a 10,000-year-old bamboo soul beast. What a pity that is. Xiao Wu proposed to Ye Chen. How about I accompany you tomorrow to acquire a soul ring? Xiao Wu has been cultivating the art of creation meditation, and after more than 3 years, she has attained the rank of a 24th level Great Soul Master, boasting a second soul ring of purple, a millennium in age. The credit for her possessing a purple millennium second soul ring undoubtedly goes to Ye Chen, who imparted the art of creation body refinement to her. With her current prowess, Xiao Wu is confident that she can handle any opponent, provided they are not 1,000-year soul beast. You would take me? Ye Chen raised an eyebrow, initially intending to spend some gold soul coins to hire a reputable soul hunting team. It was not that Ye Chen lacked the capability to eliminate his target. Rather, during the critical moment of absorbing the soul ring, he found himself vulnerable and in need of a guardian by his side. Indeed, soul beasts under 1,000 years are no match for my sister Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu confidently asserted, patting her chest. Very well, we shall embark on our journey tomorrow. Ye Chen nodded thoughtfully. He had no intention of bringing the Academy's instructors along, as his journey to the spirit hunting forest would likely necessitate the acquisition of 2 additional spirit rings. Given his current physical prowess and the potential age of the first spirit ring, while he could not guarantee the acquisition of a purple 1,000-year spirit ring, absorbing a century spirit ring of at least 500 years would undoubtedly elevate him to the rank of a level 12 spirit master. Furthermore, the potency of the celestial herb was immense, even if its level was relatively low and the absorption efficiency was not optimal. Much of its medicinal power would remain dormant within his body. It was reasonable to surmise that it could directly enhance him to the status of a level 20 quasi-great spirit master. In the original narrative, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing experienced a surge of 6 or 7 levels in their spirit power after consuming celestial herbs, despite being at the 3-ring spirit sovereign realm. As a 1-ring spirit master, although the varieties of celestial herbs might differ, there was little reason to believe his enhancement would be any less than 8 levels. Having acquired the unique advantage afforded by his own son, Ye Chen had long been coveting the array of celestial herbs available in the system's marketplace. After gaining a general understanding, he resolved to select the ink jade bamboo. After all, as his martial spirit was a bamboo staff, it was evident that the ink jade bamboo, belonging to the same category, would resonate most harmoniously with him. Perhaps consuming the ink jade bamboo would also facilitate the evolution of his martial spirit's quality, thereby saving him the expense of a martial spirit upgrade card, which was similarly priced at a small fortune. Chapter 18. The Spirit Hunting Forest. The following morning, after obtaining leave, the two departed from the Nodding Academy. The Spirit Hunting Forest, located a mere 400 miles away, was the closest to Nodding City. Unlike the wild spirit beast forests such as the Sunset Forest and the Stardow Forest, the Spirit Hunting Forest was home to spirit beasts that had been domesticated by humans, specifically to facilitate the addition of spirit rings for lower-ranked spirit masters. Generally, in the Spirit Hunting Forest, one would seldom encounter spirit beasts of significant age. 1,000-year spirit beasts were quite rare, with the majority being century spirit beasts or those below that threshold, which were suitable for level 10 or level 20 spirit masters seeking to acquire spirit rings. However, to venture into the Spirit Hunting Forest, one required a spirit hunting token. This token could be obtained from the Spirit Hall for a modest sum of gold soul coins, provided one had reached the threshold of a complete 10 in spirit power. Additionally, acquiring a spirit hunting token necessitated the endorsement of 3 nobles, which was a simple matter, as the nobility of the Tiando Empire was abundant. Any spirit sovereign of the 3-ring rank who joined the official ranks of the Tiando Empire could attain the title of Baron. However, most noble titles were not accompanied by fiefs, and such titles without land were among the most effective means by which the Tiando Empire sought to attract spirit masters. Ye Chen and Xiao Wu departed from Nodding Academy, making their way directly to the Spirit Hall. After spending some gold soul coins to obtain a soul hunting order from the Spirit Hall, they hired a carriage and proceeded in the direction of the Soul Hunting Forest. The carriage moved at a leisurely pace, and given that the Douluo Continent lacks highways, it was not until noon the following day that Ye Chen and Xiao Wu arrived at the entrance of the Soul Hunting Forest in Soul Hunting Town. Soul Hunting Town was somewhat bustling, with a considerable number of people, even more lively than Notting City, albeit with a smaller population, having arrived by carriage. Both felt no fatigue. Moreover, Ye Chen had made prior preparations in Notting City, eliminating the need to purchase supplies in Soul Hunting Town. Thus, they headed straight to the entrance of the Soul Hunting Forest. From a distance, Ye Chen spotted a massive iron fence encircling the perimeter of the forest, adorned with numerous sharp spikes facing inward, standing over 10 meters tall and appearing exceedingly sturdy. Additionally, outside the fence, a company of soldiers was stationed, all clad in full iron armor and wielding long spears, presenting a formidable military presence. The sight of these 100 steel warriors instilled a sense of solemnity. At that moment, Ye Chen found himself somewhat perplexed. Was the Soul Hunting Forest a property of the Spirit Hall or the Tiando Empire? It seemed plausible that it was originally the domain of the Tiando Empire, subsequently developed and utilized by the Spirit Hall, perhaps with both parties engaging in a business partnership. After presenting the Soul Hunting Order, the soldiers guarding the entrance to the Soul Hunting Forest permitted their entry. Although surprised to see only 2 children arriving at the forest, they recognized that those capable of seeking soul rings at such a young age were not ordinary individuals, thus not warranting concern from the guards. Upon entering the Soul Hunting Forest, Ye Chen was captivated by the towering trees and the serene atmosphere that enveloped the woods. Xiao Chen, you must be cautious. This is the Soul Hunting Forest, filled with dangers. But fear not. With Sister Xiao Wu by your side, I will protect you. Xiao Wu reassured Ye Chen. Cough, cough. Xiao Wu, I am not as weak as you think. I brought you along merely to ensure safety while absorbing soul rings, Ye Chen replied. Surely, you do not believe that all soul beasts are feeble enough for a mere soul master like you to hunt? Xiao Wu exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. Watch closely. I shall show you my little treasure. With that, Ye Chen retrieved a Type 95 automatic rifle from his storage necklace. Ye Chen's choice of weapon was influenced by the compact size of the Type 95, measuring just over 70 centimeters in length and boasting a caliber of 5.8 millimeters. He was currently capable of withstanding its recoil, making it an ideal fit for him. Moreover, the firepower of the Type 95's ammunition was substantial enough to penetrate an 8mm steel plate from a distance of 100 meters. And he believed that shooting through the skull of a soul master of the 4 rings would pose little difficulty. What is that? Little Wu inquired, observing Ye Chen produce a black iron object, perplexed by its nature. This device was known as a firearm. It was said that not even century-old soul beasts could withstand its might, let alone 1,000-year-old ones. To be candid, employing firearms against soul beasts was significantly less effective than confronting soul masters, as soul beasts generally possessed far superior defenses. Some armored soul masters were akin to living bulletproof vests. Ye Chen was uncertain whether the firearm in his possession could breach the defenses of a 1,000-year defensive soul beast. Additionally, many soul beasts were of considerable size. Even if a bullet penetrated their defenses, a miss to a vital area would render it as ineffective as a mere tickle. Do you really believe that firearm can slay a 1,000-year soul beast? Little Wu expressed her disbelief, leaning forward to glimpse the ominous dark muzzle, curious about its inner workings. Upon noticing Little Wu's head inching toward the muzzle, Ye Chen's mouth twitched as he hastily redirected the gun. It was crucial to note that the firearms within his storage necklace were fully loaded for self-defense. Although their quality minimized the risk of accidental discharge, one could never be entirely certain. What if it went off and resulted in the unfortunate demise of this naive little rabbit? Be cautious, and do not position yourself in the line of fire. Bullets do not discriminate. Little Wu remained silent. Subsequently, noticing her dubious expression, Ye Chen aimed at a towering tree nearby and fired a shot. With a flash of flame at the muzzle, the bullet shot forth at an imperceptible speed, embedding itself deep within the trunk and scattering wood chips in its wake. While the bullet's impact may not have been visually spectacular, any ordinary soul master below the rank of 5 rings would be utterly defenseless against it, unless they employed defensive soul techniques or managed to evade in advance. Wow, such formidable power. Little Wu marveled at the ease with which Ye Chen produced such a commotion with just a simple press of his finger, completely altering her perception of firearms. Now do you believe? Yes, indeed. Such an impressive weapon. Little Wu had to concede the immense power wielded by Ye Chen's firearm. All right, I shall commence my search for soul beasts. With that, Ye Chen accessed the system's shop and purchased a lucky card valued at 1 million gold soul coins. Although the card's description merely suggested a slight enhancement of luck, any form of augmentation was better than none. With the fortuitous enhancement, one might find it considerably easier to encounter a soul beast that aligns with their essence, thus attaining exceptional soul skills with greater ease. Furthermore, Ye Chen speculated that there could be an increased probability of discovering soul bones. Chapter 19. The First Soul Ring, Part 1. Ordinary soul bones hold little rarity for Ye Chen, while high-grade soul bones may be unattainable in the major auction houses. Low-grade soul bones can still be procured with golden soul coins. However, external soul bones are an entirely different matter. They are treasures that cannot be acquired even with substantial wealth. Moreover, once Ye Chen advances to the rank of title Douluo in the future, these external soul bones can be elevated to a 100,000-year level, and should Ye Chen ascend to become a 99th level supreme Douluo, they could transform into soul bones exceeding 900,000 years in age. Gazing at the golden luck card in his hand, Ye Chen did not hesitate to activate it. In an instant, the card transformed into a beam of golden light, merging seamlessly into his being. Alas, there was no discernible sensation. Indeed, such an elusive concept as luck is not something a mere 10th level quasi-soul master like Ye Chen could perceive. 3 hours later, within the soul hunting forest. Didn't I just use the luck card? Why have I still not found a suitable target? Ye Chen felt a twinge of frustration. Although he had encountered numerous soul beasts along the way, none matched his needs. Was it possible that his expenditure of 1 million gold soul coins had been in vain? For Ye Chen, such an amount was relatively insignificant. After all, his prized external aid could easily generate that sum in just over 10 days. However, for an ordinary person, this sum represented a staggering fortune. If one were to cast such a quantity of gold soul coins into the water, it would certainly create quite a splash. Was this luck card merely a worthless trinket? Or was it that his fortune simply fell short? Lost in thought, Ye Chen suddenly noticed a patch of gray weeds, nearly as tall as a person, on his right. He intended to circumvent it from the left, but to his astonishment, his body seemed to act of its own accord, heading straight toward the thicket on the left. Fortunately, Ye Chen quickly regained his senses and recognized the danger, halting in his tracks. Hey, Xiao Chen, you reacted rather swiftly, teased Xiao Wu, observing him come to a stop. Please, do you think I couldn't recognize that was chaotic grass? He retorted. Ye Chen disdainfully curled his lip. He had merely failed to focus, which led him to overlook the existence of this chaotic grass. As its name suggests, this plant, a type of soul beast, can disorient those who pass by, including soul masters. However, beyond that, it possesses no other abilities, rendering it a quintessential waste. The chaotic grass is neither poisonous nor blood-sucking, nor does it engage in any form of attack. It merely induces a state of confusion. Thus, Xiao Wu refrained from alerting Ye Chen, instead opting to relish the spectacle. A state of confusion? That actually suits me quite well. With regard to this bamboo staff spirit, Ye Chen intended to pursue a control type. Given that the innate ability of this chaotic grass is confusion, it seemed a fitting choice. However, upon closer inspection, he discovered that this chaotic grass was, in fact, a rare 1,000-year soul beast within this soul-hunting forest. Although Ye Chen had cultivated the transformation body forging technique and, at the age of 9.5, exceeded the threshold for the first soul ring by a significant margin, he was still reluctant to attempt the 1,000-year soul ring. In the system's marketplace, there existed soul ring age enhancement cards, and Ye Chen did not place great importance on the age of the soul rings, as he could always improve them later. Yet, recalling the original narrative in which Tang Sen elevated a soul ring that was not originally a 100,000-year ring to that age through divine trials, only to receive a single 100,000-year soul skill, left Ye Chen apprehensive about his own circumstances. Thus, while he remained indifferent to the age of the soul rings he needed below 100,000 years, he certainly aimed to acquire a 100,000-year soul ring once he was capable of bearing it. After all, the number of skills available to a soul master is inherently limited. Acquiring an additional skill is always advantageous. After some contemplation, Ye Chen resolved to designate this chaotic grass as the target for his second soul ring and decided to temporarily set it aside. Fortune smiled upon him. After embarking on another search for over 2 hours, he finally arrived at the foot of a small mountain, where he discovered a 600-year-old climbing tiger. The climbing tiger was not a feline soul beast, but rather a plant-type soul beast focused on entangling and binding. Somewhat akin to the ordinary climbing tigers of his previous life, albeit with considerably sturdier roots. Excellent. This climbing tiger will be my first soul ring. Observing the climbing tiger in the distance, Ye Chen nodded in satisfaction. Xiao Chen, do you truly want this climbing tiger? It seems unsuitable for your bamboo staff, doesn't it? Is it possible that your bamboo staff will sprout vines to bind your enemies? At that moment, Xiao Wu envisioned Ye Chen's bamboo staff sprouting long vines to ensnare adversaries. I want he stooped to your level. Ye Chen rolled his eyes at Xiao Wu, who lacked education and was reluctant to learn, who decreed that control-type soul masters could only rely on binding and entangling to confront foes. That is merely one mode of expression. Well, as long as you are happy, however, concerning this climbing vine, how do you intend to deal with it? Your firearms are ill-suited for combating such a vine-like soul beast. Perhaps you could beseech Sister Xiao Wu for assistance? There is no need to trouble Sister Xiao Wu. Just observe from the sidelines. In fact, when it comes to dealing with this stationary plant-type soul beast, Ye Chen has myriad methods at his disposal. Although firearms may not be appropriate, who says he relies solely on them? Immediately, Ye Chen procured a white phosphorus incendiary grenade from the system shop. Employing fire against a plant-type soul beast is undoubtedly the most effective strategy. While this white phosphorus grenade may not pose a significant threat to older plant-type soul beasts, it is certain to be effective against this climbing vine. Subsequently, after removing the pin from the grenade, Ye Chen hurled it toward the distant vine. Fortune smiled upon him. Although it did not land directly on the core roots of the vine, it was still quite close. Plant-type soul beasts, in comparison to their animal counterparts, are significantly less intelligent. Moreover, this climbing vine is merely 600 years old, devoid of any awareness of the impending danger. Just as Xiao Wu was contemplating a light-hearted jest at Ye Chen's expense, a sudden explosion of flames erupted in the distance, igniting a brilliant yellow fire. The climbing vine, scorched by the searing flames, writhed and struggled amidst the inferno. How terrifying is this? Although Xiao Wu was at a considerable distance from the fire's origin, she still felt the intense heat wave rushing toward her. The flames produced by white phosphorus are unlike ordinary fire, reaching temperatures of up to 1,000 degrees Celsius. And once white phosphorus makes contact with an object, it will continue to burn incessantly until it is entirely consumed. Even the most resolute steel warrior would hesitate to confront such a phenomenon. Chapter 20. The First Soul Ring, Part 2. Tisk, TSK. If I were in my previous life and dared to do such a thing in the wilderness, I would surely face dire consequences. Observing the roaring flames, Ye Chen couldn't help but think to himself, fortunately, this is the Douluo Continent, where the crime of arson in the wild does not exist. Otherwise, fire-type soul masters would be the first to object. Soon, the climbing vine engulfed in flames fell utterly silent, and through the thick smoke, Ye Chen beheld a dazzling yellow soul ring emerge. On the Douluo Continent, one can ascertain a soul beast's demise simply by observing the emergence of a soul ring. If a soul ring appears, it is unequivocal that the beast has perished. Playing dead is futile. Xiao Chen, there's still fire over there. It's so hot. How will you absorb the soul ring? Xiao Wu posed a question. It was a simple matter. A brief wait would suffice. The white phosphorus incendiary, with its low ignition point and rapid combustion, combined with its relatively small quantity in a mere grenade, would soon be consumed. Although soul rings dissipate after a designated period, a moment's delay would not be detrimental. Before long, the flames gradually extinguished, leaving only a scorched ground, without igniting a forest fire. In the Douluo Continent, wildfires do not easily occur. Many of the plants within the spirit beast forest are themselves spirit beasts, which are not particularly averse to flames. Moreover, the humid air makes large-scale fires virtually impossible. Subsequently, Ye Chen approached the climbing tiger's soul ring, his bamboo staff martial spirit manifesting as he began to draw in the soul ring. The moment the climbing tiger's soul ring was attracted, it swiftly descended upon Ye Chen, rapidly shrinking to encircle the bamboo staff martial spirit. Instantly, Ye Chen felt a surge of immense soul power flowing from the soul ring into his body through his martial spirit. Without hesitation, he immediately channeled all his energy into the creation meditation method, beginning to refine the soul power that surged within him. This climbing tiger soul ring was merely over 600 years old and was a relatively easy-to-absorb plant-type soul ring. Given that Ye Chen had cultivated the creation body refinement technique, his physical constitution far exceeded that of a typical soul master of the same level, making the absorption process quite manageable, even relatively straightforward. The original text stated that the limit for the first soul ring was 423 years, a clear misconception. Each individual's physical condition varies, leading to differing limits. Even the 6-year-old Tang San was able to absorb the over 400-year-old mandala snake. Had Tang San's martial spirit not been a tool spirit, but rather a beast spirit that significantly enhanced physical attributes, or if he had been older, his absorption limit would undoubtedly surpass 423 years. Well, one need only consider Yu Xiaojiang's theory lightly. It should not be taken to heart. For those who understand, recognize the truth. Speaking of which, the current Yu Xiaojiang is still meandering through Nodding Academy, merely passing the days in a haze. Ye Chen and Xiao Wu were not strangers to each other, yet Yudashi's solitary disposition rendered him indifferent to everyone except the president of Nodding Academy. This fact was well known to the Academy's president, who understood that Yu Xiaojiang was the biological son of Yu Yuanjin, the patriarch of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Otherwise, he would have expelled the indolent Yu Xiaojiang from Nodding Academy long ago. As time passed, after a little over half a day, Ye Chen finally completed the refinement of the Climbing Vine Soul Ring, achieving a breakthrough to the first ring Soul Master realm. Opened the attribute panel, he commanded, and immediately, an invisible golden light curtain appeared before him. Attribute panel host, Ye Chen Soul Power, Level 12 Martial Soul, Bamboo Staff Soul Ring, Yellow Soul Skill, First Soul Skill. Binding similar to Ye Chen's previous expectations. After the addition of the over 600-year-old Soul Ring, his soul power level surged directly to that of a level 12 Soul Master, with just over half the required soul power to advance to level 13. Although it was merely half a level of soul power, if Ye Chen's innate talent remained unchanged, it would still take him over half a year to progress. After all, the higher the level, the more arduous the ascent in soul power became. During the Soul Scholar phase, Ye Chen could elevate his level by 1 per year through sheer effort, and with the aid of the creation meditation method, he could achieve an increase of 2 levels annually. However, upon reaching the first ring Soul Master stage, even achieving a mere 3 levels of soul power over 2 years would signify diligent cultivation on Ye Chen's part. Nonetheless, as Ye Chen opened the system store and beheld his balance exceeding a modest target of golden soul coins, he mused, "It is indeed time for my ascent." Moreover, upon his promotion to the first ring Soul Master, Ye Chen discovered that his beloved son now provided him with 2 golden soul coins per second, doubling his previous earnings, a delightful surprise. "Xiao Chen, why are you in a daze? What is your soul skill?" Xiao Wu, observing Ye Chen's trance-like state, assumed he was daydreaming and promptly urged him to respond. Why not give it a try? Gazing at Xiao Wu, Ye Chen felt a stirring within. Over the years, due to his poor sleeping habits, he had often endured Xiao Wu's playful punches. In truth, once Xiao Wu became aware of Ye Chen's financial stability, she could have easily acquired another blanket. Yet, for some unknown reason, she chose not to mention it, and Ye Chen naturally pretended to be oblivious. "Ah, Xiao Chen, are you feeling adventurous? A mere first-ring Soul Master, what gives you the confidence to challenge Sister Xiao Wu? I merely suggested you try out your soul skill, not to challenge you." Though he thought this, Ye Chen decided not to quibble with the endearingly naive little rabbit. "Very well, then, let us see." After some contemplation, Xiao Wu agreed, reasoning that since it was a control-type soul skill, it would likely possess minimal offensive power. First soul skill, Binding. In an instant, Ye Chen activated his first soul skill. The solitary yellow soul ring upon him flickered gently. He brandished his bamboo staff towards Xiao Wu ahead of him. A shadowy apparition of the bamboo staff, composed of soul energy, emerged from Ye Chen and swiftly ascended above Xiao Wu's head, striking her crown with a resounding thud. Startled by the sudden pain, Xiao Wu found herself momentarily dazed, only to discover 3 azure rings of light constraining her, rendering her immobile. "Eh? I cannot move." After struggling in vain, Xiao Wu realized she was indeed ensnared by the 3 rings. Despite being merely a 100-year soul skill, it was quite formidable in its controlling effect. Ye Chen felt a profound satisfaction with his first soul skill, Binding. Though it lacked offensive power and could not prevent his opponent from unleashing their own soul skills, it was still commendable. After all, being able to bind someone of a higher soul power level, such as Xiao Wu, with such a technique was impressive. As the years progressed and his skills advanced to the 1,000, 10,000, or even million-year mark, it was likely that even deities would find it impossible to break free. Chapter 21. Soon to soar. Unlike Tang San's first soul skill, Entangling, which combined control with toxic effects, a clear shortcoming, Ye Chen's skill demonstrated singular efficacy. The Mandala Snake Soul Ring, with its mere 100-year lineage, offered control but accompanied by toxins that would dilute both effects. Tang San's Blue Silver Grass. Still in the throes of its awakening as the blue-silver emperor, possessed commendable quality. Had it been an ordinary blue-silver grass, the results would have been decidedly mediocre. Furthermore, for Tang San, the time his opponents spent succumbing to poison would have been better utilized launching a few hidden darts. As the story progressed, the potency of such toxins would prove ineffective against advanced soul masters. Additionally, the blue-silver grass is renowned for its tenacious vitality. Applying a toxic soul skill would only hinder the evolution of the martial spirit. It is crucial to recognize that as levels rise and soul rings are absorbed, the martial spirit grows stronger. Even upon reaching the rank of title Douluo, the quality of the martial spirit would not fall short of the highest tier, though it may not compare to those of inherently superior quality. Given that Tang San absorbed the soul rings of animal-type soul beasts, without the subsequent assistance of the Blue-Silver King and numerous blue-silver grasses, awakening the bloodline of the Blue-Silver Emperor would have been nothing short of a dream. Although the soul skill of Ye Chen possesses commendable effects, it is ultimately merely a century-old technique. After a while, the 3 luminous rings enveloping Xiao Wu dissipated, restoring her freedom. Xiao Chun, your control over this soul skill is impressive, yet it lacks any significant offensive power, Xiao Wu began to critique. What do you expect? It is merely a century-old technique. It cannot excel in every aspect. Ye Chen rolled his eyes at Xiao Wu. He believed that in the early stages, his ability to inflict damage was of little consequence. As long as he remained immobilized, he could simply be a target for gunfire. In the later stages, he could supplement his offensive capabilities with powerful control-type soul skills or by refining soul bones to acquire soul bone techniques. Well, it is getting late. Since you have obtained your soul ring, let us return, Xiao Wu said to Ye Chen. That won't do. I may still need to add another soul ring. What? You wish to add another soul ring? Are you out of your mind? Immediately, Xiao Wu, with a look of concern, pressed her small hand against Ye Chen's forehead, wondering if he had a fever and was becoming confused. Ye Chen fell silent. I possess a treasure that can enhance one's innate talents and significantly bolster soul power. In the past, I refrained from using it as my soul power level was too low for my body to endure. However, now that I have become a soul master, such concerns are no longer pertinent. Is that truly the case? Xiao Wu inquired skeptically, her expression laced with doubt. She had never heard of such a treasure existing on the continent. Why would I deceive you? Let us return to the location where we encountered that chaotic herb. I estimate that it could elevate my level to 20, perfectly complementing the soul ring it confers. Is it truly that formidable? Xiao Wu exclaimed in astonishment. What kind of treasure could possibly augment soul power by 8 levels? It should be noted that Ye Chen was merely a level 12 soul master at present. Upon returning to the site where the millennium-old chaotic herb thrived, the hour was already late, and dusk was approaching. Before venturing into the soul beast forest, Ye Chen had made thorough preparations. Thus, he sought a clear area nearby to set up a tent for their evening respite. Before long, with their combined efforts, a small tent was erected, and they scattered some insect-repellent powder around it. Camping in the soul beast forest necessitated caution, not only due to the potential appearance of soul beasts, but also the annoyance of bothersome insects. Disregarding the possibility of venom, the mere thought of tiny bugs crawling over the tent was enough to irk him. After hastily consuming some prepared jerky, Ye Chen eagerly contemplated the consumption of the Mo Yu Shinju. However, after a moment's thought, he retrieved a firearm and several rounds of ammunition from his storage necklace, handing them to Xiao Wu while instructing her on how to use it. After all, they were in the soul beast forest, and Xiao Wu, as a second-ring soul master, might not be entirely safe should a soul beast approach. Rest assured, Sister Xiao Wu promises to keep you safe, Xiao Wu declared, thumping her chest with confidence, presenting an air of reliability. Yes, be cautious tonight. And do not sneak away to watch animations, Ye Chen replied. With a firearm for protection, it was unlikely that ordinary soul beasts would pose a threat to Xiao Wu. However, she was not the most docile of individuals and might very well succumb to boredom and indulge in her tablet to watch animations. Humph. Is Sister Xiao Wu that kind of person? She retorted, visibly aggrieved. While she often indulged in playful pursuits, she was indeed dependable when it mattered most. Of course, you are the best, but still exercise caution. The soul beast forest is far more perilous than the academy. I know. You're more verbose than our menopause-stricken teacher. Xiao Wu waved her hand dismissively, muttering under her breath. Despite Xiao Wu's prowess and cultivation, earning her the title of a top student, she regrettably could not boast the same success in other areas. It was only last year that she had learned to write all the commonly used characters, It is not that she lacks intelligence. On the contrary, Xiao Wu is quite astute, yet she is simply lazy and disinclined to study. Fortunately, in the Douluo Continent, academic pursuits hold little significance. What truly matters is possessing innate talent and formidable strength. Even with a somewhat lacking educational background, one can still ascend to the status of a soul master. Upon entering the tent, Ye Chen accessed the system's marketplace and procured the celestial herb, Mo Shinju. Contrary to his expectations of encountering a stalk of bamboo, what materialized was a bud-like shoot, roughly the size of a fist, resembling a precious jade. The method of consuming the Mo Shinju shoot is rather uncomplicated. Merely peeling away the outer layer and consuming the tender flesh suffices. Would it be more fragrant if roasted or stir-fried? Suddenly, such thoughts flitted through Ye Chen's mind. Shaking his head to dispel these scattered notions, he proceeded to consume the Mo Shinju shoot. As soon as the tender flesh touched his palate, he sensed the immense energy it contained. Without hesitation, he devoured it eagerly and began to cultivate using the transformation meditation method, focusing intently on its refinement. Time passed steadily, and within the confines of the tent, Ye Chen was diligently consuming the celestial herb, witnessing a rapid increase in his soul power. Outside the tent, Xiao Wu remained steadfastly guarding him. After all, this was a commitment she had made, and she could not allow any unforeseen incidents to transpire. Fortunately, despite her youth, Xiao Wu was a soul master of considerable rank, specifically a level 24 great soul master, and her vitality surpassed that of an ordinary person. Occasionally foregoing sleep for a day was hardly remarkable for her. Chapter 22. The MOU Divine Bamboo Staff as the sun rises and sets. A new day dawned in the eastern sky, heralded by the emergence of the sun. The speed at which Ye Chen refined the medicinal power of the ink jade divine bamboo shoot was rather slow, as he was merely a level 12 soul master. Naturally, the efficiency of refining the celestial herb was not particularly high. Last night, it was not that no soul beasts approached, but they were all easily repelled by Xiao Wu, preventing her from having the opportunity to fire her weapon. At this moment, within the tent, Ye Chen, still engaged in the refinement of the ink jade divine bamboo shoot's medicinal power, was nearing the end of the process. Suddenly, upon completing the refinement of the celestial herb's power, Ye Chen opened his eyes. Although he had indeed refined it, the medicinal power of the celestial herb was not limited to just this amount. Most of it had already infiltrated his body. Before Ye Chen's soul power reached the rank of soul sage, this latent celestial herb power would significantly accelerate his cultivation speed. Subsequently, Ye Chen extended his hand, and a bamboo staff of ink jade hue materialized as his martial spirit. Indeed, my conjecture was correct. The martial spirit had evolved from an ordinary bamboo into the ink jade divine bamboo. Observing his martial spirit transform from an unremarkable staff into an exquisite ink jade bamboo staff, Ye Chen's heart swelled with excitement. According to the classification of martial spirit qualities, the previous bamboo staff was merely an ordinary martial spirit. However, having now transformed into the ink jade bamboo staff, his martial spirit was elevated to a supreme quality. This meant that consuming the ink jade divine bamboo shoot had directly saved Ye Chen a small fortune in gold soul coins. After resolving his cultivation talent issues, Ye Chen was bound to address the quality of his martial spirit. If the quality of the martial spirit were low, he would inevitably find himself at a disadvantage in battles of the same rank. Nevertheless, Ye Chen had no intention of expending resources to upgrade his martial spirit to divine quality in the near future, as he was uncertain how many martial spirit enhancement cards it would require to achieve such a transformation. Moreover, the most pressing concern was that he had run out of funds. Open the attributes panel. Instantly, a golden light curtain appeared before Ye Chen's eyes. Attributes panel host. Ye Chen's soul power. Level 20 martial spirit. Ink jade bamboo staff soul rings. Yellow soul skills. First soul skill, binding excellent. His soul power level had reached the threshold of a great soul master at level 20. Gazing at his attributes panel, Ye Chen nodded in satisfaction. Yet he could sense that his soul power had only just reached level 20, with no surplus accumulation. After all, most of the celestial herb power had already infiltrated his body. A small portion had been utilized to enhance his martial spirit's quality, and only the final fraction had transformed into Ye Chen's soul power. The next step was to add the second soul ring. Reflecting on the fact that just yesterday he was a mere level 10 soul master, and today he has ascended to the status of a second ring great soul master, Ye Chen felt an overwhelming sense of accomplishment. Setting aside the enhancement of his strength, the additional offerings from his external favored son would undoubtedly increase. During the Soul Master phase, he received 1 gold soul coin per second. At the second ring Soul Master stage, this doubled to 2 coins per second. The question lingered in his mind. As a second ring Great Soul Master, would he receive 3 coins per second, or would this amount double again to 4 coins? Although the difference seemed trivial at a glance, over the span of a year, it would accumulate to over 30 million gleaming gold coins. Moreover, if the amount were to double each time, the figures would reach astronomical heights in the later stages. However, Ye Chen pondered that such doubling could not occur every time. After all, if it did, one day the entire Douluo Continent might be blanketed in gold coins. The simple yet profound troubles of the wealthy. Subsequently, Ye Chen rose and exited the tent. Upon seeing him emerge, Xiao Wu, who had been vigilantly guarding outside, breathed a sigh of relief. After all, Ye Chen had been refining for an entire night. Although she did not voice it, she was genuinely anxious. Through the years of their companionship, their relationship had evolved beyond that of merely little brother and big sister, though they had not explicitly acknowledged it. Xiao Wu, sorry to keep you waiting, Ye Chen remarked, noticing the hint of urgency in her expression. I wasn't worried at all, Xiao Wu retorted, believing she must maintain a composed demeanor before her little brother. Otherwise, it would be a loss of face. Yes, go get some rest. Oh, that's unnecessary. I am not tired. By the way, has your soul power truly reached level 20? Xiao Wu inquired with a skeptical look, as the difference in their levels was not significant enough for her to discern. Indeed, I have reached level 20. It won't be long before I catch up to you, and when that happens, you must remember to call me brother. Let us see you surpass me first. Now go absorb your soul ring. Let us return home early. Xiao Wu waved her hand dismissively, yet internally, she vowed to devote herself to rigorous training upon their return. What a jest! Would she, the esteemed Xiao Wu, allow her pride to suffer? If Ye Chen, the once weakling, were to surpass her in soul power, where would the dignity of the big sister be placed? Nodding slightly, Ye Chen approached the ancient chaos grass, which had existed for a millennium. Following his usual method, he promptly cast a white phosphorus incendiary device. In no time, the venerable chaos grass succumbed to the searing flames. If Ye Chen had previously harbored uncertainty about absorbing the Millennium Soul Ring at level 10, he now possessed absolute confidence. After all, with the enhancement of the first Soul Ring, not only had his soul power increased, but his physical attributes had also experienced a significant boost. Furthermore, the elevation of soul power levels had a pronounced impact on his physical capabilities. This is precisely why, even without a focus on physical training, a Soul Master's capacity to endure the next Soul Ring would vastly surpass that of the previous one. Once the Chaos Grass Soul Ring materialized and the flame subsided, Ye Chen stepped forward to absorb the Soul Ring. Although the age of the Soul Ring surpassed that of the over 600-year-old Climbing Vine Soul Ring, Ye Chen found the absorption process to be remarkably effortless. Fortunately, the age of the Soul Ring was not of paramount importance to him. As long as he was willing to expend gold soul coins and his body could endure the strain, Ye Chen's various soul rings could indeed ascend in age. At noon, while absorbing the soul ring, Ye Chen refined the immense soul power contained within the Chaos Grass Soul Ring, breaking through the bottleneck and advancing to the rank of a level 22 Great Soul Master. Ye Chen paid no heed to his attribute panel or the soul skills he had acquired. His immediate attention was drawn to the filial piety exhibited by his beloved son. With a hearty laugh, he observed his exceptional child earning 4 golden soul coins every second. Who could possibly complain about such a delightful treasure? After all, it occupies no space at all. Chapter 23, Second Soul Skill, Chaos. Subsequently, Ye Chen accessed his attribute panel. Attribute panel host, Ye Chen Soul Power, Level 22 Martial Soul, Dark Jade Divine Bamboo Staff Soul Rings, Yellow, Purple First Soul Skill, Binding Second Soul Skill, Chaos. As Ye Chen reveled in the fact that he had become a second ring Soul Master, the nearby Xiao Wu, witnessing his exuberant laughter and momentary daze, promptly delivered a light smack to the back of his head. Thump! Ouch! Ye Chen exclaimed, instinctively covering his head while twitching his lips. Xiao Wu, what was that for? Ye Chen inquired with a displeased expression toward Xiao Wu. So you are not foolish after all? I had thought you were. Xiao Wu, unaware of Ye Chen's hidden prowess, assumed he was experiencing a mental breakdown. You are the one being foolish, she retorted. Xiao Chun, Has your ascension to the rank of Great Soul Master made you arrogant enough to provoke your elder sister? Xiao Wu, with narrowed eyes, she delivered a piercing glare. I did not. I am not. Ye Chen promptly denied it, acknowledging that without external assistance, he was currently unable to match Xiao Wu in combat. His second soul skill, chaos, was akin to his first skill, binding. Although he had yet to test its specific effects, he was certain it lacked offensive capability. While his control skills were indeed effective, soul skills, much like abilities in games, come with a cooldown period and cannot be unleashed in rapid succession. If he faced Xiao Wu, by the time she broke free from his control, he would inevitably suffer a severe beating. Well, at least you were self-aware, Xiao Wu remarked, satisfied at Ye Chen's recognition of his limitations. By the way, what is your second soul skill? How about you give it a try? Very well, I shall show you. Second soul skill, chaos. With that, Ye Chen activated his second soul skill, chaos. The second soul ring, radiating a purple glow, flickered momentarily as Ye Chen brandished his ink jade staff towards Xiao Wu. In an instant, a phantom of the staff shot forth from him, descending swiftly upon Xiao Wu. Despite her efforts to evade, the staff's phantom seemed to track her, landing solidly upon her head. Thud. Xiao Wu felt that while the control aspect of Ye Chen's skill was yet to be determined, its humiliating nature was undeniable. Each time he used his soul skill, it was a blow to her head, and the inability to dodge added to her frustration. However, given that Ye Chen specialized in control rather than attack, Xiao Wu, having anticipated his move, was not left dazed by the strike. Yet, when Xiao Wu charged forward to knock Ye Chen out, she found herself retreating instead. What? Is this the effect of chaos? In an instant, she deduced that Ye Chen's soul skill likely possessed a similar effect to that of chaos grass, compelling her to move in the opposite direction upon being affected. Realizing this, Xiao Wu attempted to control her retreat. However, reality diverged from her expectations. Her conscious intent was to advance, yet her body involuntarily veered to the left. Oh, this soul skill is utterly deceitful. After several attempts, Xiao Wu discovered that Ye Chen's second soul skill was nothing short of a troublesome trick. It was not merely a matter of reversing direction. Rather, with each passing second, the direction would shift randomly. One moment, when she intended to advance, she found herself retreating. The next moment, her desire to move forward led her to veer to the right. It was utterly perplexing, leaving her uncertain of which direction was truly correct. Observing Xiao Wu's flustered state, Ye Chen couldn't help but chuckle mischievously. Fortunately, since it was merely a millennium-old soul skill, its effects soon faded, allowing Xiao Wu to regain her sense of direction. How could such a repugnant soul skill exist? Xiao Wu exclaimed indignantly. Hee, now you recognize my prowess, don't you? Ye Chen speculated that if his martial soul had not undergone a transformation and remained as an ordinary bamboo staff, his second soul skill, chaos, would likely be limited to merely reversing direction. However, now that his martial soul had ascended to the esteemed rank of the top-quality inked jade divine bamboo staff, it was undoubtedly far more complex than that. Humph, can you still not defeat Sister Xiao Wu? Ye Chen. Indeed, Xiao Wu's words hold merit. Although it is somewhat peculiar for a rabbit to employ charm, one cannot deny the efficacy of Xiao Wu's alluring soul skill. With a mere glare from her rabbit eyes, her opponent falls prey, allowing her to swiftly deliver a decisive strike. Particularly noteworthy is Xiao Wu's cultivation of the transformation meditation technique, which endows her with considerable mental prowess. Her peers, of the same rank, are utterly incapable of resisting her charm. Subsequently, Ye Chen glanced at his account balance in the system's marketplace, which exceeded 1,000,000 gold soul coins. Without hesitation, he purchased 10 yellow soul ring age enhancement cards. His first soul ring, aged over 600 years, required 4 enhancement cards to elevate it to a millennium's worth. In contrast, Xiao Wu's first soul ring, aged over 400 years, necessitated 6 cards to transform into a purple millennium ring. With funds still available, Ye Chen readily spent his coins. In a flash of light, 10 yellow cards, resembling the size of bank cards from his previous life, appeared in Ye Chen's hand. What is this? Xiao Wu inquired curiously, eyeing the age enhancement cards. These are treasures that can augment the age of your soul ring. Here, take 6 to enhance the age of your first soul ring. As he spoke, Ye Chen distributed 6 enhancement cards to Xiao Wu. He was not a miser, and he knew that this adorable little rabbit would eventually become a part of his fortune. Is there such a thing? Xiao Wu was momentarily taken aback, holding the yellow enhancement card. Oh, it's merely a small matter. Let me share a secret with you. I am the reincarnation of the god of wealth. As long as I possess wealth, Elevating your soul ring's age to 100,000 years is not a challenge at all. Is that true? The reincarnation of the god of wealth? Xiao Wu's eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed, Xiao Wu. Why not cling to my leg for support? I shall take you to new heights and grandeur. Huh. Just be careful not to land in a trash heap, Xiao Wu scoffed, rolling her eyes in disbelief at his claim of divine reincarnation. How does one utilize this? Simply unleash your martial spirit and merge the card with your soul ring. As he spoke, Ye Chen demonstrated, making contact between one of the enhancement cards and his first soul ring. Instantly, the card transformed into a beam of yellow light, infusing itself into the soul ring, visibly deepening its color. Chapter 24. This Ye Chen is not the same as that Chengge. As the remaining 3 soul cards were utilized, Ye Chen's first soul ring underwent a complete transformation into a purple millennium soul ring, resulting in a composition of 2 purple rings. The elevation of the soul ring's age correspondingly enhanced his soul power, propelling the level 22 Great Soul Master Ye Chen to the status of a level 23 Great Soul Master. Similarly, Xiao Wu, emulating Ye Chen, integrated 6 soul ring age enhancement cards into her first soul ring, which also transformed into a purple millennium soul ring, achieving a dual purple composition. Originally a level 24 Great Soul Master, Xiao Wu's soul power ascended to level 25 following the metamorphosis of her first soul ring. While Ye Chen harbored aspirations of surpassing Xiao Wu in soul power to assume the role of the elder brother, he jested about it, for he would never neglect an opportunity to enhance her strength. His previous restraint was merely due to his intention to save money for celestial herbs. Additionally, he planned to procure a celestial herb once he had amassed enough gold soul coins to meet a modest target, intending for Xiao Wu to consume it to bolster her innate talents. Though celestial herbs could also be found within the Eye of Ice and Fire, Ye Chen lacked the connections to seize them from the clutches of the formidable Douluo bow. Moreover, at this point, did Ye Chen truly require celestial herbs? With the Great Soul Master ranking, his own son could generously offer over 12 million gold soul coins in just a year. Once he progressed to the Soul Sovereign rank, the rewards would undoubtedly multiply. By the time Ye Chen possessed the strength to vie for celestial herbs in the Eye of Ice and Fire, he would likely have outgrown such pursuits. Furthermore, for soul masters, the earlier celestial herbs are consumed, the greater their effects. This is not to imply that the efficacy of celestial herbs diminishes with higher levels. Rather, in the early stages, the medicinal properties can accelerate a soul master's cultivation efficiency, thus underscoring the adage that celestial herbs should be consumed as early as possible. Subsequently, the two exited the soul-hunting forest and returned to Notting City by carriage. Time swiftly passed, and 2 years later, on an evening in the soul-hunting town on the outskirts of the Stardo Great Forest, 2 young individuals arrived. The young man, standing just over 165 meters tall, donned a white robe, his long black hair cascading casually behind him, exuding an aura of striking handsomeness. The young woman, of similar height, wore a pink top and pure white trousers, her long scorpion tail braid reaching down to her thighs, complemented by a slender waist that radiated an enchanting playfulness. These 2 young figures were none other than Ye Chen and Xiao Wu. Brother Chen, have you decided what to augment your 3rd soul ring with? Xiao Wu inquired of Ye Chen. Indeed, this Brother Chen is not to be confused with another. Although the 2 had made a pact that the one with the higher soul power would assume the roles of the elder sister and elder brother. Over the years of companionship, Xiao Wu ultimately addressed Ye Chen as brother. As for his aspirations regarding the 3rd soul ring, Ye Chen harbored no definitive thoughts, confident that he would find one among the myriad soul beasts of the Stardo Forest. Since consuming the ink jade bamboo shoot, Ye Chen's talent underwent a splendid transformation, and within 2 years, he had cultivated to the level of a 30th level quasi-soul venerable. It is noteworthy that Ye Chen, at the tender age of 11, was on the verge of advancing to a 3-ring soul venerable, a feat that would take even the most gifted innate soul power user much longer to achieve. Of course, if Ye Chen could be deemed a prodigious talent, then Xiao Wu could only be described as a genius. Currently, Xiao Wu possessed a soul ring configuration of purple, and black, with a soul rank of 43. Last year, Ye Chen had procured a celestial herb for Xiao Wu, the water fairy jade bone, which he had entrusted to her for consumption. In Ye Chen's opinion, this herb was far more suitable for Xiao Wu than the Heartbreak Red. In the original story, Tang Xiaosan had also prepared the water fairy jade bone for Xiao Wu. However, at that time, Zhu Zhuqing had harbored reservations about Dai Mubai, preventing her from acknowledging the Heartbreak Red, while Xiao Wu had taken to it. The extraordinary medicinal properties of the water fairy jade bone enabled Xiao Wu, then a 28th level Great Soul Master, along with her own third soul ring, to ascend directly to the 38th level Soul Venerable. Of course, Ye Chen was not present when Xiao Wu condensed her soul ring. He had conveniently made an excuse to leave the Nuoding Academy. While Ye Chen did not care about Xiao Wu's identity as a 10,000-year-old soft-bone rabbit, Xiao Wu was unaware of his indifference, so she chose not to mention it. Are we returning to Nuoding Academy? Xiao Wu inquired of Ye Chen. The two had yet to graduate from the Junior Soul Master Academy, still needing one more academic year. We're not going back. After I complete my third soul ring, we shall head to Soto City. Soto City? Where is that? It lies within the Barak Kingdom, amidst the Lida Plain. What are we going there for? To seek a higher-level Soul Master Academy. While claiming to seek a higher-level Soul Master Academy, Ye Chen was merely spinning a tale. Even if he were to look for one, he certainly would not lower himself to attend an academy like Shrek. Shrek Academy was dilapidated, lacking even a simulated training environment, and had no qualifications to participate in Soul Master competitions. Any reputable higher-level Soul Master Academy would surpass Shrek by leaps and bounds. Yet, this was not of utmost importance. What truly mattered was that, according to the trajectory of the original story, next year, the Big Cat and the Little Loli would both attend Shrek Academy. Although Ye Chen held no particular desire for the little loli Ning Rongrong, he was determined to claim the Big Cat, Zhu Zhuqing, for himself. Indeed, Brother Chen is truly sincere. Regarding Oscar, Ye Chen's impression is generally favorable. Aside from his somewhat dubious soul skills, he excels in other aspects. The questionable nature of his soul skills is not a reflection of his character, but rather a circumstance beyond his control. Hence, in the future, Ye Chen will refrain from provoking Ning Rongrong. However, should she approach him, he will not hold back. In contrast, Dai Mubai presents a different case altogether. He is the epitome of a time management expert, a 1,000-slaying warrior, and a twin, double the joy. While it is not unusual for men to seek amusement, Dai Mubai's choice to abandon Zhu Zhuqing under the pressure exerted by his elder brother Davis and to flee to Soto City, indulging in a life of excess and debauchery, marks a distinct deviation from the norm. Therefore, it is imperative that the lovely Zhu Zhuqing does not fall victim to Dai Mubai's whims. In the Douluo Continent, akin to the ancient times of Ye Chen's previous life, those with wealth, power, and influence do not adhere to monogamous principles. While it is conceivable that a primary wife may exist, concubines are virtually unlimited. For instance, the affluent Ning Fengji has a penchant for frequenting the great auction house in Heaven Do, liberating catgirls and similar maidens from their plight. This explains why Ning Fengji is often seen relying on a cane, not for any other reason, but due to a simple ailment of the back. Furthermore, Ye Chen harbors significant animosity towards the Star Luo royal family. He is unaware of the identity of his enemies, lacking power and connections to investigate further, yet attributing blame to the Dai family within the royal household seems reasonable, especially after they snatched away the future consort of the Star Luo Empire. Chapter 25, The Prodigal Ye Chen. Little Wu, let us rest for a night in the soul-hunting town outside, and enter the Star Do Forest tomorrow. Observing that dusk had fallen, Ye Chen decided against entering the Star Do Forest at this hour. It is important to note that the Star Do Forest, unlike the human-cultivated soul-hunting forest, is the largest wild soul beast gathering place on the continent, where sporadic waves of beast tides can occur. Although the soul-hunting town is said to be situated outside the Star Do Forest, it is, in fact, still 100 kilometers away. Moreover, the area surrounding the Star Do Forest is not limited to the soul-hunting town close to Soto City as depicted in the original tale. The expansive Star Do Forest is home to numerous similar towns. Xiao Wu nodded in agreement. The two found a modest inn in soul-hunting town to rest for the night. Early the next morning, before dawn, they set off towards the Star Do Forest. As Ye Chen gazed upon the towering trees that blanketed the landscape, he was profoundly awed by the grandeur of the Star Do Forest, a first for him. Although the soul-hunting forest also boasted abundant vegetation, its diversity and quantity paled in comparison to that of the Star Do Forest. Moreover, Ye Chen could sense the ethereal soul power permeating the atmosphere of the Star Do Forest, far more abundant than that of Nodding City. A similar phenomenon existed in the soul-hunting forest, yet it was markedly pronounced here. Upon entering the Star Do Forest, Ye Chen noticed the staggering sum of over 14 million gold soul coins in the system shop and promptly purchased a luck card. Aimless searching for soul beasts would undoubtedly yield low efficiency. Although he could not ascertain the actual efficacy of the luck card, he decided to buy it nonetheless. Not for any particular reason, but rather as a form of psychological reassurance, for to Ye Chen, 1 million gold soul coins were merely a trifling sum at this point. With Xiao Wu in the Stardow Forest, might the great monkey make an appearance? Suddenly, this thought crossed Ye Chen's mind. In the original tale, when Xiao Wu arrived at the Stardow Forest, her little brother, Ming, followed shortly after, instilling fear in the hearts of the Shrek members. Ye Chen pondered whether he might encounter a similar fate this time around. In contrast to Ye Chen's cautious demeanor, Xiao Wu gleefully bounded through the Stardow Forest like a jubilant rabbit. Well, she was, after all, a rabbit. Xiao Wu, are you truly happy? Ye Chen turned to Xiao Wu and said, Indeed, it has been quite a while since I returned home, so naturally, I am delighted. In her exuberance, Xiao Wu inadvertently let slip a secret. Home. Do you reside in the Stardow Forest? Xiao Wu coughs in the past. My mother brought me to live in the Stardow Forest to escape the pursuit of our enemies. Fortunately, Xiao Wu was quick-witted enough to cover her tracks. Oh, so my dear Xiao Wu has such a tragic backstory? She was once a wild child? Knowing the true circumstances, Ye Chen chose not to expose her, instead feigning exaggeration. You are the wild one. Xiao Wu immediately objected to Ye Chen's claim of being a wild person, insisting, Who is the wild one? I am a delightful little rabbit. Thank you very much. Indeed, I am a wild one. You are a wild one. We are all wild ones. Ye Chen nodded earnestly. How infuriating. Today, Sister Xiao Wu was determined to teach him a lesson. In an instant, Xiao Wu pounced upon Ye Chen like a hungry tiger, and they began to frolic in a playful scuffle. From the early morning's first light to the blazing noon sun, and finally to the enchanting hues of the evening sunset. Ye Chen, having utilized a luck card, seemed to possess rather unfortunate fortune, for he had yet to discover a soul beast that resonated with his essence. Although he encountered numerous soul beasts, none aligned with Ye Chen's aspirations, Ye Chen had set his sights on a third spirit ring, targeting a plant-type spirit beast, aged between 1,000 and 10,000 years, with a commendable innate spirit ability. It could be said that such criteria were exceedingly lenient, regrettably. He had yet to encounter one. As the day waned, Ye Chen, accompanied by Xiao Wu, sought a clearing to erect a tent, preparing for an overnight stay. Given their location in the Stardow Forest, which bore significant dangers, even though they were merely on its outskirts, the possibility of encountering formidable spirit beasts was not to be dismissed. Thus, as night fell, Ye Chen and Xiao Wu took turns keeping watch. Were it solely a matter of relying on their intrinsic strength, Ye Chen would hardly venture into the perilous Stardow Forest in search of a third spirit ring. After all, should fortune turn unfavorably, an encounter with a 10,000-year spirit beast would spell disaster for Xiao Wu, a 4-ring spirit master. However, when it came to external resources, the situation differed dramatically. Ordinary firearms were futile against high-aged spirit beasts, yet such creatures were unlikely to frequent the outer regions, thus ensuring a degree of safety for Ye Chen. Additionally, the system's marketplace offered not only standard firearms but also advanced spirit guiding devices. For instance, 9th-level spirit guiding devices boasted explosive power comparable to an ordinary tidal Douluo, while 10th-level devices rivaled those of a level 99 unparalleled Douluo, albeit at exorbitant prices. The cost of a 9th-level spirit guiding device was merely a small target for Ye Chen, who could afford it. Conversely, a 10th-level device would require 10 such targets, far beyond his current means. Even if Ye Chen could afford it, many devices remained beyond his capability due to insufficient strength to unleash their full potential. Only fixed spirit guiding devices, which required minimal spirit power to activate, were within his reach. After 3 consecutive days of utilizing 3 lucky cards, Ye Chen found himself utterly disheartened by his inability to locate a spirit beast befitting his third spirit ring aspirations. For an ordinary spirit master, failing to find a compatible spirit ring in 3 days within the Stardow Forest would be entirely reasonable. However, Ye Chen had employed lucky cards. The cost of 3 lucky cards amounted to 3 million gold soul coins. With such a sum, one could easily hire spirit master teams to capture the desired spirit beast, even while lounging at home. If it weren't for the untimely demise of his parents, they would surely have chastised him for his extravagant spending. Sighing at his misfortune, Ye Chen couldn't help but lament his losses. Brother Chen, is it not quite normal to have not found your needed spirit beast in 3 days? Why the long face? Xiao Wu consoled him from the side. You don't understand. I've suffered a tremendous loss. Although I have money to spare, 3 million gold soul coins is no small sum. It could easily provide annual support for 500 3-ring spirit masters. His and Xiao Wu's daily expenses over the past few years, when compared to this, seem utterly trivial. Have you suffered a significant loss? How did that happen? Upon hearing Ye Chen mention his misfortune, Xiao Wu looked on with curiosity. Yet, he decided against sharing the details, for he knew it would only deepen her distress. Glancing at Xiao Wu, Ye Chen shook his head, choosing to remain silent. Chapter 26. The third soul ring. Through the years of companionship, Ye Chen had come to realize that Xiao Wu harbored a tendency akin to that of a frugal miser. Whenever he bought her delectable treats or delightful amusements, he would always opt for the more economical choices, suggesting that she would undoubtedly grow into a devoted and nurturing partner. If she were to learn that he had squandered 3 million gold soul coins in merely 3 days, how heartbroken she would be. Why should I feel sorrow? Xiao Wu inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. Do you truly wish to know? Yes, indeed, she affirmed earnestly with a nod. Very well then. Over the past 3 days, I employed some rather extravagant tools to enhance my luck in the pursuit of a suitable soul beast. How extravagant? Xiao Wu asked cautiously. Yet the thought of Ye Chen's usual nonchalance towards money made her uneasy, hinting that the total was undoubtedly quite substantial. Ye Chen remained silent, merely raising 3 fingers. 300 gold soul coins? Xiao Wu arched an eyebrow and articulated a figure. Ye Chen shook his head. 3,000? He shook his head again. Could it possibly be 30,000 gold soul coins? Xiao Wu's complexion turned slightly pale, for she had never encountered such a substantial sum in her lifetime. Although this wealth belonged to Ye Chen, did it not also belong to her, Xiao Wu? The mere thought of Ye Chen frivolously squandering such an immense fortune dampened her spirits. No, it is 3 million. Hiss, 3 million gold soul coins? Xiao Wu was immediately taken aback. My heavens, 3 million gold soul coins could practically bury her alive. What a reckless extravagance. Cough, cough, maintain composure, maintain composure. But how could one remain composed in the face of 3 million gold soul coins? I could never spend such an amount in my entire lifetime. Xiao Wu exclaimed with indignation, deeming Ye Chen excessively wasteful. Xiao Wu, do you have any idea of the price of celestial herbs? What about that water fairy jade bone? She recalled the water fairy jade bone she had consumed the previous year. How much? 100 million. 100 million gold soul coins. Xiao Wu's eyes widened in disbelief. She never imagined that the celestial herb she had ingested could be valued so highly. Surely, even selling her would not fetch 100 million, right? Oh, wait. Xiao Wu was a 100,000-year-old soul beast with a 100,000-year soul ring and a 100,000-year soul bone. If Ye Chen's system shop had it for sale, it could be priced at 200 million. Chen Ge, you can't possibly be the illegitimate son of the emperor of the Tiando Empire, can you? Immediately, Xiao Wu's attention shifted away from the 3 million. For in comparison to 100 million, 3 million seemed relatively insignificant. Did I not take you to pay respects at my parents' graves? Where would such an illegitimate son come from? Ye Chen rolled his eyes in disdain. That old man from the snowy night is hardly deserving of such reverence. If you are so wealthy, then what is the reason? Xiao Wu inquired, her expression one of skepticism. Have I not already informed you? I am the reincarnation of the god of wealth. Are you jesting? If you truly were the god of wealth, then your martial soul would undoubtedly be something like a golden coin or a treasure pot, not a mere bamboo staff. Xiao Wu's disbelief was palpable. If Ye Chen were indeed the god of wealth reincarnated, his martial soul would at least be something of significant value. It seems our little rabbit has grown up and is no longer easily fooled. Ye Chen thought to himself, after all, I am the god of wealth. With a smirk, he replied, Oh, god of wealth, the hour is late. We should hasten to set up the tent. Xiao Wu, observing that it was already evening, spoke with a look of disdain. Ye Chen. Subsequently, the two sought an open space to commence the erection of their tent. However, at that moment, a black-backed wild boar, approximately 600 years of age, came into their line of sight. Ye Chen's eyes brightened instantly as he turned to Xiao Wu and proposed, How about we forego the dry rations tonight and indulge in some barbecue instead? Despite the unappealing appearance of the black-backed mountain pig, its meat is truly exquisite. For the past 3 days, the duo had subsisted on pre-prepared provisions. Although the taste was tolerable, Ye Chen had grown weary of it and yearned for a change in flavor. Indeed, Xiao Wu echoed, showing her own disdain for the dry food, eagerly anticipating a delicious meal. Although she was a rabbit, fond of grass and carrots, after transforming into a human, she had embraced various meats into her diet, excluding only rabbit, monkey, and snake. Particularly, after Ye Chen acquired some convenient barbecue tools and an assortment of delectable spices, she had developed a fondness for skewered delights. Without hesitation, Ye Chen summoned his ink jade bamboo staff and struck at the distant black-backed mountain pig. With his first soul skill, binding, an ethereal image of the bamboo staff descended upon the pig's head, delivering a sharp blow. Boom! 3 azure rings of light materialized, ensnaring the black-backed mountain pig in place, rendering it unable to escape despite its frantic struggles. Subsequently, Ye Chen retrieved a Type 95 rifle from his storage soul guide and unleashed a barrage of bullets at the pig's head. Puff, 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 blood burst forth, and the black-backed mountain pig collapsed into a pool of crimson, a yellow soul ring emerging in its wake. After draining the pig's blood, Ye Chen stored it within his storage soul guide and, accompanied by Xiao Wu, set out in search of a nearby water source. Before long, they arrived at the edge of a clear stream where Ye Chen began to skin and butcher the black-backed mountain pig. "Hey, Brother Chen, that lotus flower over there is stunning," Xiao Wu exclaimed, pointing to the other side of the stream. While engrossed in his task, Ye Chen glanced in the direction Xiao Wu indicated and beheld a solitary azure lotus blooming gracefully atop the water. Could it be a 3,000-year-old green lotus? Ye Chen raised his eyebrows in surprise. He had not anticipated that amidst this seemingly ordinary stream, there thrived a plant-type soul beast that was approximately 3,000 years old. Wait a moment. The innate soul skill of the Qinghe flower, a plant-type soul beast, seemed to be the ability to seal mental power. With this thought, Ye Chen's eyes sparkled with realization. The ability to seal mental power is indeed a formidable control-type soul skill. The significance of mental power is self-evident on the continent. Some soul masters employ mental prowess as their primary means of combat. For instance, Hu Liena from the Spirit Hall, whose martial spirit is a demon fox, specializes in mental manipulation. If Ye Chen were to possess a soul skill that could seal mental power, it would undoubtedly be a bane to Hu Liena, especially since she is lacking in other aspects apart from her mental prowess. Xiao Wu, you are truly my lucky star. Ye Chen was uncertain whether it was the effect of the lucky card he had previously used or the fortuitous charm brought by Xiao Wu that led him to discover a goal that resonated with his essence. However, Ye Chen was not the type to embody an unyielding demeanor. Naturally, he attributed his fortune to Xiao Wu. With a soft chuckle, Xiao Wu smiled without elaborating further. The stream was neither deep nor wide, allowing the two to wade across with ease. Yet, considering it was mealtime, Ye Chen decided against immediate action, opting instead to satiate his hunger before proceeding to enhance his soul ring. Ye Chen's skill in grilling skewers far surpassed that of Xiao Wu, as he busily tended to the skewers while Xiao Wu set up a tent nearby. Chapter 27. An External Soul Bone. After savoring a delightful feast of grilled skewers, Ye Chen approached the Qinghe Hua, contemplating the fray's delicate flowers crushed by rough hands. Perhaps sensing his proximity, Qinghe Hua instinctively unleashed her innate soul skill. A misty azure light enveloped Ye Chen, but alas, although her innate skill could obscure mental strength, it bore little significance for Ye Chen. After all, despite his considerable mental prowess cultivated through the transformative soul refinement technique, he did not rely on mental force for sustenance. Both of his soul skills were unrelated to it. Lotus-type soul beasts are not merely represented by the blossoms above the water's surface or the leaves. Beneath the water lies the lotus root, the true vital point. Merely severing the flower and leaves would only inflict superficial damage, allowing for regrowth in a short time. Recognizing that the crucial part of the Qinghe Hua resided underwater, Ye Chen had no intention of employing a white phosphorus grenade. Despite its low ignition point, it would not ignite without sufficient oxygen. After some contemplation, Ye Chen purchased an underwater mine from the system's marketplace and hurled it toward the root of the Qinghe Hua. With a resounding explosion, the powerful mine detonated, sending water soaring to great heights and stirring up murky sediment beneath. Once tranquility returned, Ye Chen beheld a dazzling purple soul ring emerging. In contrast to animal-type soul beasts, plant-type soul beasts are notably easier to deal with, as their intelligence is generally inferior, and they are largely immobile, making them easily targeted by soul masters. Of course, this is primarily true for lower-age plant-type soul beasts. Those of higher age might prove more troublesome than their animal counterparts, for their regenerative capabilities are undoubtedly superior. Observing the emergence of the soul ring, Ye Chen nodded in satisfaction. Confronting such an immobile plant-type soul beast was exceedingly straightforward for him. Subsequently, he summoned his Wu soul, the inked jade divine bamboo staff, and began to attract the soul ring. Upon the soul ring's contact with his Wu soul, it swiftly descended upon him, rapidly shrinking to encircle the inked jade divine bamboo staff. In an instant, Ye Chen felt a surge of immense and pure soul power flowing through his Wu soul into his very being. Ye Chen has currently endured 2 millennium soul rings. If an ordinary soul master of level 30 were to attempt the same, even if they could initially withstand the soul ring, the addition would undoubtedly lead to a catastrophic demise. After all, a level 30 soul master could not possibly endure a soul ring that has accumulated 5,000 years of power. However, Ye Chen is different. He practices the art of body forging, endowing him with physical capabilities that far exceed those of his peers, thus allowing him to withstand such trials. As time gradually passed, after a brief period, the soul power contained within the soul ring was nearly completely refined by Ye Chen. Yet, at that moment, a sudden change befell him. Ye Chen abruptly felt an intense pain emanating from his forehead, a sensation that was not merely physical, but deeply mental in nature. The overwhelming agony compelled him to emit a cry of distress. Startled by the cry, Xiao Wu, who had been vigilant at Ye Chen's side, rushed forward with a look of deep concern on her face. At that instant, she observed a miniature blue lotus, resembling a mark, emanating a soft azure glow from the center of his forehead, seemingly attempting to take root within him. What could be happening? Watching Ye Chen in torment, Xiao Wu felt a surge of anxiety. However, she was at a loss for how to help, as any interference during the absorption of a soul ring was utterly forbidden for a soul master. Yet, as Ye Chen regained his composure, a sense of joy enveloped him. With Xiao Wu guarding him during the absorption, and the soul ring being within his capacity to endure, failure seemed implausible. The unexpected occurrence must surely indicate that he had encountered an exceedingly rare external soul bone. Any soul master with a modicum of knowledge understands that soul bones are categorized into 6 primary parts: the head, torso, left arm, left leg, and right leg. However, there exist additional soul bones that do not fit within these 6 categories, known collectively as external soul bones. These external soul bones manifest in various forms, such as tails, wings, claws, spider legs, and so forth. Moreover, the value of external soul bones for Ye Chen surpasses that of conventional 10,000-year soul bones. This is due to the fact that external soul bones can enhance their age in accordance with the soul master's strength upon reaching the rank of title Douluo. An external soul bone can transform into a 10,000-year soul bone, with further advancement resulting in an increased age. Ye Chen's future achievements will undoubtedly exceed mere entry into the ranks of title Douluo. Indeed, this lucky card has proven its worth. Ye Chen mused, reveling in the bittersweet blend of pain and ecstasy. It appears that this external soul bone is likely one associated with the head. Since the discomfort resides solely in the head, it is evident that this is undoubtedly an external spirit bone. Although the precise function of this external spirit bone remains unclear, Ye Chen is convinced that it is a remarkable treasure. He even contemplates that upon acquiring this external spirit bone, he could advance the schedule for enhancing the years of his various spirit rings. After all, a spirit master's capacity to endure spirit rings has a certain limit. Even if Ye Chen currently possesses a substantial amount of gold spirit coins and has practiced the transformative body tempering technique, he cannot infinitely augment the years of his spirit rings. Otherwise, while he may be capable of bearing them now, he would find it impossible to further affix spirit rings as he progresses toward the critical thresholds of mastery. However, with the external spirit bone in his possession and the potential to enhance its years, even if the primary benefits of the external spirit bone manifest in the realm of mental fortitude, there will undoubtedly be significant improvements to his physical capabilities as well. In the realm of ordinary 4-ring spirit masters, the optimal configuration of spirit rings typically reaches a combination of 2 yellow and 2 purple. Exceptional prodigies might achieve a configuration of 2 yellow, 1 purple, and 1 black, which is indeed remarkable. Yet, Ye Chen is destined to attain a configuration of 4 black spirit rings while still within the 4-ring spirit master stage. The concoction of soul rings, if substituted with an ordinary soul king, would undoubtedly result in a catastrophic demise. After all, according to the optimal ratio of soul rings, the cumulative age of the 5 rings adorning a 5-ring soul king would scarcely reach 2 decades, perhaps even falling short of such a milestone. Chapter 28. Erming seeks as time inexorably passed. By the brookside, observing Ye Chen's silence, Xiao Wu felt a semblance of relief. Yet her visage remained fraught with anxiety as she awaited developments. Meanwhile, Ye Chen silently endured the throbbing pain in his mind, exerting every ounce of his strength to absorb the external soul bone affixed to his head. At that moment, Xiao Wu seemed to sense a presence. her eyes widening as she fixed her gaze upon the distant forest. Soon, aided by the luminous moonlight, she beheld a colossal silhouette stealthily emerging from the woods ahead. This entity, akin to a towering mountain, was cloaked in ebony fur that shimmered faintly under the soft starlight. Though it was on all fours, its shoulders undoubtedly exceeded 7 meters in height. If it were to rise upright, its stature would likely surpass 15 meters. At first glance, this being resembled a hybrid of a monkey and a gorilla. Apart from its lantern-like eyes gleaming with a yellowish luster, its entire form was enveloped in a pitch-black sheen, with muscles resembling granite covering its physique. In terms of muscularity, this gigantic creature undoubtedly ranks among the foremost on the Douluo Continent. It was none other than Erming, Xiao Wu's companion, the 100,000-year Titan giant ape. In recent days, Erming had grown weary of idleness at home, venturing beyond the core area to roam the Douluo forest. Although Xiao Wu possessed a disguise necklace, which concealed her soul beast aura, she had not taken further precautions. Consequently, she was inadvertently detected by the nearby Erming, who promptly rushed over, concerned for her well-being. After all, during these years, Xiao Wu had ventured into the human realm, leaving him utterly in the dark. And Erming harbored deep worries that she might have been discovered by a human powerhouse, risking her soul rings and bones. As Erming made his entrance, Ye Chen, in the midst of absorbing the external soul bone, felt an involuntary shiver run down his spine. What is happening? Lacking sufficient mental fortitude to project his spirit, he was unable to discern the nature of the approaching presence, yet he sensed that something formidable was on the horizon. Could it be that great monkey, Erming, has arrived? Ye Chen pondered silently. Upon seeing her younger brother, Erming, Xiao Wu's face brightened with joy. But she swiftly recalled something and immediately raised her index finger to her lips, signaling for silence. Glancing at Ye Chen beside her, Xiao Wu cautiously approached Erming and led him away to a secluded spot. Roar. Sister Xiao Wu, how I've missed you. Erming softly growled. Although he had yet to learn the art of speech, Sister Xiao Wu, with her remarkable prowess, understood perfectly what her younger brother meant. Hee, Erming. I've missed you too. How is Deming? Xiao Wu inquired. Upon hearing this, the Titan giant ape nodded affirmatively. That's good to hear. Rest assured, Erming, I am safe in the human world. Now, do you notice any change in my aura? Xiao Wu asked Erming. Roar? What is happening? Instantly, Erming's eyes widened in astonishment. He sensed that Xiao Wu's aura had indeed transformed. Were it not for witnessing it firsthand, he might have thought someone was impersonating his sister. This necklace allows me to alter my aura at will, so fear not. I will not be discovered by any soul master. As she spoke, Xiao Wu lifted the carrot necklace adorning her neck. Erming, you must return quickly. I am quite safe here among humans. You and Deming must hide well in the forest. With a soft growl, Erming leaped away, disappearing from Xiao Wu's sight in an instant. He needed to hurry back and share the news that their sister Xiao Wu was safe and sound. In truth, within the Douluo forest, apart from the Titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python, there were indeed other soul beasts of 100,000 years. Albeit they were exceptionally well hidden and rarely known. Soul masters and soul beasts are born adversaries, unless one is a title Douluo. Encountering a 100,000-year soul beast means there is no chance of escape. This has led to the rarity of such formidable beings. A 100,000-year soul beast is akin to a title Douluo among humans, and due to their racial advantages, they typically possess power equivalent to that of a 95th level title Douluo. Even the likes of the Titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python, with their potent bloodlines, would find ordinary 95th level title Douluos no match for them. Of course, this is considering the title Douluo does not possess 100,000-year spirit rings or spirit bones. However, one aspect seems puzzling. Bibi Dong, endowed with 200,000-year spirit rings and over 400,000-year spirit bones, commanding several subordinates at the title Douluo level, still found it challenging to subdue the 100,000-year Titan giant ape and sky blue bull python. Doesn't that seem a bit disgraceful? With such a configuration, along with a soul power level reaching 99 as a peerless Douluo, one would think even a 100,000-year soul beast would be easily vanquished, let alone one with double the years. As the moon waned and the sun ascended, reaching the zenith of midday, Ye Chen finally succeeded in absorbing the external soul bone affixed to his head. At that moment, a delicate azure lotus mark appeared on his brow. Brother Chen, how do you feel? Inquired the ever-concerned Xiao Wu, stepping forward immediately. I am well, he replied. Ye Chen exclaimed with delight. What transpired earlier? Why would there be an unexpected occurrence while absorbing a soul ring? given the rarity of external soul bones. Xiao Wu had never encountered one, and thus did not connect the dots. This time, fortune smiled upon them, and they stumbled upon an external soul bone. Ye Chen mused to himself that his 3 fortunate cards had not been in vain. This azure lotus flower, with an estimated age of around 3 millennia, would hold immense value, even if what he acquired was not a rare external soul bone, but rather an ordinary head soul bone from the same era. Its worth would undoubtedly exceed 3 million gold soul coins. If it were to be auctioned, it could fetch no less than 10 million gold soul coins. After all, the value of head soul bones surpasses that of typical limb soul bones. It is akin to the wisdom skull rewarded to the champion team of the Soul Master competition in the original tale, despite its mere 50,000 years of age. Its worth is already comparable to that of a standard 100,000-year soul bone. External soul bone? Xiao Wu exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. Although she had never encountered an external soul bone, she had heard of its rarity, especially since Ye Chen had previously enlightened her on the preciousness of such artifacts. I don't see any changes in you. Didn't you mention that external soul bones are typically tails, wings, or claws? Glancing around Ye Chen, Xiao Wu only noted a mark appearing on his forehead, which seemed no different from before. What peculiarities could possibly arise from a single azure lotus flower? Ye Chen rolled his eyes. However, in his perspective, the external soul bones resembling claws and wings appeared quite acceptable. Yet, if it were a tail, as a man, he would feel somewhat awkward. Conversely, if it were to be a female, it might indeed possess a certain charm. Of course, these were relatively normal considerations. If a frog-type soul beast were to yield an external soul bone resembling a tongue, that would be a bit unsettling. Chapter 29, Confession. So, what is the function of this external soul bone? Its effects are commendable. The accompanying soul bone technique, emerging from the mud untainted, grants immunity to 20 of physical, energy, and mental damage. As he spoke, a blue light flickered from the azure lotus mark on Ye Chen's forehead, and a lotus platform, about the size of a palm, manifested, hovering a foot above his head. The moment the azure lotus platform appeared, it immediately radiated a gentle azure glow, enveloping Ye Chen entirely. The technique emerging from the mud untainted associated with this external soul bone is not merely a passive ability. It is an active one that can be activated or deactivated at will, requiring a continuous consumption of Ye Chen's soul power during its use. Originally, the technique's name was simply damage immunity, but Ye Chen felt free to bestow it a more elegant title. Although the damage immunity percentage of emerging from the mud untainted is somewhat modest, it is inconsequential, as external soul bones can increase in age alongside the soul master's level. With the elevation in age, the effectiveness of the soul bone technique will undoubtedly enhance. Moreover, Ye Chen can purchase soul bone age enhancement cards from the system's marketplace, allowing him to elevate its age to 100,000 years without needing to wait until his ascension to the title Douluo. After all, he currently possesses ample funds. While the external soul bone can automatically increase in age, Ye Chen does not intend to let it evolve on its own, as enhancing the soul bone's age, akin to soul rings, can similarly elevate his soul power level. The substantial expenditure of gold soul coins, through an early promotion to a higher level, yields greater filial piety from his son, making it immensely beneficial for Ye Chen. Emerging from the mud untainted, the name indeed carries an air of elegance. Does this external soul bone have a specific name? Xiao Wu inquired of Ye Chen. Let us call it the transformative azure lotus. After a moment of contemplation, Ye Chen designated a name for his external soul bone that exudes sophistication and grandeur. He was aware that his transformative azure lotus was a mere imitation, vastly inferior to the legendary transformative azure lotus of his previous life. Nevertheless, it sounded far more pleasing, did it not? Moreover, with the transformative azure lotus above his head and a bamboo staff in hand, it perfectly complemented Ye Chen's ethereal demeanor. If astute onlookers were to witness him, would they not exclaim, "A true transcendent immortal"? By the way, Xiao Wu, did anything happen while I was absorbing the external soul bone? With a grave expression, Ye Chen inquired of Xiao Wu, "Is there nothing?" Xiao Wu feigned a naive demeanor. "Xiao Wu, please do not leave me." After casting a deep glance at her, Ye Chen embraced Xiao Wu in his arms. "What is it? Why the sudden behavior?" Xiao Wu, taken aback by Ye Chen's unexpected action, blushed and softly asked, "Just remember, do not disappear without a word one day." As he spoke, Ye Chen noticed the rabbit ears adorning Xiao Wu's head and could not resist the urge to caress them. Could it be that Chun Gu knows my true identity as a spirit beast? At this moment, Xiao Wu suddenly realized this possibility, and in her astonishment, she failed to react to Ye Chen's touch on her rabbit ears. It is worth noting that during their time at Nodding Academy, Ye Chen had indeed shown interest in Xiao Wu's rabbit ears, yet each time he attempted to touch them, he would inevitably receive a thorough beating from her. Regardless, Chen Ge would never harm me. Xiao Wu held an unwavering confidence in this belief. Although she was unaware of the source from which Ye Chen acquired the card that could enhance the age of spirit rings, she mused that if such a card could augment spirit rings, then spirit bones could likely be enhanced as well. Thus, she was assured that he would not covet her 100,000-year spirit ring and spirit bone. Moreover, Xiao Wu was cognizant that the precious herb she once consumed was worth as much as her spirit ring and spirit bone. So she was certain that Ye Chen would not wish her harm. Reflecting on the myriad moments they had shared over the years, an impulse surged within Xiao Wu to reveal her true identity to Ye Chen. Chen Ge, you will protect me. Won't you? Xiao Wu gazed at Ye Chen with deep affection. Indeed, my dear Xiao Wu is so adorable. Anyone who dares to harm her shall pay with their life. Ye Chen nodded earnestly and said, Sister Chen, I once deceived you. My true identity is that of a soul beast transformed over 100,000 years. Can you forgive my concealment? Raising her small head, Xiao Wu gazed at Ye Chen with her big, watery eyes. What prompted this sudden confession from the little rabbit? Observing the soft and adorable Xiao Wu, Ye Chen chose to respond through actions rather than words, leaning in to gently press his lips against her cherry-like mouth. After a prolonged moment, when Xiao Wu felt she could hardly breathe, she finally pushed Ye Chen away. Why do you take advantage of me? She exclaimed with indignation. We have shared a bed for so many years. Can this truly be deemed an advantage? Humph, you only know how to bully me. Unjust. How could a mere soul master bully a four-ring soul sect member? If it weren't for Xiao Wu's lack of resistance, Ye Chen would have had no chance. Have you truly forgiven my concealment? Xiao Wu inquired, her expression serious. Of course, my dear Xiao Wu is so adorable. Who could possibly hold any disdain? Ye Chen replied gently, stroking Xiao Wu's head with a warm smile. Wait. Did you know all along? Suddenly, Xiao Wu recalled the disguised necklace Ye Chen had gifted her, realizing he might have known back then. I hadn't noticed. Xiao Wu, you were quite clever. Ye Chen was taken aback. When had this adorably foolish little rabbit become so astute? Quickly, tell me, when did you discover this? In an instant, Xiao Wu reverted to her former headstrong demeanor. Did I not mention? I am the reincarnation of the god of wealth. From the moment I first laid eyes on you, I recognized you as an adorable little rabbit. You're deceiving me. I speak the truth. After all, Xiao Wu is indeed a little rabbit. How infuriating. Immediately, Xiao Wu pounced on Ye Chen, and the two became entangled in playful banter. Chen Ge, thank you, she said, sitting beside him after their playful scuffle. For what should I thank you? If you truly wish to express your gratitude, then call me brother. From now on, I shall protect you, my little rabbit. Brother. Oh. Xiao Wu, you are truly obedient. In that moment, their bond grew even closer. Wait a moment, brother, you are a spirit master of the third ring, while I am a spirit master of the fourth ring. What need have I for your protection? Suddenly, Xiao Wu recalled this fact, her expression turning one of disdain. Ye Chen, just wait, I shall soon ascend to the soul sect. This is something that my uncle can tolerate, but my aunt cannot. Chapter 30. The effect of rising unblemished from the mud. Subsequently, Ye Chen began to assess the changes within himself after advancing to the third ring as a soul master. The first thing he examined was the quantity of golden soul coins bestowed upon him by his devoted system assistant. He discovered that during his time as a second ring great soul master, he received merely 4 golden soul coins each time, but now, after his advancement, the number had increased to 6. Over the course of a year, this would accumulate to a staggering sum of over 189 million shimmering coins. Attribute panel host. Ye Chen Soul Power. Level 33 Martial Soul. Ink Jade Divine Bamboo Staff Soul Rings. Purple. Purple First Soul Skill. Binding Second Soul Skill. Confusion Third Soul Skill. God Sealing Soul Bone. Creation Blue Lotus External Soul Bone. Gazing at his attribute panel, Ye Chen nodded in satisfaction. A 3,000-year-old green lotus soul ring, combined with an equally aged external soul bone, had catapulted his soul power level to that of a level 33 soul master. Furthermore, the third soul skill, God Sealing, were similarities to the innate soul skill of the green lotus, as it too was designed to confine the opponent's mental prowess. While this skill may lack substantial impact in the early stages, its significance would undoubtedly magnify as the importance of mental power became more pronounced in later phases, particularly against soul masters who specialize in mental manipulation or attacks. Noticing that he still possessed a modest sum of golden soul coins in his system shop, Ye Chen promptly purchased 7 purple 1000-year soul bone enhancement cards and 9 black 10,000-year soul bone enhancement cards, for the time being elevating the external soul bone. Creation Blue Lotus to 10,000 years was sufficient. The remaining golden soul coins were to be reserved for future endeavors. As he contemplated upgrading all his soul rings to black 10,000-year levels after his ascension to the soul sect, upon utilizing the 7 purple 1000-year soul bone enhancement cards, the age of the Creation Blue Lotus was uplifted to 10,000 years amidst a dazzling azure glow, simultaneously augmenting Ye Chen's soul power. Moreover, the soul bone technique, rising unblemished from the mud, had its immunity to physical, energy, and mental damage enhanced from 20 to 30. Excellent. It has indeed improved, just as Ye Chen had anticipated. The percentage of immunity increased following the elevation of the Creation Blue Lotus's age. Without hesitation, he integrated the remaining 9 black 10,000-year soul bone enhancement cards into the Creation Blue Lotus. Instantly, the azure radiance intensified. And as the Creation Blue Lotus ascended to the 10,000-year level, Ye Chen felt an overwhelming surge of soul power emerge. After all, a soul bone of 10,000 years, when absorbed by a level 91 title Douluo, could indeed elevate one's soul power level, couldn't it? When placed upon Ye Chen, the enhancement is undeniably substantial. However, in comparison to a title Douluo, Ye Chen's absorption efficiency is relatively low. Otherwise, the immense soul power required for a title Douluo to ascend a single rank would be sufficient to overwhelm Ye Chen, a mere 3-ringed soul master. As the external soul bone, the Creation Azure Lotus, matured to a remarkable 10,000 years, its immunity effect, akin to remaining unsullied despite emerging from the mire, has also been elevated to 50. Consequently, any adversary that dares to attack Ye Chen will inflict only half the damage, a truly extraordinary effect befitting a 10,000-year soul bone. Ye Chen even indulged in daydreams, pondering the possibilities should the Creation Azure Lotus reach 1,000,000 years. Would its unsullied effect not become even more remarkable? Yet, there remains a slight gap. Sensing his soul power level, Ye Chen finds himself just a fraction away from achieving the coveted rank of a soul scholar at level 40. Which leaves him somewhat perturbed. Nevertheless, this is still commendable, for the energy contained within soul bones is significantly inferior to that of soul rings of the same age. At level 30, with the addition of a 3,000-year soul ring, Ye Chen would typically ascend to approximately level 32. Thus, the 10,000-year Creation Azure Lotus external soul bone has directly elevated Ye Chen's soul power by nearly 7 to 8 levels, a feat he estimates would require nearly 2 years of diligent practice. However, the slight deficiency in reaching the threshold for the 4th soul ring does not deter Ye Chen. For with the 10,000-year external soul bone enhancing both his physical prowess and mental acuity, he can also invest resources to elevate the ages of his 3 soul rings, thereby propelling his soul power level even further. With his current capacity, bearing 4 10,000-year soul rings is undoubtedly a trivial matter. In truth, even if Ye Chen had not benefited from the enhancements brought by the Creation Blue Lotus upon reaching the rank of soul sect with 4 rings, he would still be capable of accommodating 4 10,000-year soul rings. After all, the years of diligent practice of the creation body refinement technique were not in vain. Since he intended to enhance the age of his soul rings, Ye Chen also procured soul ring age enhancement cards for Xiao Wu. Aside from her 4th soul ring, Xiao Wu's current soul ring ages are quite comparable to Ye Chen's. Her 1st and 2nd soul rings, following the previous enhancement, are just over 1,000 years, while her 3rd soul ring exceeds 3,000 years. For both of them to elevate their soul ring ages to fully black, they would require an entire half of a small target's worth of gold soul coins. Thus, Ye Chen's gaze fell upon the purple 1000-year soul ring age enhancement cards. The reason for choosing the purple 1000-year cards instead of the black 10,000-year ones is primarily due to the fact that these enhancement cards cannot be split for use. Purchasing the black 10,000-year cards would deplete his small treasury. After acquiring 50 purple 1000-year soul ring age enhancement cards, Ye Chen's balance in the system mall was nearly exhausted. However, his savings are accumulating rapidly. Within a single day, he can amass over 300,000 gold soul coins. In just a little over half a year, he can restore his financial status to a healthy level of a small target. Moreover, once he obtains his 4th soul ring, this pace will only accelerate. Xiao Wu, I shall share half with you. Ye Chen divided the considerable stack of soul ring age enhancement cards in his hand, presenting half of them to Xiao Wu. The purple ones, Could they possibly elevate the age to a millennium? Xiao Wu was well acquainted with the purpose of such cards, having previously utilized the yellow century cards in the soul-hunting forest. However, she was astonished to discover that they had now transformed into purple millennium cards. Well, in essence, they served the same function. It was simply that these treasures could not be split for simultaneous use on 2 soul rings. Wait a moment. There are 25 cards? This means I can elevate all 3 of my preceding soul rings to the age of 10,000 years? As she counted the cards in her hand, Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief. Being a 4-ring soul master, she could potentially possess 4 soul rings of 10,000 years each. A feat she had never heard of before. In the realm of Douluo, it is not merely the 4-ringed soul masters who possess the capability to achieve the illustrious black 10,000-year soul rings. Even among the titled Douluo, only a scant few have managed to do so. To the knowledge of Ye Chen, currently, only Douluo Bibi Dong and the soul-eating spider emperor's martial spirit boast the first 4 soul rings, all reaching the coveted 10,000-year mark. Chapter 31. The configuration of all black soul rings. In the city of slaughter, Tangshan, controlled by the blood-red 9-headed bat king and transformed into the king of slaughter, may indeed possess such an ability. After all, Tang Chun was ambushed during the latter stages of his trials for the Shura god. It stands to reason that a deity of his stature would not be as miserly as the Rakshasa god. It is not beyond possibility that Tang Chen's first 4 soul rings are entirely black. Speaking of which, the Rakshasa god, who bestowed the divine legacy upon Bibi Dong, is undoubtedly a miser, withholding divine soul rings and failing to enhance Bibi Dong's soul ring age, despite having a significantly longer inheritance period than Qian Renxue and Tang Xiaosan. Shortly after Tang Xiaosan's birth, Bibi Dong personally eliminated Qian Xuanji and commenced her trials for the Rakshasa god. While she completed her trials and inherited her divine rank, the timeline is remarkably close to that of Tang Xiaosan's ascension, highlighting the Rakshasa god's frugality. Subsequently, Ye Chen unleashed his martial spirit and soul rings, integrating all his soul ring age enhancement cards into 3 of his soul rings. As the enhancement cards fused, the colors of the 3 soul rings began to deepen, swiftly transforming into black 10,000-year soul rings. Initially, Ye Chen was on the brink of elevating his soul power level. He officially ascended to the 40th level of the soul master rank, amassing a substantial reservoir of soul power, which could not be manifested due to the absence of a 4th soul ring. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu, upon augmenting her soul ring configuration from 3 purple and 1 black to 4 black, elevated her soul power level from the original 43rd level of soul master to the 46th level, a remarkable increase of 3 levels. Should this soul ring configuration be revealed, it would undoubtedly astonish many. Fortunately, with the aid of a disguised necklace, she could effortlessly alter the appearance of her soul rings, alleviating any concerns of frightening others. In truth, even when soul masters are at the 10th level of soul practitioners, it is improbable to directly attach a 10,000-year soul ring to high-quality soul bones. At most, only a 1,000-year soul ring can be achieved. The enhancement provided by soul bones to a soul master's physical constitution is not fixed. It functions somewhat like an amplifier, with the effects becoming more pronounced as one's innate constitution strengthens. Otherwise, the aristocratic families with wealth and power would see their innate geniuses endowed with soul rings surpassing the black standard. It is precisely because, for soul fighters or titled Douluo masters, the differences between the preceding soul rings, be they of 100-year or 1,000-year age, are negligible, that there are no low-ranked soul masters refining high-quality soul bones to begin with 1,000-year soul rings. As for those unable to even attain the rank of soul fighter, why should they be entrusted with precious soul bones? Speaking of which, why has Qian Renxue's soul ring configuration only reached the optimal soul ring ratio? It is worth noting that Qian Renxue had long since refined a soul bone from an angel's head, aged a staggering 99,999 years. Given her physical prowess and mental fortitude at level 40, it stands to reason that her 4th soul ring could indeed be augmented by a 10,000-year soul ring. Oh, how swiftly Sister Xiao Wu's soul power is ascending. Feeling elated at having reached the rank of soul master at level 46, Xiao Wu exclaimed with excitement. Indeed, a soul master of the 4 black configurations is truly unique. By the way, brother, where did you acquire that card to enhance the age of soul rings? Is it valuable? It has been said that your brother is a fortune god. The might possessed by deities is beyond the comprehension of one so small as you. Little rabbit. However, this item is rather costly. To speak candidly, Enhancing the age of a soul ring is something that deities within the Douluo divine realm can accomplish, although Ye Chen is uncertain about their limitations. Nonetheless, Ye Chen speculates that elevating a soul ring to 1,000,000 years is likely unattainable. Or perhaps assisting a successor in achieving such an elevation would exact a significant toll. Quite expensive, indeed. How valuable is it? Each year of age commands 1,000 gold soul coins. Do the math. 1,000 gold soul coins. Xiao Wu's eyes widened in astonishment. Though 1,000 gold soul coins may not appear excessive, one must remember that on the Douluo Continent, a single gold soul coin suffices to cover the living expenses of an ordinary family of 3 for several months. Of course, while it is referred to as an ordinary household and denotes several months of living expenses, this standard cannot be compared to Ye Chen's previous life, where merely filling one's belly was considered basic. In Ye Chen's former existence, even a typical family could afford meat daily. Having 4 dishes and a soup at every meal was regarded as a modestly comfortable standard. In contrast, such a situation is non-existent on the Douluo Continent, where merely avoiding hunger qualifies one as an ordinary family. It recalls the words of Wang Sheng when Ye Chen first arrived at Notting Academy. We are all from impoverished families. We make do as best we can, as long as we can fill our stomachs. Ye Chen nodded thoughtfully. It is remarkable that elevating a century-old soul ring to one exceeding 100,000 years only cost a modest sum of golden soul coins, a feat that he accomplished. Had the affluent Ning Fingji been present, he would undoubtedly boastfully declare, "Bring me a dozen," and readily spin to enhance the soul ring of the sword bone Douluo to a 9-red configuration. How exorbitant! Henceforth, Sister Xiao Wu must strive to acquire soul rings of even greater age. Contemplating that merely a year's difference necessitates an expenditure of 1,000 golden soul coins to compensate, Xiao Wu immediately felt a pang of regret. 1,000 golden soul coins could procure delectable treats, sufficient to sustain her for several years. For instance, considering Oscar's sausages priced at 5 copper coins each. With the known ratio of golden soul coins to copper coins being 1 to 100, 1,000 golden soul coins could purchase 20,000 sausages. Eating a year's worth would average to consuming 54 sausages daily, with a surplus. However, given Xiao Wu's current appetite, she could not possibly consume 54 sausages in a day, and this pertains to soul food. Should it be ordinary sustenance, the quantity would be even greater. Nevertheless, this realization reinforced Xiao Wu's belief that Ye Chen was indeed wealthy. Well, I have ascended to level 40. Let us first partake in lunch, and then continue our journey in search of the next target. Initially, Ye Chen had anticipated that advancing to a 4-ring soul master would require considerable time. Yet, unexpectedly, upon adding the 3rd soul ring, he obtained a precious external soul bone, and with a generous investment, directly elevated his soul power to level 40. Thus, he hastily proceeded to affix the 4th soul ring without hesitation. As for mastering his soul power, with the aid of the creation meditation method, this aspect was not of grave concern. Ye Chen could enhance his skills through subsequent training after progressing to the soul master rank. Unfortunately, his treasury had dwindled. He lacked even 1,000,000 golden soul coins, leaving him unable to sell lucky cards and reliant on chance alone. Ye Chen speculated that had it not been for the external soul bone emerging from the Qinghe flower after using the lucky card, he might have encountered a soul beast that resonated with him that very day. Although the description of the lucky card was somewhat ambiguous, obscuring its specific effects, Ye Chen firmly believed it was undoubtedly worth the hefty price of 1,000,000 golden soul coins. Chapter 32, 4th Soul Skill, Blindness Indeed. Without the enhancement of the lucky card, their efficiency was lacking. The two spent 2 days near the outskirts of the Stardow Forest, searching in vain for a suitable target. Ye Chen's aspirations for the 4th soul ring are not particularly high, although he is capable of enduring a millennium-level 4th soul ring. It would not be a matter of great concern if he encounters one of a lower age that is still suitable. After all, he can enhance the age of the soul ring using the soul ring age enhancement card. 2 days later, thanks to the generous gifts of golden soul coins from his external aid, coupled with the remaining change from before, the total surpassed 1,000,000. Ye Chen promptly utilized the luck card. The effects of the luck card proved quite remarkable. Within half a day, he discovered a target that was well suited for him. Before him stood a cluster of entirely jet-black plants, adorned with flowers of the same inky hue. Ye Chen nodded in satisfaction. This was a dark spirit flower, approximately a millennium old, whose innate soul skill could temporarily blind its opponents, a formidable control-type soul skill, perfectly aligned with Ye Chen's needs. Soul masters do not merely rely on their eyesight to perceive their surroundings. If one were to be simply blinded, it might not significantly impact a seasoned expert's combat prowess, as they can depend on their formidable spiritual energy to assess their environment. However, when combined with his third soul skill, divine restraint, the situation would transform entirely. The dual application of these two soul skills would undoubtedly render Ye Chen's future adversaries into blind men with their eyes wide open. While it is conceivable that a strong individual could still discern their surroundings through hearing, in the heat of battle, auditory perception pales in comparison to visual and spiritual acuity. Nevertheless, Ye Chen was certain that finding another suitable target for acquiring an external soul bone again would be quite unlikely. Following his usual method, he hurled a white phosphorus incendiary device toward the distant dark spirit flower. With a resounding explosion, flames erupted, and thick smoke billowed as the intense fire engulfed the venerable dark spirit flower. However, being a formidable soul beast, when the flames subsided, no soul ring materialized, indicating that a single incendiary device had not vanquished the plant. Without hesitation, Ye Chen threw another one. This time, the beleaguered dark spirit flower could no longer endure. Collapsing into the inferno, countless golden specks emerged from the remnants, gradually coalescing into a deep purple, nearly black soul ring. Not yet a millennium? Observing the hue of the dark spirit flower's soul ring, Ye Chen raised an eyebrow, surprised to find that the flower had not yet reached the millennium threshold, though it appeared to be quite close, perhaps just a few decades shy of that mark. Accurately determining a soul beast's age to the exact year, or even to the precise decade, is indeed a formidable challenge. Moreover, even among the same species of soul beasts, individual variations exist. Even among a litter of piglets, differences in size can be observed. It remains a mystery how that esteemed master Yu determined that the upper limit for the first soul ring is precisely 423 years. Could it be that he has some hidden advantage? The year may have been slightly off, yet for Ye Chen, it held little significance. After all, a yellow 100-year soul ring enhancement card was merely a small fraction of his savings accumulated over half a day. Subsequently, Ye Chen summoned his martial spirit and began to draw upon the soul ring. The dark spirit flower soul ring, upon being summoned by his martial spirit, promptly descended upon him, swiftly shrinking until a deep purple-black soul ring was affixed to the inked jade divine bamboo staff. In an instant, Ye Chen felt a formidable surge of soul power, tinged with a hint of darkness, flooding into his being. It is worth noting that the dark spirit flower, a rare dark attribute plant-type soul beast, was well-suited for the inked jade divine bamboo staff, which did not adhere to elemental manipulation otherwise. Absorbing such a dark attribute soul ring would indeed have posed challenges. As time gradually passed, after the better part of a day, Ye Chen finally completed the refinement of the dark spirit flower soul ring. His soul power level elevated from the previous rank of a level 40 quasi-soul master to that of a level 45 soul master, and he was already more than halfway toward the soul power required to advance to level 46. This significant enhancement was undoubtedly attributed to the fourth soul ring he had acquired, which was nearly 10,000 years old. Along with the substantial soul power amassed from previous enhancements, a soul ring aged close to 10,000 years is sufficient to elevate a level 40 quasi-soul master to a level 42 soul master. Thus, considering that Ye Chen had previously enhanced a total of 25,000 years worth of soul rings, such a remarkable improvement could be deemed reasonable. Without delay, Ye Chen began to inspect the changes in his beloved external enhancement. Originally, as a 3-ring soul master, he would receive 6 golden soul coins in tribute from his cherished companion. Now, having ascended to a 4-ring soul master, this had increased to 8 golden soul coins per tribute. Although the increase was modest, over the course of a year, Ye Chen would be able to save more than 2.5 of his small financial goals in golden soul coins. He couldn't help but wonder if his current savings rate had surpassed that of Ning Rongrong from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Surely, I must have exceeded it, he mused. Ye Chen pondered to himself. After all, Ning Rongrong was merely the sect master of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect, and its disciples were numerous. The income generated throughout the year surely did not all flow into Ning Rongrong's pockets. Moreover, could the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect truly earn enough each year to afford 2 soul bones aged 100,000 years? Ye Chen found that utterly implausible. Conversely, he could simply visit various auction houses and purchase 2 low-grade soul bones, allowing him to invest and elevate them to 100,000 years in age. Although soul bones enhanced through such means would only carry a single technique associated with 100,000 years, it was still a considerable advantage. Subsequently, Ye Chen procured a yellow card for elevating the age of a 100-year soul ring, enhancing the age of his fourth soul ring to a black 10,000-year level. This time, due to the modest increase in age, his soul power level did not change significantly. Ye Chen merely sensed a slight improvement, which was not very pronounced. Attribute panel host. Ye Chen's soul power. Level 45 Martial Soul. Ink Jade Divine Bamboo Staff Soul Rings. Black, black, black. Black first soul skill. Binding second soul skill. Confusion third soul skill. Forbidden God fourth soul skill. Blindness soul bone. Creation Blue Lotus. External soul bone. Indeed, it is a blind soul skill. Unsurprisingly, Ye Chen's fourth soul skill was blindness, a talent soul skill derived from the dark spirit flower. After some contemplation, Ye Chen glanced at Xiao Wu beside him. Xiao Wu, would you care to test my fourth soul skill? Not a chance. Xiao Wu thought it foolish of her to have ever considered trying Ye Chen's soul skill effects. Though Ye Chen's soul skills possessed little offensive power, their effects were undeniably unpleasant, and the method of activation, striking the head with the bamboo staff, was profoundly insulting. Chapter 33. Rose Hotel. Are you not even tempted to try? Ye Chen felt a tinge of disappointment, as he had been eager to witness the effects of his fourth soul skill, particularly its ability to induce blindness. As for the third soul skill, the Forbidden God, it proved to be of little utility for soul masters of lower ranks, unless their adversaries specialized in mental techniques. Nonetheless, this skill could effectively counter Xiao Wu, rendering her second soul skill, Seduction, ineffective. Is something bothering you, brother? Upon noticing Ye Chen's disappointment, Xiao Wu immediately fixed him with an intense gaze. Ahem, well then, let us depart from the starred dough forest. Ye Chen promptly shifted the topic. Truth be told, while his control over soul skills was indeed commendable and could easily overpower ordinary soul masters of the fourth ring, facing Xiao Wu without external aid rendered the outcome uncertain. Currently, Ye Chen's most significant shortcoming lay in his lack of direct offensive capabilities. However, this was of little concern. In the early stages, excessive lethality was unnecessary. In the event of an adversary, he could simply use his soul skills to restrain them and then swiftly dispatch them with a gunshot to the head. As for the later stages, he could compensate for this deficiency with control soul skills that possessed inherent offensive power or even soul bone techniques. Moreover, Ye Chen's existing soul skills were not devoid of offensive capability. For instance, the bamboo staff's phantom strike was potent, though its direct offensive power paled in comparison to its formidable control effects. He believed that once the age of his soul rings reached 100,000 years, the impact of this phantom strike would be sufficient to induce a concussion in his opponents. 3 days later, during the evening, the two arrived at Soto City. Brother, Soto City is so lively, far more bustling than Nanning City, Xiao Wu remarked, observing the throngs of people bustling along the streets and the myriad shops lining them. Indeed, Nanning City is merely a remote small town, Ye Chen replied. Although Soto City may not be the largest city on the continent, it could only be rivaled within the Barak Kingdom by the capital, Barak City. Where is Shrek Academy? Xiao Wu inquired curiously. At this moment, she was unaware that Ye Chen's primary purpose for visiting Shrek was to court girls. Had she known, she would certainly have ensured that he experienced the delightful sensation of her waist and bow. Xiao Wu's waist and legs are undoubtedly the finest in the Douluo Continent. Ordinary individuals would be unfortunate to enjoy such privileges. Shrek Academy is not far from the southern part of Soto City, but the day is getting late. Let us first find a place to stay, and we shall visit tomorrow. Although it was not the enrollment period for Shrek Academy, Ye Chen had little doubt that he and Xiao Wu would be welcomed by Flinder, given their exceptional talent and high soul power levels. Furthermore, Ye Chen possessed the ability to spend, and with Flinder's mercantile nature, he would undoubtedly receive a warm welcome. Suddenly, Xiao Wu spotted a uniquely designed hotel by the roadside. The hotel stood 3 stories tall. While its scale was not particularly grand, its exterior was entirely adorned in rose red, and the architectural style resembled that of a massive rose, leaving a striking impression on passers-by. Brother, let us stay at that Rose Hotel, Xiao Wu exclaimed, pointing at the sign hanging above the hotel's entrance. Xiao Wu, do you know what type of hotel the Rose Hotel is? With a broad smile, Ye Chen addressed Xiao Wu. Are there different types of hotels? Xiao Wu replied, somewhat bewildered. You will find out shortly. The Rose Hotel is renowned in Soto City as a favored rendezvous for couples. It is said that regardless of who enters, the The staff will invariably inform them that only the last room remains available. The so-called master of time management and the Casanova known as Dai Mubai frequently graces the Rose Hotel, engaging with the lovely ladies within. Ma Hongjiwen's lasciviousness stems from his martial soul, which generates a wicked fire that he finds intolerable, thus compelling him to seek solace with older women. In contrast, Dai Mubai's pursuits are purely hedonistic. He changes companions with greater frequency than one might change garments. His mere presence doubles the pleasure. An ecstasy that is beyond the comprehension of an ordinary individual. Upon entering the Rose Hotel, Ye Chen was greeted by an intoxicating aroma of roses that wafted through the air, its alluring scent providing a comforting and euphoric sensation. The hotel's decor is a harmonious blend of three colors, white, silver, and rose red, creating a warm and elegant ambience that is instantly appealing. It is no wonder that the Rose Hotel is lauded as the premier couples retreat in Soto City, achieving a max-level atmosphere. Do you have any rooms available? Ye Chen inquired of the attendant behind the front desk. Indeed, we do. We have one last room in our pink romantic suite. The attendant replied, winking at Ye Chen. Although Ye Chen and Xiao Wu are merely 11, their rapid development due to their martial souls gives them the appearance of teenagers around 17 or 18. Albeit with a hint of youthful innocence. It is quite normal for young individuals of their age to visit the Rose Hotel. The attendant's recommendation of the pink romantic suite likely stemmed from noticing Xiao Wu's pink blouse, suggesting she has an affinity for that color. How much is it? We would like to stay for one night. Ye Chen silently reflected. Indeed, this was the renowned Rose Hotel, reputed to have but a single room remaining. 10 gold soul coins. Here you go. Although 10 coins were not a trifling sum, Ye Chen was not short of wealth. After all, it was merely a matter of honoring his beloved son for a fleeting moment. The room was situated on the top floor. And as the attendant handed the key to Ye Chen, he did not forget to extend his heartfelt wishes for an enjoyable evening to the two. Ye Chen, although Ye Chen had the notion of experiencing the Rose Hotel, he had no intention of engaging in anything serious. After all, he was merely an 11-year-old child. It would be prudent to avoid inappropriate activities. At the very least, he should wait until Xiao Wu grows up before indulging in mischief. Brother? What did that waiter mean when he said to enjoy ourselves tonight? Xiao Wu inquired curiously as they ascended the staircase to the top floor. Xiao Wu. Are you not aware? Ye Chen widened his eyes, pondering whether the little rabbit was genuinely oblivious or feigning ignorance. Should I be aware of this? Xiao Wu blinked, a hint of confusion adorning her features. Gazing into her pure and untainted eyes, Ye Chen was engulfed by a wave of guilt. Ahem. The Rose Hotel is a couple's retreat, which explains the server's comment. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's cheeks flushed crimson. She never anticipated that the seemingly pleasant hotel she had casually selected was, in fact, a couple's establishment. Chapter 34, Seeking Trouble. On the top floor of the Rose Hotel, the two discovered the Pink Tenderness Room. This uppermost level housed only a handful of rooms, including Blue Enchantment, Yellow Sincerity, White Innocence, Green Farewell, and Red Ocean, among others. Ye Chen felt that everything was quite agreeable. Yet he pondered whether the Green Departure truly lacked substance. Could it possibly be solely intended for young brides seeking youthful companions? What a transgression. Upon entering the Pink Tenderness Room, he was greeted by a grand living room exceeding 50 square meters. Within this space, all the furniture was adorned in silver, intricately carved with exquisite patterns. The pink carpet was embellished with raised motifs of delicate roses, while at the center of the room, a magnificent heart shape was formed from an abundance of pink roses. This heart spanned nearly 2 square meters, requiring at least 1,000 pink roses to create. Suspended above it was a slender silk ribbon, inscribed with the words 999, long-lasting forever. In addition to the myriad of 999 pink roses, elegant vases were artfully arranged throughout the room, each containing pink roses that filled the air with a rich, intoxicating fragrance, captivating every corner of the space. Wow, how beautiful! After her initial astonishment, Xiao Wu's enchanting eyes sparkled with delight as she exclaimed, "Do you like it?" "Yes, I absolutely adore it." "Brother, shall we come here often in the future?" "Come often? I fear I might be unable to resist devouring you." Ye Chen rolled his eyes in exasperation. If this were to happen frequently, he was uncertain he could restrain himself. "Are you going to eat me?" "Brother, did you not say you would protect me? Why would you want to devour me?" Xiao Wu exclaimed in shock. "The bunny is so adorable. Why would anyone wish to consume such a charming creature?" "Hee. I am not referring to eating the bunny, but rather to feasting upon you." Ye Chen pointed at Xiao Wu with a mischievous grin. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu glanced down at herself, Her cheeks instantly flushed with embarrassment. She comprehended Ye Chen's insinuation, understanding his meaning all too well. Gently caressing Xiao Wu's rabbit ears, Ye Chen chose not to elaborate, deciding that this matter could wait until she matured. "Stop it. Don't touch my ears," Xiao Wu protested, as her sensitive rabbit ears reacted to his touch, prompting her to swat his teasing hand away. "By the way, Xiao Wu, with your 4 ears, does that not make your sense of hearing exceptionally acute?" Xiao Wu possessed 2 ordinary ears on either side of her head, in addition to the 2 rabbit ears atop it. Surely, her auditory perception surpassed that of an average person. Xiao Wu rolled her eyes and made her way towards the bedroom, while Ye Chen, feeling a tad awkward, followed suit. Upon entering the bedroom, they were once again taken aback. The room contained only a large bed, yet this bed, which occupied nearly half the space, was heart-shaped, adorned with pink curtains that cascaded from the ceiling, enveloping the space above the bed in a dreamlike allure, with pink rose-patterned bedding and pillows. Every detail exuded a romantic ambience that stirred Ye Chen's blood. Although he was accustomed to a life of comfort, he had never encountered such a whimsical atmosphere before. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu let out a cheer, leaping joyfully onto the bouncy heart-shaped bed, bouncing and rolling in sheer delight, overwhelmed by the novelty of the experience enveloped in a sea of her beloved pink. As night fell, the two lay on the heart-shaped bed. Despite the charged atmosphere within the room, Ye Chen found himself struggling to contain his desires, ultimately refraining from indulging in his impulses. Every thought of Xiao Wu, coupled with the omnipresent vigilance of the deities of restraint, kept his darker urges at bay. While Xiao Wu drifted off into a blissful slumber, Ye Chen endured a restless night, unable to find peace. In desperation, he resorted to cultivation to pass the torturous time. Just as he began to meditate, an unusual sound echoed from the adjacent room, filled with a red hue. Ye Chen, being a man of discernment, naturally recognized the source of the sound. Casting a glance at the still slumbering Xiao Wu, he began to silently chant Ami Tofu, striving to suppress the turmoil within his heart. However, the unfolding events deviated significantly from Ye Chen's expectations. The strange cries grew increasingly louder, and Ye Chen discerned an air of merriment in them. Suddenly, he recalled that the Red Ocean Room in the Rose Hotel had been exclusively reserved by Dai Mu Bai for an extended period. What the hell? Is this notorious womanizer actually reveling in joy? With this thought, Ye Chen's displeasure escalated. His disdain for Dai Mu Bai, stemming from his noble lineage within the Star Luo royal family, was further exacerbated by Dai Mu Bai's character flaws. Faced with pressure from his elder brother, Davis, he had callously abandoned his fiancée, opting instead for a life of debauchery in Soto City. Such actions only deepened Ye Chen's contempt for him. Now, at a time when Dai Mu Bai should be enduring the consequences of his choices, he was indulging in revelry. This was utterly intolerable. While his uncle might endure, his aunt would not. Enough was enough. Without hesitation, Ye Chen unleashed his pink affection and began to pound vigorously on the door of the adjacent Red Ocean Room. Thud, thud, thud. The 3rd floor of the Rose Hotel reverberated with the resounding knocks. Had it not been for the impressive quality of the door, it might have succumbed to Ye Chen's vigorous assault. Inside, Dai Mu Bai, caught in the throes of pleasure, was startled by the cacophony at the door, his expression shifting dramatically as he erupted into a tirade of curses. Who the hell dares to interrupt my good fortune? Indeed, to have one's pleasures so rudely interrupted would infuriate any man. The thought of being startled into misfortune could spell disaster for his future endeavors. As the relentless knocking persisted, Dai Mu Bai reluctantly set aside the 2 women in his embrace and rose to investigate, eager to confront the audacious soul who dared to disrupt his revelry. Creak. The door swung open. Before Dai Mu Bai could utter a reprimand, Ye Chen seized the moment to deliver his grievances. What on earth are you making such a racket for at this hour? Are you not concerned about disturbing others' rest? Do you possess no sense of public decency? Ye Chen possessed considerable mental acuity, quickly discerning that the man at the door was a sole master of the 3rd ring, characterized by his sinister gaze and golden hair, undoubtedly. It was Dai Mu Bai. At that moment, Ye Chen felt a surge of satisfaction and delight within. Tonight, he intended to ensure Dai Mu Bai's joy would be elusive. Indeed, he was prepared to instigate trouble, for what could be done when Dai Mu Bai was displeasing? Naturally, a thorough beating would suffice. If there were lingering grievances, another beating would follow. There would surely be a moment of exhilaration. Chapter 35, A Severe Beating for Dai Mu Bai Brat. Are you the one who disrupted my affairs? With a face still holding traces of youth and a stature notably shorter than Ye Chen's, Dai Mu Bai glared darkly, his tone laden with hostility. Who do you think you are to address me in such a manner? What gives you the right? The original intention of Ye Chen was to give Dai Mubai a sound thrashing, naturally seeking out trouble. Given Dai Mubai's arrogance, it was imperative for Ye Chen to outshine him in audacity. Understanding Dai Mubai's character, Ye Chen knew his taunts would undoubtedly provoke a reaction. As anticipated, Dai Mubai erupted in fury. You little brat, quite bold, aren't you? Today, I shall teach you a lesson. With that, Dai Mubai clenched his right fist and launched a punch towards Ye Chen's chest. Hooked. Seeing Dai Mubai make his move, Ye Chen felt a surge of joy. Now he had a legitimate excuse to unleash a beating upon Dai Mubai. After all, Ye Chen was a model student, and engaging in unprovoked violence was improper. There had to be a justification. Although Dai Mubai was a power-type soul master, excelling in strength, and Ye Chen specialized in control, lacking in physical prowess. He had trained in the art of body refinement and possessed an external soul bone of 100,000 years, the creation Azure Lotus. In terms of physical condition, he was undoubtedly superior to Dai Mubai. As Dai Mubai's fist approached, Ye Chen met it with a punch of his own. Though Ye Chen's fist was smaller and his muscles less developed than Dai Mubai's, physical contests were not solely determined by size and muscle. Their fists collided, and Ye Chen's body swayed slightly, while Dai Mubai staggered back 3 steps before regaining his balance. What a surprise! I didn't expect your strength to be so formidable, exclaimed Dai Mubai, still reeling. It was worth noting that his martial spirit was the White Tiger, a top-tier beast martial spirit, highly regarded across the continent. Yet, here he was, unable to match the strength of this youth before him. Unbeknownst to him, Ye Chen's soul power level far surpassed his. Having reached the realm of a 4-ring soul master, with 4 black 10,000-year soul rings. To endure such high-age soul rings indicated an exceptional physical constitution. Still calling me a brat? What does I make you call me daddy today? Without hesitation, Ye Chen raised his fist once more and charged forward. Although he had not specifically trained in martial arts, there is a saying, even a chaotic punch can fell a master. While Dai Mubai was undoubtedly superior in combat skills, in terms of sheer strength, he was indeed no match for Ye Chen. Within a few exchanges, Dai Mubai found himself on the receiving end of a flurry of strikes. Damn it. It seems I must get serious. White Tiger, manifest. Dai Mubai let out a thunderous roar as he awakened his martial soul. A brilliant surge of pale light erupted from his being, his chest swelling with pride as his bones crackled audibly, and his muscles instantaneously expanded, stretching his garments to their limits. His once golden hair transformed into a striking blend of black and white, and from his hands emerged 10 formidable claws, each resembling a blade, measuring a full 8 inches in length and gleaming with a chilling, ethereal light. Additionally, 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, radiated around him. Oh, so you have resorted to using your martial soul? You must be trembling in fear, young one. Submit to my might, and if I am in a generous mood, perhaps I shall spare you. At this moment, Dai Mubai felt an overwhelming sense of confidence. Although he was aware of Ye Chen's immense power, he believed that youth was a significant disadvantage. Surely, with such tender years, Ye Chen could not possibly be a 3-ring soul master, could he? Alas, Dai Mubai's assumptions were about to be shattered. Do you truly believe that a mere 3-ring soul master merits your respect? In an instant, the martial soul, the inked jade divine bamboo staff, manifested in Ye Chen's grasp, with 4 soul rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple, glimmering with brilliance. The absence of 4 black soul rings was due to Ye Chen employing a disguised necklace to alter the color of his soul rings, without a powerful backing. Revealing the presence of 4 black soul rings would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention and scrutiny regarding his secrets. 4-ring soul master. Upon witnessing the 4 soul rings encircling Ye Chen, Dai Mubai nearly dropped his jaw in disbelief. This young man appeared to be significantly younger than himself, yet his soul power had astonishingly reached the level of a 4-ring soul master. Even with innate full soul power, such rapid advancement seemed implausible. What kind of prodigy was this? Little brain, are you frightened now? Bow down and pay your respects thrice, and if I am in good spirits, perhaps I shall overlook your transgressions and grant you mercy. Ye Chen returned Dai Mubai's words with an even more audacious tone. Seeking death. Upon hearing Ye Chen's words, Dai Mubai could no longer contain his fury. What did it matter if he was a member of the 4-element soul sect? There was no way he would concede to calling him father. Even if it meant death, he would not utter such words, for his biological father would never forgive him. Nevertheless, he understood that tonight, he was bound to face a severe beating. Of course, Dai Mubai believed that his life should be safe, as there had not been any significant enmity between them previously. Surely, murder was out of the question? With this thought in mind, Dai Mubai resolved to give his all. Even if he ended up getting pummeled, at least he would have fought back valiantly. With a fierce determination, he unleashed his third soul skill, the White Tiger's Diamond Transformation. In an instant, as his martial spirit enveloped him, Dai Mubai's muscles expanded significantly, bulging even further. He prepared to activate his second soul skill, the White Tiger's Fiery Light. However, before he could execute it, Ye Chen struck first. With his fourth soul skill, Blindness, Ye Chen unleashed a phantom of his bamboo staff, which landed a decisive blow to Dai Mubai's head, plunging him into darkness. This sudden loss of sight was indeed profound, although Dai Mubai's eyes remained intact. He found himself enveloped in an inky void, unable to perceive anything. Ye Chen then employed his first soul skill, Binding, followed by his second soul skill, Chaos. Before Dai Mubai could fully comprehend the situation, Ye Chen unleashed two consecutive soul skills, leaving the disoriented and blind Dai Mubai ensnared in place. Subsequently, Ye Chen approached, wielding the ebony bamboo staff, and entered a mode of unrestrained domination. "Ah, don't strike my face," he pleaded. "Humph. Do you not know that one ought to avoid striking the face?" Ignoring Dai Mubai's cries, Ye Chen paid no heed. If he refrained from striking the face, would that even count as a beating? He then proceeded to aim specifically for Dai Mubai's face. The melodious cries of anguish reverberated throughout the third floor of the Rose Hotel, prompting curious onlookers among the guests to emerge and witness the commotion. Upon seeing Ye Chen mercilessly thrashing Dai Mubai, the onlookers transformed into a captivated audience, eager to witness the unfolding spectacle. Even the previously slumbering Xiao Wu rushed out, joining the fray as an enthusiastic cheerleader for Ye Chen. Chapter 36, Making Dai Mubai Call Him Father. Seeking collections, recommendations, and monthly votes. Isn't that young Master Dai being pressed to the ground and rubbed around? Clearly, a spectator recognized the affluent young Dai Mubai. What a remarkable lad. At such a tender age, he is already a member of the Four-Element Soul sect. No wonder young Master Dai is no match. Observing the four soul rings adorning Ye Chen, onlookers couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. As someone recognized him while he was being battered by Ye Chen, Dai Mubai quickly covered his face with his hands, utterly embarrassed. TCH, what a futile gesture. Witnessing Dai Mubai's attempt to shield his face, Ye Chen immediately objected. "If you do that, how am I supposed to strike your face?" In that moment, Ye Chen forcefully wrenched free from Dai Mubai's grasp and resumed his relentless actions. After a considerable duration, Ye Chen finally ceased his movements. At this point, Dai Mubai bore no resemblance to his former self. His head had swollen significantly, adorned with an array of bruises in hues of blue and purple. However, despite Dai Mubai's pitiable state, it was merely a matter of superficial injuries. Even without treatment, given the recovery rate of a soul master, he would regain his former condition in a matter of days. Now, quickly convey to your father whether you have recognized your mistakes. With a broad smile, Ye Chen addressed the fallen pig head Dai Mubai. The only response was a cold grunt and a glare filled with animosity from Dai Mubai. He was not the type to possess a magnanimous spirit. Having been publicly humiliated and beaten to a pulp, it would be absurd for him to harbor no grudges. It seemed the beating was far from sufficient. Without hesitation, Ye Chen resumed his relentless assault. "Will you call out?" Silence. Another round of blows. "Will you call out?" Silence again. The punishment continued. "Will you call out?" "Daddy." At last, Dai Mubai succumbed to Ye Chen's merciless fists. "Humph, I would never acknowledge you as my son." Yet, despite his refusal to accept this son, Ye Chen, in a surprisingly jovial mood, decided to let him off the hook. "Consider yourself spared this time, little brainless one. I welcome your future attempts at revenge." In that moment, Ye Chen felt an exhilarating sense of satisfaction, reveling in the fact that he had forced Dai Mubai to call him daddy. However, the notion of having a son older than himself was quite distasteful. He had no intention of adopting this master of time management. Ahem. Well then, everyone disperse. Return to your homes and seek out your mothers. Addressing the crowd of onlookers, Ye Chen made his departure, leading Xiao Wu back to their room. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai, forsaking even the two maidens, fled the Rose Hotel, seeking solace elsewhere in his sorrow. The following morning, Ye Chen donned his attire and, accompanied by Xiao Wu, set forth towards the Shrek Academy located outside Soto City. Upon exiting the Rose Hotel and strolling down the street towards the southern gate of Soto City, Ye Chen's gaze was suddenly drawn to a peculiar shop. This establishment was related to spirit masters, its entrance adorned with a circular sign etched with several unique symbols. While others might not comprehend the significance of these symbols, Ye Chen recognized them as representations of the world's foremost attack spirit, the seven killing sword, the premier weapon spirit, the Haoyan hammer, and the eminent beast spirit, the blue lightning tyrant dragon, emblematic of the continent's three supreme sections. A shop affiliated with spirit masters would undoubtedly exude an air of sophistication, yet this particular one, while not entirely dilapidated, bore a slightly worn appearance. This must be the little store opened by the cunning merchant Flinder in Soto City, he mused. Gazing at the dilapidated storefront, Ye Chen pondered to himself. Shrek Academy, often regarded as a prestigious institution for soul masters, was, in truth, a mere wild chicken academy, lacking the qualifications to participate in the Soul Master Tournament. Furthermore, due to Dean Flinder's rejection of political funding from the Ballot Kingdom, the Academy's educational budget had always been a pressing concern. Familiar with the original narrative, Ye Chen understood that the current funding for Shrek Academy primarily stemmed from two sources: the enrollment fees paid by aspiring students during the annual admissions testing, and the modest shop that Flinder had established in Soto City, where he cleverly profited from unsuspecting patrons. As a rank 7 soul sage, Flinder was unperturbed by the absence of formidable soul Douluo in Soto City, thus engaging in his ventures without fear of encountering formidable opposition. Xiao Wu, let us pay a visit to that shop. Ye Chen pointed towards Flinder's small shop. Brother, aren't we supposed to head to that Shrek Academy? Xiao Wu inquired with a curious expression. There is no rush. Since Flinder's shop is still open, it indicates that he remains in Soto City. Thus, we need not hasten our visit to Shrek Academy. Upon entering the dimly lit shop, Ye Chen immediately sensed a unique wave of energy. He understood that it was due to the soul guiding devices. These devices emanated soul power fluctuations, and if they had not been utilized or bound to an individual's soul power, they would exhibit external soul power release. Inside the shop, a man reclined on a wooden lounge chair, eyes closed, swaying gently. He appeared to be in his 50s. Despite his age, he possessed a robust physique. The chair creaked under his weight as it swayed. The man's facial features were quite distinctive, with a protruding chin, broad cheekbones, a flat face, and a hawk-like nose, characteristics that rendered him with an elongated visage. He wore a pair of rigid black-framed glasses, and even with his eyes shut, there was a shrewdness about him. Is this Flinder? No wonder Lu Erlong did not favor him and chose Yu Xiaojiang instead. Ye Chen mused silently as he observed Flinder's elongated face. To be frank, Flinder's looks were rather unimpressive. Ye Chen had encountered Yu Xiaojiang before. Although he exuded an aura of despondency and a vibe that discouraged approach, it was undeniable that, despite his buzzcut hairstyle, Yu Xiaojiang's appearance was significantly more appealing than Flinder's. Moreover, considering Yu Xiaojiang's intellectual demeanor, it was only natural that he attracted more attention from the ladies compared to Flinder. After all, he had left Dong and Lu Erlong utterly captivated. Brother, are all these soul-guiding devices? Xiao Wu asked, gazing at the various objects in the shop that radiated unique soul power fluctuations. Indeed, he replied. Ye Chen nodded slightly. It was indeed true that the shop sold soul-guiding devices, yet Flinder was hardly a reputable businessman. Although these soul-guiding instruments radiated fluctuations of soul power, they were fundamentally inferior goods, merely gilded on the outside, destined to malfunction within days, if not on the very same day of purchase. Conversely, in the original tale, Tang Xiaosan stumbled upon a significant treasure in Flinder's dubious little shop, acquiring the natural hidden weapon, the dragon whisker needle, leaving Flinder, oblivious to its worth, at a disadvantage. However, Ye Chen had no interest in concealed weapons, and such a meager value did not pique his interest. He harbored no thoughts of benefiting from Flinder's misdeeds. After all, Ye Chen was now a wealthy individual capable of saving hundreds of thousands of gold soul coins in a single day. Chapter 37. The astonished Flinder. What a splendid opportunity. The moment Flinder laid eyes on the attire of Ye Chen and Xiao Wu, his eyes sparkled with excitement. The fabric of their garments was undoubtedly of the finest quality, and the seasoned Flinder recognized at once that these two were undoubtedly affluent individuals. With the prospect of a lucrative opportunity before him, Flinder felt compelled to seize the moment. Dear young friends, might I inquire what you are in need of? Flinder, shedding his previous nonchalance, addressed Ye Chen and Xiao Wu with fervent enthusiasm. Is this not mere refuse? What is there to purchase? We have no intention of buying anything. Observing Flinder's eager demeanor, Ye Chen was well aware of his intentions. It was evident that Flinder had regarded them as easy prey. No intention of purchasing? Flinder's eyes widened in disbelief. Then what brings you here? You waste my affections. Yet, Flinder was perplexed. How could this young man discern that he was peddling worthless items? Had he perhaps been deceived by him in the past? Well, we do not wish to buy, but we are headed to Shrek Academy. Nodding slightly, Ye Chen articulated his purpose. You wish to go to Shrek Academy? Flinder, who had been preparing to recline once more, instantly became animated. Indeed, I am Flinder, the headmaster of Shrek Academy. May I inquire about your soul power levels? Adjusting his spectacles, Flinder spoke. He knew that the two were wealthy and quite young, likely not exceeding 12 years of age. If their soul power levels surpassed 21 and boasted optimal soul ring ratios, Flinder resolved to accept them directly. For others, achieving the rank of Great Soul Master merely indicated passing the initial assessment. One must attain level 25 to bypass the examination and proceed directly to the final practical assessment. However, Flinder found himself at a loss. In the present day, Shrek Academy finds itself in dire financial straits, struggling to make ends meet. If they do not devise a strategy to generate additional income, they may face closure. Consequently, Flinder has decided to relax the admission criteria. Believing that if two affluent individuals were to join the academy, he could certainly extract substantial resources, thereby securing funding for the institution. Ye Chen, possessing the martial soul of the Ink Jade Divine Bamboo Staff, stands as a level 45 control system soul master. As he manifests his martial soul, 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings, artfully disguised, radiate from him, and he announces his soul power level. Xiao Wu, with the martial soul of the soft bone rabbit, is a level 46 assault system soul master. Much like Ye Chen, she too has concealed her soul ring colors, revealing only 2 yellow and 2 purple. 4-ring soul masters? Flinder is taken aback by the soul power levels reported by the pair, compounded by the presence of 8 soul rings, 4 yellow and 4 purple, within the shop. He never anticipated that Ye Chen and Xiao Wu, despite their tender years, would already be 4-ring soul masters, and not merely novices, but at levels 45 and 46. How old are you two? Flinder adjusts his spectacles, his excitement palpable. We are both 11 years old. 11 years old? Good heavens. There are soul masters at such a young age on the continent. Flinder is astonished. In Ye Chen's perspective, while an 11-year-old soul master is indeed extraordinary, it is not entirely unheard of in the current era. For instance, Qian Renxue of the Spirit Hall boasts an innate level 20 soul power. After 5 or 6 years of cultivation, complemented by her first, second, and third soul rings, she could easily attain a level 4 soul master by age 11, given her abundant resources. Moreover, Qian Renxue had refined a 999-year-old angelic heritage skull bone at a relatively low level, which would undoubtedly bolster her soul power significantly. In the original narrative, Qian Renxue reached the rank of 7-ring soul saint by the age of 29, a feat that suggests she was delayed in her progression. Otherwise, with her exceptional talent, achieving the title of Douluo by age 24 would not be implausible, even when compared to the extraordinarily gifted Bibi Dong and Tang San, who possess inherent full soul power and twin martial souls. Qian Renxue's talent and cultivation speed remain unparalleled. It is merely that dual martial souls offer greater advantages in the later stages. Are you truly willing to join Shrek Academy? Flinder inquires, intrigued. Given their remarkable talents, they must have formidable elders as well. No one understands the circumstances of Shrek Academy better than he does. Would their guardians consent to their enrollment? It would be unfortunate if powerful individuals were to come seeking them later. Although Shrek Academy may be somewhat dilapidated, we can make do. Ye Chen responds nonchalantly. The academy itself is of little concern to him. He is merely awaiting the arrival of the great cat next year. Wouldn't this be too underwhelming? Ye Chen pondered silently. It is not that I am unrefined. Rather, I simply possess a broad affection. Indeed, that is the truth. Flinder interjected, could we perhaps phrase broken in a more tactful manner? Perhaps as plain and unadorned, or not overly resplendent. Ahem, with that established, I extend a warm welcome to both of you to Shrek Academy. Since it was Ye Chen who proactively sought admission to Shrek Academy, Flinder would certainly not let the opportunity slip by. Should the elders of the two express their disapproval, we shall address that when the time comes. Unfortunately, Flinder remained oblivious to the fact that Ye Chen had no formidable elders or influential backing. However, Xiao Wu did possess 2 powerful companions within the Stardow Forest. It is hardly surprising that Flinder held such assumptions, as soul masters are, after all, deeply rooted in the tradition of inheritance. Ye Chen and Xiao Wu, at such a tender age, have ascended to the rank of four-ring soul master, showcasing extraordinary talent. Typically, individuals possessing such remarkable aptitude are born of equally distinguished lineage. Encountering one such prodigy could be attributed to a fortuitous mutation of their martial soul. Yet the existence of two with such advantageous variations is nearly inconceivable. With the addition of these two exceptionally gifted and powerful students to their academy, it was inevitable that Flander would abandon his modest establishment in Soto City. Consequently, he locked the shop and, accompanied by Ye Chen and Xiao Wu, made his way to the Shrek Academy beyond the city. Before long, under Flander's guidance, the trio arrived at the grand entrance of Shrek Academy. There, at the village's threshold, they were greeted by a rather dilapidated archway crafted from timber, bearing a weathered sign inscribed with the simple yet poignant words, Shrek Academy. Additionally, the sign featured an illustration of a green creature. It must be noted that Flander's taste is rather peculiar. While Ye Chen had anticipated the academy's state of disrepair, he was utterly astonished by the extent of its dilapidation. Chapter 38. An ingenious suggestion, Director Flander. How has our Shrek Academy fallen into such disrepair? Ye Chen pointed towards the entrance of the academy, unable to suppress his curiosity. Could there be a more dilapidated institution on the Douluo Continent? Indeed. It was hard to believe that this was deemed a Senior Soul Master Academy. Even the Junior Soul Master Academy in Notting City surpassed it in quality. Xiao Wu exclaimed, her face a mask of incredulity. Ahem, it's not as if I have received any political aid from the Ballot Kingdom, Flinder replied sheepishly. Flinder, as a seven-ring soul sage, surely you could find a way to earn a little extra income? Ye Chen found himself at a loss for words regarding Flinder's stubbornness. Earn extra income? Flinder appeared puzzled. I mean, it's about redistributing wealth. There are so many villains on the continent. Taking a bit of gold soul coins from them would be a service to the people. In simpler terms, it's akin to the concept of robbing from the rich to give to the poor. Given that Xiao Wu was nearby, Ye Chen refrained from suggesting that Flinder venture into the Star-Do forest to hunt soul beasts for profit. Oh, how did I not think of that? Flinder's eyes brightened at the suggestion. Although the continent is relatively peaceful, there are still professions such as bandits, and he felt no moral qualms about dealing with such individuals. Doing so could even enhance his reputation. As for encountering a tough opponent, that was hardly a concern. As a seven-ring soul sage, he held a respectable position even among the many titled Douluo of the Spirit Hall and was certainly not reduced to engaging in criminal activities. Moreover, Soto City is a large metropolis. It must have its share of gangs, right? You are a soul sage. Is it not reasonable to borrow a few gold soul coins from them, with the intention of repaying when you have the means? This scenario is not only conceivable in the ancient-like society of the Douluo Continent, but also existed in Ye Chen's previous life within large cities. Flinder's strength made him one of the top experts in Soto City. What was wrong with borrowing some money from the gangs? As for when to repay, money borrowed based on one's capability need not be repaid. If they refuse to lend, well, he could simply eliminate them. Indeed, that is a splendid idea. Flinder eagerly nodded in agreement, clearly intrigued by the prospect. How had he not considered this before? Contemplating the impending closure of Shrek Academy in the years of unpaid wages owed to Xiao Wu and others, Flinder felt an overwhelming urge to act immediately. However, with Ye Chen and Xiao Wu just having arrived, it would be inappropriate for him to abandon them as the principal. Flinder resolved to first get them settled before proceeding with his plans. Thus, Flinder led Ye Chen and Xiao Wu into Shrek Academy. From the outside, the academy appeared decrepit, and the interior was no better. Within the institution, Flinder's office was merely a wooden cabin. The students' dormitories were also wooden structures. And as for the teaching building, Shrek Academy does not possess such a facility, as it operates under an open-air teaching system. However, there are two aspects in which Shrek Academy can be compared to, and even surpass, Notting Academy. Firstly, the area occupied by Shrek Academy is not smaller than that of Notting Academy. After all, Shrek Academy is situated within a small village, where land is relatively inexpensive. Secondly, the faculty at Shrek Academy boasts significantly greater strength than those at Notting Academy, starting with Soul Emperors of the 6th rank, alongside 3 Soul Saints. In contrast, the most powerful principal at Notting Academy is merely a Soul Master of the 4th rank. It is worth noting that among the 3 Soul Saints at Shrek Academy, one is an exceedingly rare food-type Soul Saint. Nevertheless, when compared to the renowned advanced Soul Master Academies across the continent, Shrek Academy undoubtedly falls short. For instance, The Four Elements Academy and the Tiando Royal Academy each have their own Soul Douluo of the 8th rank, and a considerable number of soul saints among their faculty. With a vast number of students and superior overall conditions that far exceed those of Shrek Academy. Most importantly, Shrek Academy lacks a simulated training environment. The construction of such a facility requires substantial funding, which Flander is unable to provide. However, Ye Chen plans to create a small-scale simulated training ground within Shrek Academy. His martial spirit is a bamboo staff, and he believes that planting a grove of bamboo at his residence would suffice as a simulated training environment. As for Xiao Wu, with her martial spirit being a soft-bone rabbit, perhaps a grassland-like environment could be created by planting a multitude of blue-silver grasses within the bamboo grove. Although establishing a simulated training ground is costly, this pertains to large and diverse types of environments. While Ye Chen only needs a space that can assist in his and Xiao Wu's training, thereby reducing the overall expense significantly. At the entrance of Flander's office, the trio encountered a middle-aged man of modest height but robust build. This should be Xiao Wujin, Ye Chen mused to himself, observing the middle-aged man, who stood around 1.7 meters tall. It is worth mentioning that due to their martial spirits, soul masters generally exhibit greater heights than ordinary individuals. Logically, one would expect Xiao Wujin, with his martial spirit being the great strength diamond bear, to be a tall, muscular giant. Yet, while he certainly possesses muscle, his height is rather unimpressive. If Xiao Wujin were an ordinary person standing around 1.7 meters tall, he would not be considered short. However, among soul masters, this height is indeed deemed below average. Even among attractive young women, those exceeding 1.7 meters are quite common. Currently, at the age of 11, both Ye Chen and Xiao Wu are nearing Xiao Wujin's height, and it is likely that by next year, they may surpass him in stature. Flander, who are these two? Xiao Wujin inquired, glancing at Ye Chen and Xiao Wu trailing behind Flander. Haha, old Xiao, these are our new students, Ye Chen and Xiao Wu. Allow me to introduce you to Xiao Wujin, our vice principal at Shrek Academy. Flander introduced the three individuals with great enthusiasm. Meet Teacher Xiao, he exclaimed. Hello to you all. Teacher Xiao replied, acknowledging the two with a nod before inquiring about Flander. Old Xiao, these are my special recruits, Flander declared with evident pride. After all, Ye Chen and Xiao Wu, at their tender age, had already attained the status of a four-ring soul master. If all goes as anticipated, they would undoubtedly become titled Douluo in the future, bringing great honor to Shrek Academy. Although it was said that among the graduates of Shrek Academy was the youngest elder of the Spirit Hall, Flander knew this was merely boastful exaggeration. Elders of the Spirit Hall were typically titled Douluo, and Shrek Academy had only been established for about 20 years, enrolling students no older than 12. How could they possibly become titled Douluo? Yet, Flander was confident that his earlier boasts would indeed come to fruition through Ye Chen and Xiao Wu. While they might not ascend to the rank of elder in the Spirit Hall, they could very well become the youngest titled Douluo on the continent. Chapter 39. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Special recruits? Xiao Wujie exclaimed, widening his eyes in astonishment as he glanced at Ye Chen and Xiao Wu. Indeed, both were merely 11 years old. Yet they had already achieved the status of four-ring soul masters, truly remarkable prodigies. Wow, four-ring soul masters at 11, Xiao Wujie gasped, nearly causing the glaciers of the extreme north to melt and inundate the Douluo Continent. Previously, due to the disguise necklace, he had been unable to discern their soul power levels, but he never expected them to be so high. Even innate full soul power could not possibly cultivate at such a rapid pace. What kind of nourishment had they been given? Shrek Academy had its share of innate full soul power, such as Oscar, yet Oscar, a food-type soul master, had a relatively slow cultivation speed and was already 13. Still only at the level of a great soul master. Was there truly such a vast difference in cultivation speed between food-type soul masters and those of other types? Or were these two not merely endowed with ordinary innate full soul power? In reality, Xiao Wujie and Flander were unaware that while Xiao Wu indeed possessed innate full soul power, Ye Chen's innate soul power was merely level 3. He had only broken through to the first-ring soul master at over 9 years of age. Presently, Ye Chen's status as a four-ring soul master was entirely due to the advantages afforded by his unique circumstances. Without such advantages, he would still be lingering as a first-ring soul master. By the way, old Xiao, you have to stay at the academy tonight, Flander stated after a moment of contemplation. What is going on? Xiao Wujie asked. You'll find out tonight, Flander replied mysteriously. Fine, if you want to say, then never mind, Xiao Wujie retorted. rolling his eyes at Flander's enigmatic demeanor. Ye Chen suspected that Flander was preparing to engage in some underhanded dealings. Such mischief, surely, could only be conducted under the cover of night. It felt rather inappropriate to indulge in such activities during the day. In Flander's office, he welcomed Ye Chen and Xiao Wu to take a seat. However, there was little comfort to be found, as they merely sat on ordinary wooden chairs. Coughing lightly, Flander addressed them. "Well, dear new students, it is time to settle your tuition fees." "Dean Flander, that hardly seems fair. Aren't you planning to earn some extra cash tonight?" "This was all my suggestion, so consider it a deduction from your fees." Although Ye Chen was not particularly concerned about parting with a small sum, he was acutely aware that Flander was a cunning businessman who intended to extract money from him without hesitation. Moreover, Ye Chen suspected that Flander would demand an exorbitant amount, treating him as a fat sheep ripe for shearing. Additionally, Ye Chen's advice was indeed invaluable. One thing must be distinguished from another. How can students enroll in an academy without paying a registration fee? Flander smiled slyly at Ye Chen. The prospect of earning extra money that evening seemed distant, and Flander, noting Ye Chen's affluent appearance, believed it was imperative to collect the tuition fees, preferably at a steep price. After all, who said that earning extra cash precluded collecting fees from Ye Chen and his companion? These matters were not mutually exclusive, were they? Damn the unscrupulous merchant. May you have a son without a backside. Ye Chen silently cursed as he gazed at Flander's smiling visage, which resembled a shoehorn. However, it appeared that Flander was a lifelong bachelor and had no children. "Xiao Wu, do you still have any money left?" Ye Chen turned to Xiao Wu, winking playfully as he spoke. "I am quite devoid of funds." Xiao Wu instantly understood and responded in kind. "Dean Flander, as you can see, we are entirely broke. Perhaps we might consider waiving the tuition fees?" Ye Chen intended to take advantage without compensation. Impossible. Absolutely inconceivable. To think one could benefit without giving anything in return? It is utterly unimaginable. Flanders would never allow himself to be exploited, especially not by someone as affluent as Ye Chen. Alas, what a pity. Xiao Wu, let us proceed to the Royal Academy of Heaven Do. Given our talents, it is certain that the Academy will waive our tuition fees. With a look of regret, Ye Chen addressed Xiao Wu. "All right, brother, I will follow your lead." Xiao Wu promptly nodded in agreement. Immediately, Ye Chen prepared to escort Xiao Wu out of Flinder's office. Just as it seemed they were truly about to leave, Flinder could no longer remain seated. "Dean Flinder, we genuinely lack funds, so please refrain from persuading us." "You little rascal, you are quite bold." Flinder shot a glare at Ye Chen. Ye Chen and Xiao Wu are devoid of funds? It is utterly inconceivable. With their rosy complexions and splendid attire, how could they possibly lack money? Surely, their storage soul guides must contain treasures, yet Flinder refrains from confronting them directly. Fortunately, Shrek Academy, thanks to Ye Chen's previous counsel, is on the verge of financial prosperity, so the tuition fees for the two are of little consequence. However, Flinder is rather displeased at being taken advantage of. He has always been the one to exploit others, never the one to be exploited. Haha. Our gratitude to Dean Flinder is much appreciated. Ye Chen was well aware that Flinder would certainly be reluctant to part with them. However, what Ye Chen had previously stated was not without merit, given their extraordinary talents. Their admission to the Heaven Do Royal Academy would undoubtedly bring great joy to the three committee members and the old man Shui. After all, the Heaven Do Empire had no shortage of soul masters of various ranks, even possessing a considerable number of soul Douluos. Yet it was precisely the title Douluo level experts that were in short supply. With such exceptional abilities, their enrollment at the Heaven Do Royal Academy would not only exempt them from tuition fees, but might even warrant a financial incentive. The prospect of benefiting without cost brought Ye Chen immense satisfaction, particularly when it came at the expense of the cunning Flinder, filling him with a profound sense of accomplishment. All right, here, that wooden house is yours to reside in." As he spoke, Flinder gestured towards a nearby wooden cabin. He had discerned that Ye Chen and Xiao Wu were likely in a romantic relationship, and since there were no other female students at Shrek Academy, it would be perfectly acceptable for Xiao Wu to live with Ye Chen. One could only hope that the cabin would not leak during rainy days. Ye Chen gazed at the somewhat dilapidated wooden house in the distance, expressing his uncertainty. "Rest assured, that house was repaired just 2 years ago," Flander confidently asserted, patting his chest. "Repaired just 2 years ago? Does that imply it might indeed leak?" Ye Chen exclaimed. "Director, we must never let the children suffer. Nor should we allow education to be impoverished. After you and teacher Zhao earn some extra money tonight, it will be time to renovate the academy. Indeed, That statement holds merit, yet we remain unaware of the specific outcome. We shall see when the time comes. Flander found great wisdom in those words, as he too harbored similar thoughts, but the golden opportunities were simply insufficient. Ahem. Well then, Director Flander, I wish you abundant gains tonight. We shall take our leave. Off with you. Your presence is a nuisance. By the way, here is the key for you. Additionally, there are 3 other students in the academy. Make sure to get acquainted. Understood. With a wave of his hand, Ye Chen took the dormitory key and, alongside Xiao Wu, exited Flander's office. Chapter 40. Oscar. Upon leaving Flander's office, the two headed straight for the dormitory. Upon opening the door, Ye Chen discovered the room was rather small, measuring less than a dozen square meters. It appeared to have been uninhabited for some time, as dust had accumulated on the floor and the bed, accompanied by a musty odor. Brother, are we really going to stay here? Xiao Wu remarked disdainfully as she surveyed the room, observing the scene within. Ye Chen felt somewhat speechless. It was indeed fitting for Shrek Academy. If he were to live alone, it might be tolerable. But sharing this shabby abode with Xiao Wu made him feel it fell short of acceptable standards. Consequently, Ye Chen opened the system marketplace, intending to search for any simple housing options available for purchase. However, he soon discovered a new target. Soul-guided villa price, 100,000 gold soul coins. P.S. A lifestyle-type soul-guided device, equipped with various soul-guided formations, an essential item for home and travel. As the name suggests, this item was a convenient small villa. With ample funds at his disposal, Ye Chen promptly purchased it. Come, Xiao Wu, we shall not reside in this dilapidated house any longer. With the villa acquired, Ye Chen found the shabby dwelling utterly unworthy of consideration. Not staying here? Then where shall we sleep tonight? Hee, follow me. Suddenly, Ye Chen took Xiao Wu out of the wooden house and strolled around Shrek Academy, eventually finding a suitable spot to unveil the Soul Guide Villa. When not in use, the villa appeared as a mere 1-foot model, but with the infusion of soul power, it could automatically gather the ambient soul energy and transform into a charming little villa. The various soul guide formations within could be activated by the soul power it collected. After placing the soul guide villa on the ground, Ye Chen began to channel his soul energy. Before long, a uniquely designed, 2-story villa, predominantly white, materialized before them. Wow, brother, you can even conjure a house. Xiao Wu exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with wonder. Indeed, aside from not being able to produce offspring, your brother can do anything. Ye Chen boasted. Such a show-off. Xiao Wu replied with an adorable roll of her eyes. Upon exploring the interior, Ye Chen discovered that the villa's footprint was modest, measuring only 70 to 80 square meters. The first floor featured a living room, a kitchen, and a bathroom, while the second floor housed 2 bedrooms and an additional bathroom. Ye Chen discovered that the soul-guiding formations referenced in the introduction were not offensive or defensive arrays, but rather practical arrangements for illumination, temperature control, ventilation, fire management in kitchens, smoke extraction, and water collection in bathrooms. Indeed, such conveniences justify their exorbitant price. Were it not for Ye Chen's ample finances, he would not have spent 100,000 gold soul coins to procure them. For Ye Chen, who is favored by a powerful external aid, this sum is merely a fleeting expense, but for others, it represents a substantial fortune. Even a 3rd-ring soul master receiving subsidies from the Spirit Hall would take over 80 years to amass such wealth. Subsequently, Ye Chen busied himself further, adding numerous pieces of furniture to his new home. Suddenly, an astonished voice echoed from the entrance. How did a new house appear in the academy? Hearing the commotion, Ye Chen, who had just settled onto the sofa, turned to look. A youth clad in simple gray attire, sporting neatly trimmed hair and a full beard, yet possessing charming peach blossom eyes, stood at the doorway. Indeed, he was unmistakably a young man, despite his beard. A closer inspection revealed he was only slightly older than Ye Chen. Oscar. Upon seeing the bearded youth, Ye Chen immediately recognized him as Oscar. A soul master with innate full soul power is a rarity, and a food-type soul master possessing such a gift is even more exceptional, scarcer than instances of twin martial spirits. At least on the continent, besides by Baidong and Tangsan, there have been documented cases of twin martial spirits. But no clear records exist of food-type soul masters with innate full soul power. Oscar may well be the only one to have ever existed. In fact, in the original narrative, even the god of food in the divine realm bestowed divine status upon Oscar. Who are you? Oscar asked, gazing curiously at Ye Chen and Xiao Wu inside the house. We are new students at Shrek Academy. I am Ye Chen, he replied. I am Xiao Wu. Sir, who are you? Are you a teacher at the academy? Xiao Wu, observing Oscar's facial hair, mistakenly assumed he was considerably older. Sir? You dare to call me sir? Oscar's expression froze. Although Ye Chen and Xiao Wu appeared younger than him, he was, after all, only 13 years old. How had he suddenly become sir? Is there a problem? Xiao Wu inquired, puzzled. Of course there is a problem, and a significant one at that. I am only 13, Oscar said with a wry smile. Really? You were just 13? Xiao Wu's eyes widened in disbelief. Indeed, I am Oscar, 13 years old, and also a student at Shrek Academy. Surely, you cannot call me sir simply because I have a thick beard. Apologies, I failed to notice. Xiao Wu felt somewhat embarrassed, yet was taken aback by Oscar's apparent age. Can he truly be only 13 years old? With that full beard, one might easily mistake him for 23. By the way, I distinctly remember that this building was not present in the academy yesterday. How has it suddenly appeared? Oscar appeared puzzled. This structure is a soul guide device. Not a new construction. A soul guide device. There exists a house-type soul guide. Oscar widened his eyes, gazing at Ye Chen. Indeed, however, this soul guide house bears little difference from an ordinary house. It merely offers some conveniences. Is that so? Oscar raised an eyebrow. Just then, an exclamation echoed from outside. What on earth is a new house doing in the academy? Has Dean Flander undergone a change of heart? Hearing the voice, the three individuals within quickly turned to look. A tall man entered, his handsome visage marred by significant bruises, clearly the result of a recent altercation. This was none other than Dai Mubai, who had been humiliated by Ye Chen the previous night. However, after receiving treatment from a healing soul master in Soto City, he was no longer sporting a swollen visage, though some bruises still lingered. Boss Dai, this is not an ordinary house, but a soul guide device. Boss Dai, what happened to your face? The ever-curious Oscar was about to enlighten Dai Mubai when he noticed the marks adorning his face. Chapter 41. I possess a grand sausage. Oh, is that not my obedient son? What brings you to seek your father? Upon seeing Dai Mubai, Ye Chen immediately began to mock. Although he had not acknowledged this son at the Rose Hotel, that did not preclude him from jesting now. It's you? How dare you? What are you doing here? Dai Mubai, initially distracted by the sudden appearance of the Soul Guide Villa, did not spot Ye Chen right away. Now, upon seeing him, he was instantly reminded of the humiliation he had endured the previous night. How can you ask such a question? Your father is perfectly entitled to be here. Puffed hearing Ye Chen repeatedly refer to him as father, Xiao Wu could not help but chuckle. What is going on? When did Boss Dai become the obedient son? Oscar whispered to Xiao Wu. He disturbed my brother's rest last night, and subsequently ended up calling him father after a beating. Xiao Wu briefly recounted the events that transpired at the Rose Hotel to Oscar. Hiss, Boss Dai, you were actually made to call someone father? Oscar looked at Dai Mubai with a peculiar expression. In fact, both Oscar and Ma Hongjun harbored some dissatisfaction towards Dai Mubai at Shrek Academy. Oscar's soul skill incantations were rather peculiar, which Dai Mubai openly despised, naturally causing Oscar to feel disgruntled. As for Ma Hongjun, due to his innate evil fire and lack of funds, he could only seek out older women in the brothels, which led to disdain from the more refined Dai Mubai. Coupled with Dai Mubai's domineering personality, it is only natural that the two harbored resentment towards him. You, Oscar, are you seeking death? With his wounds exposed, Dai Mubai erupted in fury, pointing at Oscar with a fierce expression. Dai Mubai, the bruises on your face have yet to fade, and you're already getting arrogant? Perhaps your father should assist you in recollecting? Ye Chen remarked with a hint of amusement. How infuriating. Listening to Ye Chen's threatening words, Dai Mubai's anger peaked. Yet he found himself utterly powerless. After all, he truly could not contend with Ye Chen, and moreover, this was not the Star Luo Empire. No one would come to his aid. What are you still doing here? Are you waiting for me to invite you to dinner? You might as well retreat to where you feel comfortable. Ye Chen exhibited an expression akin to swatting away a fly, brimming with disdain. With a suppressed fury, Dai Mubai let out a cold snort and departed without uttering the adage, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Do not underestimate the youth and poverty. For even in the realm of talent, he could not hold a candle to Ye Chen, and as time progressed, their disparity would only widen. How intriguing. Is this truly Dai Mubai? Observing his constrained exit, Oscar found himself astonished. Is this the same Dai Mubai that lingered in his memory? Surely, he couldn't have been replaced. Dai Mubai's demeanor had utterly transformed Oscar's perception, leading to a shift in address from the once familiar Boss Dai to the more formal Dai Mubai. The title of boss no longer seemed fitting for him. Ye Chen, if you can best Dai Mubai, does that imply your prowess is formidable? Oscar turned his gaze towards Ye Chen. Mediocre, I suppose, just passable, came the reply. Ye Chen waved his hand, humbly stating that he would not become overly arrogant until he achieved unparalleled strength. There is a saying that humility fosters progress. Oscar, previously, you referred to that Dai Mubai as boss Dai. Is there a boss in Shrek Academy as well? Xiao Wu was particularly sensitive to the term boss. Once the leader at Notting Academy, she now aspired to be the queen bee of Shrek Academy as well. Dai Mubai had been the strongest among the students, thus naturally deemed the boss. However, having defeated Dai Mubai, it was now Ye Chen who would take on that title. I have no desire to be a boss. I shall be the leader of Shrek Academy, Xiao Wu declared, correcting Oscar. Oscar, from now on, you must address me as Sister Xiao Wu. Oscar, assessing her from head to toe, noted, to be a leader, one must command respect. He pondered silently, a girl as beautiful and adorable as she is. A single punch would probably send her crying. Do not underestimate me, Xiao Wu retorted, feeling slighted. If respect is what you seek, Oscar, let us step outside and settle this with a duel. She resolved that her path to becoming the queen bee would begin with defeating Oscar. I am a food-type soul master and not particularly skilled at fighting, Oscar protested. Although he was a second-ring great soul master, his martial spirit was food-related, and he doubted he could even stand up to most first-ring battle soul masters. A food-type soul master? What kind of food? Xiao Wu's interest piqued at his declaration, as her greatest loves were eating and playing. My martial spirit is a sausage. A sausage? Show me one. I want to taste it. Xiao Wu eagerly anticipated the delicious treat. Though Ye Chen could conjure many delightful dishes, Xiao Wu had little experience with soul food, as food-type soul masters were rare. In Notting City, there was only one first-ring food-type soul master, and due to his lower rank, he could not produce much soul food. Perhaps we should skip that? Oscar suggested awkwardly. His unique soul technique required preparation, and he had always made sausages in advance, fearing that producing one in front of Xiao Wu and Ye Chen might lead to ridicule. Fear not. Sister Xiao Wu pays for food. I won't let your efforts go to waste. Xiao Wu assumed Oscar was being stingy and reluctant to treat her. Beside them, Ye Chen, who was well aware of the situation, found amusement in Xiao Wu's words. Are you certain you wish to partake? Oscar inquired with a hint of uncertainty. Very well. But do refrain from striking me. I possess a grand sausage. As he spoke, Oscar raised his right hand, murmuring an incantation, and a golden glow suddenly coalesced in his palm. 2 yellow soul rings ascended, and shortly thereafter, a grand sausage materialized in his grasp. Though the sausage in Oscar's hand exuded a rich aroma, Xiao Wu's countenance was exceedingly unappealing, as if she had ingested a deceased fly. Be gone. After a moment of silence, Xiao Wu exclaimed, raising her fist, ready to charge at Oscar and deliver a thorough beating. Wait. We agreed not to resort to violence. Besides, this is beyond my control. When utilizing a food-type martial soul, one must employ different soul incantations to instigate changes in the food. My words are merely the incantation, not a mere exclamation. Oscar hurriedly explained, his scalp tingling as he observed Xiao Wu's raised fist. Leave it. Such a revolting item. You should keep it for yourself. Xiao Wu dismissed Oscar's explanation with a look of disdain, though she did lower her fist. Alas, I anticipated this outcome. My delectable sausage remains uneaten. Oscar lamented as he took a hearty bite of the sausage, feeling regret for his culinary creation. Although I possess a fine steed, where is my discerning mentor? Oscar, in truth, when you wish to activate your soul skill, it is not imperative to recite the incantation. Ye Chen turned to Oscar and remarked, Really? If this truly resolves the issue, from now on, Brother Chen, should you instruct me to head east, I shall undoubtedly refrain from heading west. Oscar's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement as he thumped his chest in assurance to Ye Chen. Although he held a certain disdain for the incantations required by his soul skills, he found himself with no alternative. As a soul master, the use of soul skills was inevitable. Thus, if he could indeed forego those peculiar incantations, he would not mind acknowledging Ye Chen as his leader. The necessity of reciting incantations stemmed from a lack of proficiency in soul power control. Should one's control be sufficiently adept, chanting would not be obligatory, or at the very least, could be silently contemplated. Ye Chen speculated that Oscar's peculiar soul skill incantation might resemble the spell incantations found in those Western fantasy novels, suggesting that with sufficient mastery, one could execute them without uttering the words aloud, or perhaps merely by whispering them. Is this true? Oscar felt a twinge of uncertainty. Perhaps it is. I cannot say for certain. After all, I am not a food system soul master. Oscar found himself somewhat speechless. Nevertheless, regardless of the veracity of Ye Chen's assertion, he resolved to give it a try. Although he could not be entirely sure, there existed at least a possibility, did it not? By the way, my martial soul is a sausage, and I am a level 27 Great Soul Master. What are your martial souls? What are your soul power levels? Oscar suddenly recalled that he was still unaware of the martial souls and soul power levels of the two individuals. Martial soul, soft-boned rabbit, level 46 Assault System Soul Emperor. Martial soul, Ink Jade Divine Bamboo Staff, level 45 Control System Soul Emperor. Ye Chen and Xiao Wu unleashed their martial spirits, revealing their concealed 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings. 4-ring soul ancestor. Oscar exclaimed in astonishment. He could hardly believe that these two, who appeared younger than himself, had already attained the status of 4-ring soul ancestors, boasting levels of 45 and 46. No wonder Dai Mubai was no match for them. Brother Chun, Sister Xiao Wu, is it too late for me to cling to your coattails? Oscar's initial reaction was shock, quickly followed by the desire to secure a place among them. After all, these were 2 formidable allies destined for the title of Douluo. As a mere support-type weakling, he needed to hold on tightly. No way, Sister Xiao Wu's leg is mine. I won't let you have it. Xiao Wu retorted, pouting. But, Sister Xiao Wu, I am a food-type soul master, lacking combat power, so I can only choose to cling to your leg, Oscar replied, feeling wronged. To be honest, while having food-type or support-type soul masters as teammates is a joy for anyone, the situation changes when one is in their own shoes. Although food-type and support-type soul masters may hold a relatively higher status at the same level, they truly lack combat power, leaving their safety unguaranteed. This is also a rule of the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile School. Direct descendants of support-type soul masters must possess combat capabilities. In truth, food-type soul masters can also possess formidable combat strength. Rubbing his chin, Ye Chen remarked, "Is that true?" Oscar was momentarily taken aback. If one could obtain a set of 600,000-year soul bones, it would be equivalent to having 1,200,000-year soul skills, surpassing even an ordinary title Douluo in terms of skill quantity and combat power. What's the point of saying that? Ordinary soul bones are already considered precious treasures, let alone a complete set of 600,000-year soul bones. Oscar rolled his eyes, thinking it absurd that he could ever gather such a collection. Even if I drank some fake wine, it shouldn't lead to such delusions. Aside from soul bones, there is another method. Ye Chen interjected. Oh, do tell. According to what I know, there exists a soul beast called the Mirror Shadow Beast, whose innate soul skill allows it to replicate the soul skills of its opponents. If you were to acquire a soul ring from a Mirror Shadow Beast in the future, it might be possible for you to replicate some of your skills. Ye Chen shared this insight, recalling that in the original story, Oscar had indeed taken this route. He didn't harbor any disdain for Oscar, despite his somewhat dubious soul skills. Oscar's character was quite commendable, prompting Ye Chen to reveal this information. Really? Oscar's excitement was palpable. Every support-type soul master harbored a desire for output. Moreover, unlike the support characters in games, many of whom could both fight and assist, support-type soul masters in Douluo, without soul bones, could essentially only serve as pure supports. Why would I deceive you? However, it is preferable to seek the mirror beast with a higher age, should it be of a lower age. The likelihood of acquiring the replication soul skill diminishes, or its efficacy may be significantly compromised, when additional soul rings of the same category are considered. The soul skills derived from older rings undoubtedly possess superior potency compared to those from their younger counterparts. If Oscar were to absorb the soul ring from the mirror beast early on, not only is it uncertain whether he would achieve a replication soul skill akin to the original narrative, but even if he did, the percentage of power replicated by the sausage would certainly decline. Haha, splendid. I am destined to become a formidable food-type soul master. Oscar was filled with exuberance. No one desires to lack formidable strength, particularly someone with his exceptional talent. He is not among those food-type soul masters with mediocre talent and limited future prospects. Rather, he is endowed with innate full soul power, destined to achieve the rank of a food-type title Douluo. Yet, the thought of becoming a title Douluo devoid of any combat capability is truly disheartening. Oscar, does the Academy possess a dining hall? As mealtime approaches, Ye Chen pondered how to address the issue of lunch. Indeed, there is one, though as for the food, Oscar hesitated to continue, for in his view, he He would prefer to savor a few of his own restorative sausages than to partake in the meals offered at the Shrek Academy's cafeteria. At the very least, his restorative sausages possess a hint of meat, do they not? Chapter 43. Black eating black. Well then, Xiao Wu, let us prepare a private feast. Ye Chen recalled that before Yu Xiaojing arrived at Shrek Academy, the canteen served only bland soup, barely sufficient to satiate hunger, with flavor being a distant luxury. However, due to Ye Chen's covert report against Tang Dazhu and Tang Xiaosan, the latter did not attend the Nodding Academy, thus eliminating the possibility of Tang Xiaosan apprenticing under Yu Xiaojing. Consequently, it was likely that Yu Xiaojing would not return to Shrek Academy the following year. Being financially comfortable, Ye Chen refused to deprive himself. Since the Academy's meals were unsatisfactory, he decided to cook for himself at home, where a kitchen awaited him. As night fell, two figures hurriedly exited Shrek Academy, making their way towards Soto City under the gentle glow of the moonlight. In the darkness, where malevolence often thrived, those with nefarious intentions preferred to act under the cover of night. Friend, why are we dressed like this? Zhao Wujie, clad in dark attire, questioned Friend, puzzled. Old Zhao. We are engaging in a covert operation. It's best we conceal our identities, Friend replied. Covert operation? You're quite audacious, Friend. Zhao Wujie perked up at the notion. Our academy is currently in need of funds, and I intend to borrow some gold soul coins from the gangs in Soto City. Friend, when did you become so disreputable? Have you identified a target? Zhao Wujie, known as the unmovable king on the continent, was hardly a paragon of virtue. It was only after becoming a teacher at Shrek Academy that his temperament had mellowed. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly been a rogue. The idea of a covert operation posed no moral dilemma for him. I already scouted Soto City during the day. The Axe Gang is among the most prominent gangs there. Their leader, Li Gui, wields the dark iron axe and possesses a soul power of a 6-ring soul emperor, while the other members are at most 5-ring soul kings. With our combined strength, they will be no match for us. Targeting the weak is prudent, although there are wealthier factions in Soto City than the Axe Gang. Friend has no intention of recklessly exploiting his strength. For instance, the Seven Treasures Glazed sect has a merchant association in Soto City, which surely possesses considerable wealth and lacks a 7-ring soul sage to guard it. Furthermore, the Spirit Hall in the city undoubtedly holds a substantial amount of gold soul coins. While the Spirit Hall does have a 7-ring soul sage, their strength pales in comparison to that of Friend and Zhao Wujie. However, Friend was wise enough not to provoke the Seven Treasures Glazed sect or the Spirit Hall, for should word of their actions leak, Shrek Academy would soon find itself in dire straits. The Seven Treasures Glazed sect ranks among the top 3 sects, while the Spirit Hall stands as the most formidable soul master organization on the continent. Shrek Academy could not afford to cross them. The Axe Gang? Well, it's unfortunate for him. Zhao Wujie silently mourned for Li Gui, the leader of the Axe Gang, for a brief moment. With both him and Flander targeting Li Gui, it was certain that a night of heavy losses awaited. Later that evening, within a luxurious mansion in Soto City, Li Gui, the head of the Axe Gang, was reveling in the company of 2 delicate concubines, indulging in double the pleasure. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the room, startling Li Gui at such a crucial moment. Who the hell is that? Is someone tired of living to disturb my good fortune? Startled, Li Gui quickly checked on his treasures and, finding no significant issues, began to curse under his breath. As the incessant knocking continued, anger surged within him. He hastily donned his attire and went to see what was amiss. Outside the door, Flander remarked, "You are quite the scoundrel, interrupting someone during such a private affair." As a senior soul master, Zhao Wujie possessed keen hearing and could discern the peculiar sounds emanating from within the room. With a grin, he addressed Flander. "It seems they are quite engaged in their game." Cough, cough, old Zhao, keep it down. We must not reveal our identities, Flander cautioned in a hushed tone. Despite being the dean of a prestigious academy, he was wary of exposing their activities, for it would be rather scandalous should rumors spread about the Shrek Academy's dean engaging in illicit dealings. Zhao Wujie fell silent, pondering the hypocrisy of those who dare to act, yet fear the consequences. However, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. It was indeed true that the events planned for the evening, if made public, would not reflect well. Moreover, while he and Flander were not concerned about their own safety, the students within the academy might not be so fortunate and could face retaliation. With a creak, the door swung open, and an irate Li Gui emerged, cursing, only to find 2 figures clad in dark attire standing before him. "May I inquire as to the reason for your late-night visit?" Li Gui asked, his tone cautious. In the underworld, being a mere lackey required only a willingness to engage in violence. But to ascend as a leader demanded a discerning eye to recognize whom to offend and whom to respect. After all, one could not afford to provoke the wrong individuals. Despite being a rank 6 soul emperor, Li Gui could not discern the true nature of the two figures before him. The palpable sense of pressure emanating from them made it clear that they were undoubtedly experts starting at rank 7 soul sage, causing him to feel intimidated. "Are you Li Gui of the Axe Gang?" Flander inquired in a gravelly voice. "Indeed, I am Li Gui. What brings you both here?" Li Gui responded, preferring to avoid conflict unless absolutely necessary. After all, as the leader of the Axe Gang, he held a significant position in Soto City. With a prosperous life awaiting him to enjoy, I have no desire to lose my life here. Someone has offered 10,000 gold soul coins for my demise. Flinder feigned a threat. Before arriving, Flinder had contemplated the situation. The Shrek Academy was a bottomless pit. Rather than completely depleting the Axe Gang in one fell swoop, it was wiser to adopt a more gradual approach. Furthermore, the Axe Gang's assets were primarily real estate, which he could not liquidate easily. At most, he could extract some cash, failing to maximize profits. Additionally, even if the Axe Gang were eradicated, as long as there remained a fertile ground for gangs in Soto City, other factions such as the Dagger Gang and the Blade Gang would inevitably arise. This was not a problem that could be resolved merely through mutual destruction. Although the Axe Gang was classified as a criminal organization, their activities were not limited to robbery. After all, how much wealth could the average citizen provide? Their primary revenue stemmed from various entertainment venues, making them far from the most corrupt of gangs. Thus, Flinder resolved to maintain a steady relationship, intending to approach the Axe Gang for funds whenever Shrek Academy found itself in need. Chapter 44. Borrowing money evidently, in Flinder's plan. The future of the Axe Gang would serve as his personal ATM. Is my life truly worth only 10,000 gold soul coins? Li Gui's eyes widened. The Axe Gang's assets exceeded 1,000,000 gold soul coins, and as the leader with a cultivation level of a 6-ring soul emperor, being valued at merely 10,000 gold soul coins was an affront. Li Gui believed that even his old rival, the Hungry Wolf Gang, would need to expend at least several 100,000 gold soul coins to hire an assassin to eliminate him. Moreover, when did the price for a soul saint-level assassin become so low? Enough with the chatter. Let us proceed swiftly. Xiao Wu interjected, his imposing presence enveloping Li Gui. Li Gui swallowed hard, struggling to find his voice. "Gentlemen, can't we negotiate? Violence is undesirable. If there is any room for discussion, I would be amenable, so long as I can preserve my life." "Well, there is indeed room for negotiation. If you borrow us 100,000 gold soul coins, we can consider this matter settled. As for the employer, we shall handle that." Flinder pretended to deliberate, emphasizing the word borrow, while the notion of an employer was entirely fabricated. Upon hearing this, Li Gui felt a surge of joy, realizing that his life could indeed be spared tonight. However, was 100,000 gold soul coins not excessive? Just moments ago, he had contemplated his life being worth several 100,000 gold soul coins, yet now he felt a pang of regret at the thought of borrowing such a sum. Though the Axe Gang's assets were considerable, his own treasury held merely around 100,000 gold soul coins. After all, as a gang leader, one could not indulge alone. Profits must be shared with the subordinates, or who would be willing to serve. Flander claimed it was a loan, but Li Gui knew all too well that the 100,000 gold soul coins would never be returned. After all, how could he dare to confront them for repayment? Not only did he not even know who Flander was, but even if he did, he would not have the audacity to demand it. "Gentlemen, isn't that a bit excessive?" Li Gui cautiously ventured to speak. "Excessive?" Xiao Wu sneered. "If you deem it so, then save it for your next life." With that, he appeared poised to strike. "Wait, I will pay." Realizing that Xiao Wu was about to take action, Li Gui felt a surge of dread and immediately backed down, choosing not to haggle further. When weighed against his own life, the sum of money paled in significance. He would rather negotiate with the entire Axe Gang than risk his existence over this amount. The following morning, the clear sound of a bell resonated throughout Shrek Academy. Ye Chen and Xiao Wu, who were having breakfast in the kitchen, paused in surprise. "Brother, what is that bell for?" Xiao Wu inquired of Ye Chen. "That should be the assembly bell for the academy," Ye Chen replied, though he had not been informed of this upon his arrival at Shrek Academy. Nevertheless, it seemed a reasonable assumption. After hastily finishing their breakfast, the two made their way to the source of the bell's chime. Upon arriving at the playground, they discovered a considerable number of individuals had already gathered. In addition to Flander, Xiao Wu, Dai Mubai, and Oscar, whom Ye Chen recognized. There were also two elderly men, a middle-aged man and a chubby young boy with fiery red hair. Ahem, well, it appears all the faculty and students of Shrek Academy are present. I have several announcements to make, Flander declared, clearing his throat as he surveyed the assembled crowd. First, I would like the two new students to introduce themselves. With a broad smile, Flander turned his gaze toward Ye Chen. Why does Flander seem so pleased? Did he have a fruitful night? Ye Chen pondered silently. But he refrained from voicing his curiosity, opting instead to proceed with his self-introduction. I am Ye Chen, Martial Soul, Inkjade Divine Bamboo Staff. Level 45 Control System Soul Master. I am Xiao Wu, Martial Soul, Soft Bone Rabbit, Level 46 Attack System Soul Master. As Ye Chen and Xiao Wu stated their soul power levels, gasps of astonishment filled the air from everyone except Flander and Oscar, who were already aware of the details. Even Dai Mubai was taken aback. While he had known Ye Chen was a 4-ringed Soul Master, he had never anticipated that his soul power level would reach an astounding 45. It was worth noting that even the most talented individuals required 2 years of cultivation to ascend from a 41-level Soul Master to a 45-level Soul Master. How many years had Ye Chen cultivated since his martial soul awakening? Moreover, the charming and sweet-looking Xiao Wu beside him surprisingly possesses a soul power level that surpasses Ye Chen by 1 rank. How extraordinary! What kind of nourishment has she been given to grow so remarkably? Well, esteemed teachers, it is now your turn to introduce yourselves. I shall begin. I am Flander. With a martial soul of the four-eyed cat eagle, a level 77 agility type soul saint. Flander glanced at several teachers within the academy and at Dai Mubai and the others. Xiao Wujia, martial soul, mighty golden bear, level 75 power type soul saint. Xiao Xian, martial soul, jelly bean, level 71 food type soul saint. Lu Qibin, martial soul, star chess. Level 66 Control Type Soul Emperor. Li Yusong, Martial Soul, Dragon Pattern Staff, Level 61 Power Type Soul Emperor. Dai Mubai, Martial Soul, White Tiger, Level 35 Soul Master. Oscar, Martial Soul, Sausage, Level 27 Great Soul Master. Ma Hongjun, Martial Soul, Evil Fire Phoenix, Level 25 Great Soul Master. Next, I have a delightful announcement to make. After everyone finished their self-introductions, Flander cast a cheerful glance at the assembly. Principal, what is the good news? Oscar inquired eagerly upon hearing of the announcement. Old Xiao, from now on, you will be responsible for the Academy's cafeteria, ensuring the children receive adequate nutrition. Any necessary funds can be requested from me. Flander did not respond to Oscar, but directly addressed Xiao Xian. Last night, it borrowed 100,000 gold soul coins from the leader of the Axe Gang, Li Gui. This significantly alleviates Shrek Academy's financial concerns. Even after covering the long-overdue salaries of the teachers, there will still be a considerable surplus. Although we cannot engage in any grand endeavors, improving the quality of meals is certainly feasible. Flander, have you struck it rich? Xiao Xian exclaimed incredulously upon hearing Flander's unexpected generosity. In his memory, Flander was rather frugal. Has he taken a wrong turn today? Ahem. That is not for you to inquire about. Just know that you can request what you need later. Flander waved his hand dismissively, unwilling to elaborate, as this illicit transaction could tarnish his noble image. What amount of illicit wealth has Flander amassed? Ye Chen pondered silently, observing Flander's seemingly abundant resources. Chapter 45. The unscrupulous Ma Hongjun. Flander turned his gaze towards Dai Mubai. Upon being called, Dai Mubai stepped forward. You shall inform the new students of the Academy's regulations. The rest of you, apart from Oscar, please return and rest, striving to restore your conditions to their optimal state. The first class will commence tonight. After concluding his words, Flander took his leave. Concerning the first lesson of the evening that Flander mentioned, Ye Chen formed a prediction. It was likely to be a venture to the Soto Great Spirit Arena for a battle of spirits. Were it not for the disguise necklace, which could alter one's appearance and the configuration of spirit rings, Ye Chen would certainly have declined the proposal to accompany Xiao Wu. After all, at such a tender age, she was already a 4-ringed spirit master, boasting a configuration of 4 black rings. Without formidable backing, she could not ensure the safety of both of them. Fortunately, with the disguise necklace, such concerns were alleviated. A 4-ringed spirit master at such a young age, especially with an all-black configuration, could indeed cause quite a stir. However, if it were a youth or even a middle-aged individual with an optimal spirit ring configuration, they would attract far less attention. After Flander departed, Ye Chen turned to Dai Mubai with a smile. Humph, the academy has no particularly stringent rules. After remarking to Ye Chen about the absence of regulations, Dai Mubai scoffed and prepared to leave. Hey, you wretch, is this the attitude you adopt when conversing with your father? Ye Chen bellowed, once more broaching the matter of father and son. In an instant, Dai Mubai's fists clenched tightly, and his gaze towards Ye Chen ignited with an inferno of fury. Were it not for the disparity in their strength, Dai Mubai would undoubtedly have charged forward to obliterate Ye Chen's head. If mere glances could slay, then at that moment, Ye Chen would certainly have been subjected to 1,000 torturous deaths. Alas, the ability to kill with a mere gaze was a talent reserved for spiritual soul masters. A feat unattainable by Dai Mubai's white tiger martial spirit. Had time been reversible, he would have never succumbed to Ye Chen's blows in the Rose Hotel. Humiliated into calling him father, even if it meant facing death, he would have refrained. In truth, Ye Chen had not anticipated Dai Mubai's lack of fortitude. Astonished that he would be compelled to utter such a term. Had Dai Mubai remained silent that day, Ye Chen would certainly have hesitated to eliminate him, settling instead for a thorough beating. Though Dai Mubai was not favored, he remained a prince of the Star Luo Empire, should he be slain. Retribution from the imperial family would be inevitable. Suppressing his seething rage, Dai Mubai chose to ignore Ye Chen's taunts and departed, fearful of succumbing to impulse and facing yet another brutal beating. Little Ao, why is it that Dai Laodao remains unresponsive despite being called a wretched son? What is the situation? Fatty, let me tell you a secret. Before Brother Chen arrived at the academy, there had already been a confrontation. Dai Mubai was knocked down by Brother Chen and actually called him father. Is he truly that formidable? Well, it makes sense, considering the significant difference in their levels. Ma Hongjun was initially taken aback, but upon reflecting on Ye Chen's soul power rank, he quickly regained his composure. Ye Chen's soul power level surpassed Dai Mubai's by a full 10 levels, making it rather effortless for him to assert dominance over Dai Mubai, compelling him to call him father. Yet, it was disheartening to witness Dai Mubai's lack of resolve. Immediately, Ma Hongjun cast a scornful glance at Dai Mubai's departing figure. After all, who could forget how Dai Mubai had previously reveled in his arrogance, deriding him as one who grasped at straws. Now, reduced to calling someone father after being bested, this was indeed his just deserts. Brother Chen, Sister Xiao Wu, you appear to be of a similar age to mine. How have you cultivated your powers? After expressing his disdain for Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun turned to the two with an eager expression. Ye Chen effortlessly defeated Dai Mubai, showcasing a power that far surpassed his own. Thus, when Ma Hongjun affectionately referred to him as Brother Chen, it was entirely understandable. Similarly, with Xiao Wu possessing the highest level of soul power, her calling him Sister Xiao Wu was equally justifiable. After all, these were two formidable allies, and Ma Hongjun naturally sought to keep close to them. Ahem. We have shared a unique bond. Matters of extraordinary circumstances, however, should not be disclosed to this chubby fellow, Ye Chen could only vaguely express. Is your martial spirit a phoenix? Xiao Wu curiously inquired of Ma Hongjun. Isn't the phoenix the king of birds? Yet, why does Ma Hongjun appear to be a somewhat roguish chubby lad? In the continent, a soul master's appearance and personality are often influenced by their martial spirit. For instance, Flinder, whose martial spirit is the four-eyed cat eagle, exhibits lethargy during the day yet bursts with energy at night. Similarly, Dai Mubai, with the white tiger as his martial spirit, is tall and imposing. Logically, if Ma Hongjun possesses the phoenix martial spirit, one would expect him to embody an elegant and noble demeanor. Yet, Xiao Wu could find no evidence of such qualities in him. Well, perhaps his red hair does align with the fiery attributes of a phoenix. Ahem, well, my martial spirit is the evil fire phoenix, Ma Hongjun said sheepishly. A fire phoenix is a fire phoenix, but why the distinction of evil fire phoenix? Xiao Wu was perplexed. Haha, Sister Xiao Wu, let me explain. This chubby fellow possesses a mutated martial spirit. Though it is termed the evil fire phoenix, it is, in fact, the evil fire chicken. Oscar immediately began to tease him. Xiaoao, can you not speak? If you can't, no one will mistake you for a mute. Ma Hongjun retorted angrily at Oscar. Evil fire chicken? Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief. The disparity between a chicken and a phoenix is indeed vast. Wait, what exactly is this evil fire? Xiao Wu pondered the crux of the matter. Upon mentioning this, Ye Chen immediately thought of Ma Hongjun's unfortunate experiences, his gaze toward Ma Hongjun filled with compassion. In truth, Ma Hongjun's plight was rather unfortunate. Achieving the rank of a 25th level Great Soul Master indicated that his innate soul power was undoubtedly significant, likely around level 8. In the grand scope of the Douluo Continent, this was considered exceptional talent. Yet, due to the nature of his evil fire, one could only shudder at the thought. In the original tale, had Ma Hongjun not obtained the rooster-crowned phoenix sunflower to purify the evil fire within him, he might have eventually met an untimely demise at the hands of a woman. Sister Xiao Wu, perhaps we should refrain from further discussion on this matter? Ma Hongjun became somewhat bashful, as Xiao Wu was quite the cute girl, and he felt it inappropriate to elaborate too much. What if he got into trouble? If I tell you, you better not hit me. The evil fire is. Ugh, I can't believe this chubby fellow is so lewd. Listening to Ma Hongjun's explanation, Xiao Wu was utterly taken aback. Who would have thought there could be such a lewd martial soul? Indeed, in this vast world, wonders abound. TSK, my dear friend. You have truly endured much. Ye Chen approached and gently patted Ma Hongjun on the shoulder. Chapter 46, Evening Class. Alas, Chenggu, you truly understand me. I do not wish for this predicament, but I find myself with no other choice. If there were alternative solutions, I would not seek out those older sisters. Do you truly think I enjoy this? I find it quite distasteful, to be honest. If only Ye Chen, in his present state, possessed the divine herb, the coxcomb phoenix sunflower, or if his treasury were overflowing, perhaps he could resolve Ma Hongjun's predicament. Yet, as it stands, Ye Chen lacks the capability to procure the divine herb from the eye of ice and fire, and his treasury is not particularly abundant. He must conserve resources for his and Xiao Wu's martial soul upgrades, leaving no funds to assist Ma Hongjun. Furthermore, to be candid, he has only just become acquainted with Ma Hongjun. Their bond has yet to deepen to such a degree. After a moment of contemplation, Ye Chen spoke. My friend, how about I lend you some money? You can repay me once you find yourself in a more prosperous situation. The reason Ye Chen lent money to Ma Hongjun was that he did not wish to see his young classmate resorting to seeking the company of older women. Additionally, he wanted Xiao Wu to become accustomed to the fact that exceptional men often attract numerous admirers. After all, the big cat would be arriving at Shrek Academy next year, and Ye Chen certainly could not allow Dai Mubai, known for his charming conquests, to cause any trouble. He feared that if he showed concern for other girls, Xiao Wu would become quite upset. Are you really offering me gold soul coins, Brother Chen? Ma Hongjun's eyes lit up at the prospect. If he had money, he wouldn't need to seek out those older women. But, my friend, haven't you encountered any wealthy ladies? Although Ma Hongjun was somewhat overweight and had an awkward demeanor, his appearance was not so lacking. Had he been in his previous life, he might have achieved great success sooner. After all, wealthy women were often fond of such charm. Was there truly no profession for rich women in the Douluo Continent? Cough, cough. Brother Chen, let us return to the matter of the loan, Ma Hongjun said, dismissing the thought of wealthy women, since he had never encountered one. Do you have a storage soul guide? Ye Chen's small treasury was entirely stored within the system's marketplace. The gold soul coins withdrawn from the marketplace were rather scattered, and the external tools did not provide the functionality to convert them into gold cards. Without a storage soul guide, carrying them would indeed be quite inconvenient. No. Ma Hongjun shook his head. It was true that while storage soul guides were not uncommon on the Douluo Continent, not every soul master possessed one. Due to the loss of soul guide technology, the storage soul guides available were relics from the past, and even the smallest ones commanded a hefty price. With a slight shake of his head, Ye Chen accessed the system marketplace and purchased a storage soul guide with a capacity of 1 cubic meter, subsequently filling it with 10,000 gold soul coins, which he handed to Ma Hongjun. The price of the storage soul guide in the system marketplace was quite reasonable. A 1 cubic meter guide cost merely 1,000 gold soul coins. 10,000 gold soul coins would be more than sufficient for Ma Hongjun to enjoy several years of gaming with those charming young ladies. Well, I hope this little chubby fellow won't go missing. Upon receiving the storage soul guide, Ma Hongjun quickly refined it. And upon seeing the vast array of gold soul coins inside, he was instantly overjoyed. Brother Chen, there are so many gold soul coins. There must be over 10,000. Are you really this wealthy? Cough, cough. Let us keep a low profile. It's not that much. I just happen to have a bit of spare change. Ye Chen waved his hand dismissively, stating that the myriad of golden soul coins was merely a trifling sum. Ma Hongjun, a prodigy in his own right, was merely extending a favor in advance. While it was unlikely to be of use in the future, he had not incurred any loss. Hey, my friend, are you going to treat us? Upon hearing that Ma Hongjun had come into wealth, Oscar immediately clamored for a feast. Hee hee, little Oscar. How about I take you out for some fun tonight? Ma Hongjun said with a mischievous grin directed at Oscar. Oscar remained silent. As night fell, when Ye Chen and Xiao Wu arrived at the playground, Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai were already present. As for Oscar, being a food-type soul master without combat capabilities, and given the insufficient numbers to form a team, he was spared from attending the evening class. Soon after, Flender arrived as well. Excellent, everyone is here. Let us set forth to Soto City. Flender surveyed the group and addressed Ye Chen and the others. Wait a moment, Dean Flender. Are we heading to the Grand Soul Arena? At that moment, Ye Chen spoke up. Oh, how did you know? Indeed. We will be attending class at the Grand Soul Arena in Soto City shortly. Flender expressed surprise, not expecting Ye Chen to be aware of his plans in advance. Xiao Wu, let us disguise ourselves. Ye Chen turned to Xiao Wu and activated the ability of his disguise necklace. Instantly, a surge of soul power enveloped him, and with a flash of light, he transformed from a youthful boy into an unremarkable young man. Similarly, Xiao Wu underwent a transformation, becoming an ordinary young woman. Goodness! What is happening here? Ma Hongjun exclaimed, unable to suppress his astonishment at the dramatic change in Ye Chen and Xiao Wu. Dai Mubai, too, was taken aback. This did not appear to be the effect of a soul skill. Could it be a transforming soul guiding device? Very clever. I was contemplating preparing masks for both of you, but it seems that will not be necessary, Flander remarked with a nod, observing the altered appearances of the duo. Indeed. Their original youthful ages could provoke considerable attention if their four-ring soul master levels were revealed. However, in their youthful forms, they would escape scrutiny. All right, let us set forth. With a grand gesture, Flander pointed his toes to the ground and gracefully propelled himself forward in the direction of Soto City. Seeing Flander take the lead, the four companions followed suit. Shrek Academy was not far from Soto City, and as a quintet of soul masters, they moved swiftly, arriving in no time. Nestled within the territory of the Barak Kingdom, Soto City faced no external threats, allowing its gates to remain open around the clock. The five entered the city with ease. Although night had fallen, Soto City buzzed with even greater liveliness than during the day. The streets were lined with brightly lit shops, and vendors who only operated in the evening had found their familiar spots, selling an array of snacks and trinkets. Upon entering Soto City and witnessing the bustling crowd, Ma Hongjuan's gaze was irresistibly drawn to the young women, nearly drooling in delight. Little fatty, what is going on with you? Is your eagerness really that overwhelming? With keen eyes, Ye Chen observed the situation and nudged Ma Hongjun with his elbow. Ahem, I can't help it, Ma Hongjun said sheepishly. However, the current Ma Dajia was quite affluent and no longer needed to frequent brothels. Instead, he planned to visit a high-end club tonight to see if it was indeed as enjoyable as Dai Mubai had once claimed. Chapter 47. The disparity between individuals without lingering on the streets. The group headed straight to the Soto Grand Soul Arena. The Soto Grand Soul Arena is one of the most magnificent structures in Soto City, characterized by its robust cylindrical architecture. Over 120 meters in diameter and nearly 100 meters in height, exuding an extraordinary aura. Gazing at the Soto Grand Soul Arena, Flender turned to the four and said, Your soul spirits are distinct, each possessing its own cultivation methods. What the Academy can impart to you is how to better utilize your soul spirits, aid you in acquiring superior soul rings, and garner greater combat experience to unlock your potential. As for the rest, it pertains to the various aspects of soul spirits and the circumstances of soul masters across the continent. Among all that you are to learn, the most crucial is practical experience. In scenarios where soul power levels are equivalent and other aspects are similar, the amount of practical experience will determine the outcome of battles. Only through continuous combat can you enhance your adaptability in battle. Thus, your first lesson is to accumulate practical experience at the Grand Soul Arena. Upon hearing this, Ye Chen nodded slightly. Indeed, Flender was correct. Practical experience was of utmost importance. In the original narrative, Qian Renxue possessed soul power at the Soul Sage level. Yet due to her lack of practical experience, she was unexpectedly defeated by Tang Xiao-san, a soul master of the Soul Emperor rank, highlighting the significance of combat experience. Nevertheless, Ye Chen believed that a reasonable level of practical experience would suffice. As the saying goes, one strength can overpower 10 skills. If the disparity between opponents is too vast, no amount of combat proficiency would be of use. Every soul master, upon entering the Grand Soul Arena, is represented solely by the term soul battle. With each victory, they earn points, and upon reaching a certain threshold, their badge level increases. This badge symbolizes their rank within the Grand Soul Arena and is universally recognized across all major cities on the continent. The benefits of a higher badge level are numerous, and I shall not elaborate on them in detail. The badge levels are categorized according to the quality of minerals, with the lowest being the Iron Badge, or Iron Soul Battle, followed successively by Copper, Silver, Gold, Purple Gold, Sapphire, Ruby, and Diamond, comprising a total of 8 levels. Your task is to obtain at least a Silver Soul Battle Badge before graduation. Do you understand? Flender scanned the 4 of them. A Silver Soul Battle? Isn't that merely the 3rd level? That sounds quite simple, Xiao Wu remarked innocently from the side. Simple? Do you think the Silver Spirit Badge is as trivial as a cabbage? Mubai, please enlighten Xiao Wu about the requirements for elevating the badge level. Flender was incensed by Xiao Wu's audacity. In the Grand Arena, once registered, one is classified as an Iron Spirit. To ascend from Iron to Copper Spirit, one must accumulate 100 points. A victory in battle awards 1 point, while a defeat deducts 1 point accordingly. Should one achieve a winning streak exceeding 5 matches, each subsequent win grants an additional 10 points. Surpassing 10 consecutive victories results in an increase of 100 points for each additional win. However, even if one attains the Copper Spirit status with 100 points, a subsequent drop below that threshold will revoke that qualification. To progress from Copper to Silver Spirit, one requires 1,000 points. In battles among Copper Spirits, a victory yields 10 points, while a defeat subtracts 10 points, with the same point accumulation rules as the Iron Spirit. Thus far, I have engaged in 42 battles, with a record of 23 victories and 19 defeats, leaving me with a mere 4 points, still classified as an Iron Spirit. Dai Mubai expressed his disdain, believing Xiao Wu was utterly oblivious to the reality of their situation. You are you, and we are we. Have you not heard the saying? The disparity between individuals can sometimes be even greater than that between man and dog. Before Xiao Wu could respond, Ye Chen interjected. What a jest! Although he and Xiao Wu presented themselves with the optimal configuration of 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings, in reality, their soul rings were all 4 black. Furthermore, both had practiced the methods of creation meditation, body refinement technique, and soul refinement decision, endowing them with superior soul power quality, physical prowess, and mental fortitude far beyond their peers. Additionally, both possessed top-tier martial spirits, a rarity among soul masters in the Grand Arena. Ye Chen even boasted a 10,000-year external spirit bone, should he fail to defeat a soul master of the same rank. He could easily find a block of tofu to end his embarrassment. Upon hearing Ye Chen liken himself and Dai Mubai to humans and dogs, Flender and Ma Hongjun exchanged glances, sensing the rising tension in the air. You. Dai Mubai's anger surged as he pointed at Ye Chen, momentarily at a loss for words. What do you mean by you? Little brain, how about we make a wager? Dai Mubai proposed. If Xiao Wu and I cannot achieve a winning streak before obtaining the Silver Spirit Badge, and should we lose even once, I shall never again bring up the matter of you calling me father. Really? Dai Mubai's eyes brightened at the prospect. Indeed. But this must exclude situations where we face each other. If Xiao Wu and I succeed, what do you intend to wager? Ye Chen said with a mocking expression. Humph. You set the terms, and I shall abide by them. Dai Mubai immediately patted his chest in assurance. You may dictate the conditions? Very well, though I haven't quite decided yet. For now, let it be noted, and I shall convey my thoughts when they crystallize. Dean Flandra, please bear witness to this. Upon hearing this, Ye Chen nodded in satisfaction and addressed Flandra beside him. What is the meaning of this calling you father? Flandra inquired curiously, perplexed by the unusual rapport between the two, particularly how Dai Mubai would refer to Ye Chen in such a manner. Ahem, Dean Flandra. Do not concern yourself with these trivial details. Ye Chen waved his hand, unwilling to engage in further conversation with Flandra. Ye Chen, I refuse to believe that you can maintain an unbroken winning streak. In Dai Mubai's perspective, the notion of Ye Chen's continuous victories was utterly implausible. He regarded Ye Chen as merely possessing a slightly elevated soul power level. At a tender age, Ye Chen has already attained the formidable rank of a level 45 soul master, yet it is evident that he lacks substantial combat experience, presenting a significant disadvantage. Moreover, in the Grand Soul Arena, he is bound to encounter opponents whose soul power surpasses his own. Dai Mubai remains skeptical that he can continue his winning streak indefinitely. A newly registered Iron Soul Master can accumulate 5 points for each victory, yielding a total of 55 points after 10 consecutive wins, and a remarkable 155 points upon reaching the 11th win, thereby advancing to the rank of Copper Soul Master. To ascend to Silver Soul Master, An additional 9 consecutive victories are requisite. This implies that for Ye Chen to triumph in this wager, both he and Xiao Wu must secure 20 consecutive wins. Any loss during this period would enable Dai Mubai to claim victory in the bet. Chapter 48. The Rogue Rabbit Duo upon entering the Grand Soul Arena. The first sight to behold is a colossal stone tablet adorned with a multitude of names. Ye Chen recognizes that these names commemorate individuals who perished on the Soul Arena stage. Registering for combat in the Grand Soul Arena is a straightforward process. One merely needs to complete a form detailing their name, age, birthplace, and martial spirit to receive the initial Iron Soul Master Badge. Additionally, a fee of 10 gold coins is required for registration. The arena staff also conducts a soul power level assessment to ascertain each participant's rank, ensuring that no soul master falsely reports their abilities. Though both Ye Chen and Xiao Wu possess considerable soul power, reaching the 4th ring of Soul Master, their youthful appearances post-disguise do not raise any eyebrows. In the Grand Soul Arena, while each Soul Master can only partake in 1 match per day, they are permitted to engage in various types of combat. The most common formats are 1-on-1, 2-on-2, and the more exhilarating team battles. The number of participants in team battles can be mutually agreed upon, typically ranging from 7 to 10, though 7 versus 7 is the standard. After completing their registration, they proceeded to the matchmaking for their battles. As they arrived together, they were assigned to the 14th division of the arena. However, the differing soul power levels meant that Ma Hongjuan's opponent was a great soul master. Dai Mubai faced a 3-ring soul sovereign, while Ye Chen and Xiao Wu would contend with opponents of the same rank, the 4-ring soul masters. Xiao Wu, let us go and register for the 2-on-2 matches. Ye Chen suggested. All right, she replied. The points earned from victories in both 1-on-1 and 2-on-2 matches are interchangeable, allowing them to expedite their acquisition of the Silver Soul Master Badge. Subsequently, Ye Chen led Xiao Wu away from the 1-on-1 combat area to register for the 2-on-2 matches. The registration fee is 10 gold coins, and for each victory, the duo will receive 10 soul coins. The staff of the Grand Soul Arena, adhering to their official duties, collected fees from the 2 individuals. As they had previously registered, they merely needed to present their Iron Soul badges, eliminating the necessity for any further documentation. Please provide a name for your team, they requested. Ye Chen was aware that for both the 2-on-2 soul battles and team fights, it was essential to designate a name for their group to facilitate the introduction by the arena's host. Thus, they decided to name themselves the Rogue Rabbit Ensemble. Ye Chen addressed the staff, expressing that names hold little significance. The staff, taken aback by his comment, merely glanced at him but said nothing further. Proceeding to register the 2. Brother, why are we called the Rogue Rabbit? Xiao Wu inquired, pondering if the name implied she was a rogue. I am the rogue, and you are the rabbit. Together, we are the Rogue Rabbit, Ye Chen replied. Xiao Wu fell silent. The Rogue Rabbit duo has now been registered. On their spirit battle badges, a new inscription appeared, elegantly etched with the name of their duo. Observing their impending 2-on-2 spirit battle, which would commence in due time, they returned to the 1-on-1 spirit battle area. Before long, it was Ye Chen's turn to take the stage. Brother, go for it. Xiao Wu cheered as he prepared to compete. Rest assured, you are well aware of my strength. Ye Chen reassured her with a wave as he made his way to the battle platform. Despite being divided into various spirit battle arenas, the space remained considerable, with a diameter reaching 20 meters, ample enough for the spirit masters to showcase their abilities. However, the audience present at this 1-on-1 battle was sparse, with many seats left unoccupied. Now, we shall commence the first match of the 1-on-1 battles at the 14th Spirit Arena. Entering the stage are 2 spirit masters. We have Ye Chen, wielding the weapon spirit, the Ink Jade Divine Bamboo Staff, facing off against Fong Ding, who has achieved 4 consecutive victories and possesses the Beast Spirit. The Black Tiger. Will Fong Ding continue his illustrious streak with a 5th victory, or will the newcomer Ye Chen claim triumph? Let us await the outcome with bated breath. At the center of the spirit battle platform stood a young host in a tailcoat, microphone in hand, addressing the audience. Indeed, it was a microphone. Although the Douluo Continent lacked advanced soul-guiding technology, certain black technologies did exist. Not only microphones but screens were present as well. Soon, a towering figure strode onto the battle platform. Fong Ding, Ye Chen's opponent. Fong Ding stood impressively over 2 meters tall, broad-shouldered and muscular, embodying the image of a powerhouse. In contrast, Ye Chen, disguised, measured around 1 meter 80. Next to the muscular giant, he appeared less imposing. However, in combat, it is not merely muscle or stature that determines strength. Otherwise, the The towering Hu Liena would easily overpower Qian. Perhaps due to Fong Ding's commendable prowess and popularity, many enthusiastic fans erupted in cheers upon his appearance. Fong Ding. Weapon Spirit, Black Tiger, Level 49 Assault System Spirit Master. Upon the entrance of Ye Chen, Fong Ding did not hastily engage but instead offered a courteous greeting. Ye Chen. Wu Huan, Ink Jade Divine Bamboo Staff, Level 45 Control System Soul Master. Displaying a polite demeanor, Ye Chen reciprocated the gesture. Young brother, do exercise caution. With a warning, Fong Ding immediately summoned his Wu Huan, transforming his already impressive physique, which swelled even further, adorned with 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings radiating their brilliance. An optimal soul ring configuration? Quite rare indeed. Though Fong Ding's 2 yellow and 2 purple rings appeared a stark contrast to Ye Chen's for completely black soul rings. The cumulative age of Fong Ding's rings paled in comparison to any single one of Ye Chen's. However, it is noteworthy that achieving an optimal soul ring configuration is no small feat for an ordinary soul master. On the continent, over half of all soul masters possess a first soul ring that is a white, sub-100-year ring. Even within the original text, the serpent spear Douluo, Shilong, as a titled Douluo, had a 5th soul ring that, upon entry, was still a purple, 1,000-year ring, which is somewhat lacking. It is worth mentioning that Shilong is also the only titled Douluo who has not attained even the low-grade optimal soul ring configuration. What, then, constitutes a low-grade optimal soul ring configuration? Given the rarity of a 100,000-year soul beast, a titled Douluo soul ring assembly that achieves 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black rings is considered a low-grade optimal configuration. The standard configuration, however, comprises 2 yellow, 2 purple, for black, and 1 red ring. Chapter 49, Battle of Souls. Upon witnessing Fong Ding's Wu Huan manifestation, Ye Chen did not lag behind, summoning the Ink Jade Divine Bamboo Staff, which also shimmered with 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings. Second soul skill, Black Tiger Roar. With a thunderous roar, Fong Ding's second soul ring flickered momentarily, and a colossal black tiger apparition emerged behind him, letting out a fearsome bellow. Accompanied by the deafening roar, an invisible sound wave surged swiftly towards Ye Chen. Roar? Ye Chen raised his eyebrows, not paying much heed to the situation at hand. This was not due to any disdain for the soul skill in question. Rather, it stemmed from the nature of sound wave-type soul skills, which, while possessing a broad range of attack, lack potency due to being merely a century-old technique. Any soul master with decent physical prowess and mental fortitude could withstand it with ease. Perhaps this skill had been effective when Fong Ding was merely a second-ring soul master. But now, as a fourth-ring soul master, its efficacy against peers had diminished significantly, especially against a formidable soul master like Ye Chen. Although the power of lower-generation soul skills tends to increase with the elevation of a soul master S rank, they would invariably fall short when compared to higher-generation techniques. Unless the skill in question offered a fixed percentage boost, relying on lower-generation abilities against similarly ranked opponents seemed rather futile. As anticipated, when the Tiger Roar sound wave descended, Ye Chen, who had long since enveloped himself in a protective barrier of soul power, merely felt a momentary lapse in concentration, suffering no real harm. Seeing that his soul skill had little effect on Ye Chen, Fong Ding surged forward, intent on engaging him in close combat. It is well known that control-type soul masters often lack direct offensive capabilities and are best paired with assault-type or agility-type soul masters to maximize their combat potential. However, when it comes to being troublesome, control-type soul masters are undoubtedly the most challenging adversaries. To counter a control-type soul master, the best approach is to capitalize on one's self-owned strengths in close quarters, thus denying the opponent any opportunity to utilize their skills. Unfortunately, Fong Ding's speed proved inadequate. Before he could close the distance, Ye Chen's soul skill was already in motion. With a flicker of the second soul skill, Chaos, the soul ring shimmered briefly. And with a sweep of his Ink Jade Divine Bamboo Staff, an ethereal shadow of the staff shot forth, descending directly upon Fong Ding's head. Thud. Fong Ding had indeed considered evasion, yet the speed of Ye Chen's staff shadow was far too swift, leaving him no time to react as he was struck squarely on the head. Witnessing the execution of Ye Chen's soul skill from the observation platform below, Ma Hongjun was momentarily taken aback. Sister Xiao Wu, is it true that Brother Chen's soul skill has such an unusual method of striking? Ma Hongjun pondered the implications of the staff striking the head, regardless of the skill's effectiveness or the strength of the attack. One thing was clear, Ye Chen's soul skill possessed a strong element of humiliation. Let me tell you, he boasted. My brother's soul skill is simply inescapable for soul masters of the same rank, and the accompanying special effects are exceedingly formidable. In the eyes of Xiao Wu, Ye Chen's soul technique is not only profoundly insulting, but also remarkably effective, a fact she has experienced firsthand. At this moment, Fong Ding, who had fallen victim to the technique, felt utterly disoriented. Initially struck on the head by Ye Chen's staff, he found himself in a daze. Once he regained his senses, he realized his body was no longer under his control. Instead of charging towards Ye Chen as intended, he inexplicably veered to the left. Given the compact size of the soul arena and the swift speed of the soul sect, by the time he comprehended the situation, it was too late to halt his advance. He barreled out of the arena's confines. In the realm of soul combat, exiting the arena and making contact with the ground outside signifies defeat. With Fong Ding now outside the arena, it was evident that the outcome of this duel was settled. Instantly, the previously somewhat raucous 14th Soul arena fell silent. Soon after, the audience began to murmur amongst themselves. What just happened? Did Fong Ding actually exit the arena? Could it be a stage match? If you're unsure, refrain from speculation. This must be the effect of the control soul technique after being struck. Fong Ding lost his sense of direction, and with the arena's limited space, he couldn't stop in time and thus dashed out. At this moment, the announcer also came to his senses, hastening to the center of the arena and proclaiming loudly, I declare that in this duel, Master Ye Chen of the Soul Sect emerges victorious. His record stands at 1 win and 0 losses. Master Ye Chen, please proceed to the registration desk for score logging. Upon hearing this, Ye Chen nodded. However, he felt a bit shy about being referred to as Master Ye Chen by the referee. After all, he was merely a 4-ring Soul Sect member, hardly deserving of such a title. That said, despite the Douluo Continent being dubbed the fantasy underworld, the might of a titled Douluo pales in comparison to the large excavators of his previous life. Nevertheless, the hierarchical titles of Soul Masters do convey an air of grandeur. 3 rings denote respect, 4 rings signify mastery, 5 rings proclaim kingship, 6 rings denote emperorship, and 7 rings confer sainthood. To the uninformed, these titles might suggest they belong to extraordinary experts. Strangely, Ye Chen recalled certain phrases, my son XX possesses the potential of an emperor, which stirs fervor, only to reveal that he was merely a 6-ringed soul emperor. Beneath a saint, all are but ants, a rather arrogant declaration, only to find that the speaker was a mere 7-ringed soul saint. Descending from the arena, Ye Chen proceeded to register his scores and collect the reward of gold soul coins for his victory. Brother Chen, how is your soul technique so astonishing? You managed to defeat a level 49 soul master in a single move. Ma Hongjun approached, delivering a compliment with exuberance. Ye Chen softly uttered a remark. What does it mean? Ma Hongjun, who was unfamiliar with this reference, was somewhat perplexed. It is merely a basic maneuver, no need for alarm. Before Ye Chen could respond, Xiao Wu interjected with an explanation. Brother Chen, you are quite audacious. After a brief silence, Ma Hongjun expressed his astonishment. Ye Chen, after just 1 match, it was time for Xiao Wu to take the stage. Her opponent was also a soul master, albeit slightly weaker than Fong Ding, possessing a soul power level of 43. His martial spirit was a hammer, and his soul rings were not optimally configured, consisting merely of white, yellow, purple, and purple. This match similarly exhibited a trend of rapid victory. As the match commenced, Xiao Wu unleashed her second soul skill, Charm, with a fierce glare from her rabbit-like eyes. Her opponent fell under her spell, and Xiao Wu swiftly charged forward, employing her first soul skill, Waist Bow, to effortlessly hurl her opponent off the stage, securing an easy victory. TSK, you two are truly extraordinary. Observing Xiao Wu's performance on the soul arena, Ma Hongjun remarked to Ye Chen, little fatty, I grant you the opportunity to reorganize your words. Ye Chen cast a disapproving glance at Ma Hongjun, for the term perverse was hardly fitting when applied to himself and Xiao Wu. Did I say anything? Ma Hongjun, realizing his blunder, promptly denied it, asserting that he had not uttered a word. Casting a sidelong look at Ma Hongjun, Ye Chen offered a glance that seemed to say, at least you understand. Chapter 50. The initial victory of the Rogue Rabbit Team. Brother, am I impressive? As they exited the soul fighting platform, Xiao Wu exclaimed proudly to Ye Chen. Indeed, my little Xiao Wu is the most formidable. Ye Chen responded with a smile, affectionately ruffling Xiao Wu's hair. Soon after, the two made their way to the duo combat arena. Before long, it was time for the Rogue Rabbit team to take the stage. The audience for the 2-on-2 matches was noticeably larger than that for the 1-on-1 battles, brimming with enthusiasm. Moreover, the arena itself was twice the size, accommodating the increased number of soul masters who required a more expansive area to showcase their abilities. At that moment, the host on stage was announcing the competing teams. In the fourth match of the 2-on-2 category, the Tiger Leopard team faces off against the Rogue Rabbit team. For details on the combatants, please refer to the big screen. Tiger Leopard team, Zhang Hu, Martial Soul, Crimson Flame Tiger, Level 47 Assault Type Soul Master. Zhang Bao, Martial Soul, Shadow Leopard, Level 48 Agility Type Soul Master. Rogue Rabbit team, Ye Chen. Possessing the Martial Soul of the Ink Jade Divine Bamboo Staff, stands as a Level 45 Control System Soul Master. Xiao Wu, with the Martial Soul of the Soft Bone Rabbit, is a Level 46 Assault System Soul Master. Now, let us welcome both teams to the stage. As they ascend the soul fighting platform, Ye Chen and Xiao Wu quickly discern that their opponents, the Tiger Leopard duo, appear to be around 40 years of age. One is tall and imposing, while the other boasts a lithe physique. Their strikingly similar features suggest they are likely siblings, although their martial souls differ. It is reasonable to assume they have inherited them from their respective parents. As both sides prepare to unleash their martial souls, the soul battle officially commences. Just as the host's voice fades, Zhang Hu and Zhang Bao activate their martial souls, each adorned with 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings. Is this the optimal soul ring configuration? Ye Chen raised his eyebrows, surprised to find that both individuals possessed the optimal spirit ring configuration. However, this was not entirely unexpected. Reaching levels 47 and 48 in one's 40s, while not indicative of extraordinary talent, was commendable nonetheless. It was evident that their elders were also spirit masters. Even if they could not achieve the maximum age for their spirit rings, attaining 2 yellow and 2 purple rings was certainly within reach. Typically, spirit masters fail to achieve the ideal spirit ring configuration, often ending up with 1 ring and 5 rings. This is because, if one does not elevate their spirit power to level 10 within the 6 years of a junior spirit master academy, they would be unable to progress to a middle-level spirit master academy upon graduation, lacking the ability to hunt century-old spirit beasts independently. Moreover, without becoming a formal spirit master, they would be ineligible for low-level spirit master subsidies, leaving ordinary individuals without the means to seek assistance in the soul hunting forest to acquire the spirit rings they need. In the case of 10,000-year spirit beasts, most spirit kings would struggle when confronted alone, without joining a faction or finding a well-coordinated team of spirit masters. Obtaining a 10,000-year spirit ring would be impossible, forcing them to settle for a 1,000-year spirit ring instead. Little Wu, focus on that assault-type opponent, Ye Chen advised, as the emerald bamboo staff spirit manifested in his hand. Understood, Little Wu replied with a slight nod. Meanwhile, Zhang Hu and Zhang Bao, having summoned their spirits, immediately launched their offensive against the two. First soul skill, Phantom Claw. First soul skill, Crimson Flame Tiger Strike. One was a powerful attacker, and the other a swift attacker. To counter Ye Chen and Little Wu's control-enhanced offensive combination, they aimed for close combat, determined not to allow Ye Chen, the control-type spirit master, any opportunity to unleash his abilities, for defeat would be inevitable otherwise. First soul skill, Bind. In an instant, Ye Chen unleashed his first soul skill against the agile Zhang Bao. A shadowy bamboo staff emerged swiftly from Ye Chen's form, descending upon Zhang Bao's head with tremendous force. The dull thud echoed as 3 azure circles materialized around Zhang Bao, immobilizing him in place. Despite the bamboo staff's lack of formidable attack power, Zhang Bao, momentarily dazed from the blow, quickly regained his senses, yet felt utterly compromised. His defense was decidedly inferior to that of food-type and support-type soul masters. Being restrained rendered him a mere target. Observing his younger brother's plight, Zhang Hu found himself momentarily stunned. However, Ye Chen and Xiao Wu wasted no time on their adversaries. With the second soul skill, Chaos, the shadowy staff struck Zhang Hu's head, disorienting him entirely. Xiao Wu seized the opportunity, launching herself forward and executing a powerful throw that slammed Zhang Hu against the arena's surface. The impact reverberated through his spine, and he felt as though his vertebrae might shatter, blood spilling from his mouth. Taking advantage of the moment, Xiao Wu relentlessly kicked the disoriented Zhang Long out of the arena. With one opponent dispatched, she hurried to confront the immobilized Zhang Bao. Wait, I concede. Before Xiao Wu could strike, Zhang Bao, recognizing the futility of the situation and the impending defeat, surrendered outright. How boring, Xiao Wu remarked, pouting slightly. She had only just warmed up, and her opponent had already conceded, leaving her somewhat disappointed. After all, this was not a life-or-death battle, with Zhang Bao's surrender. There was no need to continue the fight. Hearing her murmurs, a vein pulsed on Zhang Bao's forehead. It wasn't a lack of willpower, rather, his opponent was simply too powerful. Before he could even exhibit his abilities, Zhang Hu had been swiftly dispatched. Continuing to struggle would only lead to inevitable defeat. Thus, surrender seemed the wisest course. At least by conceding, he could spare himself physical pain. Did he not see his older brother below, clutching his back with a sorrowful expression? I hope brother doesn't injure his back. Otherwise, I won't have any excuse for sister-in-law. Zhang Bao thought to himself. I declare the roguish rabbit duo the victors of this match. Observing the surrender of Zhang Bao from the tiger-leopard duo, the host promptly declared the outcome. Subsequently, Ye Chen and Xiao Wu registered their scores, received their gold soul coins, and departed from the 2v2 soul fighting zone. Upon arriving at the 1v1 soul fighting zone, they found Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun had also concluded their respective matches. Dai Mubai faced defeat, while Ma Hongjun emerged victorious. Witnessing the smiles on Ye Chen and Xiao Wu's faces, Dai Mubai felt a surge of displeasure, for he alone had tasted defeat, while Ye Chen, whom he held in disdain, had triumphed. How could his spirits remain elevated under such circumstances? At that moment, Flander approached with a broad grin. Haha, splendid. Well done, he exclaimed to Ye Chen and Xiao Wu. Director Flander, did you place a bet? Given Flander's cunning nature, his exuberance suggested that something fortunate had transpired, likely involving a profitable gain of gold soul coins at the Grand Soul Arena. Although both Ye Chen and Xiao Wu were newcomers, there were still bets placed on them, albeit at rather modest odds. Chapter 51. Bleeding Flander. Not much, not much. Flander waved his hand dismissively, not intending to elaborate. Earlier, he had observed the steadfast confidence radiating from Ye Chen and Xiao Wu, as they passionately proclaimed their aspirations for consecutive victories and rapid ascension to the Silver Soul Fighter rank, considering their tender ages and their status as soul ancestors. Far surpassing their peers, Flander decided to take a chance and placed a bet. Indeed, their confidence was not mere arrogance, but rather a reflection of their genuine prowess, leading Flander to a lucrative outcome, earning him 2,000 gold soul coins. Although it paled in comparison to his previous gains from unscrupulous dealings, it was still a satisfactory sum. In truth, Ye Chen had also contemplated placing bets at the Grand Soul Arena to amass gold soul coins. After all, he and Xiao Wu were undeniably invincible in both 1v1 and 2v2 matches. As long as they did not engage in match fixing, they were bound to reap substantial rewards. Perhaps, engaging in match fixing would yield even greater profits? Upon careful consideration, Ye Chen ultimately abandoned this notion. Firstly, with each successive victory, the betting odds for the two of them would undoubtedly diminish, possibly leading to the cancellation of wagers altogether. Furthermore, the Grand Soul Arena in Soto City is unlikely to yield substantial amounts of gold soul coins. While several 100,000 to millions in gold soul coins may be obtainable, any expectation of acquiring more would be sheer folly. To others, such sums may appear considerable, yet for Ye Chen, it merely represents a matter of days or weeks. A mere drop in the ocean compared to future necessities. Moreover, the most critical point is that excessive winnings might invite deceit. The Douluo Continent is a realm where strength reigns supreme. Winning several tens of millions or even hundreds of millions in currency could very well attract peril. The soul arenas across major cities in Douluo Continent are either operated by the same entity or a coalition of interests, and it is inconceivable that there are no formidable experts safeguarding these establishments. Even in the absence of title Douluo, there is no shortage of soul Douluo. Even if the experts of the Grand Soul Arena do not personally intervene, the sheer volume of gold soul coins presents ample opportunity for underhanded dealings. Enough to buy the lives of the entire faculty and student body of Shrek Academy multiple times over. A small amount is uninteresting, while a large sum poses significant risk. In this vast world, one's life remains paramount. Thus, with his commitment to the philosophy of survival, Ye Chen dismissed any thoughts of profiting from the Grand Soul Arena. Dean Flinder, since you have earned a profit, shall we be treated to a meal? With a smile gracing his face, Ye Chen addressed Flander. What does the gold soul coins I earn have to do with you? One cannot say it like that, without me and Xiao Wu. Would you have been able to profit? Moreover, let us not forget that last night, you and Teacher Zhao struck a deal, and it was I who provided the insight. Though Ye Chen was unaware of the exact amount that Flander and Zhao Wujie had gained through their illicit dealings, He was certain it was a substantial sum. As the strategist behind their success, he might not receive a share of the profits, but surely he deserved a meal on the house. Ahem, how about this? I shall treat you all to a meal. After some contemplation, Flander waved his hand in agreement, reasoning that a single meal would not cost much. Now, that is more like it. Little Fatty, which is the finest hotel in Soto City? Ye Chen promptly inquired of Ma Hongjun. Having never visited Soto City before, he was unfamiliar with its offerings, and Flander, known for his frugality, would undoubtedly need to loosen his purse strings. I hope Flander's little treasury can withstand this. The teacher is treating? Why don't we go to the Soto Grand Hotel? I've always heard that their dishes are exquisite. It's just that I've never gone due to a lack of funds. Flander not only served as the head of Shrek Academy, but was also Ma Hongjuan's mentor, having taken him under his wing due to his remarkable talent and their shared winged martial spirits. The Soto Grand Hotel? Perhaps we should simply find a modest restaurant instead. Flander twitched his lips. Although he had never been there himself, he had heard that the prices were quite steep and was inclined towards something more economical. Isn't the Soto Grand Hotel a good option, Dean Flander? It is indeed good, but what? Dean, could it be that you are as financially constrained as I am? Tut-tut, you are the head of this great academy of Shrek, a dignified seven-ringed soul saint. The flying corner of the golden iron triangle. Surely, that cannot be the case. Ye Chen exclaimed dramatically, how outrageous. You short on funds? Observing Ye Chen's antics, Flander felt an irritable discontent. How could he, a dignified seven-ring soul sage, be deemed financially lacking while residing in a humble abode? In stark contrast, Ye Chen had acquired a splendid soul-guiding apparatus residence within the academy, radiating prestige. If one were to claim he lacked wealth, Flander would vehemently refuse to believe it. This was a singular occurrence. Such indulgence would not be repeated. With Ye Chen's words hanging in the air, Flander found himself at a loss for retort. I always knew the principal was a caring mentor. Ye Chen promptly presented a goodwill card. Subsequently, the group exited the Grand Seoul Arena and made their way to the Soto Grand Hotel. Named after Soto City, the Soto Grand Hotel was undoubtedly the finest establishment in the area. If the Grand Seoul Arena boasted grandeur, the Soto Grand Hotel radiated opulence. The entire hotel was adorned in resplendent gold and splendor, exuding an air of sophistication and elegance. Upon entering, they were warmly greeted by 8 charming hostesses. Guided by one slightly disheveled hostess, the group ascended to a private room on the top floor. Once seated, Flander reached for the menu to order. Principal, you are our host this time. How could we allow you to order? Exclaimed one. Fatty, hurry and assist the principal. Allowing the notoriously frugal Flander to choose the dishes would surely lead to a selection of the most economical options. This simply would not do. Having finally coaxed some generosity from Flander, they could not let him off so easily. You are quite right, Chengge. Principal, let me take care of the ordering. Seizing the menu from Flander's hands, Ma Hongjun began to peruse. Flipping through the extensive menu, he landed on the cheapest page and started marking selections. This little chubby one is rather perceptive. Choosing the more economical options, Flander thought, feeling a sense of satisfaction. However, before he could relish this feeling for long, Ma Hongjun turned to the nearby waiter and declared, in addition to my selections, bring one of everything else. Little chubby, can we possibly eat all this? Flander exclaimed. Beads of perspiration forming on his forehead, his tone growing stern as he addressed Ma Hongjun. Principal, have no worries. I possess a hearty appetite and assure you there will be no leftovers, Ma Hongjun boldly guaranteed, patting his chest. Upon hearing this, Flander shot a fierce glare at both Ye Chen and Ma Hongjun, resigned to his fate. Chapter 52. The Tranquil Bamboo Staff After Feasting and Settling the Bill. Flander felt a pang of regret. The cost for the private room amounted to 3,060 gold soul coins. But the manager graciously rounded it down to 3,000 gold soul coins. In truth, Flander had earned a tidy profit at the Grand Seoul Arena that evening. Yet he would still need to contribute an extra 1,000 gold soul coins. However, to be candid, 3,000 gold coins were not an excessive sum, were they? After all, when converted into copper coins, it amounts to merely 300,000. Given that the meals are composed of exquisite ingredients, 3,000 gold soul coins do not seem excessive. Upon exiting the Soto Grand Hotel, Flander, Ye Chen, and Xiao Wu promptly returned to Shrek Academy. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun chose to visit a prestigious club within Soto City, eager to indulge in new experiences. As for Dai Mu Bai, it goes without saying that he, having forgotten the pain of past injuries, arranged a rendezvous with a young lady at the Rose Hotel for some lively entertainment. 2 weeks later, as the Rogue Rabbit team triumphed over their opponents once more, Ye Chen and Xiao Wu finally secured the Silver Soul badge. Although the points acquired from one-on-one and two-on-two battles are interchangeable, victories in these two formats do not accumulate. Thus, their consecutive wins in one-on-one battles do not contribute to their two-on-two success. It was only on the 15th day that their cumulative score surpassed the 1,000 points required for the Silver Soul badge. Little brainy. It seems the wager is in my favor, Ye Chen exclaimed cheerfully, shaking the newly acquired Silver Soul badge as he addressed Dai Mubai. Humph, Dai Mubai scoffed, turning away from the Soul Arena without another word. Observing Dai Mubai's departure, Ye Chen held his tongue, confident that Dai Mubai's character would prevent him from being dishonest. Nevertheless, even if Dai Mubai were to renege on the agreement in the future, it would not be of great concern. After all, the strength of one's fist speaks volumes. Although Ye Chen currently lacked the power to intimidate the Star Luo Empire, dealing with Dai Mubai would be rather effortless and enjoyable. Truth be told, Ye Chen had not placed much significance on the wager. It had merely been a means to provoke Dai Mubai. Dean Flander, Xiao Wu and I have decided not to return to the Soul Arena anymore, Ye Chen declared during their journey back to the academy. Why? Dean Flander responded with a hint of displeasure, for he had profited considerably from betting at the Soto Soul Arena in recent days. Despite the decreasing odds due to their continuous victories, he still managed to earn a substantial amount. Now, with Ye Chen's declaration of not returning, it felt as though his source of income was being severed. The strength of the Soul Masters at the Soul Arena is too feeble. It offers us little assistance. If we were to challenge Soul Kings, it would attract too much attention, and we have no intention of doing so. Ye Chen's words carry an undeniable truth. The two, relying solely on their extraordinarily high soul rings, find themselves at the same grand level. It is not merely the Soul Masters of the Grand Soul Arena that can overpower. Even geniuses hailing from significant powers would find themselves crushed. However, such encounters do little to aid in accumulating practical combat experience. Yet, if the opponent were to be a 5-ringed Soul King, it would certainly draw attention, diverging from Ye Chen's principle of survival. Thus, he resolved not to continue engaging in soul battles. After some contemplation, Flander acquiesced. Indeed, given their strength, venturing into the Grand Soul Arena would yield little benefit. Although their absence from the battles would curtail Flander's additional income, he is not merely a speculator. His primary vocation remains that of the head of Shrek Academy. Were it not for the Academy's financial constraints, he would not resort to betting in the Grand Soul Arena for profit. 9 months later, on this day, Ye Chen's modest treasury had once again accumulated enough gold soul coins to reach a small target, filling his heart with immense satisfaction. Without further hesitation, he purchased another soul upgrade card. This time, he pondered, it should suffice to elevate his martial soul to divine quality, shouldn't it? Gazing at the resplendent golden card in his hand, Ye Chen murmured to himself. In fact, prior to this, after reaching a small goal with his treasury, he had also procured a soul upgrade card. However, perhaps due to the vast disparity between a top-tier martial soul and a divine martial soul, his previous attempt to transform the inked jade divine bamboo staff martial soul had failed, leaving Ye Chen quite dejected. Nonetheless, that prior upgrade card had not been in vain. He could sense that his martial soul was not far from divine quality, and with one more card, a promotion to divine martial soul was certainly within reach. Subsequently, Ye Chen summoned his martial soul, the inked jade divine bamboo staff, integrating the soul upgrade card into it. Upon their contact, the card transformed into a golden radiance, merging into the inked jade divine bamboo staff and immediately erupting into a dazzling brilliance. At that moment, Ye Chen felt a wave of elation emanating from his martial soul. The martial soul is not merely an external object but an integral part of a soul master. Thus, as his martial soul underwent transformation, Ye Chen was acutely aware of the change. Unlike his previous experience with the upgrade card, which bore little sensation, this transformation persisted for over an hour before culminating in the ascent to divine martial soul. The original inked jade divine bamboo staff, with its deep green hue, had now transformed. Although its size remained unchanged, its color shifted to a lustrous white jade, reminiscent of exquisite mutton fat jade, emanating a gentle glow and exuding an aura of tranquility and concentration. System, open the attribute panel. Attribute panel host, Ye Chen Soul Power, level 47 martial soul, serene bamboo staff soul rings, black, black, black. Black first soul skill, confinement second soul skill, Cognition, third soul skill. Divine restraint, fourth soul skill. Blindness, soul bone. Creation, blue lotus. External attached soul bone. Domain. Serene domain, the serene bamboo staff. Even the soul skills have transformed. After the underwent metamorphosis into a divine-level martial soul, not only did its name change to the serene bamboo staff, but the effects of its soul skills also experienced subtle alterations. The third and fourth soul skills remain largely unchanged, merely exhibiting enhanced potency. However, the first and second soul skills demonstrate significant differences. Originally, the first soul skill, binding, relied on the manifestation of 3 rings of soul power to restrain the opponent, rendering them immobile, though they could still unleash soul skills and resist. Now, the first soul skill, confinement, directly places the opponent in a state of immobilization, allowing their thoughts to operate, yet rendering any soul skill requiring physical action utterly unusable, with no part of their body able to move. It is safe to say that the current confinement is a complete upgrade from the previous binding. The transformation of the second soul skill is even more profound. Initially, the second soul skill, chaos, caused the opponent's sense of direction to fluctuate randomly every second. However, the current second soul skill, cognition, can directly halt the opponent's cognitive processes. Chapter 53. Serene domain. When thoughts cease to function, it is akin to being in a vegetative state, leaving the opponent at Ye Chen's mercy. Furthermore, within the continent, there exist 2 divine-level martial souls, the 6-winged angel and the sea god. Their bearers are respectively Douluo, Qian Renxue, and Poseidon. Moreover, divine-level martial souls inherently possess exclusive domains. For instance, Douluo and Qian Renxue share the angelic domain, while Poseidon wields the sea god domain. Notably, the long-dormant Qian Shuanji also possesses the angelic domain. Ye Chen's pure bamboo staff martial soul has attained a divine grade, and naturally, it has awakened its exclusive domain. The pure domain, what effects does it entail? The attribute panel merely displays the name of the domain without any detailed annotations, leaving Ye Chen somewhat perplexed. Subsequently, Ye Chen unleashed the pure domain. In an instant, a domain radiating a lustrous white jade hue blossomed forth, enveloping the surroundings, allowing Ye Chen to perceive even the minutest details with utmost clarity. After a moment of reflection, Ye Chen comprehended the efficacy of the pure domain. Unlike the killing god domain, which suppresses foes and enhances one's own strength, the pure domain leans towards a supportive nature. It amplifies all of Ye Chen's soul skills by 50% and has the capacity to nullify other domains. Furthermore, within this domain, one can swiftly recover from mental exhaustion and experience a state of serene focus. Remarkably, it possesses an air of invincibility. Relishing the effects of the pure domain, Ye Chen felt immense satisfaction. This domain surpasses the efficacy of any other, for in encounters with opponents wielding their own domains, their effects would be rendered ineffective, while Ye Chen's domain remains fully operational. However, there exist domains capable of negating others, such as the sea dragon Douluo of Sea God Island, who wields the demon-breaking domain. It remains uncertain whether Ye Chen could utilize his domain against the sea dragon Douluo. In Ye Chen's view, if he were to be outmatched by the sea dragon Douluo, the pure domain would likely become ineffective. Conversely, should Ye Chen's strength surpass that of the sea dragon Douluo, its effects would presumably prevail. Similarly, when confronting soul masters with their own domains, if Ye Chen's strength falls short, the domain's ability to nullify others may also prove futile. "Brother, is this your domain?" At that moment, Xiao Wu's voice chimed in beside him. "Yes, this is my pure domain." Ye Chen was not particularly surprised that Xiao Wu recognized the domain. Although she herself does not possess one, her companions, Deming and Erming, do. "Oh, has your martial soul evolved?" Observing the white, jade-hued pure bamboo staff in Ye Chen's hand, Xiao Wu asked in astonishment. Indeed, the previous inked jade bamboo staff was a top-tier martial soul, but now the pure bamboo staff has ascended to divine grade. Divine grade martial soul? Xiao Wu had only heard of ordinary, advanced, and top-tier martial souls, but had never encountered the concept of a divine-grade martial soul. Martial souls are inherited from one's parents and ancestors. When a soul master ascends to godhood, the inherited martial soul can achieve divine-grade quality. Ye Chen provided Xiao Wu with some enlightening knowledge, yet the origins of the 6-winged angel and the sea god martial spirits remain shrouded in mystery. It is unclear whether they were passed down through generations or directly bestowed. Furthermore, the original text does not mention the angel god marrying or the sea god Poseidon having a spouse. As for Ye Chen's certainty that the angel god is a goddess, it is evident. The statue of the angel god enshrined in the spirit hall possesses ample pectoral muscles. Of course, the quality of a martial spirit does not necessarily correlate with its wielder's strength. For instance, Qian Daoliu's six-winged angel martial spirit ranks as a divine quality, while Tang Chen's Houghton and Hammer martial spirit is classified as top tier. Yet, Qian Daoliu's prowess pales in comparison to Tang Chen's. The disparity is even more pronounced when comparing Qian Xuanji and Tang Ritian. Is he truly that formidable? Xiao Wu's eyes widened, recalling that Ye Chen's initial martial spirit was merely an unremarkable bamboo staff. Through its first evolution, it transformed from an ordinary bamboo staff into the esteemed ink jade divine bamboo staff, and astonishingly, it has now evolved into the divine quality pure bamboo staff. Indeed, your brother is no ordinary individual. Ye Chen straightened his chest and spoke with pride. By the way, Xiao Wu, my martial soul has evolved, and the effects of my soul skills have changed somewhat. Would you like to give it a try? I don't want to. Xiao Wu immediately shook her head vigorously, like a rattle drum. Are you joking? Do you think Sister Xiao Wu is still the stubborn Xiao Wu of the past? Very well, he conceded. Ye Chen felt a tinge of disappointment. As Xiao Wu matured, she seemed to grow increasingly intelligent and beautiful, no longer the adorable, silly child she once was. Humph, brother. All you do is bully me, Xiao Wu exclaimed, her indignation evident as she caught a glimpse of Ye Chen's disheartened expression. Haha, absolutely not. My Xiao Wu is far too delightful for me to ever mistreat, Ye Chen replied, gently stroking Xiao Wu's rabbit ears. How annoying. Time flew by, and soon it was the enrollment period for Shrek Academy. In fact, after Ye Chen and Xiao Wu had arrived at the academy last year, there had been an enrollment drive, but despite the numerous applicants, not a single one was admitted. After all, the conditions at Shrek Academy were rather unremarkable, holding little allure for exceptionally gifted talents. Why would those who met the entrance criteria choose Shrek when they could attend the prestigious Heaven Do Royal Academy or the Four Elements Academy? As for ordinary talents, Flinder would have no interest in them, which had resulted in only 5 students, including Ye Chen and Xiao Wu, currently enrolled at Shrek Academy. However, this year's circumstances appeared different. If the trajectory of the original story remained unchanged, Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong were likely to join Shrek Academy. Surely, my little butterfly effect hasn't caused too great a disruption? Ye Chen pondered to himself. He was aware of the butterfly effect. However, he believed that his influence on the original narrative had not deviated significantly thus far. He had merely diverted to Xiao Wu and expelled Tang Xiaosan and Tang Ritian from the Holy Soul Village. As for other aspects, Ye Chen remained uncertain. Nonetheless, he could ascertain 2 points. First, Tang Xiaosan would undoubtedly not be attending Shrek Academy, nor would he possess the 8 Spider Lance's external spirit bone. Without the opportunity to apprentice under Yu Xiaogang, it was improbable that he would enroll in such an inconsequential institution as Shrek Academy. Furthermore, due to the changes brought about by Ye Chen, it was conceivable that Tang Xiaosan had already ascended to the rank of a 3-ringed soul master. Even if the protagonist were to possess extraordinary fortune and acquire an external spirit bone, it certainly would not be the 8 Spider Lances. Moreover, external spirit bones were far rarer than even 10,000-year spirit bones. Thus, it was likely that Tang Xiaosan had run out of luck. Chapter 54. It wasn't intentional. Ever since Flander learned the art of black market dealings, the funding for Shrek Academy's educational programs had improved. The academy, once characterized by dilapidated wooden structures, had been rebuilt into new wooden edifices. Although they remained wooden, they were significantly more aesthetically pleasing. Even the academy's previously shabby wooden archway had been transformed into a granite structure. It may not have been opulent, but it was certainly an improvement from its former state of disrepair. Additionally, the quality of meals in the cafeteria had seen a marked enhancement, evolving from mere vegetables and steamed buns to a balanced array of meat and vegetables, thanks to the culinary skills of Chef Xiao Xian, resulting in nutritious and delectable fare. After breakfast, Ye Chen, accompanied by Liu Song, made his way to the entrance of Shrek Academy to participate in the enrollment process. Of course, the enrollment efforts were not solely the responsibility of Ye Chen and Liu Song. They were merely tasked with the initial screening. Upon their arrival at the academy's entrance, they discovered that over 100 youths and their parents had gathered outside. Ye Chen then retrieved a table and 2 chairs from his storage soul guide and set them up at the entrance. All right, everyone. The enrollment process for Shrek Academy officially begins. Those wishing to apply may come forward. After everyone was seated, Li Yusong addressed the crowd outside. Soon, a line formed. Is it true that graduates from your academy can become barons in the empire? Inquired a parent at the front of the line, his tone tinged with uncertainty. Indeed. It is quite feasible. Upon attaining the rank of a 3-ring soul master, one can become a baron by joining the empire. The prerequisite for graduation from Shrek Academy is to become a 4-ring soul master. Thus, graduates who join the empire will naturally become barons. Before Li Yusong could respond, Ye Chen interjected with an explanation. And can your academy truly cultivate my son into a soul master? A parent's eyes sparkled as he pointed at the youth behind him and addressed Ye Chen, stating, Your son is not suitable. He does not meet the admission requirements of Shrek Academy. It would be best for you to leave to avoid wasting the registration fee. Although the boy was of a similar age to Ye Chen, his soul power was a mere level 19, which disqualified him from Shrek Academy's criteria. The Academy's admission standards stipulate that candidates must not exceed the age of 12 and must possess a soul power level above 20, with a soul ring configuration of 2 yellow rings. Furthermore, this is merely the first hurdle. Only those with a soul power level reaching 25 are exempt from the preliminary assessments and may proceed directly to the final practical test. Ye Chen's remarks were made with the welfare of these youths and their parents in mind. While 10 gold soul coins seemed trivial to him, for the average individual, it represented a significant sum. Why? My son is among the elite at the Junior Soul Master Academy. One of the parents, feeling indignant, considered his son to possess decent talent, if not extraordinary. Was he not worthy of this so-called academy? The enrollment criteria for our institution stipulate that candidates must not exceed the age of 12, must possess a soul power level of a great soul master, and must have 2 yellow soul rings. Those who do not meet these requirements should leave immediately. Ye Chen's words were not only directed at the parent before him, but also at those waiting in line behind. Li Yusong, standing nearby, couldn't help but twitch his lips upon hearing Ye Chen's statement. It should be noted that the registration fee of 10 gold soul coins per person was a crucial source of income for Shrek Academy. However, with Ye Chen's proclamation, this revenue stream would undoubtedly diminish significantly. Fortunately, Flinder had managed to acquire a substantial amount of gold soul coins through underhanded means. Otherwise, the Academy's expenses this year would have been unsustainable. Is Shrek Academy truly so shabby, with such stringent requirements? One parent exclaimed incredulously, pointing at the entrance. Although Shrek Academy had improved somewhat compared to the past, its status remained limited, still falling short of those junior soul master academies. This parent felt incredulous that he had not even begun to express his disdain for Shrek Academy, only to find the institution itself was already dismissing applicants. Enough with the idle chatter, let us proceed with our business and not waste time. With a wave of his hand, Ye Chen chose not to prolong the conversation. You are indeed bold, the parent muttered as he took his leave with his son. Not only did this parent depart, but the crowd also diminished considerably, leaving only a handful of individuals. At the front of the line stood a fair-skinned girl with long flaxen hair, exuding a youthful exuberance. This must be Ning Rongrong. Ye Chen discerned with his keen mental acuity, recognizing her as a great soul master at the 26th level. With her charming and sweet appearance, there was no doubt it was indeed Ning Rongrong. Ah, her beauty is remarkable, though her assets leave much to be desired, he mused, casting a glance at her still-developing figure before redirecting his attention, eagerly anticipating the arrival of Zhu Zhuqing, who possessed more pronounced attributes. I wish to register, Ning Rongrong announced as she approached Li Yusong, glancing curiously at Ye Chen. The registration fee is 10 gold soul coins, Li Yusong replied, gesturing towards a wooden box on the table. Here. Ning Rongrong extended her hand eagerly. Following instructions, Li Yusong examined her hand and remarked, Very well, your age is appropriate. Now, let's see your martial spirit. Suddenly, Ning Rongrong nodded, and her 7 treasures glazed tile martial spirit materialized, accompanied by the blossoming of 2 yellow soul rings. Oh, are you here? Do your family members know? Li Yusong inquired with a furrowed brow. It is said that education knows no bounds. As long as I meet the Academy's requirements, you have no reason not to accept me, Ning Rongrong replied with a smile. Very well, you may take her inside, Li Yusong said after a moment of hesitation, addressing Ye Chen. Shall we wait a moment? Her soul power level is at 26, allowing her to directly enter the final assessment. There is another individual in the group who qualifies, and I can escort them both together. Ye Chen addressed Li Yusong. Indeed. At that moment, a broad-minded young lady approached from the rear of the group. Her long black hair cascaded over her shoulders, her face slightly bowed. Standing at a height comparable to Ning Rongrong, with a similarly fair complexion. However, this girl exuded a distinct aura. Her exceptionally voluptuous figure seemed rather incongruous with her age. Were it not for her slightly youthful visage, she could easily be mistaken for a mature woman, especially with her impressive bosom that would undoubtedly captivate the gaze of every man. She epitomized the youthful beauty with a striking physique. Regrettably, the girl's expression was exceedingly aloof, her dark eyes devoid of any warmth. Chapter 55. Surely, the child will not go hungry. Such generosity coupled with a soul power level of a 27th ranked Great Soul Master unmistakably identified her as Zhu Zhuqing. Oh, your soul power level is at the 26th rank? Li Yusong, taken aback, cast a surprised glance at Ning Rongrong. He had not previously noticed her status as a 26th ranked Great Soul Master. Having discerned through bone reading that Ning Rongrong was merely 12 years old, he acknowledged that reaching the 26th rank at such a tender age, while not on par with Ye Chen and Xiao Wu, was still an extraordinary feat. It seems there are new students joining this year. Li Yusong mused privately while observing Ning Rongrong. How did you know I am a 26th ranked Great Soul Master? Ning Rongrong queried Ye Chen, her curiosity piqued. Isn't it quite normal for a high-ranking soul master to see through the levels of those beneath them? Ning Rongrong pondered, somewhat vexed. If Ye Chen were significantly older, such a comment would be less perplexing, but he appeared nearly her age, which left her feeling quite disheartened. In the past, within her sect, Ning Rongrong had always been the favored one. Now, for the first time, being belittled by a peer was profoundly unsettling. Initially, she held a modicum of admiration for the unremarkable-looking Ye Chen, but this instantaneously evaporated, plunging her feelings into negative territory. Completely unfazed by Ning Rongrong's huff, Ye Chen shifted his gaze to Zhu Zhuqing, who was at the end of the line. TSK. What kind of nourishment did she receive to grow such a magnificent figure? Surely, she will not let her child go hungry in the future. Observing Zhu Zhuqing's ample bosom, Ye Chen could not help but express his thoughts. I suspect that the child will have more than enough, perhaps even enough to share a taste. Noticing Ye Chen's gaze, Ning Rongrong followed suit and immediately spotted the well-endowed Zhu Zhuqing. How large? She involuntarily exclaimed, comparing her own modest form and feeling a sharp pang of self-consciousness. Before long, it was Zhu Zhuqing's turn. At the age of 12. Oh, the netherworld spirit cat? Previously prepared, Li Yusong was aware that Zhu Zhuqing possessed a formidable level of soul power. However, upon witnessing her nethercat martial soul, he was momentarily taken aback. The nethercat martial soul, while not classified as a supreme martial soul, holds a significant reputation across the continent. This particular martial soul has the capacity to merge with the white tiger martial soul of the Dai family from the Star Luo imperial family, resulting in the formidable fusion technique known as the nether white tiger, which Li Yusong recognized. Reflecting on Dai Mubai from the academy, Li Yusong formed a conjecture. Ye Chen, please escort the two of them inside, he gestured, instructing Ye Chen to lead Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing onward. In truth, there had been others who passed the first round, yet Ye Chen, disinterested, merely informed them of the location for the next assessment. Ultimately, apart from Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, none of the others stood a chance of passing the entrance examination, and as they were not his classmates, Ye Chen saw no reason to exert himself. Li Yusong, unable to impose upon Ye Chen, chose not to intervene further, as the boys who had progressed were not particularly exceptional. Very well, you two follow me, he said. Ye Chen rose and greeted Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing. Greetings. I am Ye Chen. May I inquire your names? As he walked alongside them across the playground of Shrek Academy, he posed the question. Ning Rongrong. Zhu Zhuqing. One hails from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, while the other is from the Zhu family of the Star Luo Empire, renowned for their nethercat lineage. I can somewhat surmise why Zhu Zhuqing has come to Shrek Academy, but what about you, Ning Rongrong? To be candid, Ye Chen was perplexed as to why the esteemed young lady of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect would choose to attend Shrek Academy. It seemed utterly incongruous. Why should I not come to Shrek Academy? Ning Rongrong shot a displeased glance at Ye Chen. It was not as if she could openly admit that she had run away from home and traveled to Soto City upon hearing that Shrek Academy was enrolling students. Do you know my purpose for attending Shrek Academy? Zhu Zhuqing inquired with curiosity. Indeed, you must be seeking Dai Mubai, am I correct? Alas, what a pity, Ye Chen remarked, shaking his head. Pity? Why is that? Zhu Zhuqing questioned, somewhat bewildered. I shall refrain from elaborating, lest I be misconstrued as slandering him. It would be best for you to uncover the truth on your own. Ye Chen felt that it was unwise to directly inform Zhu Zhuqing of Dai Mubai's despicable nature, fearing that she might misunderstand him as a slanderous individual. At that moment, although he had yet to encounter Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing sensed an ominous premonition. Ye Chen, what is your soul power? Previously, Ye Chen had effortlessly discerned her soul power level, leading Ning Rongrong to speculate that his own soul power must surpass hers by a significant margin, piquing her curiosity. Are you certain you wish for me to disclose it? I fear that once I do, you may retreat into yourself. Humph, are you still a titled Douluo? Ning Rongrong retorted disdainfully. Ahem, well? Although I am not yet a titled Douluo, I assure you that in 10 years, I shall undoubtedly attain that rank. In 10 years, Ye Chen would be merely 22 years old. With the assistance of his extraordinary advantages, if he had not ascended to the titled Douluo rank by then, he might as well find a block of tofu to end his life. How old are you? Like you all, I am 12. A titled Douluo at 22? I find that hard to believe. It is well known that the youngest titled Douluo on the continent is the Haotian Douluo, Tang Hao, who only ascended to that rank at the age of 44. Do you truly believe you surpassed the mighty Haotian? Ning Rongrong immediately countered, though Tang Hao is formidable, he is not invincible. Furthermore, you are mistaken. The youngest titled Douluo on the continent is not Tang Hao, but rather another individual. Ye Chen rectified Ning Rongrong's misconception. Who? She inquired, astonished. Is there anyone on the continent who ascended to the rank of titled Douluo before the Haotian Douluo? Even Zhu Zhuqing, who stood nearby, perked up her ears in curiosity. If only someone would plead with me, I might graciously impart this knowledge to her. Ye Chen spoke with a hint of implication. Forget it. I won't say any more. Ning Rongrong pouted, determined not to ask for help. Well, in consideration of Junior Zhuqing, I shall divulge this secret to you. But you must not speak of it to anyone. This matter is confidential, and very few on the continent are aware of it. Moreover, neither I nor you can afford to provoke the involved party. Rest assured, both Zhuqing and I will keep it to ourselves, Ning Rongrong assured, patting her chest to signify her discretion. The individual in question is none other than Pope Bibi Dong. Even among the ranks of titled Douluos, Bibi Dong is regarded as a top-tier powerhouse, with only a scant few capable of matching her strength on the continent. Chapter 56. Oscar's Sausages, Truly Worthy of Possession. During the Soul Master competition, Bibi Dong had already attained the remarkable level of a rank 99 Douluo. Had it not been for the constraints imposed by the Rakshasa goddess trial, she would have showcased her true prowess, and the tale of Tang Retian's ostentation in the finals would not have unfolded. Perhaps Bibi Dong has yet to reach the pinnacle of level 99. But Ye Chen firmly believed she was not far from it. Her formidable strength undoubtedly ranks among the elite on the continent. Pope Bibi Dong? How could that be? Ning Rongrong exclaimed in disbelief. The chasm between individuals can sometimes be greater than that between man and beast. Just because one may falter does not imply others will too. Bibi Dong is merely a prelude. In the original narrative, Tang San awakened his martial soul and ascended to godhood within approximately 2 decades. A deity before the age of 30, such a claim would likely be met with skepticism if uttered by Ye Chen. The years required for an angelic deity to attain divinity remain unknown to Ye Chen, but Poseidon, the god of the sea, spent millennia achieving his status. Naturally, the lengthy duration relates to the nature of Poseidon's divine position, which was forged through the power of faith, were one to inherit a divine position. The time required would undoubtedly be considerably less. Comparing Ye Chen to a dog ignited a fire of indignation within Ning Rongrong, and her gaze towards him grew increasingly irritable. Were it not for the need to maintain her refined young lady persona in public, she would have surely lashed out. Just then, a soft, melodious voice pierced the air. Sausages for sale. Come one, come all, don't miss out. Oscar's sausages are deliciously sweet, affordably priced, and generously portioned. Just 5 copper coins each. Enjoy an Oscar sausage and enhance your chances of passing the entrance examination. Ye Chen saw Oscar pushing a food cart, vocally advertising his sausages. Surprisingly, despite the somewhat dubious incantation associated with Oscar's sausages, they did emanate a delightful aroma and boasted impressive effects. However, both Ye Chen and Xiao Wu unanimously agreed that they would not indulge in Oscar's sausages until he could silently recite the incantation. The law of irresistible appeal did not apply here. Sausages? They smell rather enticing. Zhuqing, how about I treat you to one? Ning Rongrong remarked, inhaling the savory scent as she addressed Zhuqing. No, thank you. Zhuqing shook her head, feeling somewhat embarrassed to accept a treat from someone she had just met. Come on, it's our first meeting. Let me treat you, Ning Rongrong insisted, adopting a carefree demeanor. Indeed, as the little princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, she was not lacking in funds. Well, if you insist. Zhu Zhuqing conceded after a moment's thought, no longer rejecting Ning Rongrong's kind offer. Thus, Ning Rongrong took Zhu Zhuqing by the hand and headed towards Oscar's food cart. Intrigued by the unfolding scene, Ye Chen followed suit. 2 lovely ladies, would you like some sausages? Just 5 copper coins each. Oscar's eyes sparkled upon seeing Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing approach. He relished the prospect of treating beautiful women to his sausages. Hello, we would like 2 sausages, please, Ning Rongrong said, producing a silver soul coin from her storage soul guide. She refrained from calling him uncle because Oscar had long since shaved off his scruffy beard after grooming himself. Oscar was not much less handsome than Ye Chen. All right, please wait a moment. Ah, Chen Ge, you're here too? At that moment, Oscar spotted Ye Chen and felt a pang of hesitation. The 2 ladies were with Ye Chen, and Oscar was uncertain whether he should proceed with his sales. If Ye Chen disapproved and revealed the truth, it would be utterly mortifying for him. While he did not care about others' opinions, he needed to consider the views of these lovely ladies. Just continue with your sales, Ye Chen observed Oscar's inner turmoil and spoke up. Sure, little beauty, here you go. Oscar cheerfully took a skewer from the cart and handed it to Ning Rongrong. Quite tasty. Zhu Zhuqing, you should try some, Ning Rongrong exclaimed eagerly, taking a bite and finding it delicious before offering the other sausage to Zhu Zhuqing. Wait a moment, Ye Chen interjected as he noticed Ning Rongrong had already begun eating. What's wrong? The 2 girls inquired, puzzled. Ahem, Zhu Zhuqing, perhaps you should first familiarize yourself with the sausage-making process before deciding whether or not to partake, Ye Chen suggested slowly, under the weight of Oscar's despairing gaze. Chen Ge, I haven't wronged you, have I? Why are you trying to sabotage me? Oscar lamented, little AO. Selling your sausages to others is of no concern, but these 2 will be your junior sisters in the future. It is better to clarify some matters beforehand. Although Oscar appeared dejected, Ye Chen could discern his true feelings, for Oscar was indeed a reserved and somewhat mischievous character. Is there something wrong with your sausage? Ning Rongrong cast a disapproving glance at Oscar. No. My sausages are absolutely clean and hygienic, I assure you. Faced with Ning Rongrong's stern expression, Oscar felt a twinge of anxiety and began to reassure her. What do you mean by that? Ning Rongrong turned to Ye Chen. Well, the sausages themselves are indeed fine. It's merely that the incantation Oscar uses to create them is rather peculiar. Peculiar how? Ning Rongrong inquired, directing her gaze back to Oscar. Perhaps it is better left unsaid. After all, you've already tasted them. So let us pretend this conversation never happened, Oscar awkwardly suggested. Since Ning Rongrong had already tried them, revealing the truth would surely dampen her spirits, and for her sake, Oscar believed it was best for her to remain unaware. Speak up, or you shall face the consequences, Ning Rongrong warned fiercely, listening to Oscar's evasive arguments. All right, I do possess a rather large sausage. Reluctantly, Oscar began a live demonstration. Instantly, Zhu Zhuqing swiftly returned the sausage she had in hand to Oscar's food cart, casting a displeased look his way. Ning Rongrong's face flushed immediately, evidently recalling something, and she began to gag. How dare you sell us such a revolting sausage? What were you thinking? And you? Why didn't you say anything? Ning Rongrong exclaimed, pointing at Oscar and Ye Chen, her expression filled with indignation. Ning Rongrong, this is where you're mistaken. Is there anything wrong with Oscar's sausages? They are perfectly fine. Only those with a depraved mindset would make such associations. Is your thinking not healthy? Ye Chen wore a stern expression, speaking with utmost seriousness, presenting himself as a paragon of virtue, as she gazed at the half-eaten sausage in her hand. Ning Rongrong's countenance fluctuated between various emotions. Chapter 57. Uncle can endure, but aunt cannot. If she were to refute him, would it not imply that her mindset was unhealthy? Yet, if she continued to eat, would that not be utterly revolting? At that moment, Ning Rongrong was engulfed in inner turmoil. Indeed, Chen Ge was correct, I swear. When I crafted this sausage, my intentions were undoubtedly pure. You may consume it with complete peace of mind. As she listened to Ye Chen's defense, Oscar cast a grateful glance in his direction before addressing Ning Rongrong. Ye Chen and Zhu Zhuqing remarked, when you craft a sausage, you may still retain your innocence. But when you sell it, you are certainly devoid of purity. What a foolish notion. Ning Rongrong momentarily discarded her demure persona, unleashing a furious outburst at Oscar. casting the sausage she held far away. Alas, how unfortunate for such a delectable sausage to be so callously forsaken. Observing this scene, Oscar felt a twinge of melancholy. Ahem. Dear Oscar, do not despair. Once you master the incantation, such indignities shall be averted. Ye Chen stepped forward and gently patted Oscar on the shoulder. Allow me to introduce you both. This is Oscar, a distinguished student of our Shrek Academy. Do not underestimate him, although he is a food-type soul master. In terms of innate talent, he stands as the most formidable among the students, surpassed only by myself and Xiao Wu. Ye Chen introduced the two individuals. Humph. Are they merely food-type soul masters? How could their talent possibly surpass mine? Zhu Zhuqing remained silent, while Ning Rongrong indeed curled her lip, entirely unconvinced by Ye Chen's words. Oh, may I inquire, Miss Ning Rongrong, what is the measure of your innate soul power? With a beaming smile, Ye Chen remarked, Humph, this young lady possesses exceptional talent, boasting innate soul power at level 9. As she spoke, Ning Rongrong proudly puffed out her still-developing chest, eager for compliments. Only level 9 innate power? Ye Chen, already aware of Ning Rongrong's gifts, scoffed disdainfully. Of course, possessing innate level 9 soul power is indeed remarkable across the continent. With proper training and without the limitations of a martial soul, becoming a title de law in the future is almost assured. What do you mean only? Is Oscar endowed with full innate soul power? Ning Rongrong retorted, feeling slightly affronted, as it was the first time someone had belittled her talent. Congratulations, you are correct. Oscar indeed possesses full innate soul power as a food-type soul master. At just 14, he has already attained level 31 as a soul venerable. This is particularly impressive given the relatively slow cultivation rate of food-type soul masters. Full innate soul power as a food-type soul master? How is that possible? Ning Rongrong's eyes widened in disbelief, astonished by Oscar's extraordinary talent. Due to their scarcity, food-type soul masters with innate soul power above level 7 are exceedingly rare. Even the esteemed Qibao Glazed sect, one of the top 3 sects, has only one food-type soul saint within its ranks. And that soul saint's innate power is merely level 6. He reached the soul saint rank by refining a soul bone, breaking through the level 70 barrier. Even within the vast ranks of the Spirit Hall, renowned for its numerous title Douluos, there has been no mention of an 8-ring food-type soul de law. Currently, the highest-known food-type soul master in the continent is merely at the soul saint level. With Oscar's full innate soul power, as long as he does not fall, his ascension to a food-type title Douluo is virtually guaranteed. As the saying goes, just because you are incapable does not mean others are as well. Humph. Once again subjected to Ye Chen's lecture, Ning Rongrong huffed and turned away, choosing not to respond. All right, Oscar, continue selling your sausages. I shall escort them to the final assessment. Chen Ge, aren't you worried about Sister Xiao Wu discovering your romantic endeavors at the academy? Oscar, don't you think you know too much? Ye Chen gazed at Oscar and murmured softly, Ahem. Well then, Brother Chen, please take care. I shall go sell sausages now. At once, Oscar felt a chill run down his spine, hastily pushing his food cart far away from Ye Chen. Subsequently, Ye Chen led Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing to an open area. This was the 4th round of the Shrek Academy entrance examination, the practical assessment, and indeed the final challenge. Naturally, those who reached this stage were unlikely to be eliminated. It merely served to evaluate their combat capabilities. At that moment, Xiao Wu, the supervisor of the 4th round, was dozing in a chair. Teacher Xiao, it's time to get to work. Observing Xiao Wu's languid demeanor, Ye Chen approached and called out loudly near his ear. With Xiao Wu being a title Douluo of the 7th ring, it was impossible for him not to perceive their arrival. He was certainly feigning ignorance. Why shout so loudly? My ears are nearly deafened. Xiao Wu glared at Ye Chen in displeasure. To his surprise, 2 participants had arrived at the 4th round, both of whom were young ladies. Stroking his chin while looking at Zhu Zhuqing and her companion, Xiao Wu nodded in satisfaction. Since the 2 of you have made it to the 4th round, let me see how you fare in combat. Your opponent for this round is Ye Chen. As long as you can withstand his attacks for the duration of a stick of incense, you will pass. Pointing at Ye Chen, Xiao Wu addressed Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing. Teacher Xiao, don't say it's just the 2 of them. Even if you brought 10 like them, they would not be able to defeat me. Are you not intentionally making things difficult for them? Ye Chen rolled his eyes. 2 formidable soul masters, one of whom was merely a support with no combat prowess. How could they possibly be his opponents, even without utilizing his soul skills? His superior physical capabilities alone would allow him to overwhelm the 2. Humph, do not underestimate anyone. Zhuqing, Let us show him what we are capable of. Hearing Ye Chen claim that even 10 of them together could not defeat him, Ning Rongrong felt belittled, thinking to herself that while an uncle might tolerate such arrogance, an aunt certainly could not. In response, Zhu Zhuqing nodded in agreement. Very well, but do not cry later. I shall grant you time to devise a strategy. Devise a strategy? What nonsense! The support should simply boost their attributes and charge forward. Zhuqing, I will enhance your strength and speed. We must show him a thing or two. Ning Rongrong exclaimed vehemently to Zhu Zhuqing. Indeed. Zhu Zhuqing nodded, feeling that Ye Chen had become rather arrogant. Are you prepared? Ready. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Wu lit an incense stick. Excellent. Ye Chen, martial spirit, pure bamboo staff, level 48 control system soul master. As he spoke, the pure bamboo staff manifested in Ye Chen's hand, and his disguised yellow and purple soul rings radiated brilliantly. Level 48 soul master? Upon witnessing the 4 soul rings blooming around Ye Chen, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing were momentarily stunned, struck with a wave of shock. Ye Chen, like them, was merely 12 years old, yet how could his soul power level be so astonishingly high? This was utterly absurd. Chapter 58. I did not mean to. No wonder Ye Chen previously stated that even 10 of them combined would not be able to defeat him. After all, logically speaking, even 5 level 27 agile attack soul masters would struggle against a 4-ring soul master, not to mention that Ye Chen was not a novice in the soul master realm. As for the support, the difference between 5 supports and 1 was minimal since the amplification of attributes does not stack, only taking the highest value. Oh no, Zhuqing. It seems we cannot win. Realizing Ye Chen's soul power level, Ning Rongrong whispered to Zhu Zhuqing. Rongrong, even in failure, we must not concede. Zhu Zhuqing declared resolutely. In her life, there was only the pursuit of effort, never the notion of surrender. Yes, Zhuqing, you are right. Ning Rongrong earnestly nodded in agreement. However, she resolved that if she failed the assessment, she would certainly return home and inform her 2 doting grandfathers, who would then teach Ye Chen a lesson and show him what 4 spectral spirit cat possess. First soul skill, spectral charge. In an instant, Zhu Zhuqing manifested her martial soul and unleashed her first soul skill, charging towards Ye Chen. As a soul master, she excelled in close combat, a domain in which control-type soul masters were generally less adept. Zhu Zhuqing intended to exploit her strengths to target their weaknesses. As the 7 treasures glazed tile appeared in Ning Rongrong's hands, she activated her martial soul, producing 2 yellow soul rings that radiated brilliance, aiming to enhance Zhu Zhuqing's attributes. With the invocation of her second soul skill, determination, as Ning Rongrong prepared to bolster Zhu Zhuqing, Ye Chen swiftly activated his own second soul skill. With a flicker of his second soul ring, a phantom white jade staff shot forth from Ye Chen, swiftly descending upon Ning Rongrong's head, delivering a solid blow. Though Ye Chen's soul skill was not particularly potent in physical attacks, the comparison was crucial. As a relatively weak support soul master with a modest soul power level, and being a delicate young lady, Ning Rongrong's physical resilience was average at best. The strike rendered her momentarily dazed, interrupting her incantation for the enhancement skill. Indeed, the impact left a slight bulge on her forehead, indicating a minor swelling. However, the primary effect of determination was to halt cognitive processes. So whether Ning Rongrong was dazed or not was of little consequence, especially since she was currently oblivious to any pain. Having incapacitated Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, the soul master, had already closed the distance to Ye Chen. Ye Chen had no intention of eliminating her outright, as that would diminish the thrill of the encounter. As Zhu Zhuqing's razor-sharp claws lunged towards him, Ye Chen raised his staff to block the incoming attack. The collision between the cat's claws and the pristine bamboo staff produced a crisp sound. While it was true that control-type soul masters often lacked prowess in close combat, Ye Chen, having practiced the body refinement technique, possessed a physical strength that far exceeded that of his peers, rendering him quite capable in melee engagements, albeit with a noticeable disparity compared to his control abilities. Nevertheless, dealing with a second-ring soul master was still an effortless and enjoyable affair. With her second soul skill, Ghostly 100 Claws, Zhu Zhuqing's claws transformed into a flurry of shadowy strikes, rapidly swiping at Ye Chen. TSK, such speed. I doubt anyone could match it in a lifetime of solitude. Faced with the dense shadows of claws, although Ye Chen's mental acuity allowed him to keep pace, his physical reaction time lagged behind. Fortunately, the 100-year soul skill, the Phantom Claw, boasted a high attack frequency, yet its individual power was rather weak. Even with its piercing effects, Ye Chen, relying on his formidable physique and protective soul energy, was able to endure. However, his attire did not possess the same resilience. In an instant, Ye Chen's shirt was torn to shreds by Zhu Zhuqing's feline claws, leaving him in tatters. "Dear Big Cat, your attack power leaves much to be desired," Ye Chen remarked with a smirk. Despite his disheveled appearance, he had sustained no real injury. "Damn it!" Zhu Zhuqing, unable to penetrate Ye Chen's defenses with her soul skill, gritted her silver teeth. As an agile attack-type soul master, the most frustrating predicament was the lack of sufficient defensive strength. If she could not inflict damage on her opponent, all the flashy displays of her soul skills would be rendered futile. Nevertheless, Zhu Zhuqing was not one to concede easily. Even though her attacks could not harm Ye Chen and her two soul skills were in cooldown, she remained undeterred. Seeing the determination in the big cat's eyes, Ye Chen nodded in approval. Although Zhu Zhuqing's talent was deemed the least among the Shrek 7 monsters in the original narrative, her dedication surpassed even that of Tang San. After some contemplation, Ye Chen withdrew his bamboo staff and began to engage Zhu Zhuqing in hand-to-hand combat. This hand-to-hand merely refers to unarmed fighting. He was still clothed, so no misunderstandings should arise. However, Zhu Zhuqing perceived Ye Chen's act of retracting his martial spirit as a sign of underestimating her, igniting her irritation and prompting her claws to dance even more vigorously. While Ye Chen, unarmed, might not have been able to suppress Zhu Zhuqing in her prime, currently, she was unable to unleash her soul skills, and thus Ye Chen maintained a clear advantage. Despite Zhu Zhuqing's elaborate claw maneuvers, she gradually found herself on the defensive, forced to merely parry. As the saying goes, a prolonged defense will inevitably yield a loss. Seizing the opportunity while Zhu Zhuqing was occupied with defense, Ye Chen executed a move known as Xia Ji's 8 strikes, landing a blow to her abdomen. Even though he did not exert full force, Ye Chen tempered his strength. Nevertheless, Zhu Zhuqing staggered, on the verge of falling. In a swift motion, Ye Chen pivoted and caught the big cat in his embrace. In that instant, the atmosphere on the field froze. "Ouch, that hurts." At that moment, Ning Rongrong broke free from her constraints, clutching her head and exclaiming in pain. That wretched Ye Chen actually struck this young lady's head. However, Ning Rongrong quickly regained her composure. This was not the time to lament her discomfort, as she was still in the midst of a practical assessment. What are you two doing? Are you feeding each other dog food?" As Ning Rongrong cast her gaze upon the scene, a wave of dismay washed over her. Following her earlier misstep with Zhou, her thoughts had momentarily ceased to function. To her astonishment, just a moment ago, Zhu Zhuqing had charged towards Ye Chen, only to find herself embraced by him the very next second. Could it be that this newly acquainted companion had turned traitor? Would she not hasten to extricate herself? Zhu Zhuqing's cheeks flushed slightly as she addressed Ye Chen. "Oh, my apologies, I did not mean to." Instantly, Ye Chen assisted Zhu Zhuqing to her feet, releasing her from his embrace. Remarkably, one could not deny that the feline figure was indeed splendid. Chapter 59. The Master of Pitfalls. "Hey, are we still going to continue?" Ning Rongrong inquired, observing Ye Chen retracting his martial spirit. "Teacher Zhao, I believe their abilities are commendable. Why not allow them to pass?" Ye Chen turned to Xiao Wu beside him and said, "All right, I shall consider you both as having passed." Xiao Wu waved his hand dismissively. Although the incense had only burned for a short while, he still granted the two an exemption. After all, a 12-year-old with the rank of the 26th or 27th level Soul Master is a prodigy any Soul Master Academy would covet. To be admitted to Shrek Academy should be regarded as an honor. Even if Ning Rongrong's soul power had not reached the 26th level, merely being a first-ring Soul Master would still qualify her for admission to Shrek Academy. In the original narrative, Flinder dared to discipline Ning Rongrong because he had already received a letter from Ning Fengji. Now that Ning Fengji had entrusted Flinder with her guidance, would Flinder dare to refuse? The Seven Treasure Glaze Tile School, renowned as one of the top 3 sects, is certainly not to be trifled with. Moreover, Xiao Wu was well aware that given the strength of the two, it would be impossible for them to endure under Ye Chen for the duration of an incense stick. Not to mention the current Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing. Even if they both advanced to the 3rd ring Soul Elder, there would still be no hope. "All right, young Yi. You may take them and settle them in," Xiao Wu instructed. With a nod, Ye Chen led Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong away. Before long, the three arrived in front of a wooden cabin. "If you wish to stay together, this cabin is available for you. If you prefer single rooms, I can arrange that as well." Following the recent renovations at Shrek Academy, numerous wooden cabins had been constructed, and with the relatively small number of faculty and students, there were enough single rooms for everyone. Is there only a wooden cabin? I want to stay there, Ning Rongrong exclaimed, pointing towards a distant house. Indeed, that house was Ye Chen's soul guide villa. Adjacent to the villa was a grove of bamboo, within which grew several blue-silver grasses, serving as a simulated training environment for Ye Chen and Xiao Wu. Perhaps due to Ye Chen's inadequate efforts, this small-scale simulated environment had some effect. But it seemed rather insignificant, merely serving as a scenic view. What are you thinking? That is not the Academy's property. It is my private domain. Ye Chen rolled his eyes. Yours? Quite impressive, isn't it? This seemingly ordinary room is, in fact, a soul guidance device for architecture. It can be effortlessly resized and conveniently carried. Would you like one? The price, however, is rather steep. A soul guidance device for architecture? Name your price. I shall take it, Ning Rongrong replied, exuding an air of affluence. Come now, as the young lady of the seven-treasure glazed tile school. With a father who is a wealthy magnate, how could I possibly be short of gold soul coins? Very well, considering our camaraderie as classmates, I shall let it go. For a mere 200,000 gold soul coins, it can be yours. Ye Chen, unwilling to incur a loss, had doubled the price from his cost. Were it not for the fact that Ning Rongrong would be his companion in the future, he would have been even less inclined to part with it. 200,000 gold soul coins? Have you lost your mind? Ning Rongrong gasped, her eyes wide with astonishment directed at Ye Chen. This time, she had come to Shrek Academy in a rebellious escape, and being still quite young, Ning Fengji would not have granted her an abundance of gold soul coins. A few thousand she could manage, but 200,000 was far beyond her reach. Let us not be so drastic with our words. What do you mean by robbery? There is honor in trade. Moreover, the cost of this soul guidance device is already 100,000 gold soul coins. Selling it to you for 200,000 isn't exorbitant, is it? How unscrupulous of you, attempting to swindle me out of 100,000 gold soul coins. Ning Rongrong retorted with disdain. Is 100,000 gold soul coins truly excessive? Were we not classmates, I wouldn't even entertain selling it. It's quite unfortunate, though, as Shrek Academy is home to numerous little critters. I hope they won't find their way into your bed while you sleep tonight. At the mere mention of little critters, Ning Rongrong involuntarily shivered as terrifying images flooded her mind. I have a solution. Would you care to hear it? What is it? Should you lack the funds, we can arrange a credit system, but interest will apply. What is the interest rate? Here is the deal. You give me 1 copper coin on the first day, 2 copper coins on the second day. For copper coins on the third day, each day doubling the previous day's amount, continuing this for 30 days. If you cannot pay, you may defer. However, every year you delay, the interest will double. What do you think? Am I not being considerate? Should Ning Rongrong fall for this scheme, by the 30th day, she would owe over 5 million gold soul coins. If she delayed for a year, the sum would exceed 10 million gold soul coins. If the debt lingered too long, even the entire seven-treasure glazed tile school could be sold off without sufficient funds to settle it. Of course, whether the seven-treasure glazed tile school would repay in the future was an entirely different matter. That sounds promising. I shall take that soul guidance device. On the very first day, a copper coin was bestowed, followed by a daily doubling of the amount. Ning Rongrong, who was not well versed in mathematics, was instantly overjoyed. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing, who stood nearby, sensed that something was amiss but could not articulate her concerns, so she chose to remain silent. Let us first draft an IOU. Otherwise, what shall we do if you default later? With a cheerful smile, Ye Chen gazed at Ning Rongrong. Humph, such a trifling sum. Do you think I would default? Ning Rongrong retorted disdainfully. After all, she was the little princess of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school. How could she possibly default on a debt? It is best to clarify things. We must not let such a small matter affect our camaraderie. You make a valid point, Ning Rongrong said, oblivious to the fact that Ye Chen's insistence on a written acknowledgement of the debt was already tarnishing the purity of their friendship. Ye Chen then procured pen and paper, beginning to write. At the end of the note, he cheekily added that if the debt remained unpaid after 10 years, Ning Rongrong would have to sell herself to settle it. He handed her the note. The 10-year stipulation was established because Ye Chen believed that, after a decade, compounded interest would render it impossible for even Ning Rongrong, let alone the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, to repay the amount. How dare you include the part about selling myself? Ning Rongrong exclaimed, her face a picture of indignation. Are you suggesting you want to repay it in the future? I never said that. If you intend to repay, does it truly matter? Well, you have a point there. With that, Ning Rongrong signed her name boldly. Chapter 60. Ning Rongrong falls into the trap. Ye Chen surveyed the note with satisfaction. Regardless of the outcome, he was certain to benefit. If Ning Rongrong paid promptly, his profit would swell to nearly 100-fold. Such lucrative ventures are rare indeed. Should she fail to pay on time, well, that would be even more advantageous. He couldn't help but wonder when this naive girl would finally catch on. With that thought, Ye Chen let out an unrestrained chuckle. What are you laughing at? Hurry and give me my things. Ning Rongrong frowned, clearly displeased by Ye Chen's mirth. Of course, here you go. By the way, what color do you prefer? Can I even choose a color? Absolutely. My services are exceptionally considerate, since the system's marketplace offered soul-guided small villas in any color. Ye Chen was more than willing to provide a delightful option. Then I want it in rainbow colors. Ning Rongrong exclaimed, as her martial spirit, the 7 treasures glazed tower, boasted 7 colors, making her particularly fond of the rainbow. Here you are. Ye Chen promptly spent 100,000 gold soul coins to purchase a soul-guided small villa from the system's marketplace. Holding the villa, which resembled a model, Ning Rongrong was momentarily taken aback. How does one use this? First, you must refine it with your soul power, then select an empty space and infuse some soul energy, and it will unfold on its own. Ning Rongrong then surveyed her surroundings, placing her colorful soul-guided villa not far from Ye Chen's residence. All right, here is your item. Since we are classmates, you need not pay me today. From tomorrow onwards, you can start settling the debt. Do not forget. By the way, over there is the cafeteria of the academy. If you do not wish to prepare your own meals, you may dine at the cafeteria, which offers 3 meals a day. Ye Chen pointed towards the direction of the cafeteria. Go on, go on. Do not disturb me while I explore my own abode. Ning Rongrong waved her hand, indicating that Ye Chen could take his leave. You little brat, should you fail to repay your debts in the future, you shall have much to answer for. Feeling the disdain, Ye Chen silently grumbled to himself. Zhu Zhuqing, shall we venture inside for a tour? With that, Ning Rongrong took Zhu Zhuqing by the hand and entered the quaint villa. Subsequently, Ye Chen returned to his own little villa. Brother, how have you managed to construct yet another house? Upon seeing Ye Chen, Xiao Wu pointed at the colorful villa not far away and inquired. I sold it. Sold it? Is there truly a market for such an expensive item? Xiao Wu expressed her bewilderment, aware of its lavish price tag and questioning who would purchase such a seemingly trivial possession. Hee, let me tell you, today your brother has struck it rich. Brother, you haven't resorted to butchering pigs, have you? Xiao Wu looked at Ye Chen in astonishment. How can you speak such words? It is a mutual agreement, not an act of butchery. Ye Chen rolled his eyes. Quickly tell me, how much did you sell it for? The money hasn't been collected yet, but starting tomorrow, your brother will earn a copper coin. The next day it will double, the day after that it will double again, and so on for a whole month. Well, after a month, that could amount to over 10 million gold soul coins. After calculating silently, Xiao Wu's eyes widened. Previously, she had little understanding of mathematics. But after Ye Chen's guidance, she had become a well-rounded student, excelling in both intellect and physical prowess, and thus comprehended the intricacies involved. What seemed insignificant on the first day would, over time, transform into a substantial sum. No worries, the buyer is wealthy. Although Ning Rongrong doesn't have 10 million gold soul coins, her father, Ning Fengji, certainly does. Besides, if the payment is delayed, one could always offer oneself instead. Perhaps Ning Fengji will be quite pleased with Ye Chen as a son-in-law in the future. The next morning, after concluding their training, Ye Chen and Xiao Wu made their way to the cafeteria of Shrek Academy for breakfast. Just as they stepped outside, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing also emerged. Oh, 2 new students, and they're both girls? Upon seeing Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled with delight. Previously, at Shrek Academy, Ye Chen had been preoccupied with his cultivation, leaving her without companions. Now, with 2 girls of similar age arriving, Xiao Wu was naturally overjoyed. Without hesitation, she pulled Ye Chen along and approached them. Hello, I'm Xiao Wu, as in the dance. Welcome to Shrek Academy. Ning Rongrong smiled. Are you also a student at Shrek? I'm Ning Rongrong. I'm Zhu Zhuqing. After getting acquainted, the 4 of them headed to the cafeteria together. At that moment, the cafeteria was devoid of any patrons, but the chef, Xiao Xian, had already prepared breakfast. Eh? Is there no one in the cafeteria? Ning Rongrong inquired with curiosity. The teachers must have eaten long ago, and as for the students, apart from us, there are hardly any who eat breakfast in the academy, Ye Chen replied, his words muffled as he enjoyed a large meat bun. Why is that? Ning Rongrong asked, puzzled. 2 are busy rushing to events, and 1 prefers to sleep in. Ye Chen explained. Dai Mubai is usually out in Soto City at night, inviting ladies to the Rose Hotel. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun, who also has a fair amount of money, shares a similar routine, returning only after breakfast. I estimate they are still on their way back to Shrek Academy. However, while Dai Mubai is enjoying his time free of charge, Ma Hongjun has to pay, as his looks are somewhat lacking. As for Oscar, his sausages are self-sustaining, so he likely remains in slumber and seldom visits the cafeteria for breakfast. Busy rushing to events? What does that mean? Zhu Zhuqing furrowed her brows, which implied she would not be spending the night at the academy but rather seeking companionship elsewhere. Before Ye Chen could utter a word, Xiao Wu began to elucidate. Is Dai Mubai out there pursuing women? Zhu Zhuqing's expression gradually darkened. Oh, Zhuqing, do you know Dai Mubai? Xiao Wu continued, let me tell you, he is not a good person. I have been at the academy for over a year, and he seems to be out there every day looking for women. I heard recently he has even gotten involved with a pair of twins. Zhuqing, what is the matter? As she spoke, Xiao Wu noticed that Zhu Zhuqing's face had turned exceptionally grim. It's nothing. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing felt an overwhelming bitterness within her heart. No wonder Ye Chen had been reluctant to discuss Dai Mubai when he learned she was searching for him yesterday. She had initially believed that Dai Mubai, having abandoned her to attend Shrek Academy, would strive diligently to resist fate. Yet, she never anticipated that he was not diligently cultivating, but rather indulging in revelry in Soto City night after night. Contemplating the fact that both Davis and her sister Zhu Zhuyun possessed considerable talent and were older than her, Zhu Zhuqing felt a wave of despair wash over her. Chapter 61. The heartbroken big cat. In terms of both talent and resources, Zhu Zhuqing could not compete with Ning Rongrong, who was also slightly older than her. However, her soul power level surpassed Ning Rongrong's by 1 rank, a testament to her relentless efforts over the years. Yet now, Zhu Zhuqing realized that her hard work, her struggles, what purpose did they serve? Dai Mubai had already given up and succumbed to decadence. Could her solitary efforts truly make a difference? Could she stand against both Davis and Zhu Zhuqing alone? With these thoughts weighing heavily on her, tears began to well in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes. She had journeyed from the distant Douluo Empire to Shrek Academy in search of Dai Mubai, and the road had not been without peril. She had encountered assassins sent by Davis and Zhu Zhuqing along the way. Yet, even in the most dangerous moments, she had never despaired. But now, Zhu Zhuqing felt as though her life had lost all vibrancy. Zhuqing, what is the matter? Don't cry. Seeing the golden tears fall from Zhu Zhuqing's eyes, Xiao Wu felt at a loss. Yes, Zhuqing, please don't cry. Ning Rongrong also grew anxious, wondering how she had gone from being perfectly fine to this state. I might know, Ye Chen interjected from the side. Brother, do you know why Zhuqing is like this? Xiao Wu inquired. Zhu Zhuqing hailed from the illustrious Zhu family of the Douluo Empire, while Dai Mubai belonged to the direct line of the Dai family, a royal lineage. The two families had intermarried for generations. However, the succession mechanism of the Dai family was notoriously ruthless, adhering to a survival of the fittest principle. Aside from the crown prince, the other princes are either deceased or deemed unworthy. This ensures that each generation of the Douluo emperors is the most exceptional within the royal family, thereby solidifying the stability of the throne. Dai Mubai's arrival at Shrek Academy likely stemmed from his inability to withstand the pressures exerted by the other princes, prompting him to escape 3 years ago. How enlightening. Ning Rongrong had heard whispers regarding the selection mechanism for the crown prince of the Douluo royal family, and now it all came rushing back to her, leading her to look down upon Dai Mubai, abandoning his fiancée and fleeing alone. Was this truly an act befitting a man? Such a brutal competition exists? Aren't they all blood brothers? Xiao Wu paused, her expression one of disbelief. In her view, isn't the bond between brothers one of mutual love and respect? How could it devolve into such a scenario? Even ordinary siblings can turn against each other over unequal shares of inheritance. What more for the imperial throne of the Douluo Empire? Even if they are brothers by blood, the struggle for power remains inevitable. Is it truly just a mere throne? Must it be cherished to such an extent? Xiao Wu found this incomprehensible. Xiao Wu, our innate talents may render us indifferent. Yet for others, the stakes are vastly different. Even if one refrains from competing, others will relentlessly seek to claim what they desire. The notion that taking a step back leads to boundless possibilities is simply a fallacy. Ye Chen rolled his eyes at his naive little bunny. Brother, could you lend a hand to Zhuqing? Why should Zhuqing suffer due to Dai Mubai's lack of resolve? Xiao Wu expressed her deep sympathy for Zhu Zhuqing's predicament, clinging to Ye Chen's arm and indulging in a playful pout. Very well, grant me a decade, and I shall surpass all who dare to oppose me. Ye Chen believed that even if he could not ascend to divinity in 10 years, he would undoubtedly attain the rank of title Douluo, effortlessly dominating an entire Star Luo empire. Was he merely boasting? Furthermore, 10 years would render any opportunities obsolete. Zhu Zhuqing, why not join my 7 treasures glazed tile school? I could persuade my father to annul your engagement. You needn't concern yourself with that scoundrel Daimubai. Ning Rongrong suggested to Zhu Zhuqing. Indeed, if Zhu Zhuqing had the support of the 7 treasures glazed tile school, she would have no need to fret over such matters. While the overall strength of the Star Luo Empire might surpass that of the 7 treasures glazed tile school, it was unlikely that the empire would risk confrontation for the sake of a single Zhu Zhuqing. Rongrong, thank you, but it's unnecessary. I believe I can alter my own destiny. Wiping away her tears, Zhu Zhuqing revealed a determined glimmer in her eyes. Yes, that's the spirit, Zhuqing. You must persevere. Just then, a series of ding-ding-ding chimes echoed from the direction of the playground. What is that? Ning Rongrong inquired of Xiao Wu. That's the bell calling the students together. Let us finish our breakfast quickly and head over. The 4 of them hastily finished their meal and made their way toward the playground. When Ye Chen arrived at the grand playground, Oscar was already present. Chewing on a sausage he had crafted himself. Shortly thereafter, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun returned as well, although Dai Mubai bore a conspicuous crimson mark on his neck, clearly a remnant from a playful escapade the previous night that he had forgotten to conceal in the morning. While Dai Mubai remained oblivious, the others certainly noticed. Upon seeing the mark, Zhu Zhuqing's expression darkened immediately. Zhuqing, do not be disheartened. Such a scoundrel is not worth your sorrow, Ning Rongrong remarked, having observed Zhu Zhuqing's reaction. Oh, Mubai, you have a strawberry mark on your neck, Oscar pointed out. Xiao Ao, you understand nothing. This is a testament of a true man. Dai Mubai, brimming with pride, could hardly admit to having just emerged from the red ocean of the Rose Hotel. Oh, 2 new female students have arrived at the academy? At this moment, Dai Mubai noticed the newcomers, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing. Suddenly, his expression shifted as he sensed a stirring from his white tiger martial spirit, the source of which was none other than Zhu Zhuqing. Who are you? Dai Mubai turned to Zhu Zhuqing and inquired. Although the 2 were bound by a marriage contract, they lacked any emotional foundation. After all, when Dai Mubai fled to Shrek Academy, he was merely 12 years old, while Zhu Zhuqing was only 9. Over the years, Zhu Zhuqing's rapid development made it difficult for Dai Mubai to recognize her, and he never imagined that his fiancée Yi from the Star Luo Empire would seek him out at Shrek Academy. Scoundrel, step aside, Xiao Wu immediately admonished. Girls are inherently more emotional, and given her understanding of Dai Mubai's actions, she harbored a strong disdain for him. You. Upon being scolded by Xiao Wu, fury instantly surged within Dai Mubai's eyes. He pointed an accusatory finger at her, yet due to the superior strength of both Ye Chen and Xiao Wu, he refrained from issuing any harsh threats. What do you mean by you? If you keep pointing that finger, I'll have it removed. Ye Chen cast a malevolent glance at Dai Mubai. With a suppressed fury, Dai Mubai huffed and turned away. Oscar and Ma Hongjun exchanged glances. Despite Dai Mubai's usual bravado, it was clear he would be at a disadvantage when facing Ye Chen. Chapter 62. The true support. At that moment, Flander approached. He surveyed Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing with his 4 eyes before addressing the assembly. Excellent. This year our academy has gained 2 more prodigious talents. I am Flander, the principal of Shrek Academy, and on behalf of the academy, I warmly welcome your presence. Shortly, each of you is required to submit 100 gold coins to Teacher Li, who oversees the finances. Ye Chen spoke up. Do you have something to say? Flander adjusted his glasses. Dean Flander, we had an agreement. Both Xiao Wu and I were to be admitted free of charge. Ye Chen spoke earnestly. Flander coughed. Ahem. Well? Regarding you and Xiao Wu, let's leave that aside. In truth, Flander, due to the recent turn of events, was not particularly in need of the golden soul coins. It was merely a matter of adhering to customary practices. Thank you, Dean Flander. Ye Chen nodded in satisfaction. Although he was not short of this modest sum of gold soul coins, it was a matter of principle, as it was an agreement made at the outset. Dean, considering that Brother Chen and Sister Xiao were enrolled free of charge, might you extend the same courtesy to me? Oscar, who had little money in his pocket, was the first to respond, and Ma Hongjun was also somewhat tempted, for 100 gold soul coins could certainly procure the company of several charming young ladies. Oscar, come back to me with such request once you advance to the Soul Master rank. Flander shot a disapproving glare at Oscar. Although Shrek Academy was not in dire need of that 100 gold soul coins, Flinder's frugality remained unchanged. He insisted that dues must be fully paid. Very well. Xiao Wu, please take the time to explain the Academy's rules to Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing later. For now, aside from Oscar and Ning Rongrong, you all may return to rest. We have evening classes to attend. With that, Flinder waved his hand. Upon hearing this, Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai departed. Having labored long into the previous night and now feeling a bit weary, to have energy for the evening, they needed to conserve their strength during the day. Meanwhile, Ye Chen, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing chose to remain. Ye Chen was not in a hurry to depart. Since he remained, so did Xiao Wu. Observing the two young women lingering in the academy, Zhu Zhuqing decided to stay and see what Flander was up to. Noticing that Ye Chen and the others had not left, Flander paid them no mind and began to instruct Oscar and Ning Rongrong. You two are support-type soul masters, one enhancing attributes and the other possessing a food-based martial soul. Such soul masters, whether on the battlefield or in daily life, require the protection of companions. Otherwise, survival becomes exceedingly difficult. Can anyone elucidate how a support-type soul master can better safeguard themselves in combat? I know. Before the two support masters could respond, Ye Chen interjected. Oh, then speak up. Flander, intrigued, was eager to hear Ye Chen's perspective. Lower-tier support simply hides behind powerful teammates or learns to flee. Lower-tier support? So there exists a higher tier? Flander pondered this classification, intrigued yet perplexed. Relying on teammates or retreating, this was Flander's understanding of support-type soul masters, yet he wondered why there was a distinction between high and low tiers. Indeed, high-tier support charges forth to assist their allies in vanquishing all opponents. That is the essence of true support. Ye Chen spoke earnestly, suggesting that on the Douluo Continent, the majority of soul masters perceive auxiliary soul masters as feeble beings, merely capable of whimpering. However, Ye Chen understood that during team battles, the auxiliary could sometimes be the most formidable presence. Capable of dealing damage, providing support, and healing, they were incredibly powerful. Of course, becoming a high-level auxiliary was not something just anyone could achieve. Similar prerequisites were required on the Douluo Continent. Cough, cough, Ye Chen. Could it be that you harbor some misconceptions about the auxiliary role? Flinder was caught off guard, and even those beside him regarded Ye Chen with peculiar expressions. This assertion is erroneous. Who claims that auxiliary soul masters cannot surpass battle soul masters in strength? Oh, an auxiliary soul master can indeed surpass a battle soul master? Please, elaborate. Flinder was intrigued to hear how Ye Chen would argue that an auxiliary could be more powerful than a battle soul master. Oscar had a vague understanding, as Ye Chen had previously shared some insights with him. Yet, Ning Rongrong was different, as an auxiliary herself. And one who could be described as feeble, she gazed at Ye Chen with bright eyes. Every auxiliary possesses a heart that yearns to deal damage, and Ning Rongrong was no exception. By utilizing soul bones, one could compensate for their lack of power. If one were to gather a complete set of 100,000-year soul bones, they could wield 12 techniques equivalent to those of 100,000-year soul skills. This would undoubtedly allow them to overpower battle soul masters of the same rank. Even without 100,000-year soul bones, assembling a set of 10,000-year soul bones would suffice, granting 6 techniques of that caliber. Coupled with their own auxiliary soul skills and the enhancements provided by soul bones, their power would generally exceed that of equivalent battle soul masters. Flinder was rendered speechless. He had expected Ye Chen to possess some remarkable strategy, but it turned out to be merely this? Who was unaware that soul bones come with their own techniques? However, soul bones are rare treasures. Are they so easily obtainable? Flinder, do not look at me like that. I dare wager that Oscar and Ning Rongrong will undoubtedly match or surpass the strength of battle soul masters of their rank in the future. Is that truly the case? Flinder was somewhat taken aback. Indeed, it is true. Ordinary individuals cannot acquire soul bones, but can Ning Rongrong not? The 7 treasure glazed tile school may struggle to obtain 100,000-year soul bones, yet 10,000-year soul bones are still attainable. As for Oscar, there exists a soul beast known as the Mirror Shadow Beast, whose innate soul skill is duplication. After Oscar acquires this soul ring, he should be able to replicate sausages. Then, he could find a powerful genius of the same rank. Even if the effects of the duplicated soul skills are diminished, Oscar's combat prowess would undoubtedly remain formidable. The essence of soul bones differs significantly from that of soul rings. Upon the death of a soul master, the soul rings dissipate, yet the soul bones, once extracted, remain capable of being inherited. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School boasts an ancient lineage, even though the acquisition of new soul bones may be sparse with each generation. The cumulative effect over time has resulted in a considerable collection within the sect. As the esteemed daughter of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Rongrong undoubtedly possesses the qualifications to acquire soul bones, and it is quite possible that Ning Fengji had prepared some for her awakening of her martial soul. However, due to her tender age and the numerous instances of fatalities associated with soul bone extraction, she has yet to undergo the refinement process. Flinder raised an eyebrow, contemplating that if Ye Chen's assertions held true, both Oscar and Ning Rongrong could indeed cultivate formidable combat prowess in the future. Chapter 63. Flinder's scheme. Wait a moment. I almost let this lad lead me astray. Flinder's intention in instructing Oscar and Ning Rongrong was not merely to inquire about their perspectives on support roles. Previously, he had received a letter from Ning Fengji requesting him to oversee Ning Rongrong's education. After much contemplation following Ning Fengji's commission, Flinder devised several strategies. Adhering to the original script, he could not allow Ye Chen to interfere. Very well, we shall discuss such matters later. Ye Chen made a valid point. A support-type soul master must learn the art of retreat. Your task for today is to engage in physical training. From this moment forth, you are to run 20 laps around the entire village. Should you fail to return before lunch, you shall forego your meal. Furthermore, you are permitted to utilize your martial souls for assistance. Oscar, you shall lead the way. Dean, please know. Although the village housing Shrek Academy was modest, Oscar understood that Flinder referred to the entirety of the village, including its farmlands. A single lap would encompass at least 3 kilometers. Thus, 20 laps equated to an arduous 60 kilometers. Such a distance would likely prove perilous for him as a mere support type, possibly costing him half his life. Enough of your nonsense. Get running. Flinder's glare silenced Oscar immediately. He was well aware that 20 laps represented a formidable challenge for a second-ring support-type soul master. Yet, for the plan to unfold seamlessly, he had no choice but to comply. With a listless response, Oscar commenced his run, followed closely by Ning Rongrong, who, unaware of the daunting distance ahead, kept pace. Observing their departure, Flinder's face broke into a smile, relishing the promise made by Ning Fengji. Akin to a sly old fox who had pilfered a hen, feeling quite pleased with himself. Dean Flinder, what delightful thoughts occupy your mind? Ye Chen surmised Flinder's buoyant mood, suspecting that Ning Fengji's request for Flinder to mentor Ning Rongrong must have come with some form of remuneration. Ning Fengji is indeed a wealthy individual. Even a mere trickle from his fingers would suffice to leave Flinder thoroughly satisfied, and the remuneration for his services is undoubtedly considerable. Flinder, casting a glare at Ye Chen, refrained from uttering a word and departed. Brother, do you think Oscar and Rongrong can manage those 20 laps? After Flinder's exit, Xiao Wu inquired of Ye Chen. Oscar should be able to, but as for Ning Rongrong, it won't be long before you see her wandering the streets of Soto City. The current Ning Rongrong is no longer the obedient girl she once was. She is transformed into a little enchantress. Convincing her to run diligently is quite the challenge. Perhaps for a few laps, she might endure, but 20 laps? That is utterly impossible. Really? Isn't Rongrong quite obedient? Surely, she wouldn't disregard the director's instructions, would she? After a brief acquaintance, Xiao Wu perceived Ning Rongrong as a refined young lady, who should ideally be more compliant. You needn't worry about her. Let us head to Soto City. It has been a while since I took you out for some leisure. Going to Soto City sounds delightful. Upon hearing Ye Chen's proposal, Xiao Wu instantly brightened. Zhu Zhuqing, are you coming along? Shall we turn to Zhu Zhuqing? I shall refrain. I need to dedicate my time to training. Zhu Zhuqing shook her head. What can one do if their talent is lacking? It must be compensated with hard work. With that, she departed the training grounds. Brother, Zhu Zhuqing is so diligent. Xiao Wu expressed admiration upon hearing Zhu Zhuqing's commitment to training. Zhu Zhuqing's talent may not be on par with ours. Thus, she must exert herself doubly. Otherwise, she will inevitably fall far behind us in the future. Indeed, among the members of Shrek Academy, Zhu Zhuqing stands out for her unwavering diligence. Well, if we were to rank the laziest, Xiao Wu would undoubtedly take the top spot, even lazier than Oscar. Were it not for her innate talent and the enhancement from the celestial herb, she would not have attained the 49th level soul master so swiftly. Come, let us venture to Soto City for some fun. Ye Chen gently patted Xiao Wu's head. All right, let us set forth. In the bustling streets of Soto City, Xiao Wu gazed at the myriad of exquisite goods displayed in the shops, fully embracing her innate talent for shopping. Fortunately, Ye Chen was not one to be deterred by trifling expenses. Without hesitation, he indulged her every desire. Before they knew it, the morning had slipped away. "Brother, I am hungry. Shall we find a place to dine?" Xiao Wu pointed towards a well-decorated establishment ahead, aptly named the Tulip Restaurant, and addressed Ye Chen. "Very well. Let us feast." Ye Chen nodded, reflecting inwardly. At last, we have come to a halt. To be candid, when women embark on a shopping spree, it is akin to being invigorated by a surge of energy. Their enthusiasm is unparalleled, leaving men utterly unable to compete. After a morning of wandering, Xiao Wu remained lively and energetic, whereas Ye Chen began to feel somewhat drained, his spirit waning. Subsequently, he and Xiao Wu entered the Tulip Restaurant. However, upon stepping through the door, they encountered Ning Rongrong, who was supposed to be jogging at Shrek Academy but was instead seated by the window, indulging in a lavish meal. "Oh, isn't that Rongrong? What is she doing here?" Xiao Wu inquired of Ye Chen. "I was right. Ning Rongrong would certainly not obediently go for a run." Ye Chen was not surprised by Ning Rongrong's lack of diligence in her exercise regimen. Rather, he was taken aback by their unexpected encounter with her. After all, Soto City is quite a large metropolis, and the odds of such a meeting were rather slim. "Brother, do you possess the gift of prophecy?" Xiao Wu regarded Ye Chen with a quizzical expression. "I certainly do not." With Flinder instructing her to run 20 laps around the village. And given that Ning Rongrong is a pampered young lady, how could she possibly endure it? She would undoubtedly seek ways to shirk her responsibilities. Xiao Wu pondered this, indeed. Could it be that Dean Flinder is targeting Rongrong? Though 20 laps was not daunting for her, it would be a different story for Ning Rongrong. Even if she could persevere, the toll on her health would be considerable. The matter of physical exercise is not simply about duration, it necessitates a sensible plan. Excessive training could indeed inflict harm on the body. "Rongrong, weren't you supposed to be running? How did you end up in Soto City?" They approached her, with Xiao Wu inquiring. "Oh, you all are here too?" Ning Rongrong responded, somewhat embarrassed by having her laziness discovered. "Yes. My brother and I came to Soto City for shopping." Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong's eyes brightened with excitement as she eagerly engaged Xiao Wu in conversation. "By the way, Rongrong, aren't you worried that Dean Flinder will reprimand you for slacking off?" Xiao Wu recalled the crux of the matter. "Not at all," Ning Rongrong exclaimed confidently, believing herself to be the little princess of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, and that Flinder, a mere spirit saint of the 7th rank, would not dare to say much. Unbeknownst to her, her father, Ning Fengji, had already made arrangements for her. Had Ning Fengji not given prior notice, the Flinder from the original story would indeed have refrained from reprimanding Ning Rongrong. The 7-treasure glazed tile school was not an institution to be trifled with. Should this young lady return home to lodge a complaint, Flinder would find himself in a most precarious situation. It was indeed the commission from Ning Fengji that gave Flinder the confidence to discipline Ning Rongrong. After lunch, the presence of Ning Rongrong invigorated Xiao Wu's motivation to shop. Throughout the entire afternoon, the beleaguered Ye Chen was on the verge of exhaustion. As evening descended, the exuberant Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong finally ceased their shopping spree and returned to Shrek Academy. Strangely enough, upon halting their shopping, Ye Chen felt as though he had been rejuvenated. As night fell, the group gathered on the academy's playground. Shortly thereafter, Flinder arrived. After surveying the scene, he cast a discontented glance at Ye Chen and Xiao Wu before directing his attention to Oscar and Ning Rongrong. "Oscar, have you completed 20 laps?" Flinder's piercing gaze fixed upon Oscar. "Yes, I have finished," Oscar announced loudly. "Humph, I was asking about all of you, not just you." Noticing Flinder's stern demeanor, Oscar turned to Ning Rongrong, who was also watching him with her expressive eyes, appearing innocent. "Well, yes, we all completed it." Oscar gritted his teeth and replied earnestly. Upon hearing this, Flinder revealed a cunning smile. "Very well, Oscar, I didn't expect you to exhibit such camaraderie. Step forward." Flinder gestured to the space in front of him. Oscar wore a wry smile as he approached Flinder. "Your spirit of camaraderie pleases me. In that case, run another 20 laps and let me see how deep your camaraderie truly runs. You are not permitted to eat until you complete it. I have sealed your soul power, so do not attempt to break the seal. Off you go." Flinder lightly patted Oscar's shoulder, sealing his internal soul power. Oscar immediately wore a disgruntled expression, casting a resentful glance at Ning Rongrong, yet he said nothing and obediently began to run. Now that the lying Oscar has received his due punishment, it's time for another liar to take the stage. "Ning Rongrong, tell me, did you complete the assignment I set for you this morning?" Flander turned his gaze towards Ning Rongrong. I did not. 20 laps is too long, and I was too hungry to continue. Ning Rongrong spoke truthfully, believing Flander would not dare to punish her. So, you ran off to Soto City alone to indulge in a grand feast? And upon encountering Ye Chen and Xiao Wu, the three of you strolled through Soto City's commercial street, only just returning, am I correct? Flander said with a smile. You were monitoring me? Ning Rongrong's eyes widened in disbelief, utterly taken aback by the revelation that Flander had been watching her. Flander momentarily disregarded Ning Rongrong, turning his attention instead to Ye Chen and Xiao Wu. Ye Chen, Xiao Wu, since you encountered Ning Rongrong in Soto City, why did you not persuade her to return to her training? Dean Flander, therein lies your oversight. Since you had already noticed it at that time, why should it fall upon us to address the matter? If you, as the dean, do not speak up, what can we possibly say? Moreover, both Xiao Wu and I believe that Ning Rongrong had already completed her training. Ye Chen expressed his dissatisfaction towards Flander. In truth, while Flander was keeping an eye on Ning Rongrong, the perceptive Ye Chen had already sensed it, though he chose to remain silent. Flander was nearly choked by Ye Chen's retort. Damn, this kid can always put others in a difficult position, regardless of whether he is right or wrong. Fortunately, Flander had a thick skin. He shot a glare at Ye Chen and refrained from further discussion, redirecting his attention to lecturing Ning Rongrong. Much like in the original narrative, the little witch Ning Rongrong gradually fell into the trap that Flander had meticulously laid out. Under Flander's sharp words, Ning Rongrong, suffering from critical damage, shed golden tears and fled to her quarters. Xiao Wu, please comfort Ning Rongrong, Flander instructed, secretly pleased that everything was unfolding according to his script. Oh, Xiao Wu replied, promptly rushing to console Ning Rongrong. All right, let us prepare to depart. Zhu Zhuqing, as a newcomer, I must inform you to be ready. Zhu Zhuqing nodded earnestly. Ye Chen, will you be attending the evening class this time? Flander inquired, turning his gaze towards Ye Chen. Ever since Ye Chen and Xiao Wu obtained the Silver Soul Badge, Flander had ceased to require Ye Chen to compete in the Soul Arena of Soto City. Since I have nothing else to do, I shall go. Ye Chen regarded the large cat as the meat in his bowl. Naturally, when the cat departed, he felt compelled to follow, lest he be ensnared by Dai Mubai's flowery words. At the Soto Great Soul Arena, aside from Ye Chen, the others engaged in battles. Ma Hongjun and Zhu Zhuqing emerged victorious, while Dai Mubai suffered a defeat at the hands of a level 39 Soul Elder, leaving him somewhat despondent. Upon exiting the arena, Ma Hongjun eagerly sought to find the young lady. Brother Chen, I shall take my leave first. Dai Mubai, would you care to join me? Ma Hongjun called out to Ye Chen before preparing to invite Dai Mubai along. Not going. Dai Mubai shot him an irritated glare, his gaze drifting towards Zhu Zhuqing. Oh, not accompanying me, I see. Recently, you've been quite close with those twins, so I suppose you have no need for me. The slow-witted Ma Hongjun suddenly realized. Scram. If you wish to go, then do so alone. Dai Mubai waved his hand dismissively, signaling for Ma Hongjun to swiftly depart. Dai Mubai, this is where you are mistaken. We are all classmates. How can you utter scram? Ye Chen stood on the moral high ground, embodying the spirit of camaraderie and harmony among peers. You, what do you mean? Faced with Ye Chen's pointed retort, Dai Mubai's anger surged, yet he dared not retaliate. Brother Chen truly lives up to his reputation. Observing Dai Mubai's discomfort, Ma Hongjun secretly reveled in his misfortune. What about you? Feeling cheeky again? What are you trying to portray in front of Xing? Ye Chen disdainfully remarked, Dai Mubai, you have deeply disappointed me. From this moment forth, our paths shall diverge. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke up. Her gaze towards Dai Mubai filled with disdain and contempt. After uttering her words, she turned and returned to the academy. Chapter 65, The Law of Scent? Non-existent. Infuriated, Dai Mubai could no longer contain his anger. Although he had initially been taken aback upon encountering Zhu Zhuqing, once he learned her name and martial spirit, he realized that she was indeed his betrothed from the distant Star Luo Empire. Now, having been exposed by Ye Chen, Zhu Zhuqing's words left him no room for tolerance. Ah, little brain axe, are you feeling mischievous again? With a teasing expression, Ye Chen cast a glance at Dai Mubai. Damn it, White Tiger, unleash your spirit. In an instant, the furious Dai Mubai summoned his martial spirit, launching a powerful punch towards Ye Chen. In a display of remarkable agility, Ye Chen smirked, raising his left arm to deftly seize Dai Mubai's incoming fist. Subsequently, with a swift motion, he delivered a strike known as Black Tiger Prowls the Heart to Dai Mubai's chest. sending him hurtling through the air. From now on, Dai Mubai, keep your distance from Zhu Zhuqing. Do not let a toad aspire to eat swan meat. After issuing this warning, Ye Chen turned and departed from the Soul Arena. My goodness, what a revelation. Could it be that Chun Gu has taken a liking to Zhu Zhuqing? Mar Hongjun exclaimed, unable to suppress his astonishment. It seemed he had stumbled upon a sensational piece of gossip, although he was uncertain about the nature of the relationship between Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai. His previous observations indicated that they were indeed acquainted. Perhaps Zhu Zhuqing had once been Dai Mubai's girlfriend? Wait a minute. Dai Mubai has been at the academy for 3 years, and I have never seen Zhu Zhuqing. Wasn't she merely 9 years old 3 years ago? Goodness. How could Dai Mubai stoop so low? The realization struck Mar Hongjun with shock. Dai Mubai's behavior was utterly despicable. Changing partners more frequently than changing clothes was one thing, but to even consider a 9-year-old girl was beyond comprehension. He resolved to distance himself from Dai Mubai in the future, lest he be tainted by such dubious associations. While he had his vices, he certainly did not condone such depravity. The following morning, the members of Shrek Academy gathered in the training ground. All right, everyone is here. So let us commence with our second lesson. Flender shot a glance at Ning Rongrong before turning his attention to Oscar. At that moment, an uneasy feeling washed over Ye Chen. Surely, they were not going to make Oscar serve his sausage. If Oscar were a cute girl, even if the incantation for the sausage was peculiar, Ye Chen would have had no qualms about partaking. Unfortunately, Oscar was a rugged man, which made the situation entirely different. Moreover, considering the significant difference in spirit power levels, Ye Chen had no need for such assistance. Ye Chen would rather perish from hunger or leap from the rooftop than partake in Oscar's sausage. Ye Chen silently resolved within himself. The law of it smells good is non-existent. Today's lesson is quite simple. Oscar, you are the protagonist of today. Aside from Oscar, each of you will partake in the sausages crafted from Oscar's soul power. Flender said with a cheerful expression. Eating sausages made by Oscar? Dean, what kind of lesson is this? Upon hearing Flender's words, Xiao Wu could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Such a bizarre thing, she would never consume. This is called adaptive training. I ask you, is life more important or face? This is also a test of your mindset. If you cannot manage this, how will you survive in the world of soul masters in the future? For the sake of survival, one must resort to any means necessary. Don't speak of merely eating a sausage. In times of dire need, one must be willing to consume even a rat, cockroach, or worm. Flender said with a serious expression. Dean, life is indeed more significant than face. However, it is not as dire as you suggest. Storage soul guides can hold plenty of food, and one would never need to resort to eating rats or cockroaches. Xiao Wu immediately countered. She is not one to be easily frightened. After all, without food-type soul masters, would she starve to death? Nearby, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, who had turned pale at the mention of eating rats or cockroaches, quickly regained their composure and cast dissatisfied glances at Flender. Xiao Wu is correct. Without food-type soul masters, can't you just stock more provisions in the storage soul guide? While the space may be limited, it would surely suffice for just one person. Ahem. Well, Xiao Wu, Oscar's sausages are not only filling but also possess special effects. Flender nearly lost face after Xiao Wu's retort. The food crafted by food-type soul masters, while effective, does not compare to the enhancements provided by auxiliary-type soul masters, and given the significant difference in levels between Oscar and myself, the effects would certainly be diminished. Thus I shall not partake. Xiao Wu shook her head vigorously. Moreover, as the head of Shrek Academy, how could she consume Oscar's peculiar sausages without undermining her authority? Despite Oscar's usually serious demeanor, he is, in truth, quite the quirky individual. Ye Chen, what do you say? Unable to persuade Xiao Wu, Flender turned to Ye Chen. Dean, although Oscar's soul power sausages are indeed effective, since Xiao Wu is unwilling to eat, let it be. Ye Chen had no intention of consuming them in the first place, and with Xiao Wu stepping forward to refuse, he naturally seized the opportunity to reinforce Flender's intent to abandon the idea of them eating the sausages. Flender was left speechless. He had initially hoped Ye Chen would convince Xiao Wu, but to his astonishment, Ye Chen, like Xiao Wu, was equally resistant to Oscar's sausages. Have I grown old and fallen behind the times? The current youth seemed to lack appreciation for an exceptional food system soul master. Flender mused inwardly. In his perspective, while Oscar's incantation may be peculiar, its effects are undeniably remarkable. If he were to have such a distinguished food system soul master as a companion, he would wake from dreams with a smile, never harboring any disdain. The director, Chun, and sister Xiao Wu were indeed correct. Perhaps I should refrain from consuming Oscar's sausages, as his thoughts appear rather unhealthy and somewhat unsettling, remarked Ma Hongjun cautiously, observing Flanders' silence. How absurd. You are the one with unhealthy thoughts. Oscar inwardly cursed as he was reproached by the lewd little chubby boy, pondering who could rival Ma Hongjun in terms of depravity within the academy. Little chubby one, you exhibit quite the audacity. Flanders shot a glare at Ma Hongjun, dismayed that this rotund boy chose to emulate the worst behaviors. Director, I believe we should take our time with this matter. The two new junior sisters have just arrived at the academy and are still unfamiliar with Oscar. They are likely to feel resistant. After they become acquainted, they may very well overcome their aversion, Ye Chen thoughtfully suggested, ready to offer Flanders a graceful exit from his predicament. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing nodded in silent agreement. Even Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai were no exceptions, while Xiao Wu began to cheer with delight. Thus, Flanders' plan was rendered futile. Apart from Oscar himself, none were willing to partake of the sausages, rendering the day's lesson impossible to continue. After all, if no one would eat, could he truly compel them to partake? Embarrassed, Flanders hastily departed the playground. Alas, my sausages, when will I ever gain the approval of everyone? Oscar cast a forlorn glance at the group and sighed. Ha, little Oscar, worry not. Soon enough, when you can produce sausages without reciting the incantation, they will be much more welcomed. Ye Chen patted Oscar's shoulder, offering words of comfort. Oscar, are you certain about what you said? I've been training for a year, yet I still can't achieve it, Oscar lamented, a hint of frustration in his voice. It should be possible, right? Just because you cannot do it now does not mean you won't be able to in the future. I firmly believe that with dedication, you will undoubtedly succeed. As for when Oscar would be able to conjure sausages without reciting incantations, Ye Chen could not say for certain, as he had not experienced such matters himself. By the way, young Oscar, how do you train your spiritual energy? Ye Chen recalled the crucial point. If one fails to find the correct direction for training, the effort may yield meager results. Is it merely about repeatedly unleashing soul techniques? Oscar felt somewhat perplexed. Ye Chen fell silent, pondering what sort of training this was for mastering soul power. Coughing lightly, he remarked, Oscar, your approach to training is rather misguided. Oscar, looking bewildered, asked, Then what should I do? Xiao Wu, I shall offer some guidance to Oscar. Oscar, follow me. Ye Chen turned to Xiao Wu and uttered a brief remark before departing with Oscar. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at a small grove adjacent to Shrek Academy. Oscar, mastering the control of soul power is, in essence, quite straightforward. Observe closely. As he spoke, Ye Chen extended his right hand, manifesting a small orb of soul power. Oscar watched in awe as Ye Chen began to manipulate the orb, dividing it into 2, then 4, then 8, and so on, until the original orb transformed into a multitude of luminous soul power particles. Is it truly that impressive? Oscar gasped, astonished by Ye Chen's display. This technique of splitting soul power serves as a means of training. If you can master this step, I assure you, you won't need incantations when crafting sausages. It seems quite challenging. Are there simpler methods? Oscar, there are no shortcuts in cultivation. However, other training techniques do exist. Allow me to demonstrate. With that, Ye Chen sought out a large tree nearby. He then positioned himself with his hands clasped behind his back, effortlessly ascending to the treetop, where he hung suspended from a branch. Brother Chen, how on earth did you accomplish that? Oscar's eyes widened in disbelief. By channeling soul power to my feet, I can firmly adhere to the trunk. With practice, it becomes manageable. Additionally, one can also train by walking upon the surface of water. Keep at it, Oscar. I have faith in your abilities. Ye Chen leaped down and landed firmly on the ground, then patted Oscar on the shoulder. In his previous life, Ye Chen had immersed himself in numerous anime and novels, so he possessed a fair share of imagination. Oscar nodded eagerly, impatient to experiment. However, regrettably, while placing one foot on the surface posed no issue, the moment he placed the other foot down, Oscar lost his balance and tumbled down, landing awkwardly. That hurt. Brother Chen, your method is flawed. If I were to fall from the top of a tree, I could easily injure myself, he complained while rubbing his backside. Don't you have a recovery sausage? At this height, you won't be harmed, Ye Chen retorted. Ye Chen rolled his eyes at Oscar. In truth, conducting tree climbing training could indeed involve placing soft mats at the base of the tree to prevent injuries. However, if mats were utilized, the optimal results would be compromised. as only through experiencing the pain of a fall would one truly comprehend the importance of avoiding mistakes, thus facilitating a more effective training process. Well then, enjoy yourself. I shall take my leave. Having imparted the method to Oscar, Ye Chen did not linger and departed the grove without delay. Upon returning to Shrek Academy, Ye Chen was about to retreat to his room for cultivation when he noticed Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing engaged in a heated argument on the playground. Dai Mubai, I have made myself perfectly clear. From this moment forth, our paths shall diverge. I have no further ties with you, Zhu Zhuqing declared with evident disdain. Mistakes were mine in the past. Please forgive me, Dai Mubai implored. How dare you still utter such words? Your actions have filled me with disgust, Zhu Zhuqing retorted. Humph. Zhu Zhuqing, the engagement arranged between the royal family and your clan is not for you to dictate, Dai Mubai declared, resorting to a more forceful approach when softness proved ineffective. And what of it? I would rather die than submit. Zhu Zhuqing responded resolutely. Oh, what talk of death is this? At that moment, Ye Chen made his entrance. Ye Chen, this is a private matter between Zhuqing and me. It does not concern you, Dai Mubai said, his impatience palpable upon seeing Ye Chen. Little brain, did I not warn you? Still dreaming of swan-like aspirations? How does it not concern me? If I say it does, then it must be so. Even if it seemingly does not, it must be regarded as such. Ye Chen, don't think that just because you belong to the Soul sect, you can provoke the Star Luo Empire. Indeed, Dai Mubai, you are correct. I cannot provoke the Star Luo Empire at present. However, can you claim to represent the entirety of the Star Luo Empire? Yes, I may not dare to challenge it. But as for you, bring on 10 of your kind, and I would still regard you with indifference. Ye Chen disdainfully addressed Dai Mubai. How infuriating. Ye Chen, do not presume that I am unaware of your affections for Zhu Zhuqing. Allow me to enlighten you. Zhu Zhuqing is a citizen of the Star Luo Empire in life, and will remain a spirit of the Star Luo Empire in death. Humph. Oblivious to the imminent peril, who can say whether the Star Luo Empire will still exist on this continent a decade hence? The trajectory of the original narrative has already altered, yet the overarching fate remains unchanged. If Ye Chen does not intervene, or lacks the capacity to do so, then Bibi Dong will undoubtedly establish the Spirit Empire and ignite the war for continental unification. In such a scenario, the Star Luo Empire would surely meet its demise. The survival of the Star Luo and Tiando empires in the original tale was solely reliant upon the ascension of Tang Xiaoshan. Without him, what hope could these empires have against the divine powers of Qian Renxue and Bibi Dong? Chapter 67. A hand of good cards played to ruin currently. Tang Xiaoshan has not apprenticed under Yu Xiaojiang, nor has he attended Shrek Academy, and in the future, Ye Chen will not permit him to acquire the divine herbs of the ice and fire yin-yang ice, without the transformative benefits of these herbs. Whether Tang Xiaoshan will still attract the attention of the Sea God and the Shura God, and thus become a candidate for divine succession, remains uncertain. Humph. My Star Luo Empire has stood the test of time for countless years. It could never simply vanish. Dai Mubai had no faith that the Star Luo Empire would cease to exist in a decade. If you doubt, then by all means, go where you find comfort. Do not linger here and become an eyesore. Speak another word, and beware my wrath. Ye Chen raised his fist, signaling Dai Mubai to take his leave. You hum. With a cold snort, Dai Mubai departed without hesitation. He understood that Ye Chen harbored a strong aversion towards him. Should he linger any longer, he would undoubtedly face a severe beating. After Dai Mubai's departure, Zhu Zhuqing cast a complex glance at Ye Chen. Could it be that Ye Chen harbored feelings for her? Would the Star Luo Empire truly meet its demise in a decade or so? Contemplating this, Zhu Zhuqing inquired, if the Star Luo Empire were to vanish, would that not mean my liberation from fate? That was indeed a possibility. Perhaps not even a decade would pass before the Star Luo Empire ceased to exist. In a decade's time, it would be the Spirit Hall, no, the Spirit Empire, that would take action, while within the next 10 years, it would be Ye Chen himself who would intervene. Ye Chen believed that in 10 years, he would be 22 years old, aided by his own son. And by that time, he would certainly have attained the rank of title Douluo. Moreover, Ye Chen's title Douluo status would not be that of an insignificant figure. Instead, he would rise as a formidable title Douluo, starting with all red spirit rings and possessing 7 soul bones of over 100,000 years. At this moment, Ye Chen already possessed a 100,000-year external soul bone, the creation Blue Lotus, even if all his spirit rings and the other 6 soul bones were of foundational level. Achieving the age of 100,000 years for all would merely require a few billion gold soul coins. While a few billion gold soul coins may appear substantial, Ye Chen, currently a soul master of the fourth ring, could expect to receive the tribute of 2.5 small targets in gold soul coins from his son each year. Saving up a few dozen small targets over a decade would hardly pose a challenge. Furthermore, as Ye Chen continued to elevate his level, the efficiency of accumulating gold soul coins would increase significantly, with all red spirit rings and all soul bones surpassing 100,000 years. He firmly believed that even without a high spirit power level, he would be invincible across the realm. Eliminating the Star Luo Empire would be a trivial matter, requiring no massacre. Simply defeating all titled Douluos and soul Douluos of the Star Luo Empire would suffice. And both the Heaven Do Empire and the Spirit Hall would undoubtedly take advantage of the situation. Though he mentioned 10 years, Ye Chen was being conservative. Achieving this a few years earlier was entirely possible. Why? Zhu Zhuqing inquired, puzzled by Ye Chen's unwavering confidence. Do you have any knowledge of the Spirit Hall? Are you suggesting that the Spirit Hall will wage war against the Star Luo Empire in the future? Why not? That seems unlikely. The Spirit Hall is merely a soul master organization, not a nation. Do you believe it would be difficult for the Spirit Hall, given its strength, to establish a nation? I'm not sure, but the two great empires would likely oppose it. The Spirit Hall is already the most powerful soul master organization on the continent. If it were to become an empire, what would that mean? The Star Luo and Heaven Do empires would be the first to object. The two great empires? Zhu Zhuqing questioned. Do you know how many powerful individuals the Spirit Hall possesses? Before Zhu Zhuqing could respond, Ye Chen continued, currently. The Spirit Hall boasts over 20 experts at the title Douluo level. Have you heard of the Hall of Offerings in Spirit City? Only those whose spirit power reaches level 95 or above are qualified to become offerings of the Spirit Hall, and there are currently as many as 7. The Spirit Hall has so many titled Douluos. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes widened. Titled Douluos are not common among all factions on the continent. There are only about 20 that are publicly known. The Spirit Hall has concealed its strength well. Do you think these 20-plus titled Douluos are the Spirit Hall's greatest trump card? Isn't that the case? Regarding the true prowess of the titled Douluos, Zhu Zhuqing possesses only a nebulous understanding, aware only of their formidable strength. They can maneuver effortlessly even against legions of 100,000 elite soldiers, let alone the more than 20 true titled Douluos. However, the genuine trump card of the Spirit Hall does not lie solely in these 20-plus titled Douluos. I cannot divulge further details, but suffice it to say that there are individuals who cannot be thwarted even by the most numerous of titled Douluos. The Spirit Hall's paramount secret weapon is the divine emergence of Qian Renxue and Bibi Dong in the years to come. If the Spirit Hall is indeed as powerful as Ye Chen claims, why do they not act immediately? In Zhu Zhuqing's view, if the Spirit Hall's strength were truly as formidable, the Star Luo and Heaven Do empires would have long since succumbed. I cannot disclose the specific reasons. I can only reveal that they are awaiting an opportune moment to minimize the casualties of war. Ye Chen believes that with the Spirit Hall's might, a unified war effort at this juncture should pose little difficulty. Regrettably, due to the hidden room de Qian Shuanji's machinations, the organization has splintered into 2 factions. One faction is led by Bibi Dong of the Pope's Hall, while the other is spearheaded by Qian Daolu of the Offering Hall. The discord between these factions means that without the support of the Offering Hall, the Pope's Hall alone cannot suppress the entire continent, which is why Bibi Dong remains patient. The Offering Hall's reluctance to assist is undoubtedly due to Qian Daolu paving the way for his granddaughter, Qian Renxue. Should the Spirit Hall unify the continent under Bibi Dong's leadership, it would result in her absolute dominion over the organization, rendering the angel family's interests obsolete. For Qian Daolu, the ancestral legacy must not fall entirely into the hands of an outsider like Bibi Dong. Therefore, the Offering Hall faction is biding its time for the unprecedented genius, Qian Renxue, to inherit the title of the angel god. Once the deity emerges, the unascended soul masters would stand no chance, regardless of their numbers. The domination of the entire continent would be effortless. However, while Bibi Dong and Qian Daolu are calculating their strategies, they have overlooked Tang San, who has squandered a promising hand, ultimately leading to the Spirit Hall's complete annihilation. An opportunity? Zhu Zhuqing finds herself perplexed. Yet since Ye Chen has chosen not to elaborate, she refrains from inquiring further. Zhuqing, do you wish to grow stronger at a faster pace? Is there a way? Zhu Zhuqing's eyes glimmer with intrigue. Indeed. Ye Chen nodded. Surely there are no side effects? I have heard that some soul masters, in their pursuit of rapid ascension, resort to external substances, destabilizing their foundations and rendering them incapable of further progress. Though Zhu Zhuqing yearns to grow stronger swiftly, she would never compromise her integrity for fleeting power. Chapter 68. You are my good friend. Rest assured, there are absolutely no side effects. I jest. This great feline is akin to meat on my own plate. Ye Chen would not be short-sighted, for he aspires to attain divinity in the future. He must think long-term. Do share your wisdom with me? With that, Zhu Zhuqing bowed deeply to Ye Chen. Follow me. Subsequently, Ye Chen led Zhu Zhuqing away from the training grounds to a secluded area. Next, I shall impart to you a unique meditation technique. One that surpasses conventional methods in efficacy, enhancing not only the efficiency of soul power cultivation but also its quality. Indeed, Ye Chen possessed numerous methods to rapidly elevate Zhu Zhuqing's strength in a short span. However, imparting cultivation techniques is the slowest approach. For instance, utilizing a soul ring enhancement card to elevate the age of her soul rings could potentially raise Zhu Zhuqing, a level 27 soul master, to level 29, or even near level 30. Additionally, Ye Chen's little treasury had recently accumulated a modest target of soul coins, which could be used to purchase a celestial herb suited to Zhu Zhuqing, significantly boosting her soul power while also enhancing her innate talent. However, it is still premature. They have only recently become acquainted, and the endeavor to win over the great feline must be approached gradually. In contrast, cultivation techniques are different. Resources are consumables. While cultivation methods can be replicated in countless copies without depleting Ye Chen's own reserves. Is there truly a distinction in this meditation method? Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback. It is well known that all soul masters on the continent practice the same set of meditation techniques. Everyone follows the same path. The speed of a soul master's cultivation relies on innate soul power, martial spirits, resources, and diligence. She had never heard of any meditation method with extraordinary effects. Indeed, this meditation technique is a cherished heirloom of the Yi family. An heirloom? If you teach it to me, might it be inappropriate? Zhu Zhuqing wore an expression of hesitation. Caught in a web of inner conflict. In the realm of Douluo Continent, the concept of familial loyalty was deeply ingrained, and the unique soul techniques passed down through families were seldom shared with outsiders. For instance, the dragon transformation secret technique of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan is governed by a strict rule that forbids non-clan members from practicing it. Although the cultivation of the dragon transformation technique is quite demanding, it is most suited for soul masters who have awakened the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon spirit. Other dragon spirit families on the continent are also capable of mastering it. However, should others acquire this technique through various means, they would dare not practice or openly utilize it, for they would undoubtedly face the wrath of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Similarly, the Haotian sect's Haotian 9 absolutes and the Great Sumeru Hammer are also strictly prohibited from dissemination. In fact, the ultimate technique of the Great Sumeru Hammer can only be cultivated by the sect's leader and the designated successor. The unique meditation technique described by Ye Chen is likely of a similar nature. No worries, you are my dear friend, and it's perfectly fine. Of course, this term dear friend must be used sparingly. Otherwise, Ye Chen would never divulge it. Presently, aside from Ye Chen, only Xiao Wu has practiced the transformative meditation method. However, considering that his acquaintance with the great feline is relatively recent, Ye Chen refrains from bluntly stating that this meditation can only be cultivated by members of the Yi family. Then I am truly grateful. Without understanding the depth of the matter, Zhu Zhuqing expressed her thanks immediately. No need for formality, we are indeed good friends. Ye Chen exhibited a demeanor suggesting a deep camaraderie, as if to convey, we are good friends, no need for formality. Good friends? When did we become such? Zhu Zhuqing found herself at a loss for words in the presence of Ye Chen's unreserved familiarity. Subsequently, Ye Chen meticulously imparted the method of the creation meditation to Zhu Zhuqing. Let there be no misunderstanding. Ye Chen was not akin to the nefarious mentors found in certain novels, one who would exploit others' vulnerabilities. Under Ye Chen's attentive guidance, Zhu Zhuqing swiftly mastered the creation meditation technique. Upon activating the technique, she discerned that her cultivation speed of soul power had indeed accelerated significantly since adopting Ye Chen's teachings. As for the quality of her soul power, it was too early to ascertain any differences due to the brief duration of practice. Well, that will suffice for today. Tomorrow morning, we shall reconvene here, and I will teach you more. As for the great soul arena, you need not attend just yet. Let us focus on practical training together. Ye Chen spoke to Zhu Zhuqing after parting ways with her. He recalled that Ning Rongrong had yet to provide him with today's housing loan, and thus he made his way to Ning Rongrong's colorful villa. However, to his disappointment, he found no trace of her. Since there was no one present, Ye Chen decided not to linger and prepared to return home for cultivation. Upon arriving at his residence, he discovered Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong lounging on the sofa in the living room, engrossed in the animated series Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf. Although the Douluo Continent lacked wireless internet, it did not imply the absence of television. It was likely a VCD, which did not require a wireless connection. Xiao Wu. That Big Big Wolf is so foolish. As a wolf, he can't catch sheep and resorts to catching frogs instead. Ning Rongrong remarked as she watched the Big Big Wolf once again suffer in Sheep Village, only to return home with a frog. Rongrong. The Big Big Wolf is not foolish. He is quite clever and invents many interesting things. It's just that he cannot catch sheep. Xiao Wu offered a different perspective on the character. Listening to their banter, Ye Chen found himself at a loss for words. Though it seemed rather fitting for the 12-year-old Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong to be watching Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf. Ning Rongrong, you're here too. Just in time, as I have something to discuss with you. Ye Chen contemplated reminding Ning Rongrong, lest she forget about her mortgage. What is it? Speak quickly. Don't interrupt me while I'm watching this anime. Ning Rongrong expressed her displeasure at the interruption. Come on. You don't consider yourself an outsider. Coughing lightly, Ye Chen continued, you wouldn't have forgotten that you need to repay the debt, would you? Please, it's just a few copper coins. Today is the first day. It's merely 1 copper coin, right? I'll get it for you, Ning Rongrong replied, rummaging through her storage soul guide. However, she soon discovered that, as a wealthy individual, she was certainly not stingy. Within her storage soul guide, she found only gold and silver coins, with not a single copper coin in sight. Thus, Ning Rongrong generously produced a silver coin for Ye Chen. I'm in a good mood today, so here's a silver coin for you. No need for change. Consider the extra as a tip. She displayed an air of extravagance, perceiving little difference between a copper coin and a silver coin. Oh, the young lady of the 7 treasure glazed tile school is giving a tip of just 9 copper coins. How shameless of you. Ye Chen scoffed. Who do you look down upon? Do I truly care about your mere 9 copper coins? If you find it insufficient, then procure more for me. Ning Rongrong immediately felt displeased. Here I am, kindly offering you a tip, and yet you do not express any gratitude? Chapter 69. The Astonishment of Ning Rongrong TSK. Ning Rongrong, you are the esteemed young lady of the 7 treasures glazed tile school. How can you stoop to reclaiming a mere 9 copper coins and tips? Do you not realize this reflects poorly on your prestigious school? Ye Chen exclaimed in astonishment. With a suppressed giggle, Xiao Wu could not help but laugh. As Ye Chen's words rendered Ning Rongrong utterly embarrassed. How dare you say that? What do you mean by criticizing my tip as insufficient and then accusing me of being stingy when I offer nothing? Ning Rongrong erupted in indignation. Ahem, I jest not. I sincerely thank Lady Ning for the tip. Noticing that Ning Rongrong was on the verge of a tantrum, Ye Chen refrained from further teasing. Well, this is more acceptable. I still have some golden soul coins. I will settle the amount in one lump sum. Ning Rongrong nodded in satisfaction, contemplating the need to repay her mortgage first to avoid daily demands for repayment from Ye Chen. Are you quite certain about settling it all at once? Ye Chen raised an eyebrow. I am not particularly concerned about these few copper coins. Ning Rongrong nodded, completely oblivious to the fact that she owed a substantial sum. Very well, Miss Ning, if you wish to settle the debt in one go, you will need to remit a total of 1,734,124 copper coins. Over 1 billion copper coins equates to more than 10 million gold spirit coins. Considering your intention to pay in full, I shall graciously waive a zero, thus allowing you to settle it for 10 million gold spirit coins. Ye Chen was exceedingly generous, directly waiving the remaining amount for Ning Rongrong. Over 10 million gold soul coins? Why not resort to theft? Ning Rongrong's eyes widened in disbelief. Did Ye Chen perceive her as a plump sheep ready for slaughter? Such words could not be uttered. Should one accuse me of robbery, I would be compelled to sue for defamation. Furthermore, robbery does not transpire with such alacrity. We had previously agreed upon a price, and you even signed an IOU in black and white. Ye Chen spoke with a grave expression. But why is there such a large sum? In Ning Rongrong's view, wasn't the first day merely a copper coin? How could it transform into over 10 million gold soul coins? This is utterly absurd, isn't it? Ning Rongrong. Does it not clearly state here that the first day is 1 copper coin, doubling each day for a duration of 30 days? Ye Chen extracted the housing debt note from his storage soul guide and raised it towards Ning Rongrong. Indeed, this is my signature, but you cannot resort to extortion. Otherwise, I shall inform my two grandfathers. Ning Rongrong contemplated that if Ye Chen dared to bully her by relying on his strength, she would certainly return home to summon her guardians. I am not extorting you. I merely wish to calculate this debt. On the first day, it was 1 copper coin. By the 5th day, it had escalated to 32 copper coins. On the 10th day, it amounted to 1,024 copper coins, equivalent to over 10 gold soul coins. By the 15th day, it exceeded 327 gold soul coins. On the 20th day, it surpassed 10,000 gold soul coins. By the 25th day, it reached over 300,000 gold soul coins. And finally, on the 30th day, it culminated in over 5 million gold soul coins. In total, does this not sum to over 10 million gold soul coins? Ye Chen did not resort to calculating the 30-fold power of 2. Rather, he meticulously documented the daily debts, ensuring that Ning Rongrong, who struggled with mathematics, would not lose count. How could there be so many? Ning Rongrong's face drained of color upon reviewing Ye Chen's figures. Although for the 7 treasure glazed tile school, tens of millions of gold soul coins were merely a trifling sum, Ning Rongrong could not be seen as a representative of the sect. Unlike Ning Fengxi, her financial resources were far more modest, and since she had ventured out without prior notice, she had not brought such a substantial amount of gold soul coins with her. Had she done so, she would have readily accepted Ye Chen's offer of 200,000 gold soul coins at that moment. Miss Ning, are you perhaps considering defaulting on your debt? Ye Chen cast a doubtful glance at Ning Rongrong. Yet he understood that the current Ning Rongrong was unlikely to produce any funds. For the first time in her life, Ning Rongrong spoke with such a lack of authority. No money? That was not a matter of personal choice. Repaying debts is an inescapable obligation. Furthermore, allow me to remind you that failing to repay on time could lead to accumulating interest. If the debt lingers too long, one might have to sell the entire 7 treasure glazed tile school to settle it. Ning Rongrong had never before heard someone claim that one could be indebted to the point of needing to sell the entire sect. If you have the capability, go ask my father for it. I certainly have no money. With her mind made up, Ning Rongrong had no intention of repaying the debt. It was absurd to think she could produce such a vast sum of gold soul coins. Even if she could, she would not let Ye Chen off the hook so easily. If Ye Chen was truly capable, he should seek her father, Ning Fengxi. If Ye Chen dared to come to her home to demand repayment, perhaps her 2 grandfathers would deal with him swiftly. After all, as the saying goes, a dead person owes no debts. Without a creditor, to whom would the money be repaid? Very well, once I become a titled Douluo, invincible across the land, I shall return to your 7 treasure glazed tile school to reclaim my dues. By then, the sect will no longer bear the surname Ning, but rather, it will be called Ye. How foolish. One should be wary of their words. I will have Grandfather Jian and Grandfather Gu deal with you. Speaking of which, isn't there another way to avoid repayment? If Xiao Wu doesn't mind, I certainly wouldn't either. With a flicker of inspiration, Ning Rongrong devised a plan to ensnare Ye Chen, convinced that Xiao Wu would surely feel a pang of jealousy. Oh, you wish to sell yourself to settle the debt? That could be arranged. Should you fail to repay, you can serve us with tea and wash our clothes. Such an obvious trap, Ye Chen would not fall for it, lest Xiao Wu become jealous. Xiao Wu, did you hear that? This scoundrel actually wants me to sell myself to repay the debt, and you have nothing to say? Serve tea and wash clothes. How could the esteemed Miss Ning ever do such menial tasks? Absolutely not. Rongrong, my brother speaks true. Sister Xiao Wu also deserves attention. I am thirsty. Why don't you hurry and fetch me a glass of water? With that, Xiao Wu immediately assumed the demeanor of a mistress. How infuriating. You dare to conspire against me. Ning Rongrong seethed, gnashing her teeth. What was wrong with Xiao Wu? Was she not even a bit jealous? Did you hear, Miss Ning? Repay the debt or sell yourself. The choice is yours. I no longer want that dilapidated house. Return my promissory note. That house is far too expensive for Ning Rongrong to afford. No longer want it. Is there such a generous offer in the world? Let me make it clear, regardless of whether you desire the item or not, repayment is imperative. This is explicitly stated in the promissory note. Henceforth, you must either repay the debt or surrender your very being as recompense. There exists no alternative pathway. Ye Chen spoke solemnly. I care not. I shan't part with my money. Let us see what you can do about it. Ning Rongrong scoffed, turning her head away, asserting that she would never repay the debt. Did she truly believe that Ye Chen would dare to impose upon her? Chapter 70. Ye Chen's good friends enough. Brother, do not torment Rongrong any further, Xiao Wu interjected. Very well. I shall let you be for now. After all, one may escape the monk, but not the temple. Ye Chen nodded slightly, intending to momentarily set aside the matter. In his scheme, it was essential to cultivate a favorable relationship with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. Ye Chen shared a camaraderie with Ning Rongrong, and possessing the coveted items sought by Ning Fengji, cultivating a good rapport with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School would not prove to be a daunting task. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, formidable in its own right, could serve as a protective ally for both himself and Xiao Wu, safeguarding them from potential assassination attempts by rival factions before they fully matured in strength. While such threats were not guaranteed, Ye Chen resolved to be adequately prepared. After all, was it not Ning Fengji's fervent wish for the family's Seven Treasure Glazed Tower Martial Soul to evolve into the Nine Treasure Glazed Tower Martial Soul? With ample golden soul coins, and with the ethereal Chiloa tulip, a celestial herb capable of inducing such an evolution in the martial soul of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ye Chen could procure as much as he desired. However, to speak of money would seem rather crass. As good friends destined to become one family, how could they possibly broach the topic of finances? That would surely tarnish their bond. Yes, Ye Chen vowed. He was certainly not motivated by the allure of the golden soul coins from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. The following day, Ye Chen invited Zhu Zhuqing to commence their training session. They first engaged in practical combat, during which Ye Chen discerned that Zhu Zhuqing performed commendably in real combat scenarios. While not exceedingly formidable, her abilities were certainly respectable. In Ye Chen's perspective, the strength of an individual was not solely determined by the abundance of practical experience. Much like himself, he could only claim to be moderately skilled among his peers, not quite at the pinnacle of prowess. However, thanks to his formidable martial spirit, exceptional soul ring configuration, and high-quality soul bones, alongside the enhancement from his cultivation techniques, he could effortlessly challenge opponents beyond his level. The Soul Master system is characterized by a so-called golden period for cultivation, particularly during adolescence, when it is crucial to focus on elevating one's soul power. Nevertheless, if there is spare time, one might also learn various skills. Zhuqing, I shall impart to you a unique technique. This method differs from meditation and does not aim to enhance soul power, but rather serves as a physical training regimen. Physical training regimen? Zhu Zhuqing was somewhat bewildered, questioning the existence of specialized techniques for bodily conditioning. Indeed, this practice can significantly enhance your physical attributes. Once your physical prowess is augmented, you will be able to assimilate higher quality soul rings in the future. Is that true? Aren't your soul rings already optimally configured? Zhu Zhuqing inquired, puzzled by how Ye Chen's soul ring configuration remained at 2 yellow and 2 purple if he also practiced this regimen. Was the technique perhaps not as effective as claimed? Though my soul rings appear to be 2 yellow and 2 purple, they are not as they seem. They have been disguised using a specialized soul guiding device. As he spoke, the 4 soul rings on Ye Chen transformed from yellow and purple to a striking red. 10,000-year soul rings? Zhu Zhuqing's eyes widened in astonishment. Ahem, I did say they could be disguised. How could I possibly possess 10,000-year soul rings? Ye Chen mused. To have 10,000-year soul rings while being a 4-ring soul master, one would need a 10,000-year soul beast to willingly sacrifice itself. Ye Chen speculated that possessing a set of million-year soul bones would be necessary. Otherwise, a 4-ring soul master would be unable to endure the pressure exerted by 10,000-year soul rings. And what is the age of your soul rings? That information I cannot disclose, unless the two of us. Ye Chen refrained from elaborating further. Upon hearing his words, Zhu Zhuqing's cheeks flushed with an unusual hue. Very well, I shall impart to you the art of body refinement. Should you fail to acquire a soul bone, your 3rd soul ring would merely span a little over 1,000 years. However, by practicing the body refinement technique, it is estimated that you could augment the age of your soul ring by an additional 3,000 years. In the future, it may even be possible for your 4th soul ring to reach the remarkable age of 10,000 years. Of course, merely possessing a robust physique is insufficient for absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring. One must also possess a commensurate level of mental fortitude. The prospect of a black 10,000-year 4th soul ring sparked a glimmer of excitement in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes. It is a well-known fact that the higher the age of a soul ring, the more substantial the enhancement upon promotion, thereby resulting in more potent soul skills. However, throughout the entirety of Douluo Continent, Few possess the capability to absorb soul rings surpassing their limits, and there are countless tales of soul masters who, in their quest for higher-age soul rings, have met with fatal consequences due to their overreaching ambitions. Such tragedies often befall even the most gifted soul masters. For the average soul master, achieving the optimal soul ring configuration is akin to a dream come true, let alone aspiring to exceed the age limit for soul rings. Currently, both my and Xiao Wu's fourth soul rings are at the 10,000-year mark. Yet, in order to absorb such a soul ring, not only must one's physical prowess meet the necessary criteria, but one's mental strength must also keep pace. I shall teach you about this tomorrow. For now, let us focus on the body refinement technique. By the way, Zhu Zhuqing, mastery of the body refinement technique is not something that can be accomplished overnight. It demands consistent effort on your part. The art of body refinement is not a quick-fix method. It requires a significant investment of time to refine the body using soul power. A day or two of practice yields little effect, but with prolonged dedication, the results become markedly evident. For instance, Ye Chen, even without the aid of a soul bone or soul skills, can already reach the threshold of a four-ring soul master. Zhu Zhuqing nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, Ye Chen meticulously taught her the art of body refinement. After another day, he once again imparted the method of soul refinement to her. It can be said that with the practice of the methods of contemplation, body refinement, and soul refinement, Zhu Zhuqing would soon possess the capability to challenge opponents beyond her current level. After all, soul power, physical prowess, and mental strength are the three most critical elements for any soul master. Ye Chen, thank you. Suddenly, Zhu Zhuqing spoke to him with a serious countenance. Haha, you are my good friend. There is no need for such formalities. Ye Chen pronounced the word good with considerable emphasis. If gratitude is truly warranted, then I shall offer myself in return. Of course, these words remained unspoken by Ye Chen. Ye Chen understood that although Zhu Zhuqing held a favorable impression of him, it had not reached the level of mutual devotion. Indeed, we are good friends. Zhu Zhuqing nodded, unaware of Ye Chen's subtle thoughts. Rather, she may have suspected something but chose not to voice it directly. Time flew by, and 4 months later, on an early morning, Xiao Wu was diligently cultivating in her bedroom. Suddenly, a surge of soul power enveloped her, breaking through the bottleneck and advancing to level 50, the threshold of a quasi-soul king. Truly, my dear Xiao Wu deserves all the praise. She has remarkably achieved the status of a 5-ring soul king in such a short time. Ye Chen, witnessing Xiao Wu's breakthrough, promptly approached to congratulate her. Of course, one need only consider who Xiao Wu is. Xiao Wu graciously accepted Ye Chen's compliments, puffing out her budding chest with pride. Chapter 71. The jealous Xiao Wu. Soon after, Xiao Wu eagerly contemplated condensing her 5th soul ring. Wait, Xiao Wu, you must refrain from condensing your 5th soul ring at the academy, as it would be difficult to explain. Observing her intention, Ye Chen immediately intervened. The academy is not solely comprised of him and Xiao Wu. There are at least 3 7-ring soul saints present. If anyone were to perceive Xiao Wu's ability to independently condense a soul ring, it would lead to complications. While it is possible that Flinder and the others might not discover Xiao Wu's true identity, for the sake of safety, Ye Chen decided against allowing her to condense her 5th soul ring within the academy. Indeed, upon hearing this, Xiao Wu nodded in agreement. Let us inform Dean Flinder that we will be leaving the academy to find a suitable place outside to condense the 5th soul ring. Very well. In Flinder's office, Ye Chen stated, Dean Flinder, Xiao Wu and I have a matter for which we need to request leave. Ye Chen addressed Flinder. Oh, what brings you here? Little Wu has reached level 50 and needs to venture into the soul hunting forest to acquire her 5th soul ring. What? Little Wu, you have already attained level 50? Goodness, has it been so swift? Flinder exclaimed, his eyes nearly bulging in astonishment as he turned to Little Wu. Due to the disguised necklaces they wore, Flinder could not discern the true extent of Little Wu's soul power. Indeed, Dean Flinder, I am now a level 50 soul master, Little Wu replied. In that case, I shall take it upon myself to assist you in obtaining your 5th soul ring, Flinder assured, thumping his chest with pride. To be candid, Flinder had been the head of Shrek Academy for 2 decades and had never accompanied a student in acquiring a 5th soul ring. After all, the graduates of Shrek Academy typically only reach the level of a 4-ring soul master. Dean, that will not be necessary. We have already made arrangements, Ye Chen interjected. Upon hearing Flinder's intention to accompany Little Wu, It would be absurd for Flander to tag along just to witness little Wu condense her soul ring. Is that so? Very well. Upon learning that Ye Chen had already made plans, Flander did not press further. He believed that with Ye Chen and little Wu's remarkable talents, there must be an elder supporting them. If an elder was willing to intervene, there was no need for him to lead the expedition. After all, acquiring little Wu's fifth soul ring would require a soul beast of at least 10,000 years, and the most suitable habitat would be the Stardow Forest. The Stardow Forest is the largest gathering place of wild soul beasts on the continent, fraught with danger. As a mere seven-ringed soul sage, he could not guarantee absolute safety. Upon exiting Flander's office, they greeted Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing before departing from Shrek Academy. "Brother, where shall we go?" Little Wu inquired of Ye Chen. "Let us find a secluded spot near Soto City. We can return to the academy in a few days. Consider it a camping trip," he suggested. Ye Chen had no intention of running far. He simply sought a secluded spot devoid of formidable opponents. After a couple of hours of trekking towards a remote area, they arrived at a picturesque hillside adorned with a vibrant array of flora. "Brother, the scenery here is delightful. Let us settle here," exclaimed Xiao Wu. "Certainly," Ye Chen replied, subsequently selecting a suitable location to unveil his soul-guided miniature villa. While traveling, especially outside the confines of the Soul Beast Forest, such an item was naturally kept close at hand. Inside the bedroom, Xiao Wu sat cross-legged on the bed, preparing to condense her fifth soul ring. With her hands forming elegant gestures, her right palm faced upwards, resting gently upon her thigh, while her left hand stood erect before her chest. A series of peculiar sounds emanated from her lips. As these strange sounds resonated, her eyes gradually transformed into a crimson hue, and her soft-boned rabbit martial spirit, accompanied by 4 ebony soul rings, materialized around her, swaying rhythmically. A gentle crimson light began to emanate from Xiao Wu, intensifying over time, its vibrant radiance spreading like blood. Initially, the fifth soul ring she was condensing was a yellow 100-year ring. However, as moments passed, the age of the soul ring elevated, transitioning from a yellow 100-year ring to a purple 1,000-year ring, and subsequently to a black 10,000-year ring, with its age continuing to ascend. Had Xiao Wu not practiced the body tempering technique, the age of her fifth soul ring would have been limited to merely over 10,000 years. Yet, her rigorous training had significantly enhanced her physical prowess beyond that of her peers, allowing her to transcend that threshold. By the afternoon, Xiao Wu successfully condensed her fifth soul ring. From Ye Chen's estimation, its age hovered around 20,000 years, fluctuating no more than a century. As for a more precise age, Ye Chen's eyes were not discerning enough to ascertain it. "Brother, my fifth soul ring is of 20,000 years. I am now a soul king at level 52. She exclaimed with palpable excitement upon opening her eyes. "Indeed, my dear Xiao Wu is the best." Ye Chen observed that after Xiao Wu advanced to the Soul King, her figure had matured significantly. The youthful innocence that once adorned her face had vanished, replaced by the unmistakable charm of a beautiful young woman. He speculated that once Xiao Wu ascended to the six-ring Soul Emperor, she would blossom even further, leading him to, "Heh." With this thought, Ye Chen couldn't help but chuckle to himself. "Hey, brother, why are you grinning so lecherously? Nonsense. How could your brother be lewd? I am merely delighted that our Xiao Wu has grown up and become even more beautiful. If I am so stunning, why do you still have eyes for Zhu Zhuqing?" Suddenly, Xiao Wu pouted, expressing her dissatisfaction. It was evident that she was feeling quite jealous. Over the past few months, although Ye Chen had made a point to avoid Xiao Wu whenever he interacted with Zhu Zhuqing, the confines of Shrek Academy were too small for Xiao Wu not to notice. Well, I was just trying to help Zhuqing, as she seemed to be in need of assistance." "Yes, that's exactly it." Ye Chen spoke with a hint of unease. "Really?" Xiao Wu gazed at him with an enigmatic smile. "Is that so?" "Indeed, it is absolutely true," Ye Chen insisted earnestly. Ye Chen quickly nodded. "But what about Rongrong? Surely she does not require your assistance?" "Well, brother, have you ever heard the saying that a man's words are often deceiving?" "Nonsense. Xiao Wu, you must have read too many novels. You are feeling guilty." Xiao Wu pointed at the cold sweat forming on Ye Chen's forehead. Observing Xiao Wu's aggressive demeanor, Ye Chen resolved to divert her attention. He immediately embraced her head and pressed his lips against her cherry-like mouth. How does one address a jealous girlfriend? The solution is simple. Just prevent her from having the opportunity to voice it. Chapter 72. Qin Ming. A few days later, Ye Chen and Xiao Wu returned to Shrek Academy. Upon their arrival, Ye Chen thought it prudent to inform the Academy's director, Flinder, of their good news. as they were. After all, students of Shrek Academy. Thus, they made their way to Flinder's office. As they entered, Ye Chen noticed Flinder engaging with a handsome young stranger, whose soul power level seemed quite formidable, though Ye Chen could not discern his true capabilities. "Ah, Ye Chen, Xiao Wu, you have returned. By the way, Xiao Wu, have you advanced?" Flinder inquired with genuine concern upon seeing the two. If this were to be confirmed, it would signify that Shrek Academy had a fifth-ring Soul King among its ranks, a first in Flinder's 20 years of teaching. "Director, I have advanced," Xiao Wu affirmed with a nod towards Flinder. "Splendid. Truly, you are worthy of being my student," Flinder exclaimed joyfully, beaming with pride as if to say, "My students are exceptional." As for Xiao Wu's achievement, Flinder felt a sense of connection, asserting that any accomplishment by a Shrek Academy student was a matter of pride for him. "Director, who is this?" Ye Chen gazed upon the unfamiliar young man before him, supporting Flinder as he curiously inquired. "Behold, allow me to introduce you. This is your senior, Qin Ming. He is a graduate of the inaugural class of our academy and one of the most exceptional students of Shrek Academy." Flinder proceeded with the introductions. As Ye Chen listened to Flinder's words, he immediately formed an impression. In the original narrative, although Qin Ming's appearances were few, Ye Chen recognized that his talents were indeed remarkable. At present, Qin Ming is 34 years of age, possessing a soul power level of 62. With such aptitude, it is assured that he will inevitably become a soul Douluo, and there exists a glimmer of hope for him to attain the rank of title Douluo. Qin Ming leads the Imperial Fighting Team of the Tiando Royal Academy, and according to the trajectory of the original story, he should be currently engaged in soul battles in Soto City with his team, although Shrek Academy can now form a 7-member team. The disparity in their soul power levels is significant, ranging from the 4th-ring Soul Scholar to the 2nd-ring Great Soul Master. Thus, they have not assembled a Shrek fighting team as depicted in the original narrative, nor encountered the Imperial Fighting Team at the Grand Soul Arena in Soto City. Qin Ming's visit to Shrek Academy appears to be a courtesy call to see Flinder and the others. "Greetings, Senior Qin Ming." Ye Chen and Xiao Wu exchanged greetings with Qin Ming. "Hello to you both. By the way, the dean seemed quite elated just now, mentioning that Xiao Wu has leveled up. Have you truly become a soul master, Xiao Wu?" Adorned with a disguised necklace, Qin Ming could not discern the extent of Xiao Wu's soul power. Despite being only 12 years old, her advanced soul power had accelerated her development, making her appear like a young woman of 15 or 16 in Qin Ming's eyes. If she were a 3-ring soul sovereign, Flinder would not have been so cheerful. However, if she were a 4-ring soul master, then Qin Ming could comprehend the situation. Achieving the status of a 4-ring soul master at the tender age of 16 or 17 is indeed commendable among the renowned higher-level soul master academies on the continent. Haha. Qin Ming, you have misjudged. Xiao Wu is now a 5-ring soul king, Flinder proclaimed with great pride. What? A 5-ring soul king? Is that true? Qin Ming was taken aback, his face reflecting disbelief upon hearing Xiao Wu's soul power level. She looks merely 15 or 16. How can she already be a 5-ring soul king? This seems rather absurd. Xiao Wu smiled softly, but remained silent as she unleashed her martial soul, the soft-bone rabbit, revealing 5 soul rings of yellow, yellow, purple, purple, and black. Indeed, she is truly a 5-ring soul king. Congratulations to the dean, Qin Ming exclaimed. I initially thought the royal battle team was quite exceptional, but compared to Xiao Wu, it pales in comparison. As a teacher at the Tiando Royal Academy, Qin Ming was somewhat knowledgeable, yet he had never heard of such a young soul king. Not even at the Tiando Royal Academy or the Spirit Hall had he encountered one. Haha, indeed. You should consider who the Dean of Shrek Academy is. Flinder relished Qin Ming's flattery. So what if Shrek Academy is deemed a lesser institution? Can other prestigious Soul Master Academies produce Soul King level students? Well, perhaps some can, but they would certainly be much older than Xiao Wu. While others may not be aware of her age, Flinder certainly knows. The Royal Battle Team? After a moment's thought, Ye Chen shifted the conversation. Oh, I forgot to mention, I serve as the leader of the Royal Battle Team at the Tiando Royal Academy, which was formed to participate in the Soul Master Competition. The Soul Master Competition? Ye Chen feigned confusion. He was, of course, well aware of the Soul Master Competition and had no intention of missing it. His purpose in speaking was to ensure that Shrek Academy secured a place in the contest. However, he harbored no thoughts of merging Shrek Academy with the Royal Academy of Tiando. In the original narrative, the members of Shrek Academy were expelled shortly after joining the Royal Academy of Tiando by Xueping, Shuixing, and Du Gubo. The reason for their expulsion was undoubtedly orchestrated by Xueping. All matters, great and small, within the Royal Academy of Tiando were managed by 3 committee members, each possessing an 8th ring soul Douluo level of power. Nevertheless, the ultimate authority rested with the Emperor Shui, who, due to his advanced age, had entrusted the management of the academy to the Crown Prince, Shui Qinghe, disguised as Qian Renxue. The 4th Prince, Shui Peng, and the Crown Prince, Shui Qinghe, were political adversaries. The Shrek's 7 monsters possessed extraordinary talent and could potentially give rise to title Douluo-level experts in the future. In the Tiando Empire, the influence of a title Douluo was immense. Should the members of Shrek be recruited by Shui Qinghe, it would render Shui Peng completely estranged from the throne. Consequently, upon receiving the news, Shui Peng sought to sabotage the situation. The outcome, as expected, saw the members of Shrek Academy expelled from the Royal Academy of Tiando. Ye Chen harbored no penchant for masochism, nor did he aspire to attend the Royal Academy of Tiando. Instead, he set his sights on the Blue Tyrant Academy situated within Tiando City. The headmaster of Blue Tyrant Academy, Lu Erlong, shared a profound camaraderie with Flanders. In their youth, they, along with Yu Xiaojiang, traversed the continent together. Presently, both remain single, and Flanders has a fondness for Lu Erlong. Ye Chen contemplated playing matchmaker. As for Yu Xiaojiang, he could remain where it was most comfortable for him. Although Flanders' appearance, marred by a rather elongated visage, detracted slightly from his allure, his talent was commendable. In a few years, he would undoubtedly ascend to the rank of an 8-ring soul Douluo, which was far superior to the lackluster Yu Xiaojiang. Should someone aid Flanders in this endeavor, it would likely prove feasible. Moreover, it would be beneficial for Shrek Academy to assimilate Blue Tyrant Academy, resulting in a mutually advantageous situation for all parties involved. Chapter 73. Truly delightful. The Soul Master Tournament. Officially known as the Elite Tournament of Advanced Soul Master Academies across the continent, is the most grandiose martial spirit competition in the Soul Master realm. Initiated and hosted by the royal families of the Tiando and Xinglua empires, with assistance from the Spirit Hall. It is held every 5 years. As Qin Ming elucidated to Ye Chen, when is the next Soul Master Tournament? Before Ye Chen could respond, Xiao Wu interjected eagerly. Given the enormity and excitement of the tournament, her vivacious nature compelled her to seek involvement. The forthcoming tournament is scheduled for the middle of the year after next. Headmaster, I wish to participate in the Soul Master Tournament, Xiao Wu promptly declared to Flanders. This caught Flanders off guard. Although Shrek Academy prided itself on being an advanced institution, it had yet to gain recognition from the Balak Kingdom, rendering it somewhat of a rogue academy, devoid of the qualifications to partake in the tournament. Ahem, Xiao Wu. Let us discuss this matter at a later time. Perceiving Flanders' discomfort, Ye Chen gently tugged at Xiao Wu's sleeve and whispered, Xiao Wu, by the way, Headmaster, has our academy's funding situation improved? Observing the awkward atmosphere, Qin Ming swiftly shifted the topic. Fortunately, the circumstances were not dire. While the academy could not afford a simulated training environment, funds were generally sufficient. Ever since Ye Chen provided guidance, Flanders had learned the art of black market dealings. And while Shrek Academy could not be deemed affluent, sustaining basic needs was no longer an issue. Nowadays, even the salaries of Zhao Wudre and others were dispensed punctually each month. Oh, you found a solution? Qin Ming was somewhat taken aback, as he had previously perceived Shrek Academy as financially strapped. Cough, Qin Ming, let us discuss something else. Engaging in underhanded dealings is hardly commendable. Within the entire academy, only Zhao Wuji and a few other instructors, along with Ye Chen and Xiao Wu, are privy to this matter. The remaining students are kept in the dark by Flander, as revealing this would tarnish his illustrious reputation as the four-eyed cat eagle. Consequently, Flander prefers that Qin Ming remains unaware of his commendable actions. Soon after, Flander and Qin Ming began to indulge in casual conversation. They engaged in nonsensical chatter, leaving Ye Chen and Xiao Wu feeling bored, prompting them to depart from Flander's office. Later that evening, Ye Chen arrived at Flander's residence. Knock, knock, fellow townsman. Ahem, Principal Flander, opened the door. Seeing the door firmly shut, Ye Chen commenced his knocking. With a creak, the door swung open. What brings you here at this hour? Flander inquired, puzzled by Ye Chen's presence. Let us step inside to discuss, Ye Chen replied, stepping in without a hint of courtesy. Now speak up. Why have you come to see me at such a late hour? Flander asked, addressing Ye Chen, who was lounging in a chair. Principal Flander, do you not desire to expand and fortify our Shrek Academy? Ye Chen prodded enticingly, crossing his legs. Expand and fortify? While I do wish for that, I lack the necessary funds. By the way, you seem to have wealth. Do you intend to sponsor me? Flanders' demeanor shifted from curiosity to anticipation, recalling Ye Chen's lavish spending habits. Ahem, I possess no money, Ye Chen confessed. Although the system's marketplace held an abundance of gold soul coins that could sufficiently elevate Shrek Academy to a prestigious status, he had no intention of revealing this, as more tangible resources would soon be at hand. Without funds, what do you expect me to do? Are you suggesting a handout? Flander retorted, rolling his eyes at the dashed hopes. Indeed, that is precisely what I mean. Ye Chen nodded gravely. Well, have you been kicked in the head during your recent outing? You haven't even slept yet, and you're already daydreaming? I am quite serious. Oh, serious, are you? Then do enlighten me, Flanders replied with newfound interest, eager to witness such an extraordinary tale. In the city of Heaven-Do, there exists a prestigious Soul Master Academy known as the Blue Tyrant Academy. Its principal, whom you are quite familiar with, is still single, Dean Flanders. Why not consider her? Not only could you win the heart of a beautiful woman, but you could also inherit an esteemed academy. As he spoke, Ye Chen raised his eyebrows at Flanders. Blue Tyrant Academy? Could it be Lu Erlong? The very name of the academy evoked associations with the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon family, and considering their prior acquaintance, Flanders quickly made the connection to Lu Erlong. Indeed, it is Lu Erlong. Dean Flanders, haven't you harbored feelings for her? If you love her, then pursue her boldly. We shall all support you. Ye Chen encouraged Flandra. Do you truly believe I am the sort of man who relies on others? As he pondered the cherished second dragon sister, whom he had not seen for many years, Flandra felt a surge of excitement. Yet, he remained resolute against the notion of depending on someone else. After all, how could a true man subsist on the fruits of another's labor? It was evident that Flandra had not heard of the so-called law of true fragrance. Director, your words are somewhat inappropriate. How can this be considered relying on others? Only those lacking in capability would be accused of such a thing. You, my dear director, are a soul sage of level 78. It is certain that you will ascend to the rank of Soul de Law in due time, and no one would dare claim that you were living off another. Moreover, isn't your dream to expand and strengthen Shrek Academy? If you were to marry Senior Second Dragon, what distinction would remain between you? Go for it. I have faith in you. As he spoke, Ye Chen made a gesture of encouragement. Isn't this somewhat inappropriate? Flandra replied with a hint of conflict. On one hand, he was aware that Lu Erlong favored Yu Xiaojiang, and felt a twinge of guilt for considering an intrusion. On the other hand, he was reluctant to appear dependent. What is deemed appropriate or not? Director, even if you do not consider your own desires, you must take into account the needs of your students. The Academy lacks a simulated environment for training, and Blue Tyrant Academy possesses just that. Furthermore, Blue Tyrant Academy is qualified to participate in the Soul Master competition. For the sake of your students, this matter is settled. Tomorrow, we shall inform everyone to head to Blue Tyrant Academy and seek out Senior Second Dragon. Ye Chen was acutely aware that Flander was undoubtedly intrigued, albeit somewhat restrained by his pride. Otherwise, Flander would have readily dismissed the notion. Thus, Ye Chen decided to stoke the flames of enthusiasm. Indeed, my dear fellow, you speak wisely. As your dean, I cannot impede your progress. Upon hearing Ye Chen's words, Flander nodded resolutely, embodying a noble spirit. He was certainly not motivated by the allure of companionship. Rather, he was solely considering the welfare of his students. Indeed, that was the essence of his intentions. To rely on others for sustenance? No, this was a matter of seizing opportunities. Ah, truly delightful. Chapter 74. We are all one family, by the way. Is Erlong truly at the Blue Tyrant Academy? Let us not create a misunderstanding. After pondering for a moment, Flander concluded that he must exercise caution. Rest assured, Dean. Why would I deceive you? Ye Chen patted his chest in assurance. Very well, I shall first pen a letter to Erlong for an inquiry. Although Flanders felt a sense of impatience, he managed to restrain himself. If he were to go alone, he was certain that Lu Erlong would welcome him with open arms. However, bringing along the entire faculty and student body of Shrek Academy would complicate matters. After all, the arrival of all the members of Shrek Academy would undoubtedly place Lu Erlong in a position where he felt compelled to accommodate them. All right then, Dean Flanders. I have great faith in you. With a cheerful grin, Ye Chen playfully raised his eyebrows at Flander. Away with you. Go where it's cool. Your presence vexes me. Teased by Ye Chen, Flander found himself at a loss for composure and promptly began to usher him away. TSK. Dean, have you not yet crossed the river? And already you contemplate dismantling the bridge? Out you go. The following day, as was his custom, Ye Chen arranged for a special training session with Zhu Zhuqing. However, this day's session would not focus on honing her combat skills. Rather, Ye Chen intended to elevate Zhu Zhuqing's soul power level. Having spent several months at Shrek Academy, Zhu Zhuqing had progressed from her initial arrival, now achieving a soul power level of 28 as a great soul master. Her martial soul, the nether spirit cat, is a beast-type soul, yet due to its agility-oriented nature, it did not significantly enhance her physical attributes. Thus, her first and second soul rings were both yellow, corresponding to the century mark, with ages just surpassing 400 and 700 years. It is believed that by utilizing soul ring age enhancement cards, her 2 soul rings could be upgraded to purple, 1,000-year soul rings, thereby allowing her soul power level to reach the threshold of a level 30 soul sage. Zhuqing, we shall forego combat training today. I have some treasures for you. Treasures? Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback. These cards will enhance the age of your soul rings. I believe you can directly elevate to level 30. Ye Chen explained as he handed her 9 pre-prepared yellow, century soul ring enhancement cards. Enhance the age of soul rings? Zhu Zhuqing regarded Ye Chen with skepticism. Is it truly possible to augment the age of a soul ring post-acquisition? I have never heard of such a thing. Do you know why my and Xiao Wu's soul power levels are so high? Ye Chen did not provide a direct answer. Instead, he posed a counter-question. Why? This left Zhu Zhuqing in a state of perplexity. On the continent, there were indeed genius soul masters endowed with innate full soul power. It is said that those with such innate abilities progress rapidly in their cultivation. Yet even among them, was there truly anyone as extraordinary as Ye Chen and Xiao Wu? Ye Chen smiled, and in his hand appeared a pristine bamboo staff, from which 4 black soul rings, each a millennium old, radiated forth. Could this truly be the authentic age of your soul rings? Zhu Zhuqing inquired, astonished. If Ye Chen's 4 black soul rings were indeed a facade, there would have been no need to reveal them. After all, Zhu Zhuqing was already aware that Ye Chen could alter the color of his soul rings using a special soul guide device. Since he chose to unveil them at this moment, it must reflect his genuine capabilities. Indeed, all 4 of my soul rings are of the millennium variety. However, their ages were not originally so ancient. They were enhanced through subsequent cultivation. Is that true? You shall experience it for yourself shortly. You know, when a soul master augments their soul rings, the higher the age of the rings, the greater the enhancement to their soul power. Elevating the age of soul rings through treasures is equally effective. The rapid advancement in the soul power levels of both myself and Xiao Wu is significantly attributed to the elevated ages of our soul rings. It can be said that aside from the influences of the creation meditation method and the divine herbs, Xiao Wu's transformation into a soul king at such a tender age is largely due to the extraordinary soul rings she possesses. As for Ye Chen, had he not spent several years cultivating at the soul master level, coupled with the factor of the 100,000-year external soul bone, his prowess would undoubtedly surpass that of Xiao Wu. No wonder your soul skills are so remarkable. Upon realizing the genuine ages of Ye Chen's soul rings, Zhu Zhuqing was struck with clarity. She had been puzzled as to why Ye Chen's first soul skill, although merely a century-level skill, exhibited such formidable effects. Not only soul masters of a lower rank, but even those of the same 4-ring soul master level stood no chance against Ye Chen's first soul skill. What Zhu Zhuqing was unaware of, however, was that Ye Chen's exceptional skill effectiveness stemmed not only from the venerable age of his soul skills, but also from the divine quality of the pristine bamboo staff. Even the pre-evolution version of the ink jade divine bamboo staff ranked among the top-tier martial souls, beyond the reach of ordinary soul masters. Now, these cards can each elevate the age of a soul ring by a century. Release your soul rings and simply allow the cards to make contact with them. Zhu Zhuqing nodded enthusiastically. With the embodiment of her Wai Ming spirit cat martial soul, 2 soul rings blossomed as she began to enhance their ages using the soul ring age enhancement cards. Observing the large cat that manifested after her martial soul was activated, Ye Chen inexplicably felt a dryness in his throat, sensing that the allure of the large cat had intensified. Could it be that my preference leans towards beast-eared maidens? Shaking his head, Ye Chen cast aside the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. As Zhu Zhuqing infused the soul ring's age-enhancing card into her second soul ring, its color visibly deepened, and her internal soul power surged. Once the age of the second soul ring reached a millennium, Zhu Zhuqing's soul power level ascended to that of a 29th level Great Soul Master. Before long, as the remaining cards were incorporated into the first soul ring, Zhu Zhuqing's soul ring configuration elevated to 2 purples, and as Ye Chen had anticipated, her soul power level directly surpassed the threshold of a 30th level quasi-soul sovereign. Indeed, it was time to augment the soul rings. Zhuqing, prepare yourself. I shall take you to the Douluo Forest. Observing Zhu Zhuqing's advancement to level 30. Ye Chen nodded in satisfaction. Brother Chen, thank you. Zhu Zhuqing expressed her gratitude with a heartfelt gaze. It's nothing. We are all family. Well, good friends. No need for thanks. In a moment of inadvertence, Ye Chen let slip a secret, and he swore it was entirely unintentional. The narrator interjected, if it's unintentional, then it must be intentional. A family? Hearing Ye Chen refer to them as family, Zhu Zhuqing felt a flush of warmth on her cheeks. Here, this necklace is for you. Since he had enhanced the age of Zhu Zhuqing's soul ring, Ye Chen naturally decided to gift her a disguised necklace to maintain their secrecy. Unlike the carrot necklace of Xiao Wu, this disguised necklace was predominantly purple, adorned with a black cat-shaped pendant. Chapter 75, The Shy Big Cat A Necklace? Zhu Zhuqing gazed at the cat-shaped necklace in her hand, her delight evident. However, as a thought crossed her mind, her cheeks reddened even further. She interpreted Ye Chen's gift as a prelude to a confession, a token of their bond, and found herself in a quandary about whether to accept or decline. This necklace was a unique soul-guiding device capable of concealing one's soul power level, altering one's appearance, and changing the color of soul rings. The thoughts of a young girl are often enigmatic. Ye Chen, oblivious to Zhu Zhuqing's feelings, earnestly explained the necklace's functionalities. Oh, it turns out it's not a token of love, Zhu Zhuqing mused, feeling an anxious flutter within her. Subsequently, after bidding farewell to Xiao Wu and Flender, Ye Chen took Zhu Zhuqing and departed the academy, heading towards the Douluo Forest. Initially, Flender had intended to send all the Shrek Academy students along for Zhu Zhuqing's third soul ring acquisition, but Ye Chen firmly declined. What was the point of having so many people accompany them? Wouldn't he that disrupt their private world? Moreover, having Dai Mu Bai, that big fly, tagging along was hardly ideal. As for safety, Ye Chen felt no trepidation. After cultivating the transformation body refinement technique, the third soul ring Zhu Zhuqing required would only be around 3,000 years old. Such aged soul beasts could be found at the boundary between the outer and inner regions of the Douluo Forest, so there was no need to venture too deep. Ye Chen could handle soul beasts under 10,000 years old himself. Those slightly over 10,000 years were rare, and even if they encountered one, they could escape. Higher-aged soul beasts typically resided in the inner and core regions. Should they cross paths, fighting would be futile and fleeing impossible. However, Ye Chen could procure high-grade fixed soul guiding devices from the system shop if necessary, ensuring their safety was not a concern. Yet, he refrained from expending large sums on high-level soul guiding devices unless absolutely necessary, as it contradicted his developmental strategy. He needed to save money to purchase divine herbs for the big cat, enhancing Xiao Wu's martial spirit quality. As dusk settled, the soul-hunting town on the outskirts of the Douluo Forest welcomed a man and a woman. It was, indeed, Ye Chen and Zhu Zhuqing. Yu Qing. The day is waning. Let us rest in the soul-hunting town for the night and venture into the Douluo Forest tomorrow. Ye Chen glanced at the sky and addressed Zhu Zhuqing. Indeed, Zhu Zhuqing nodded in response. The town of soul-hunting was quite lively, bustling with a considerable flow of people. However, the two did not linger for long. After dining at a restaurant, night had fallen, and they proceeded directly to the inn situated within the town. Do you have any rooms available? Ye Chen inquired of a server upon entering the lobby of an establishment named Peaceful Inn. Yes, we do, the server replied. Very well, we shall take 2 rooms. Zhu Zhuqing was not like Xiao Wu, and as they had yet to become romantically involved, Ye Chen felt hesitant to suggest sharing a room. While he personally had no objections, he was concerned that Zhu Zhuqing might feel uncomfortable. I apologize, dear guests, but we only have 1 room left. Only 1 room remaining? Ye Chen widened his eyes. If he remembered correctly, wasn't this the Rose Hotel in Soto City? Could it be that this piece inn also had the air of only 1 room left? Indeed, only 1 room remained. However, the waiter, glancing at Ye Chen and Zhu Zhuqing, inquired with a hint of confusion, aren't you two a couple? He could discern that both individuals were soul masters. Although he was unaware of their exact rank, it was evident that they had come to the soul-hunting town outside the Douluo Forest to acquire additional soul rings. He could hardly believe they were not in a romantic relationship. After all, hunting soul beasts was no trivial task if they were not closely connected. How could they possibly assist one another? Typically, a close friendship between a man and a woman, especially when they were of similar age, would inevitably suggest a romantic involvement. Ahem, we are not yet a couple, Zhuqing. Would you prefer to find another place? Ye Chen felt a touch of embarrassment and turned to look at Zhu Zhuqing. Blushing, Zhu Zhuqing gazed at him and gave a soft acknowledgement. Wait a moment, esteemed guests. The last available room is a double, featuring 2 beds. As the two prepared to leave, the attendant spoke up. 2 beds, you say? Zhuqing, if you don't mind, shall we stay here? The prospect of 2 beds brightened Ye Chen's expression. Had there been only 1 bed, Zhu Zhuqing might have found it challenging to accept, but with 2, it seemed more palatable. As you wish, she replied. Very well, please book us a room. After handing over a gold soul coin, Ye Chen received the key to their accommodation. Upon entering the room on the 2nd floor, he immediately discerned that it was merely a modest space. The area was not expansive, with 2 beds and a bathroom, totaling less than 40 square meters, devoid of the charm found in the Rose Hotel. As he stepped inside, he noticed the beds were positioned quite closely, with only a half-meter gap in between, causing Zhu Zhuqing's cheeks to redden. Rest assured, Zhuqing, I won't make any inappropriate moves tonight, Ye Chen declared, sensing her shyness. Zhu Zhuqing rolled her eyes at him. Are you really contemplating such actions tonight? Ahem, well, Zhuqing, I will take a shower first. Although the season was not the sweltering summer, the temperature was still warm, and after a day of travel, Ye Chen had worked up quite a sweat. He thought perhaps he might even enjoy the sight of the lovely cat girl later. The mere thought left him feeling a bit parched. 10 minutes later, Ye Chen emerged, feeling refreshed. Boys tend to shower quickly, and he was done in about 10 minutes. If he had indulged in any indecorous activities inside, that time would have been insufficient. However, Zhu Zhuqing took considerably longer, emerging after nearly half an hour, appearing bashful as she stepped out wrapped in a bath towel instead of her usual form-fitting leather attire. Wow, it seems the lovely cat girl's figure has grown even more impressive. I wonder if she's wearing anything underneath? Ye Chen couldn't help but muse as he beheld her enhanced silhouette, freed from its constraints. Huh. Ye Chen's unwavering gaze did not escape Zhu Zhuqing's notice, prompting her to blush and softly scoff. Ahem, Zhuqing, you should rest early. We depart at dawn. Regaining her composure, she observed the great cat's bashfulness, and Ye Chen awkwardly remarked, Indeed. Chapter 76. Where's the promised luck? The following morning, the two, bearing dark circles under their eyes, departed from Soul Hunting Town, embarking towards the Douluo Forest. Ye Chen had spent the previous night in sleepless turmoil, grappling with the dilemma of whether he should become a beast. Zhu Zhuqing, too, was in a similar state. Her emotions, a complex blend of concern for Ye Chen's potential transformation and an inexplicable sense of anticipation. Lost in her thoughts, she did not succumb to slumber until the early hours of dawn. As noon approached, they officially entered the Douluo Forest. Zhuqing, stay alert. And do not stray too far from me, Ye Chen advised as they crossed into the forest. Understood, Zhu Zhuqing nodded, aware that with her level 30 prowess, she could only afford to explore the outskirts of the Douluo Forest. Even within these outer regions, numerous soul beasts posed a significant threat to her life, necessitating heightened vigilance. Before their journey, the duo had deliberated on their objective. They sought a sensitive attack-type soul beast, ideally around 3,000 years old. The age could not exceed too much, for Zhu Zhuqing would be unable to absorb it, yet it could not be too low either. As even if Ye Chen could enhance the soul ring's age, the expenditure of golden soul coins would be considerable. Thus, the minimum age should not fall below 2,000 years. As a martial soul master, one may not know precisely which soul beast to choose for their soul ring. But finding a soul beast that aligns with their martial spirit, coupled with an appropriate age, would certainly be a sound choice. For instance, members of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family are most suited to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon or even more potent dragon-type soul beasts. Similarly, Zhu Zhuqing's ideal target for her 3rd soul ring is the 3,000-year-old Nether Spirit Cat. However, the Nether Spirit Cat is neither abundant nor scarce, making it uncertain whether they would encounter one. Should fate not favor us, I shall opt for a dark attribute. A swift attack type of 1,000-year spirit beast will suffice. Without lingering, the two individuals proceeded directly to the junction of the outer and inner regions. Although the Douluo Forest is the most extensive gathering place for spirit beasts on the continent, 1,000-year spirit beasts are quite rare in the outer area. The challenge of encountering a suitable target for Zhu Zhuqing is considerable. However, in the borderlands where the outer and inner regions converge, the appearance of 1,000-year spirit beasts is relatively more frequent. 3 days later, early that morning, Ye Chen packed away the tent from their previous night's camp and continued the search for spirit beasts alongside Zhu Zhuqing. Perhaps luck was not on their side. as they had entered the Douluo forest for 3 days without encountering a suitable target for Zhu Zhuqing. Spirit masters visiting the Douluo forest to acquire spirit rings may find their ideal target on the very day of their arrival if fortune smiles upon them. Conversely, it is not uncommon for them to search for an entire month without success. After some contemplation, Ye Chen decided against relying on mere chance any longer. Noticing a small target appearing in the system shop, he purchased a luck card without hesitation. "Zhuqing, this is for you." As he spoke, Ye Chen presented her with a golden card. "What is the purpose of this card?" Zhu Zhuqing inquired, puzzled as she held the golden card. "Once utilized, it augments your luck. Use it now. Perhaps it won't be long before we find the target." Ye Chen had confidence in the efficacy of the luck card produced by his own son. When searching for his first and second spirit rings, he had found 2 appropriate targets within a single day. In fact, during his quest for the 3rd spirit ring, he even stumbled upon an exceptionally rare external spirit bone. The luck card's effectiveness certainly justified its steep price of 1 million gold spirit coins. Though Zhu Zhuqing was somewhat bewildered by the notion of enhancing luck, she nevertheless crushed the luck card in her hand. In an instant, the golden card transformed into a beam of light and melded into her being. I don't feel any different." Upon careful introspection, Zhu Zhuqing realized that there seemed to be no change from before. After all, this was not meant to enhance her strength or improve her spirit ring. What sensation could she expect? Ye Chen rolled his eyes. If Zhu Zhuqing could discern the difference, that would truly be a haunting revelation. Such a mysterious concept as luck, not even a soul master, let alone a deity from the divine realm, could possibly sense it. 2 hours later, Zhu Zhuqing found herself swallowing hard as she gazed at a colossal creature that had suddenly appeared not far in front of them. "Zhengge, didn't you say my luck had increased? Why then are we confronted by this ancient, 10,000-year-old Titan bear? Where's the promised fortune? Has it transformed into misfortune?" A 10,000-year-old soul beast possesses the strength equivalent to a 5-ringed soul king, and in one-on-one combat, due to the innate advantages of soul beasts, most soul kings would struggle against such ancient entities. Moreover, the bloodline of the Titan bear is not to be underestimated. The power of this particular 10,000-year-old bear is comparable to that of an ordinary 6-ring battle soul emperor. With only Ye Chen and Zhu Zhuqing together, they were undoubtedly no match for the Titan bear. How should I know? Run, quickly. Without hesitation, Ye Chen seized Zhu Zhuqing's hand and began to flee. Typically, soul beasts aged 10,000 years do not roam the outskirts. They are mostly found deep within the core of the Douluo forest. Who could have anticipated that they would encounter a 10,000-year-old soul beast even before entering the inner region? This was absurd. Could it be that this Titan bear had only just made its breakthrough? Ye Chen's conjecture was indeed correct. This formidable Titan bear had just recently achieved a breakthrough. However, this was no ordinary Titan bear. It possessed an exceptionally cautious disposition. Its parents had long advised it, during its infancy, about the perils lurking deep within the forest, warning it against venturing too far from the safety of its surroundings while still young. As a result, it remained in the periphery of the Douluo forest, enduring the passage of time until it finally transformed into a 10,000-year soul beast just days ago. It was now preparing to delve into the inner sanctum of the Douluo forest, aspiring to thrive there for 100,000 years and ultimately ascend to the pinnacle of its bare existence. Little did it expect to encounter Ye Chen and Zhu Zhuqing. Spotting the unexpected delivery and feeling quite famished, the Titan bear had no intention of being polite and immediately contemplated using the 2 to satiate its hunger. However, to its astonishment, the moment they laid eyes on it, they turned and fled. Roar! As the delectable morsel seemed poised to escape, the mighty Dali King Kong bear immediately protested. With its robust paw striking its chest, it let out a furious roar and swiftly set off in pursuit. Observing the relentless pursuit from the formidable bear, Ye Chen couldn't help but curse under his breath. If this Dali King Kong bear were under 10,000 years old, he would not even consider fleeing. For within his storage soul guide, he possessed a 6-barreled Gatling gun, fully loaded with a torrent of bullets capable of obliterating its skull. However, the current Dali King Kong bear had reached the venerable age of 10,000 years, its resilient fur offering formidable defense that Ye Chen doubted he could penetrate. Moreover, the creature's considerable bulk meant that even if the bullets could breach its defenses, they might not inflict significant damage. It was entirely possible for the bear to endure a barrage of bullets and continue its advance. Fortunately, while the Dali King Kong bear was undeniably powerful, speed was not its forte. Although Zhu Zhuqing possessed a lower soul power rank, she was an agile agility-type soul master, inherently swift. After practicing the transformation body forging technique, Her physical prowess was exceptional, and when her martial soul was manifested, her speed was not significantly inferior to Ye Chen's. Additionally, the complex terrain of the Stardow Forest, with its towering trees providing ample cover, meant that the bear would struggle to catch up to the two. However, should escape prove impossible, Ye Chen would have no choice but to resort to his trump card. Within the system's shop lay a modest goal of golden soul coins, ample to procure a level 9 fixed soul guide. Such a device possessed the capability to threaten even ordinary title Douluo, making the relatively young Dolly King Kong bear trivial in comparison. Although Ye Chen intended to acquire high-level fixed soul guides in the future, that was a matter for another day, certainly not the present. For when Ye Chen's rank increased, he would require exceptionally powerful soul beasts to add a 7th soul ring. Without a skilled team to lead the hunt, he must possess the ability to slay them himself. After all, once he needed to augment his 7th soul ring, he would require soul beasts of exceedingly high ages, and thus must be prepared to hunt alone. Yet, as his rank ascended, the efficiency with which he accumulated gold soul coins would also improve. Currently, as a 4-ring soul master, purchasing a level 9 soul guide priced at a modest goal would take him 5 months. However, once his soul power increased, he would be able to acquire it in much less time. There were, of course, intermediate options, such as the level 8 fixed soul guide starting at 30 million gold soul coins or the level 7 starting at 10 million. As for the lower grade options, they were best avoided, as their efficacy was uncertain. Nevertheless, investing in a level 7 or 8 soul guide might render future endeavors unnecessary, leading to potential waste. Of course, if faced with dire straits, Ye Chen would not hesitate to act in self-preservation. After 3 minutes of desperate flight, glancing back at the tenacious Dolly King Kong bear, Ye Chen contemplated a decisive countermeasure. Thus, while continuing to flee, he summoned the pure bamboo staff, which could amplify the effects of his soul skills, and manifested the realm of purity, his first soul skill, imprisonment. In an instant, Ye Chen directed his attention towards the pursuing might golden bear and unleashed his first soul skill. A phantom of a bamboo staff swiftly emerged from Ye Chen, almost instantaneously descending upon the bear's head, delivering a forceful strike. The impact of the bamboo staff against the bear's skull produced a resounding thud. Despite the significant disparity in strength between them, the effect of the soul skill, augmented by the tranquil domain, resulted in a remarkable boost of 50%. The blow was notably effective. Caught off guard in its pursuit, the might golden bear found itself immobilized and tumbled to the ground, unable to move. Seizing this opportunity, Ye Chen promptly retrieved 6 Gatling guns from his storage soul guide, aiming them at the fallen might golden bear before pulling the trigger. In a heartbeat, the 6 barrels of the Gatling guns whirled into action, unleashing a torrent of bullets that surged towards the incapacitated bear. A storm of bullets rained down upon the might golden bear, causing a flurry of crimson blossoms to erupt across its body. However, as Ye Chen had anticipated, while the bullets penetrated the bear's tough hide, the wounds were superficial, barely breaching the skin before becoming lodged in the muscle beneath. Despite its battered appearance amidst the bullet storm, the might golden bear had not sustained significant harm. It was far from being gravely injured, although the pain was undeniable. Before Ye Chen could complete a single ammunition belt, the might golden bear broke free from the control of the soul skill. With a thunderous roar, it surveyed its body, riddled with bullet holes, and the pain radiating from its wounds ignited a fierce rage. It shook its paws and charged towards Ye Chen and Zhu Zhuqing. Previously, it had regarded them merely as a light snack, but Ye Chen's retaliation had inflicted considerable damage, turning the encounter into a relentless battle. The bear's once pristine and glossy fur, meticulously maintained over the years, had been marred by countless wounds, an unforgivable affront. In the eyes of the might golden bear, while it could forego a mere snack, it was determined to annihilate the detestable human responsible for its disfigurement. Yet, just as the bear took its first step forward, Ye Chen activated another control soul skill. The second soul skill, determination. In an instant, the ethereal silhouette of the bamboo staff descended once more, delivering a resounding blow upon the skull of the formidable golden bear. Just as it had liberated itself from its prior constraints, the creature's cognitive processes came to a halt, plunging it back into a state of subjugation. The Gatling gun's 6 barrels whirled into a frenzy once again. This time, Ye Chen refrained from unleashing a barrage upon the bear's massive form, instead aiming the muzzle directly at its head. Ironically, at that moment, the golden bear was not in a prone position as before, but rather standing upright, its great bear visage squarely facing the barrel of Ye Chen's weapon. Even in the absence of a targeting device, the concentrated hail of bullets found their mark in the bear's eye, for regardless of the creature, the eyes remain its most vulnerable point, incapable of withstanding the onslaught of gunfire. Just as Ye Chen shattered one eye, preparing to obliterate the other, he discovered that his machine gun had run dry. A quick glance revealed that the entire ammunition belt had been expended. Damn, these bullets are hardly durable. He muttered in frustration, abandoning further assault and opting to flee with Zhu Zhuqing. Reloading the ammunition would require time, and the golden bear would soon regain its faculties. Prudence dictated retreat. With the first and second soul skills already deployed and cooling down, Ye Chen's only remaining option to restrain the golden bear was the fourth soul skill, blinding. The third soul skill, God's Sealing, which incapacitated mental prowess, would not be effective against this beast. Should the fourth skill fail to deter the golden bear from pursuing them after its use, Ye Chen would be left with no choice but to resort to his ultimate trump card. Chapter 78. The Nether Spirit Cat. The duo had scarcely made their escape when the golden bear broke free from its stupor. Roar. As it shook off the shackles of control, the golden bear unleashed a thunderous roar. Ye Chen's second soul skill, Fixed Awareness, halts the opponent's cognitive processes. Currently, his head is marred with wounds, and one of his eyes has been blinded, leaving the powerful diamond bear utterly bewildered about the events that transpired. In the mind of this robust creature, it was merely preparing to charge forward once more to crush the two diminutive beings when that detestable human struck it with a blow, resulting in its current battered state. After a furious roar, the powerful diamond bear refrained from pursuing further. It was gripped by fear. In a fleeting moment, it had sustained grievous injuries and lost an eye. If it were to chase again, would it risk losing its very life? After much internal conflict, the bear, embodying a reluctant spirit, ultimately succumbed to its trepidation. As night descended, in a clearing within the inner region of the Douluo Forest, two individuals had set up a tent and were partaking in dinner. While dining, Ye Chen pondered quietly about the luck card. Why had it yet to take effect? They had spent a day searching in an area where Millennium Soul beasts were frequently encountered, even encountering a 10,000-year-old powerful diamond bear, yet they had not found a suitable target for Zhu Zhuqing. Could it be that the big cat's fortune was simply too dismal? Even with the enhancement of the luck card, had it not made a significant difference? Otherwise, if the big cat were truly benefiting from the luck card, they should have found something by now. Zhuqing, you should rest. I will keep watch, Ye Chen suggested, noticing that Zhu Zhuqing had finished her meal. The Douluo Forest was not a tranquil locale, and the soul beasts active at night were just as numerous as those during the day, necessitating that someone remain vigilant in shifts. Generally, those who ventured into the Douluo Forest, if not particularly powerful, would seldom do so alone. Humans inevitably require rest. While missing a day or two of sleep might not be detrimental for soul masters, prolonged wakefulness could lead to dire consequences, as a soul beast might seize the opportunity to surprise them while they slumbered. Very well, call me when it's time, Zhu Zhuqing replied, nodding as she retreated into the tent to rest. As the night deepened, outside the tent, Ye Chen continuously surveyed his surroundings. During his watch, he dared not enter a meditative state, for should an unexpected situation arise, he could find himself unprepared. Estimating that it was now the latter half of the night, Ye Chen was about to switch places with Zhu Zhuqing when suddenly, he raised an eyebrow. Under his superior spiritual perception, an uninvited guest approached the camp. Illuminated by the bright moonlight, he gazed into the dark expanse of the forest ahead. Soon, a soul beast, a sleek creature adorned with shades of purple and black, emerged silently from the shadows. A 2,500-year-old nether spirit cat? Upon recognizing the unexpected visitor, Ye Chen immediately identified it. Zhuqing, come out. Your delivery has arrived. Immediately, Ye Chen called out to Zhu Zhuqing inside the tent, yet his gaze remained fixated on the elusive nether spirit cat. The nether spirit cat, being a swift and agile soul beast of the agility type, posed a significant threat, especially under the cover of night, should it slip away into the forest. Ye Chen harbored no confidence in his ability to locate it again. Inside the tent, Zhu Zhuqing, who had been resting peacefully, awoke at the sound of Ye Chen's voice, promptly rising to exit the tent. Upon realizing it was discovered, the nether spirit cat, with its nimble limbs and sharp claws, prepared to launch an attack on Ye Chen. Little rascal, take this, Ye Chen exclaimed, invoking his first soul skill, binding. In an instant, the serene bamboo staff manifested in his grasp, aimed at the nether spirit cat. A phantom of the bamboo staff swiftly surged forth from Ye Chen, descending upon the creature with a decisive strike. With a resounding thud, The nether spirit cat was momentarily stunned. Once it regained its senses, it found its mind still functioning, but its body utterly immobilized, trapped in place. A nether spirit cat, over 2,500 years old? Upon stepping out of the tent, Zhu Zhuqing immediately spotted the immobilized creature. What luck! This little feline has come to us willingly. Zhuqing, hurry. Nodding in agreement, Zhu Zhuqing swiftly summoned her martial spirit and advanced towards the defenseless nether spirit cat, sending it to its demise. Instantly, a multitude of golden light particles streamed from the creature's body, and a violet soul ring began to materialize. Quite impressive indeed. The luck card has proven its worth, she mused. The nether spirit cat was undoubtedly the most suitable spirit for Zhu Zhuqing. Had it not been for its slightly lower age, it could rival the absorption of a divine soul ring. As for whether Zhu Zhuqing could safely absorb this soul ring, Ye Chen felt no apprehension. Soul rings under 10,000 years posed little risk if one's physical prowess was sufficiently robust. Given Zhu Zhuqing's current physical condition, even a 3,000-year-old soul beast would be within her grasp, let alone the nether spirit cat, which was merely 2,500 years old. As time gradually passed, approaching the break of dawn, an unexpected cry pierced the tranquility. Zhu Zhuqing, in the midst of absorbing the soul ring, suddenly furrowed her brow and emitted a pained scream. What is happening? The sudden turn of events captured Ye Chen's attention. Ye Chen found himself somewhat perplexed. Although Zhu Zhuqing's recent absorption of the third spirit ring exceeded the optimal age limit for such a ring, given her capacity, it should not have been impossible for her to assimilate it. Just as Ye Chen pondered this, a sound akin to tearing fabric resonated through the air. Suddenly, a tail of a deep purple and black hue sprouted from the region of Zhu Zhuqing's lower back, mirroring the tail of the spectral feline that lay on the ground. Goodness, an external spirit bone. Upon witnessing the emergence of the tail from the feline's posterior, Ye Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. Previously, Zhu Zhuqing had sported a tail, albeit merely as an ornament, unlike the two rabbit ears adorning Xiao Wu's head. Ye Chen had previously learned that the purpose of Zhu Zhuqing's tail was not solely decorative. It served a significant role in maintaining balance. As an agile assault-type spirit master, the presence of a tail would enable Zhu Zhuqing to master her equilibrium with greater ease. I wonder how it feels to the touch? Ye Chen mused silently as he observed the tail. Upon realizing it was an external spirit bone, his worries dissipated. If she could successfully absorb the spirit ring, the assimilation of the external spirit bone would undoubtedly pose no issue. Chapter 79. The cat's tail. However, Zhu Zhuqing was bound to endure considerable discomfort. The absorption of an external spirit bone essentially added an additional component to her being, and thus, pain was unavoidable. Nevertheless, such discomfort paled in comparison to the enhancements conferred by the external spirit bone. It was certain that anyone would choose to possess an external spirit bone. While the value of an external spirit bone may not surpass that of a 100,000-year spirit bone for an ordinary spirit master, for a prodigy aspiring to advance beyond the rank of title de law, exchanging it for a 100,000-year spirit bone would be unthinkable. As day transitioned to night, and after a full day had elapsed, when dusk fell once more, Zhu Zhuqing finally succeeded in refining the soul ring of the spectral cat and the external spirit bone. She opened her eyes. Following the acquisition of her third spirit ring and an external spirit bone, Zhu Zhuqing's spirit power level ascended from a quasi-spirit king at level 30 to a spirit king at level 33. Well done, Zhuqing. Your fortune is truly remarkable. Ye Chen exclaimed, stepping forward to congratulate her. Brother Chen, what is this tail? Is it a spirit bone? Zhu Zhuqing inquired, glancing at the tail that had caused her considerable suffering, bewildered by the distinction between this spirit bone and the one she had previously encountered. This tail is indeed a spirit bone, but it is not an ordinary one. It is an external spirit bone. With a cheerful expression, Ye Chen spoke. An external spirit bone? Zhu Zhuqing's eyes widened in astonishment. She had heard of external spirit bones before, but having never encountered one, she had not connected the dots until now. Indeed, it was an external spirit bone, a remarkable treasure that one would not exchange even for a 100,000-year spirit bone. When you eventually advance to the rank of title Douluo, this external spirit bone could transform into a 100,000-year spirit bone. Furthermore, if one's spirit power level is sufficiently elevated, this external spirit bone would far surpass the worth of a mere 100,000-year spirit bone. As he spoke, Ye Chen couldn't help but grasp Zhu Zhuqing's tail, playfully stroking it. The texture was satisfactory, though not quite as delightful as he had envisioned. It felt rather smooth. Suddenly, Zhu Zhuqing's face flushed when her tail was ambushed by Ye Chen. Though her tail was not as sensitive as that of an ordinary cat, it remained a somewhat sensitive area, especially among a select few key spots. It tickles. Zhu Zhuqing murmured, her face a deep crimson as she lowered her head. Tickles? Oh, my sincerest apologies, Zhuqing. I couldn't help myself. Despite the softness of Zhu Zhuqing's voice, Ye Chen discerned her words and promptly released her tail. Upon hearing Ye Chen's explanation, Zhu Zhuqing rolled her eyes in exasperation. By the way, what is the ability of your external spirit bone? Ye Chen, with a serious demeanor that starkly contrasted his earlier self, inquired earnestly. He spoke of a soul skill named Ethereal Ambush, which could enhance speed by 100-fold. It was crucial to discern whether this augmentation pertained solely to movement speed or encompassed other aspects such as attack speed, reaction speed, and the speed of releasing soul skills, all integral components of velocity. This was indeed promising. Moreover, considering the external soul bone was merely a millennium old, its potential would undoubtedly increase immensely should its age reach 10,000 or even 100,000 years. As a sensitive attack-type soul master, Zhu Zhuqing found the ability of Ethereal Ambush to enhance agility particularly fitting. Additionally, this external soul bone was not limited to merely boosting agility. The tail-like appendage boasted considerable attack power even without the soul skills enhancement, and its strength would only grow with age. At that moment, an unusual sound reached Ye Chen's ears. Following the noise, he realized it was Zhu Zhuqing's stomach growling. It was understandable, considering she had begun absorbing soul rings the previous night and had not consumed any food throughout the day. Let us partake of a meal, he suggested. Zhu Zhuqing nodded, a hint of embarrassment coloring her cheeks. Brother Chen, shall we return to the academy tomorrow morning? There's no rush. If fortune favors you, we may yet linger in the Star Dough Forest for a while longer. The reason for his lack of urgency was his intention to procure a celestial herb for Zhu Zhuqing. For soul masters, the earlier one consumed such herbs, the more pronounced the effects. Early consumption leads to early benefits. Previously, Ye Chen had not been well acquainted with Zhu Zhuqing, and his financial constraints had hindered his ability to purchase the herb. Now that their relationship had deepened, he was eager to seize the moment and solidify their bond. With the foundation laid over the past few months, they could undoubtedly become true friends. At present, Zhu Zhuqing was a level 33 soul master, and a suitable celestial herb could potentially elevate her soul power by 7 levels, an entirely feasible prospect. Should her soul power rise directly to level 40, she would be perfectly positioned to augment her 4th soul ring. What is it? Zhu Zhuqing asked, somewhat perplexed. Rest for now. I shall enlighten you in the morning. Very well, Zhu Zhuqing had little to occupy her, so she returned to the tent to rest. After all, the absorption of soul rings and external soul bones had consumed a considerable amount of her energy. The reason Ye Chen procured the celestial herb from the system's shop rather than harvesting it from the Eye of Ice and Fire was due to careful consideration. Relying solely on his own capabilities to acquire those celestial herbs from the Eye of Ice and Fire would prove to be quite challenging, as these herbs were not unclaimed. The Eye of Ice and Fire belonged to the poisoned Douluo, Dugabo, who, due to his severe poisoning, frequently resorted to the powers of water and fire emanating from the spring within the eye to suppress the toxins within his body. If Ye Chen were to attempt to steal the celestial herbs and was caught, it would spell disaster. Dugabo was a formidable tidal Douluo. Even if his strength had diminished slightly, he remained beyond the reach of Ye Chen's limited abilities. Furthermore, even if Ye Chen managed to evade capture, the celestial herbs within the Eye of Ice and Fire, aside from the Heartbroken Red, were not particularly suitable for Zhu Zhuqing. The Heartbroken Red herb could be consumed by all soul masters, but whether one could recognize it as their own was an entirely different matter. At present, Ye Chen did not believe that Zhu Zhuqing could claim the Heartbroken Red as her own. As for the Water Fairy Jade Bone that Zhu Zhuqing consumed in the original narrative, it was not a perfect fit for her. The most suitable celestial herb for her would likely be one of the dark attribute, as her phantom cat martial spirit was indeed of the dark attribute and a sensitive attack type. Chapter 80. The Phantom Celestial Herb. However, dark attribute celestial herbs had not appeared in the original story and were unlikely to be found within the Eye of Ice and Fire. Nonetheless, the Chilua Tulip was highly suitable for Ning Rongrong, as it could allow her 7-treasure glazed tile martial spirit to evolve into the 9-treasure glazed tile martial spirit. A mere few celestial herbs were not worth risking his life for, especially for someone like Ye Chen, who was mindful of his own safety. Moreover, he was a well-educated individual from his previous life and, being affluent, would never resort to petty thievery. regardless of the world he found himself in. A wealthy person would not engage in such acts, at most resorting to coercive transactions. Of course, while Ye Chen held this belief, he would not dismiss any future opportunities that might arise. After all, the numerous celestial herbs within the Eye of Ice and Fire were of considerable value, and each herb represented a small goal to strive for. The next morning, Zhuqing, your culinary skills are quite impressive. You're truly diligent, Ye Chen remarked as he enjoyed breakfast. Although the meal was not extraordinary, Ye Chen possessed enough emotional intelligence to know that everyone appreciates a compliment. I'm glad you like it, Zhu Zhuqing replied shyly, her cheeks flushed at Ye Chen's praise. Of course, I do. He laughed. Zhu Zhuqing, after finishing breakfast with remarkable swiftness. Ye Chen beckoned to Zhu Zhuqing and entered the tent. Zhuqing, this celestial herb is for you. As he spoke, Ye Chen handed her the ethereal herb, the netherworld immortal mushroom, which he had just procured from the system. This mushroom, exuding a subtle black hue, boasted a stem resembling jade and bore 12 leaves. Celestial herb? What is that? Zhu Zhuqing inquired, her gaze fixed upon the exquisite black fungus in her hand, puzzled yet sensing its significant potential to aid her. To elucidate it, celestial herbs are extraordinary medicinal plants that, upon consumption, can greatly enhance a soul master's cultivation aptitude and soul power. Moreover, if one's martial spirit aligns closely with the herb consumed, it may even trigger an evolution of the martial spirit or rectify its deficiencies, enhancing aptitude and soul power, and possibly evolving my martial spirit. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes widened in disbelief. Had she truly encountered something so miraculous? She had never heard of such wonders before. Indeed, consuming celestial herbs does not yield adverse effects that would impair future potential. Furthermore, until your level reaches a certain threshold, it can significantly accelerate your cultivation speed. However, whether it can induce an evolution in your martial spirit remains uncertain. Nevertheless, elevating your cultivation aptitude and soul power is assured. Perhaps soon you will be able to add a 4th soul ring. Have you consumed celestial herbs before, Chen-gu? Zhu Zhuqing pondered, connecting the dots regarding Ye Chen's rapid advancement in cultivation. Allow me to share. When I awakened my martial spirit, I possessed only a 3rd level innate soul power. It was not until I turned 9 that I acquired my 1st soul ring. That cannot be true. Chen-gu, you only became a 1-ring soul master at 9? Zhu Zhuqing was astounded. Ye Chen had achieved such a feat at the tender age of 9, yet he was still under 13 now. In just 4 years, he had elevated his soul power by over 30 levels. It was utterly astonishing. No one would believe such a tale if told. Why would I deceive you? The reason my soul power level does not match Xiao Wu's is due to my poor aptitude in childhood, which set me back significantly. However, after consuming celestial herbs, my aptitude now rivals that of someone with full innate soul power, and with the latent medicinal energy within. My cultivation speed surpasses even that of an individual with full innate soul power. Given the preciousness of this celestial herb, Chen-gu, you still. Enough. Quickly consume it. This netherworld immortal mushroom is specifically for you. The method of consumption is simple. Just ingest it whole, excluding the stem. Before Zhu Zhuqing could finish her sentence, Ye Chen interrupted her. Understood. Reflecting on the myriad moments shared between them, and recalling Ye Chen's meticulous care for her, Zhu Zhuqing found herself unable to refuse any longer. Subsequently, she removed the Yume Shinji from its stem and began to consume it. As the medicinal properties of the Yume Shinji dissolved within her, a faint black luminescence enveloped Zhu Zhuqing. Time gradually slipped by, and before long, half a day had passed. A gentle meow caught Ye Chen's attention. He observed as Zhu Zhuqing opened her eyes, akin to one awakening from a profound slumber. Her beautiful gaze shimmering with a hint of confusion. How do you feel? Ye Chen inquired as he approached her, now that she was awake. Unprecedentedly well. My soul power has surged to level 40, and it seems my martial spirit has also undergone considerable enhancement. As she spoke, Zhu Zhuqing summoned her Yume spirit cat martial spirit. Indeed, quite remarkable, Zhuqing. Your martial spirit has undoubtedly evolved. Upon further examination, Ye Chen noted that while the appearance of Zhu Zhuqing's Yume spirit cat had not changed significantly, it had transformed into a top-tier martial spirit. The attributes of the Yume Shinji were highly compatible with the Yume spirit cat, facilitating a metamorphosis in the quality of the martial spirit, alongside an elevation of 7 levels in soul power, which was rather typical. Thank you, Chenji. Zhu Zhuqing's heart swelled with excitement as she reflected on her recent journey from being a level 28 soul master just days ago to now standing at the precipice of becoming a level 40 quasi-soul sect master. Soon to acquire a 4th soul ring and ascend to the status of a 4-ring soul sect master. Thank me, Zhu Zhuqing, if you wish to express your gratitude. Will you choose to pledge yourself to me, or shall you repay me in your next life by working like a horse? Well, if the hero's looks are commendable and the lady is pleased, then it shall be a pledge of devotion. Otherwise, it may only be in the next life as a humble beast of burden. Ha! Zhu Zhuqing blushed and retorted at Ye Chen's jest. Zhu Zhuqing, yes? Will you be my girlfriend? With a gaze filled with deep affection, Ye Chen spoke earnestly. How vexing! Zhu Zhuqing's face flushed crimson at Ye Chen's sudden confession. Observing her blushing countenance and noting her lack of rejection, Ye Chen promptly embraced the lovely cat girl in his arms. Zhuqing, I shall protect you from now on. Zhu Zhuqing responded softly, her voice barely audible, almost lost in the air, had it not been for Ye Chen's keen hearing. As he gazed at the sweet maiden nestled in his embrace, her cheeks aglow with embarrassment, he leaned in gently to kiss her alluring red lips. After what felt like an eternity, Zhu Zhuqing finally pushed him away as she struggled to catch her breath. Brother Chen, you mustn't bully me in the future. Bully you? If I don't tease you, how shall we ever have little ones of our own? With a cheerful expression, Ye Chen remarked. Who would I bully if not you? Oh, and I must add a little dance, though as for future targets of my mischief, I have yet to determine. Zhu Zhuqing. Chapter 81. Beyond grasp 2 days later, within the inner region of the starred doe forest, Zhu Zhuqing sat cross-legged, absorbing a black 10,000-year soul ring. Beside her lay a lifeless ghost leopard, its age surpassing 10,000 years. The ghost leopard, a dark attribute agile attack-type soul beast, though comparable in age and strength to the mighty golden bear they encountered days prior, was, in Ye Chen's perspective, much easier to deal with. This was because agile attack-type soul beasts typically possessed weaker defenses, and the ghost leopard's defenses were far inferior to those of the golden bear of the same age. Controlled by Ye Chen's soul technique, a storm of bullets from a 6-barreled Gatling gun descended, reducing it to a mere sieve. After which Zhu Zhuqing delivered the finishing blow with a swift strike. Despite the ghost leopard's impressive age, Zhu Zhuqing's prior training in the creation body refinement technique and the creation soul refinement art made the absorption process manageable. As the sun reached its zenith, Zhu Zhuqing successfully refined the soul ring, elevating her soul power level from a rank 40 quasi-soul master to a rank 42 soul master. However, this time luck was not as bountiful as before. Previously, the Netherworld Spirit Cat had generously bestowed a rare external soul bone, whereas this 10,000-year ghost leopard yielded not even a common soul bone. It seems that the previous Netherworld Immortal Grass only elevated Zhuqing's soul power by 7 levels. Ye Chen mused as he observed Zhu Zhuqing's modest 2-level increase. A 10,000-year soul ring is capable of raising a rank 40 soul master to rank 42, indicating that the previously consumed immortal herb had merely allowed the large cat to barely cross the threshold of rank 40, lacking substantial unmanifested soul power. In summary, this expedition to the Star Doe Forest had been exceedingly profitable for the large cat. Not only did it achieve a significant elevation in soul power, but it also acquired an external soul bone, marking a bountiful harvest. However, concerning Zhu Zhuqing's external soul bone, Ye Chen decided against using a soul bone age enhancement card to elevate its age. This decision stemmed not only from financial constraints, but also from the understanding that external soul bones could naturally enhance with the soul master's level, making such an investment unnecessary. Previously, Ye Chen had chosen to elevate the external soul bone, Creation Blue Lotus, to 100,000 years due to the higher efficiency of accumulating funds post-soul power increase. Otherwise, he would not have wasted his golden soul coins on external soul bones. Furthermore, moving forward, Ye Chen did not plan to spend golden soul coins on enhancing the age of Creation Blue Lotus either, as it was not cost-effective. It would be wiser to invest in the enhancement of other soul bones or soul rings, for the age of Creation Blue Lotus would automatically increase in the future. Zhuqing, how is the soul technique? My 4th soul skill, the shadow clone of the Netherworld, diverges from the powerful 3rd soul skill. It is a cloning ability that allows the creation of duplicates equal to the number of soul rings I possess. Furthermore, these clones are not mere illusions. They possess not only offensive capabilities, but can also utilize the soul skills I have acquired. However, the 4th soul skill prohibits these clones from employing its abilities. Is that so? Quite satisfactory. Upon hearing this, Ye Chen nodded, acknowledging that a clone soul skill could not extend its abilities to its duplicates. lest it devolve into an endless cycle of replication. He was, however, pleasantly surprised that his beloved feline companion's soul skills closely mirrored those in the original narrative. Presently, her third soul skill remains the Nether Slash, a close-range single-target attack, while her fourth soul skill continues to be the Shadow clone of the Netherworld, albeit with the fourth soul ring derived from the 10,000-year-old ghost leopard rather than the ghost tiger. In comparison to the original tale, the higher age of the soul rings undoubtedly enhances the efficacy of the soul skills, such as increased attack power and reduced soul power consumption. Now that our business in the Douluo Forest has concluded, let us return to the academy. With the objective fulfilled, Ye Chen had no intention of lingering in the Douluo Forest any longer and opted to head straight back to Shrek Academy. Indeed, Zhu Zhuqing nodded but hesitated, as if recalling something. But how will you explain this to Xiao Wu? She inquired, a flush gracing her cheeks. Although at the academy, Ye Chen and Xiao Wu referred to each other as siblings, it was well known that they were, in fact, a couple. Zhu Zhuqing harbored concerns that Xiao Wu might struggle to accept her. As for herself, she had no qualms about the situation. After all, being of noble birth from the Douluo Empire, it was quite customary for powerful individuals to have multiple partners. For instance, her father had several concubines in addition to her mother, as long as Ye Chen was not as indiscriminate as Dai Bai, who changed women as frequently as he changed clothes. It would be acceptable. Rumor has it that Ning Fengji, the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, has over 100 concubines, making it likely that his biological daughter, Ning Rongrong, may not even recognize all her stepmothers. Such a notorious figure. Xiao Wu has long been aware of it. Reflecting on the jealousy that Xiao Wu had exhibited a few days prior, a smile tugged at Ye Chen's lips. Oh, so Xiao Wu has known all along. Despite her often reckless demeanor, she was quite astute. Zhu Zhuqing blushed deeply at this revelation. Unable to resist the allure of his captivating feline companion's visage, Ye Chen leaned in and placed a tender kiss upon her lips. How insufferable, it's all saliva. 3 days later, Ye Chen and Zhu Zhuqing returned to Shrek Academy. Zhuqing, why don't you move in with me? Ye Chen addressed Zhu Zhuqing, expressing, not at all. I fear that Rongrong might feel frightened alone at night. The innocent Ning Rongrong became an unintended subject of discussion. Although Ye Chen's suggestion stirred some intrigue within Zhu Zhuqing, she ultimately declined. Xiao Wu resided with Ye Chen, and she felt a twinge of embarrassment at the thought of approaching him impulsively. Alas, what a pity, hearing that the big cat wouldn't be coming. Ye Chen felt a sense of regret. He had initially contemplated a midnight surprise or perhaps sharing a cozy slumber. But it seemed that such hopes were to be postponed for the time being. Brother Chen, you aren't contemplating mischief, are you? Upon observing Ye Chen's expression of regret, Zhu Zhuqing instantly connected the dots. Of course not. Even if I were to engage in mischief, it would have to wait until we have matured. Besides, I have already committed all the mischief I am capable of. With a smile on his face, Ye Chen remarked that he and Zhu Zhuqing had spent the night resting in the soul-hunting town outside the Douluo Forest. Unable to suppress his curiosity, Ye Chen had explored the mysteries of his beloved feline companion. Indeed, the allure of his cherished companion was undeniable, and the youthful Ye Chen found himself utterly captivated. As memories of last night's mischievous antics resurfaced, Zhu Zhuqing's cheeks flushed with warmth. Subsequently, after exchanging a few words with Flander, Ye Chen escorted Zhu Zhuqing back to her residence. Zhuqing, pray tell, where have you been these past few days? Why were you absent from the academy? Upon entering, Ye Chen beheld Ning Rongrong, hands on her hips, pointing an accusatory finger at Zhu Zhuqing. Faced with Ning Rongrong's inquiry, the two exchanged glances. Realizing that during their journey to the Douluo Forest, they had only informed Xiao Wu and Flander, neglecting to inform Ning Rongrong. Chapter 82. Flander's intentions of living off soft rice. Rongrong, my sincerest apologies for not mentioning it earlier. I went to the Douluo Forest to acquire an additional spirit ring, Zhu Zhuqing began to explain, noticing her close friend's displeasure. Wait, Zhuqing. Were you not a level 28 spirit master before? Why would you need an additional spirit ring? Ning Rongrong questioned, puzzled. If memory served her right, Zhu Zhuqing had indeed been a level 28 spirit master before her departure. Even with a breakthrough, she would only have reached level 29. What was the need for an additional spirit ring? At this, Zhu Zhuqing turned her gaze towards Ye Chen, seeking answers. Ye Chen raised an eyebrow at Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong nodded repeatedly, as if she had uncovered a remarkable secret. Her curiosity piqued. If you wish to know, then first return the money to me. Several months have already passed, far beyond the 30-day mortgage repayment period. Even if interest were to accrue, Ning Rongrong still owed him over 10 million gold soul coins. Humph. With no money to be had, I shall not part with my life either. The moment this was mentioned, Ning Rongrong let out a cold snort and turned her head defiantly. When the day comes that your 7-treasure glazed tile school cannot repay, be prepared to offer your flesh in compensation. Ye Chen spoke with a teasing expression. Zhu Zhuqing remarked, goodness. Ye Chen seems to be indulging in the company of one, Xiao Wu, while eyeing another, me, and still harboring thoughts of a third, Ning Rongrong. How audacious. Humph. A trade for meat? If Xiao Wu has no objections, I wouldn't mind. Ning Rongrong, true to her reputation as a little demoness, made surprising remarks. Rongrong. What are you saying? You are a girl, Zhu Zhuqing chided lightly. TSK, still a bit lacking. If you desire a trade for meat. You are not quite there yet. With a look of regret, Ye Chen shook his head at Ning Rongrong. You, despicable, you go too far. Though she may not be as developed as Zhu Zhuqing, she certainly met the average standards for her age, did she not? Moreover, she was still young and would surely grow in the future, wouldn't she? All right, do not provoke Rongrong any further, let us depart. Observing the escalating tension between the two, Zhu Zhuqing promptly pushed Ye Chen out the door. Well, for Zhuqing's sake, I shall refrain from engaging with you. With an air of magnanimity, Ye Chen remarked. How infuriating. Ning Rongrong's eyes blazed with fury as she fixed her gaze upon Ye Chen. Were it not for her status as an auxiliary soul master, she would undoubtedly have charged at him to vent her wrath. After successfully driving Ye Chen away, Zhu Zhuqing began to console Ning Rongrong. Rongrong, do not take it to heart. Humph. Why is it that I am berated for having a smaller chest? At least mine is more ample than his. Ning Rongrong pouted, expressing her dissatisfaction. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing's eyes widened in disbelief. Can that even be compared? How infuriating. If only mine were as ample as yours. Ning Rongrong gazed at Zhu Zhuqing with envy, seizing the opportunity to mischievously reach out and pinch her. Stop it. Zhu Zhuqing swiftly swatted Ning Rongrong's playful hand away. Zhuqing, confess honestly. What have you been up to these past few days? Ning Rongrong firmly pressed Zhu Zhuqing down onto the sofa. What do you mean by what have I been up to? As she recalled the recent events, Zhu Zhuqing felt a blush creep onto her cheeks. You must be hiding something, don't deny it. Otherwise, why is your face turning red? Ning Rongrong pointed at Zhu Zhuqing's flushed complexion. No, I am not. Not yet. Oh, Zhuqing, so you've learned to lie now. Hurry up and confess, or face the consequences. Ning Rongrong declared with a serious expression. Rongrong, why are you so curious? Could it be that you have feelings for Chingge? Zhu Zhuqing's eyes twinkled as she deftly shifted the topic. How could that be? Ning Rongrong immediately refuted. Ye Chen is so wicked. How could I possibly like him? How could it not be? Just a few nights ago, you were calling his name in your dreams. Zhu Zhuqing intended to tease Ning Rongrong. Is that true? Did I really act that way? Ning Rongrong was momentarily taken aback, murmuring to herself. Ye Chen was of the same age as her, possessing formidable strength and an attractive appearance. It was only natural for a young girl to experience the stirrings of affection. However, it was unexpected for her to speak in her sleep. Ah, Rongrong, have I managed to draw that from you? You should come clean. Zhu Zhuqing had not anticipated that her casual remark would lead to Ning Rongrong's confession. How infuriating. Zhuqing, you dare to deceive me? I shall fight you. In an instant, Ning Rongrong pounced onto Zhu Zhuqing, and the two became entangled in playful scuffles. Time swiftly passed, and a month later, Flender received a letter from Lu Erlong. Over a month prior, Flender had sent a letter to Lu Erlong, who was far away in Tiando City. He lamented about the dire financial state of Shrek Academy, expressing concerns that it might close down, and then shifted the conversation to his intention of bringing all the faculty and students to seek refuge with her in Tiando City. Upon receiving Flender's letter, Lu Erlong promptly responded, Ah, it seems that the sister still holds me in her heart. Flender, upon reading Lu Erlong's reply, wore a mysterious smile. He quickly convened Xiao Wujia, Xiao Xian, and others to discuss matters, as they would need to consult their old friends before going to Tiando City to rely on her. The next morning, all the students of Shrek Academy gathered in the playground. Ahem, I have summoned everyone today to announce an important matter. Flender surveyed the crowd, cleared his throat, and spoke with a serious demeanor. Upon hearing this, Ye Chen sensed that Flender had made up his mind, under his wise guidance, to take everyone to Lamba Academy for support. Director, what is this important announcement? Ma Hongjun was the first to interject. I declare that Shrek Academy will be closing its doors from today onward. Flender's words were shocking. What? Director, is the academy not doing well? Why would we close it? Ma Hongjuan's eyes widened, nearly doubting the accuracy of his hearing. Indeed, Director, if there are difficulties, we can discuss them and find a solution. Why must we close the academy? Oscar expressed his confusion. Exactly. Director Flender, I have only been here for a few months. Why must you close the doors? If it is a matter of finances, I can write to my father for support. Ning Rongrong was also reluctant. If the academy closed, where would she go? Was she to return home? No. She had run away from home. If she could not achieve something worthwhile, it would be embarrassing to return like this. Apart from Ye Chen, who had guessed the underlying situation, everyone else expressed their willingness to contribute financially or with their efforts, insisting that Shrek Academy must not close. Chapter 83. The Fearless Brave Ma Hongjun. Haha, I have yet to finish my words. Why are you all in such an uproar? Observing his adorable students, Flander felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Although the Shrek Academy had closed its doors, I have resolved to enroll you all in the Lamba Academy of Heavendo City, whose principal, Lu Erlong, is a dear friend of mine. Lamba Academy is a prestigious institution for advanced soul masters, featuring simulated environment training grounds and qualifying for participation in the elite competition of advanced soul master academies across the continent. Each of you exceptional little beings possesses boundless potential for the future, and it is with your prospects in mind that I have made this decision. As he spoke, Flander feigned a sorrowful expression. Really, Flander? This schemer is just looking for an easy life, and he presents it so grandiosely? Observing Flander's apparent concern for their well-being, Ye Chen couldn't help but voice his disdain internally. He had encountered shamelessness before, but nothing quite compared to Flander's audacity. Principal, you intend to enroll us in Lamba Academy? Ma Hongjun was taken aback, bewildered by Flander's intentions. Principal, could this Lu Erlong be the one famously known as the Killer of the Horn? Ning Rongrong pondered for a moment before addressing Flander. In their earlier adventures across the continent, Flander, Lu Erlong, and Yu Xiaojiang gained notoriety due to their martial soul fusion techniques. Ning Rongrong had some recollection of that. I must say, Ning Rongrong, although you were once a little witch, you have indeed acquired quite a bit of knowledge, Flander acknowledged with a nod. Principal, I've heard that Lu Erlong is still single. Your decision to take us to Lamba Academy must not solely be for our benefit, right? Ning Rongrong remarked with a teasing smile, seemingly recalling something amusing. Coughing awkwardly, Flander was caught off guard by Ning Rongrong's revelation of his true motives. Rongrong, is that true? Could it be that our principal is seeking a new beginning? Ma Hongjun whispered to Ning Rongrong with excitement. Immediately, all eyes turned to Flander, astonished to see such a side of him. Wow, this little chubby guy is quite bold. Ye Chen gasped, admiring Ma Hongjuan's fearless spirit. Though Ma Hongjuan's voice was low, the ears of a soul master are quite keen, and even Ye Chen could hear him. Being a rank 7 soul sage, Flander certainly overheard as well. What did you just say, little chubby? Seeking a new beginning? Flander's forehead darkened, glaring menacingly at Ma Hongjun. And no, Principal, you must have misheard. Ma Hongjun quickly recoiled, vehemently denying the accusation upon seeing Flander's fierce gaze. Humph, whether I seek a new beginning or not is uncertain, but I assure you, young man, your rear end will definitely feel the repercussions today. Flander let out a cold chuckle. Dean, please don't. Ma Hongjun implored in despair. All right, let us return to the matter at hand. Prepare yourselves. We shall depart for Tiando City in 3 days. Chubby, come here with me. I refuse to go. Ma Hongjun shook his head vigorously, fully aware that should he accompany Flander, he would undoubtedly find himself in dire straits. Humph, that is not up to you. Flander revealed a sinister grin as he swiftly seized the hapless Ma Hongjun, vanishing from the sight of the others. Hee, I hope the chubby one won't suffer too greatly. Oscar remarked with a smirk as he watched Ma Hongjun being taken away by Flander. Brother, do you think something bad will happen to him? Xiao Wu expressed her pessimism regarding Ma Hongjuan's fate. I don't know, but the dean should exercise some restraint, shouldn't he? Ye Chen pondered for a moment before uncertainly uttering. Let us observe 3 seconds of silence for the little chubby one who seeks his own demise. That evening, after Xiao Wu had succumbed to slumber, Ye Chen quietly rose from his dwelling and made his way to Zhu Zhuqing's quarters. Ever since their relationship had been established, Ye Chen had clandestinely ventured out under the cover of night on several occasions to seek out the enchanting feline. Stepping outside, guided by the moonlight, Ye Chen swiftly arrived at Zhu Zhuqing's abode. Noticing that the window of her room on the 2nd floor remained ajar, he stealthily ascended. The Soul Guide villa featured 2 bedrooms on the 2nd floor, and since Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing slept separately, It afforded Ye Chen the perfect opportunity for his surprise visit. Upon reaching Zhu Zhuqing's room, he wasted no time and began to explore beneath the covers. Why does something feel amiss? Could it be that the enchanting feline has lost weight these past few days? Ye Chen sensed that something was amiss. Wait, this feeling. Ye Chen was beset by an ominous premonition. After Flender announced that they would be heading to the Blue Tyrant Academy in Heavendo City, Ning Rongrong, elated by the thought that her 7-treasure glazed tile school was just outside the city, found herself unable to sleep that night, unable to find rest. She decided to confide in her neighbor, Zhu Zhuqing, as fatigue began to envelop her, and with the hour growing late, Ning Rongrong opted not to return to her own room, instead choosing to share a bed with Zhu Zhuqing, positioned conveniently near the window. In the midst of a deep slumber, Ning Rongrong sensed something amiss and quickly awoke. Initially, she attributed the disturbance to Zhu Zhuqing's playful antics, but soon realized that the hands creeping upon her were growing increasingly brazen. As she opened her eyes, illuminated by the moonlight streaming through the window, she was met with a shadowy figure, leaving her utterly bewildered. Feeling assured that Zhu Zhuqing lay beside her, she questioned the identity of the intruder. Coming to her senses, Ning Rongrong discerned that the one who had taken liberties was not Zhu Zhuqing, prompting her to emit a piercing scream. Rongrong, what is the matter? Upon hearing the scream, Zhu Zhuqing awoke, her expression one of confusion, and promptly turned on the lights in the room. Chengge, what brings you here? The moment the lights flickered on, Zhu Zhuqing recognized Ye Chen's silhouette. Ning Rongrong? What are you doing in Zhu Zhuqing's room? Observing Ning Rongrong's expression of grievance and Zhu Zhuqing's bewilderment, Ye Chen found himself at a loss. No wonder he had sensed something was amiss earlier. It was indeed Ning Rongrong. Yet, he had to admit, aside from being slightly smaller, the sensation was quite pleasing. Ye Chen. Wu as thoughts of Ye Chen's earlier misdeeds flooded her mind. Ning Rongrong's nose tinged with sorrow, and tears began to cascade down her cheeks. Hey, Rongrong. Please don't cry. Ye Chen's words were enough to unleash a torrent of tears from Ning Rongrong. Brother Chen, what is happening? Zhu Zhuqing inquired, her expression one of bewilderment. I hadn't anticipated that Rongrong would be here as well. I assumed it was just you. Ye Chen spoke somewhat awkwardly. Chapter 84. The Shameless Ye Chen. Zhu Zhuqing was left speechless. Upon hearing Ye Chen's remark, she surmised the reason behind Ning Rongrong's tears. Ye Chen had previously engaged in ambushes, and now, witnessing Ning Rongrong weep so profusely, it was evident that she had fallen victim to Ye Chen's malicious hands. Rongrong, do not weep. Rolling her eyes at Ye Chen, Zhu Zhuqing began to console Ning Rongrong. Wu Zhuqing, Wu, my innocence. At that moment, Ning Rongrong felt utterly aggrieved. Had she known it would come to this, she would not have sought Zhu Zhuqing's company that evening, which led to the irrevocable tarnishing of her long-held purity. Well, Rongrong, please do not cry just yet. Ye Chen anxiously spoke from the side. However, Ning Rongrong paid him no heed and continued to weep in Zhu Zhuqing's embrace. Though she harbored a faint fondness for Ye Chen, it did not diminish the importance of her own innocence. After a long while, comforted by Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, perhaps exhausted from her tears, finally ceased her sobbing. What do you intend to do about this? She demanded, her eyes slightly swollen and fixed intently on Ye Chen. It was my fault before. Whatever you say will be accepted. After some contemplation, Ye Chen, steeling himself, finally spoke up, recognizing that the event had already transpired and further discussion would be futile. Listening to Ye Chen's straightforwardness, Ning Rongrong realized that, regardless of the outcome, she had suffered a considerable loss. The more she pondered, the more aggrieved she felt, and tears began to fall anew. Rongrong, please do not cry any longer. Leave me be, I do not wish to see you. Ning Rongrong, with reddened eyes, issued Ye Chen an eviction order. Faced with her temper, Ye Chen found himself at a loss. Bro, perhaps you should return for now. I will speak with Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing suggested. Very well, Zhuqing, please comfort Rongrong properly. Ye Chen replied, realizing he had no better options at the moment. Upon exiting Zhu Zhuqing's room, Ye Chen gazed up at the luminous moonlight, feeling a faint sense of sadness. What a predicament this is. The following morning, Ye Chen and Xiao Wu went to the cafeteria for breakfast. Before long, Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong arrived as well. The moment Ning Rongrong spotted Ye Chen, she let out a cold hum and, unlike her usual behavior, did not join him at the same table but instead opted for another. Clearly, she was still brooding over the events of the previous night. Brother, what is wrong with Rongrong? Did you bully her? Xiao Wu inquired, her face a mask of confusion. Weren't things fine during dinner yesterday? Why does she seem so hostile this morning? Ahem, Xiao Wu, let us not delve into that. Let us focus on our meal. Ye Chen took a large bun and stuffed it into Xiao Wu's mouth. Do not think I am unaware of your attempts to change the subject, Xiao Wu retorted. After a moment's contemplation, she rose and settled beside Ning Rongrong. Rongrong, what troubles you? Are you feeling down? Xiao Wu inquired with genuine concern. Confronted with Xiao Wu's curiosity, Ning Rongrong opened her mouth but found herself at a loss for words. It was too difficult to admit that Ye Chen had wronged her the previous night. The breakfast unfolded amidst a peculiar atmosphere. After the meal, Ye Chen turned to Ning Rongrong and said, Rongrong, please come with me. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong pondered briefly. The events of the previous evening warranted an explanation, and she followed Ye Chen outside. In a secluded corner of Shrek Academy, Ye Chen began, Rongrong, I owe you an apology for my actions last night. Humph, does an apology suffice? You have tarnished my reputation. Ning Rongrong glared at Ye Chen indignantly. Then perhaps, would you consider being my girlfriend? This way, your honor could be restored. Ye Chen shamelessly remarked. There is indeed some truth to his words. After all, they are good friends. Embracing and sharing affectionate gestures is quite natural, is it not? Ye Chen merely advanced a step ahead of the curve. Could it not be deemed as boarding the train early and settling the fare later? No, that is not quite accurate. They have yet to board the train. You are utterly shameless, Ning Rongrong exclaimed, nearly driven to madness. She had never encountered someone as brazen as Ye Chen. Having bullied her once, he now audaciously sought to continue his misdeeds. Is this even human? Toothless? No, wait, just observe how orderly my teeth are. Ye Chen opened his mouth and pointed to his perfectly aligned set of white teeth. How infuriating. In response to Ye Chen's feigned ignorance, Ning Rongrong felt herself teetering on the brink of explosion. Just as she was about to lose her temper, Ye Chen, without a moment's hesitation, extended his finger and lifted Ning Rongrong's chin. What are you doing? She inquired, suddenly gripped by an unsettling premonition. Just this. With that, Ye Chen leaned in and kissed Ning Rongrong. Caught off guard by this unexpected assault, Ning Rongrong's mind instantly went blank, and she instinctively thought to resist. However, as merely a second-ring support-type soul master, how could she possibly push away Ye Chen, a soul master of the soul sovereign level? After what felt like an eternity, when Ning Rongrong was on the verge of gasping for air, Ye Chen finally released her. Are you still angry? He asked, infuriated. As soon as Ning Rongrong broke free from his grasp, she was ready to unleash a torrent of curses, but before she could finish, Ye Chen kissed her once more. Their lips parted. Are you still angry? She stammered, but he kissed her again. Their lips separated again. Are you still angry? Once more he kissed her. This continued in a cycle, and when Ye Chen leaned in for yet another kiss, he realized that Ning Rongrong no longer resisted. Instead, she began to respond in kind. Ye Chen mused, does this little girl fancy this tune? In the midst of his private musings, Ye Chen suddenly felt a sharp bite on his lips. Ouch, are you a dog? He exclaimed, experiencing both the pain and the metallic taste of blood in his mouth as he pushed Ning Rongrong away. Humph, who gave you the right to bully me without my consent? Ning Rongrong retorted with an air of haughty defiance. So, if I grant you permission, does that mean you can bully me then? Ye Chen raised an eyebrow. Go to hell. Ning Rongrong glared fiercely. All right, Rongrong, would you do me the honor of being my girlfriend? Ye Chen spoke with utmost seriousness. Begone. I am adored by all, and flowers bloom in my presence. Those who pursue me could line up from Soto City to Heavendo City. Who would want to be your girlfriend? Although Ning Rongrong felt a flutter in her heart, she believed that she could not simply allow Ye Chen to take advantage of her. Otherwise, would she not be at his mercy in the future? This is beyond your control. You have long since signed a contract of servitude. Ye Chen once again brought up the topic of the outstanding mortgage. What do you have to say? Ning Rongrong glared, her expression decidedly unfriendly. Fine, I shall say no more. From this moment on, you are my girlfriend. Humph. Unless you can procure my favorite ice cream within a minute, I will not agree, she replied, pouting. She was skeptical that Ye Chen could rush to Soto City, acquire the ice cream, and return in such a short span of time. Chapter 85. Growing more assertive. Are you certain? Just don't regret it when I produce it later. Ye Chen gazed at Ning Rongrong with a playful expression. Ice cream, of all things, was readily available in the system's marketplace. There was no need to venture outside to procure it. Humph, if you possess the ability, then why not present it? Ning Rongrong was skeptical that Ye Chen could conjure ice cream within a minute. Even a title Douluo couldn't possibly traverse the distance between Shrek Academy and Soto City in such a brief span. Not to mention the time required to purchase the ice cream. Just watch. In an instant, Ye Chen procured a strawberry-flavored ice cream from the system's marketplace. Upon witnessing the ice cream materialize in Ye Chen's hand, Ning Rongrong's eyes widened in disbelief. Here, Ye Chen said, offering the strawberry ice cream towards her lips. Unconsciously, Ning Rongrong licked it. Wow, little enchantress, Ye Chen thought, feeling increasingly confident. What are you thinking about? Ning Rongrong, savoring the ice cream. Noticed Ye Chen lost in thought and promptly inquired. I was pondering how my Rongrong could be so beautiful. Although Ye Chen's emotional intelligence was not particularly high, he was astute enough to avoid admitting he was thinking of other girls. Otherwise, Ning Rongrong would surely become furious. Who do you mean by my? A blush immediately crept onto Ning Rongrong's charming face. Who else could it be? So far away yet so close. Only sweet talk. She retorted. By the way, becoming my boyfriend is not that simple. Oh, then enlighten me. What makes it complicated? You must buy me delicious food, lovely clothes, never provoke my ire. Comfort me when I'm sad, care for me when I'm ill, and I. The more Ning Rongrong elaborated, the more Ye Chen felt something was amiss. It seemed he had not found a girlfriend, but rather a little tyrant instead. Yes, everything you say is correct. Despite feeling as if he had acquired a little deity, Ye Chen nodded in agreement, knowing that ultimately, it would not be this little girl who held the final say. There is a saying that all rights of interpretation belong to the bank. Ye Chen took this to heart, ensuring all requirements would be dictated by him. Very well. I shall reluctantly allow you to be my boyfriend, Ning Rongrong said, satisfied with Ye Chen's enthusiastic agreement. By the way, Brother Chen, I am still a great spirit master. You must help me elevate my strength. Remembering that Zhu Zhuqing had received such treatment, Ning Rongrong felt she too deserved the same. Elevate your strength? Can't you just train diligently? I know you have a method. Otherwise, Zhu Zhuqing wouldn't have become a 3-ring spirit elder so swiftly. Ning Rongrong pouted. The last time Ye Chen accompanied Zhu Zhuqing to the Stardow Forest, Zhu Zhuqing had only been a level 28 Great Spirit Master a few days prior. How could she have acquired an additional spirit ring if Ye Chen hadn't assisted her in enhancing her strength? Ning Rongrong firmly believes that Ye Chen must possess a solution. However, what she is unaware of is that Zhu Zhuqing is no longer merely a soul master of the 3rd ring. She has ascended to the status of a 42nd level soul scholar. After all, she had never encountered anyone capable of elevating their soul power by more than an entire rank within a mere few days. Let us wait until your soul power reaches the 28th level of a Grand Soul Master before discussing this matter. There is no rush at present. Currently, Ning Rongrong is only a 27th level Grand Soul Master, and even if she were to enhance the age of her 1st and 2nd spirit rings to 1,000 years, it would only grant her a maximum increase of 2 levels in soul power. It would be wiser to await her ascension to the 28th level Grand Soul Master, allowing her to advance directly to the 30th level Quasi-Soul Sovereign through the enhancement of her spirit ring ages. At this moment, the only method by which Ye Chen could elevate Ning Rongrong's soul power level in a short span would involve increasing the age of her spirit rings. As for the celestial herbs, after purchasing the ghostly immortal mushroom for Zhu Zhuqing, Ye Chen's savings had been depleted. It has only been a month, and he is unable to afford even a modest target of celestial herbs. You truly have a way. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong perked up, surprised that her casual remark had elicited Ye Chen's little secret. Indeed, I do have a method. However, enhancing your abilities now would not allow you to directly affix a 3rd spirit ring. It would be best to wait until you reach the 28th level. Is that so? Very well then. By the way, allow me to teach you some cultivation techniques. After some contemplation, realizing that Ning Rongrong is now his girlfriend, Ye Chen decided that she should receive the same treatment as Xiao Wu and the Great Cat, intending to impart his ancestral cultivation techniques to her. Cultivation techniques? Is it a meditation method? Ning Rongrong was somewhat perplexed. It is similar, but these are my family's ancestral cultivation techniques, not just ordinary meditation methods. I will share with you the techniques that enhance soul power, physical fitness, and mental strength. Is that true? Ning Rongrong expressed a hint of skepticism. Indeed, but Rongrong, there is one matter we must clarify first. Ye Chen said with utmost seriousness. What? Within the next decade, or until I ascend to the rank of title Douluo, you must not disclose the cultivation techniques you impart to me to anyone, not even to my father-in-law. Ye Chen understood that once Ning Rongrong experienced the effects of these techniques, she might consider passing them on to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. If the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School were to master them, it would not pose much of a concern, for techniques are merely techniques. Future achievements ultimately hinge upon the individuals themselves. However, Ye Chen harbored a deep-seated fear that the Spirit Hall might acquire these techniques. With thousands of disciples in the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, it would be utterly naive to believe that there were no spies planted by the Spirit Hall among them. Ye Chen firmly believed that after modifying his cultivation technique, those soul masters who were stuck at a bottleneck would have a significant chance of breaking through. Given the numerous members of the Spirit Hall, it was certain that many soul Douluos were trapped at the 89th level. Perhaps, upon acquiring the new technique, an explosion of titled Douluo masters from the Spirit Hall would ensue. Additionally, Ye Chen's greatest concern was Bibi Dong. If she were to acquire his cultivation method and ascended to godhood prematurely, Ye Chen feared he would be unable to contain her power. Although the divine beings in the Douluo world were somewhat lacking in strength, they were ultimately beyond the reach of even a peerless 99th level Douluo. Even if Ye Chen were to gain an advantage, he lacked the confidence to withstand the might of a deity with only his titled Douluo capabilities. He believed that once he attained the status of titled Douluo, equipped with formidable soul rings and soul bones, he would be invincible as long as the gods remained absent. At that point, he would not fear unforeseen circumstances. Naturally, if the cultivation method proved effective, he would certainly keep it to himself, sharing it with no one, not even his father. In Ning Rongrong's view, this was a commonplace phenomenon. Many sects on the continent refrained from disseminating their ultimate techniques. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was no exception. After all, she was merely the young lady of the sect, not its leader, and would eventually marry. There is a saying that a married daughter is like spilled water. One cannot expect her to return. She pondered what her father, Ning Fengxi, would think upon discovering that the precious daughter he had raised for over a decade was now slipping away. Subsequently, Ye Chen meticulously imparted the methods of creation meditation, creation body refinement, and creation soul refinement to Ning Rongrong. That evening, seizing the moment, Ye Chen stealthily entered Ning Rongrong's room, playfully teasing her. Of course, given their young age, Ye Chen behaved in a manner less than commendable. 3 days later, on the academy's playground, all the teachers and students of Shrek Academy were assembled and prepared to follow Flinder to the Blue Tyrant Academy for a rather indulgent experience. Standing at the academy's entrance, Flinder gazed at the plaque that had been newly installed the previous year, and a wave of emotions surged within him. 20 years. How many such decades does one experience in a lifetime? The memories of the moments spent here flowed through Flinder's heart, evoking a bittersweet sensation that lingered at the tip of his nose. Principal, don't feel too sentimental. We are going to Blue Tyrant Academy for a leisurely visit. Who are you displaying this expression for? Ye Chen remarked, observing Flinder's melancholy demeanor. Flinder truly was a man of contradictions. Was it necessary to be so sorrowful? Go on. Go on. If you don't speak, no one will mistake you for a mute. What do you mean by indulging? I am doing this for your sake. Upon having his true intentions unveiled, Flinder nearly succumbed to embarrassment under the peculiar gazes of others. Yes, you are doing this for our benefit. It is definitely not to indulge yourself. Ye Chen nodded in agreement, his expression reflecting understanding. How infuriating. Are you itching for trouble? Flinder glared menacingly at Ye Chen. Oh, Flinder, don't stoop to the level of a child. If you wish to rely on others, so be it. None of us will ridicule you, Xiao Wu interjected, playfully draping an arm around Flinder's shoulder. Indeed, Flinder, we are old friends now, and we assure you we won't view you through a biased lens. Xiao Xian chimed in, adding to the jest. Xiao, at least Flinder has a place to lean on. You all are still bachelors, yearning for companionship yet without a venue. At that moment, Ye Chen unleashed his sharp tongue. This mischievous lad is certainly itching for a scolding. Xiao Wujia, Xiao Xian, and the others fixed their gaze on Ye Chen, inwardly contemplating. Haha, Yi, you speak truthfully. Old Xiao, perhaps you all should hasten to find wives. Flinder's heart soared at Ye Chen's remark, for at least he had a refuge, unlike some who were destined to remain solitary. With that thought, Flinder cast a disdainful glance at Xiao Wujia and the others. Observing Flinder's self-satisfied demeanor, Xiao Wujia and the others were left speechless. Soto City lies within the realm of the Barak Kingdom, a considerable distance from Heavendo City, spanning a full 2,000 miles. The frugal Flinder did not spend money on hiring a carriage. The entire Shrek faculty and students trudged on foot for over 10 days to finally reach the borders of Heaven-Do City. Wow, is this Heaven-Do City? How bustling. Upon entering Heaven-Do City, Ma Hongjun gazed at the wide streets paved with blue bricks and the throngs of people, his expression one of awe. In an instant, the Shrek group quickly distanced themselves from Ma Hongjun, adopting expressions that conveyed unfamiliarity. Where did this country bumpkin come from? Clearly, someone who has never seen the world. Making a fuss over nothing. Could it be he is here to beg for alms? The passers-by began to murmur upon hearing Ma Hongjun's amazement. Begging? Ma Hongjun's eyes widened in disbelief. How had he become associated with such a notion? Admittedly, his attire was rather ordinary, and after days of travel, he appeared somewhat disheveled, resembling a beggar to some extent. Yet, it was worth noting that many beggars on the streets of Heaven-Do City were dressed far better than Ma Hongjun. Little fatty. If you can't speak wisely, it's better to remain silent and not embarrass me. Flander cast a disgruntled glare at Ma Hongjun, feeling that the latter had tarnished his illustrious image. Clearing his throat, Ma Hongjun awkwardly scratched his head, unable to contain his embarrassment. After a brief interlude, Flander engaged a few passers-by to ascertain the address, leading the group towards the Blue Tyrant Academy. Navigating through winding streets, they swiftly arrived at their destination. Principal. Is this indeed the Blue Tyrant Academy? It certainly appears far more prestigious than our Shrek Academy, Ma Hongjun remarked, gazing at the imposing entrance. Adorned with the golden characters Blue Tyrant Advanced Soul Master Academy towering 10 meters high. Are you implying that you find Shrek Academy lacking, little fatty? Flander shot Ma Hongjun a piercing stare. And no, of course not, Ma Hongjun stammered, feeling a shiver run down his spine under Flander's intense gaze. He knew that failing to deflect the accusation would lead to dire consequences, so he quickly denied it. What do you mean by that? Flander sensed that since their arrival in Heaven-Do City, Ma Hongjun had become increasingly exasperating. Previously, he had been merely unsophisticated, but now he was expressing disdain. Determined to rectify this behavior, Flander resolved to provide Ma Hongjun with a thorough lesson going forward. Well, Ma Hongjun faltered, at a loss for words. Principal. The fatty surely meant no offense. He merely intended to express that from now on, the Blue Tyrant Academy will be under your stewardship. Ye Chen interjected, coming to Ma Hongjun's rescue. Clear your throat, kid, and don't speak nonsense. That's not the case, Flander retorted, feeling slightly flustered by Ye Chen's words. Even if Flander were to rely on others, he didn't wish it to be so overtly apparent. It would reflect poorly on his character, revealing an insatiable greed, though, in truth, Flander was already quite avaricious. Greetings. May I inquire if you are from Shrek Academy? At that moment, a middle-aged man, dressed in a manner befitting a teacher, approached them. Indeed, I am Flander, the principal of Shrek Academy. May I ask your name? Flander adjusted his glasses and spoke with a hint of aloofness. With Flander's level of soul power at 78, he could easily discern that the gentleman before him, though not young, possessed a soul power level of rank 5. The Soul King. I am Inshu. Our principal instructed me a few days ago to await your arrival at the academy entrance. Please follow me. Inshu respectfully addressed the group. Prior to this, Lu Erlong had informed Inshu about Flander bringing the faculty and students of Shrek Academy to Heaven-Do City, instructing him to prepare a warm welcome, ensuring that all etiquette was observed. Chapter 87. Truly Delightful. Inshu was well aware that Shrek Academy would bring 3 soul saints with them, and given that Flander was a close friend of their principal, he certainly did not dare to be negligent. Thank you very much, Teacher Inshu. Listening to the news, Flander felt a sense of delight after waiting for several days. It seems that Lu Erlong is quite welcoming of me. In this moment, Flander sensed that his chances of winning over Lu Erlong and embracing beauty were significantly heightened. Subsequently, the group followed the news into the Blue Tyrant Academy. Upon entering the academy, they followed a narrow path as the news led them towards the rear of the campus, quickly entering the forest surrounding the main campus area. Excuse me, Teacher Inshu, doesn't your dean reside within the campus? Flander inquired with curiosity. The dean usually does not stay at the academy. She prefers tranquility and lives alone in the forest. Daily affairs within the academy are managed by the teachers, and only significant matters require the dean's approval. As Inshu spoke of the dean, genuine respect shone in his eyes. Oh, I see. Flander raised an eyebrow, pondering the implications. After walking for a few minutes, the trees thinned, revealing a particularly stout tree adorned with a sign that read, Academy Restricted Area, Unauthorized Entry Prohibited. Crossing past this grand tree, the scenery before them transformed dramatically. Before their eyes lay a small lake, its diameter scarcely 50 meters, with a stream approximately 3 meters wide quietly feeding water from the opposite side of the forest, ensuring that this pond remained ever-flowing. Beside the pond stood a humble thatched cottage, constructed from wooden planks and straw, harmoniously blending with the surrounding environment. Enclosing the cottage was a fence, within which a variety of vibrant flowers bloomed, competing for attention with their splendid colors. Amidst the blossoms, a beautiful woman was tending to the flowers, holding a watering can. Perhaps alerted by the sound of footsteps, her gaze instinctively drifted towards the approaching group from Shrek Academy. Flander, you have finally arrived. The woman set down her watering can, revealing a joyful smile as she addressed Flander. Haha, Erlong, I have come to seek refuge with you. In that moment, Flander appeared devoid of his usual shrewdness, resembling a child filled with glee. Old friend, after many years, you remain just the same, Lu Erlong exclaimed, her joy palpable upon reuniting with an old acquaintance. I have aged, but you, Erlong, still possess the same charm. Observing Lu Erlong's face, which had scarcely changed in 2 decades, Flander couldn't help but stroke his beard in reflective admiration. Flander, won't you introduce me to your companions? Lu Erlong stepped closer, her gaze sweeping over the group as she addressed him. Look at me, let me introduce you. This is Lu Erlong in our youth. We made quite a name for ourselves across the continent as the legendary Golden Iron Triangle. As he spoke, Flanders introduced Xiao Wu and Ye Chen, among others, to Lu Erlong. After exchanging pleasantries, a trace of sorrow appeared on Lu Erlong's face. Flanders, have you seen Xiao Gang in recent years? Upon hearing this, a fleeting sadness crossed Flanders' expression. Alas, since that parting, I have not seen him. Flanders shook his head. This was indeed true. He was unaware that Xiao Gang was currently languishing at the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy. Though Ye Chen and Xiao Wu were privy to this fact, they chose to remain silent. Lu Erlong sighed heavily. Sister Erlong, will you not invite us inside for a seat? Noticing Lu Erlong's melancholic demeanor, Flanders shifted the topic. Flanders, my humble abode cannot accommodate so many guests. I had already made arrangements for you when you wrote to me from the main campus. With a chuckle, Flanders continued, Erlong, I have brought along a band of old comrades to seek refuge with you. You must not treat us poorly. Flanders, as the leader of the Golden Iron Triangle. What do you mean by treating poorly? Lu Erlong replied. In any case, I typically do not concern myself with the trivial matters of the academy. From now on, this academy shall be yours. Tomorrow, I will convene a meeting of all faculty and students to announce this decision. Let us rename the academy to Shrek, so I may bask in its glory. During the introductions, Lu Erlong had learned of the soul power levels of the group. Xiao Wu and the other teachers were formidable, each starting at the rank of Soul Emperor. Among the students, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Ning Rongrong could be considered talents, yet they seemed somewhat lacking compared to the remaining quartet. Oscar was a food-type soul master with innate full soul power. Zhu Zhuqing was a 12-year-old with a 3-ring soul master rank. Ye Chen was a 4-ring soul scholar, and Xiao Wu was a 5-ring soul king. With Lu Erlong's extensive experience, he could hardly believe such extraordinary talents existed unless he heard it from Flanders himself. Sister Erlong, this seems somewhat inappropriate, does it not? Although he was aware of the allure of living off others, Flanders never expected that upon arriving at the Blue Tyrant Academy, Lu Erlong would begin bestowing bridal gifts. How delightful! Flanders, given our relationship, what is inappropriate about it? Please accept it. Lu Erlong then turned to Inshu, instructing, have the cafeteria prepare a lavish banquet in the second-floor private room. I wish to entertain them. Yes, Dean. Although Inshu found it perplexing that the academy was being so generous as to essentially give itself away, it was not his place to question. After all, Blue Tyrant Academy was Lu Erlong's private property, and all matters, big or small, were decided by her. He promptly left to fulfill her orders. As we are newcomers, allow me to introduce you to Blue Tyrant Academy. Oh no, it should now be called Shrek Academy. He continued, this forest is the largest within the city of Tiando, and all its resources belong to the academy. Although the facilities here may not rank among the finest in the numerous prestigious Soul Master Academies within the Empire of Tiando, they are certainly not lacking. A decade has passed since the establishment of our academy, and due to our policy of only admitting commoner Soul Masters, the quality of their martial souls is inferior compared to those at other elite institutions. However, it is precisely because our students hail from humble backgrounds that they exhibit a remarkable dedication to their training, surpassing those from affluent families or noble lineages. In the previous Soul Master competition, we triumphed over numerous formidable adversaries, ultimately securing a place among the top 8. Our performance was only slightly overshadowed by that of the Tiando Royal Academy's first team, while their second team fell to our prowess. Following the departure of Yin Lu Erlong addressed the assembled crowd. There was a hint of pride in his voice as he recounted the achievements of the last competition. After all, the Blue Tyrant Academy exclusively admits commoner students. In terms of innate talent and martial soul quality, they cannot compare to the prodigies emerging from powerful Soul Master families. Achieving a top 8 finish is indeed commendable. Chapter 88. Flander's Realm. As for the future of our teaching methods, that is a matter for old Flander to address. I, as the headmaster, have always felt somewhat inadequate, and now I am finally able to relinquish some of my burdens. Nevertheless, I firmly believe that with the influx of so many remarkable individuals into our academy, we shall undoubtedly claim victory in the next Soul Master competition. With this, Lu Erlong beamed with enthusiasm as he gazed at Xiao Wu and Ye Chen. There remains ample time before the next Soul Master competition. Ye Chen's soul power level is not far from the rank of Soul King, and it is certain that he will soon advance to that level. Within the academy, there are at least 2 students of Soul King caliber, making the prospect of winning the Soul Master competition appear quite effortless. Subsequently, Lu Erlong provided a detailed introduction to the Blue Tyrant Academy. Although the academy boasts only a little over 200 students, it has garnered a stellar reputation within the Soul Master community of the Heaven Do Empire. Even the noble-born Soul Masters cannot help but acknowledge the contributions of Blue Tyrant Academy to the field. This institution can be regarded as a cradle for commoner Soul Masters. Despite its establishment being merely 10 years ago, it has already produced a number of formidable commoner Soul Masters. As time was drawing near, Lu Erlong suggested they dine while engaging in conversation. Noticing the hour, he graciously hosted the group from Shrek Academy for lunch in the academy's cafeteria, providing explanations for their various queries. He then led them on a tour of Blue Tyrant Academy before finally arranging accommodations for everyone in the dormitory building. However, Ye Chen and Xiao Wu opted not to reside in the dormitory. Instead, they chose a tranquil spot behind the Academy S-Grove, close to Lu Erlong's residence, where they set up a small villa using a soul guide. The choice was made for the sake of peace and convenience, as staying in the dormitory would have posed certain inconveniences due to the separation of male and female accommodations. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, adhering to similar principles, also selected the dormitory for their stay. Yet, due to their modesty and the fact that Ning Rongrong possessed a soul guide villa of her own, they did not stay with Ye Chen but rather nearby, facilitating his surprise visits in the evening. The following day, the sign of Blue Tyrant Academy had vanished, replaced by a grand plaque bearing the 5 resplendent golden characters Shrek Academy, pinned by Flander himself. One might say that Flander nearly achieved the pinnacle of living off the fortunes of others. Whether he could win over the beauty remains uncertain, but the dowry is certainly secured. In Ye Chen's view, Flander's chances were still considerable. After all, with the absence of the bothersome Yu Xiaojiang in the academy, it is believed that under Flander's shameless advances, Lu Erlong would soon succumb. Time flew by, and 2 months later, on a particular evening, Ye Chen refrained from playing games with Xiao Wu or visiting Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing next door. Instead, he diligently focused on cultivating the rebirth meditation method within his room. Suddenly, a surge of soul power enveloped him, marking a successful breakthrough as he advanced to the 50th level, nearing the title of Quasi-Soul King. What a journey it has been. At last, I have reached level 50. With a sigh of relief, Ye Chen opened his eyes. Brother, don't you think that sounds a bit condescending? Xiao Wu, who was beside him, quipped in response to his exclamation. If this has been difficult for me, then what about others? I have been working hard to cultivate, yet it pales in comparison to your progress. Ye Chen rolled his eyes at Xiao Wu. Despite his rapid cultivation speed, it seemed rather trivial in comparison to hers. The crux of the matter was that Xiao Wu's dedication to her training was nowhere near Ye Chen's. She often indulged in frivolities. Yet her soul power level soared at an astonishing rate, evoking a twinge of envy in Ye Chen. However, this was a unique talent that belonged solely to Xiao Wu, one that Ye Chen could not covet. Indeed, it was undeniable. Sister Xiao Wu was the most formidable. Xiao Wu puffed out her chest proudly. Yes, my little Wu is the greatest. But it is getting late. We should rest soon. With that, Ye Chen mischievously raised his eyebrows at her. How annoying. If you wish to engage in mischief, Go find Zhu Zhuqing and Rongrong next door. Upon seeing Ye Chen's playful expression, Xiao Wu immediately recalled something, her face flushing with embarrassment. Xiao Wu, we are merely taking a break. Where do your thoughts wander? How infuriating. I shall fight back. Observing Ye Chen's innocent demeanor, Xiao Wu felt a surge of irritation and promptly leaped at him, and they began to playfully tussle. The following morning, Ye Chen sought out Ning Rongrong and, accompanied by Flinder, ventured to the Sunset Forest, not far from Heaven Do City, to obtain soul rings. Just a couple of days prior, Ning Rongrong had successfully ascended to the rank of a 28th level Great Soul Master. In the system's marketplace, Ye Chen procured 9 yellow century soul ring enhancement cards, elevating Ning Rongrong's first and second soul rings to a purple millennium level. Upon enhancing her soul rings, Ning Rongrong's soul power level, as Ye Chen anticipated, ascended directly to the threshold of a 30-level soul venerable. Furthermore, Ye Chen purchased for her a 7-colored rainbow-shaped disguise necklace to avert any unwarranted attention. After all, without the disguise necklace, Ning Rongrong's use of soul skills would undoubtedly reveal her extraordinary soul ring configuration. Initially, after her advancement a couple of days prior, Ning Rongrong had intended to venture into the Sunset Forest to add her 3rd soul ring. However, upon learning that Ye Chen was also on the verge of a breakthrough, she decided to wait for him. Now that both had successfully ascended, they were eager to proceed with the addition of their soul rings. For this expedition to the Sunset Forest in search of soul rings, for safety's sake, Ye Chen summoned Flinder to accompany them. Having cultivated the transformation body forging technique, Ning Rongrong's 3rd soul ring could withstand an age of approximately 3,000 years. In contrast, Ye Chen's current capacity required his 5th soul ring to be around 20,000 years. While it wouldn't be necessary to bring Flinder solely for Ning Rongrong's 3rd soul ring, the need for Ye Chen's 5th soul ring justified his presence. Although 20,000-year plant-type soul beasts are less mobile and depend on external factors, Ye Chen could still manage. However, the habitats of these ancient soul beasts would likely be frequented by other 10,000-year soul beasts, and Ye Chen would not risk taking Ning Rongrong into such perilous territory. Nevertheless, Ye Chen held little hope of finding a suitable target during this excursion to the Sunset Forest. Soul beasts under 10,000 years were relatively easy to locate, but as the age exceeded that mark, very few soul masters ventured into the Sunset Forest in search of them. After all, the scale of the Sunset Forest was vastly inferior to that of the Stardo Forest, resulting in a scarcity of soul beasts over 10,000 years. The question of whether there existed a fitting target for Ye Chen within the entire forest remained uncertain, let alone the challenge of locating one accurately. Ye Chen contemplated venturing into the Sunset Forest in hopes of fortune. Should his search prove futile, he would have no choice but to proceed to the Stardo Great Forest. Chapter 89. The Radiant White Deer. Unlike the Stardo Great Forest, the Sunset Forest lacks a nearby soul hunting town. Given its proximity to Heaven Do City and the fact that the day was still young, Ye Chen and his companions made their way directly into the Sunset Forest. Ye Chen, Rongrong, what type of soul beast do you require? Upon entering, Flinder inquired of the two. Dean, for Rongrong, we seek a 3rd soul ring of approximately 3,000 years, favoring defensive, offensive, or soul power-enhancing beasts. As for myself, my target remains uncertain. However, I desire one around 20,000 years in age. Ye Chen had long contemplated the age of the soul rings needed by both himself and Ning Rongrong. What? Are you both courting death? One of you, merely a 3-ring, aspires for a 3,000-year soul beast, while the other, a 5-ring, seeks a 20,000-year soul beast? Flinder gaped in disbelief at the two. Rest assured, Dean, we are confident in our abilities. That is not acceptable. As your Dean, I must ensure your safety. According to the optimal soul ring ratio, you should only aim for a soul ring just over 10,000 years. Flinder's expression turned serious. He believed Ye Chen was being reckless. Daring to seek a 20,000-year soul ring as a mere 50-level quasi-soul king, was that not tantamount to courting death? Per the optimal soul ring ratio, only those at the 60th level quasi-soul emperors could aspire to a soul ring of such age. Dean, one cannot generalize between soul masters. Rongrong and I possess soul bones, thus surpassing the age limit for soul ring absorption poses no issue. Prior to this journey, Ye Chen had discussed with Ning Rongrong the necessity of her feigning prior refinement of a soul bone. With Flinder present, he would certainly not allow them to exceed the age limit without a plausible explanation. Ye Chen understood Flinder's character well. Even if he were aware of their valuable soul bones, he would not resort to extreme measures. Is that true? Flander questioned, his skepticism evident. However, if that were the case, he could understand. As the little princess of the seven treasure glazed tile school, it was indeed reasonable for Ning Rongrong to possess a soul bone. Such treasures were rare and typically unattainable by ordinary soul masters. Could they truly elude the affluent seven treasure glazed tile school? As for Ye Chen, in Flander's eyes, his mysterious background, formidable talent, and the possibility of having received a soul bone from an elder made it plausible. Dean Flander, why would we deceive you? I am still young and a family man. I have no desire to court death. Ye Chen rolled his eyes. Indeed, given your cunning nature, you must possess considerable confidence. However, I must caution you, high-age soul rings are not easily absorbed. One must act within their capabilities. Flander nodded in agreement. Ye Chen did not seem like a fool, and he was unlikely to court disaster. Yet, upon hearing the phrase, I am a man with a family, Flander felt as though he had been struck with a critical blow. At that moment, he wished he could seize Ye Chen by the collar and vehemently demand, is having 3 girlfriends truly something to boast about? Indeed, it was impressive. Despite 2 months of Flander's shameless advances, Lu Erlong had shown some interest but had ultimately not been won over. Presently, Flander remained a solitary bachelor. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong, listening to Ye Chen's declaration of having a family, felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment and unease. 2 days later, Flander, Ye Chen, and Ning Rongrong were in the inner region of the Sunset Forest, searching for suitable soul beasts. Suddenly, with keen eyes, Ye Chen spotted a graceful, snow-white, deer-like soul beast in the distance, blissfully grazing on the blue-silver grass. Rongrong, there is a bright white deer over there, aged over 2,800 years. It should be quite suitable for you. Ye Chen pointed towards the distant bright white deer, which was feasting on the blue-silver grass, and softly spoke to Ning Rongrong. He had some recollection of the bright white deer, a supportive soul beast with little offensive capability. This soul beast belonged to the auxiliary category, possessing an innate soul skill that encompassed healing and amplifying soul power. If Ning Rongrong were to assimilate the soul ring of this bright white deer, it would likely yield a soul skill that enhances soul power attributes. The bright white deer? Indeed, it is quite suitable for me. Ning Rongrong nodded in agreement. Observing the creature from afar, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, with its long-standing heritage, had conducted thorough research on the potential soul skills that could be formed by integrating various soul beast rings with their own 7 treasure glazed tile martial soul. Ning Rongrong was well aware that by incorporating the soul ring of the bright white deer, she would be able to generate a soul skill that amplifies her soul power. Very well, then, it shall be this one. Dean, please stand by and oversee. We shall handle the rest. Ye Chen addressed Flanders. Very well. I shall leave it to you. Rongrong, once I have subdued this luminous white deer, you shall take care of it. Ye Chen meticulously devised a tactical plan. Ning Rongrong, brimming with excitement, nodded enthusiastically as she retrieved a fully loaded 6-barrel Gatling gun from her storage soul guide. Ever since Ning Rongrong had become a good friend of Ye Chen, he had bestowed upon her numerous valuable items. After all, as a frail support-type spirit master, she lacked combat prowess. Thus, providing her with firearms was intended to grant her a means of self-defense. Although firearms may prove less effective against formidable soul beasts with substantial defenses, they could unleash a torrential storm of bullets against soul masters. Even those at the 6th ring spirit emperor level would find them difficult to withstand. Ye Chen believed that if Flinder did not activate his martial soul's true form, he would struggle to withstand a volley from a Gatling gun. Although Ning Rongrong wielded the 6-barreled Gatling gun with an air of incongruity, its efficacy rendered such concerns trivial. Fortunately, Ning Rongrong had practiced the creation body refinement technique, endowing her with commendable physical attributes. As a soul master, wielding such a small-caliber Gatling gun posed no challenge for her. Subsequently, a serene bamboo staff materialized in Ye Chen's grasp. He invoked his first soul skill, confinement. The first soul ring shimmered slightly, and an illusion of the bamboo staff swiftly shot forth from Ye Chen, descending upon the unsuspecting bright, white deer above its head. A resounding thud echoed as the deer, blissfully munching on blue-silver grass, was immobilized in an instant by the confinement technique. Observing Ye Chen's success, Ning Rongrong quickly regained her composure. She raised the 6-barreled Gatling gun, aimed at the distant bright white deer, and pulled the trigger. The gun erupted with a rapid succession of sounds as the 6 barrels whirled violently, unleashing a torrent of bullets that cascaded upon the bright white deer. In mere moments, a shower of crimson blossoms erupted, and the deer succumbed to the onslaught, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Almost immediately, countless golden specks emerged from its body, coalescing into a purple thousand-year soul ring. Chapter 90. Mediocre. Third in the world. What is this? Is it truly that formidable? Flinder could not help but click his tongue in astonishment. His surprise did not stem from Ning Rongrong's effortless dispatch of the over 2,800-year-old bright white deer, but rather from the sheer power of the six-barreled Gatling gun in her hands. Flinder had not sensed any soul power fluctuations emanating from the Gatling gun, indicating that it was not a soul-guiding artifact, but rather an ordinary weapon that did not consume soul power during use. From Flinder's perspective, each of those small iron projectiles, bullets, posed a significant threat to a five-ring Soul King lacking defensive capabilities. While the individual damage may not have been overwhelming, the cumulative effect could be devastating. After all, five-ring Soul Kings were not commonplace. In the Douluo Continent, the majority of Soul Masters possessed soul power levels of 2, 3, or 4 rings, making the five-ring Soul King a rare elite. To unleash such formidable power with merely a flick of the finger was unprecedented in Flinder's experience. He mused that had the roles been reversed, unless he activated his martial soul's true form or managed to evade in time, his fate would likely be sealed. With impressive attack power coupled with an extraordinarily high rate of fire, this weapon could undoubtedly become a nightmare for lower-tier soul masters. Haha, Dean. This is a splendid treasure gifted to me by Brother Chun. Ning Rongrong had no intention of scrutinizing Flinder closely. She promptly stowed the Gatling gun into her storage soul guide. This was due to Ye Chen's prior instructions that their precious possession must not be revealed easily. Nor could it be disclosed to others, not even to the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile School, at least for the time being. The reason Ye Chen provided such an explanation lies in the fact that the replication of firearms is not an insurmountable challenge. By assembling skilled artisans and investing some time, they could undoubtedly be crafted. On the Douluo Continent, there exist unique metals that were non-existent in Ye Chen's previous life. Even though the technology for metallic materials is not advanced, these special metals can effectively substitute for high-quality steel in the fabrication of firearm components. As for the gunpowder and primers within the bullets, even if the precise composition remains unclear, one could utilize special minerals with chemically similar properties to gunpowder as substitutes. For instance, utilizing flame stones that ignite vigorously under high temperatures could serve as propellant for the bullets, while a special metal that naturally emanates intense heat, known as red demon gold, could be employed to manufacture firing pins. With a combination of various components, firearms could be produced. In fact, due to the superior performance of the materials, these unique firearms might possess a greater lethality than those available in the system's marketplace. While Ye Chen is not overly concerned about other factions advancing their firearm technology, the potential acquisition by the Spirit Hall would pose a significant threat. The Spirit Hall already possesses formidable high-level combat capabilities and has yet to unify the entire continent. The only reason it has not done so is that, although the number of Spirit Hall Soul Master legions is considerable, they have yet to overpower the millions of troops from the 2 great empires. After all, the armies of the 2 empires are not devoid of Soul Master legions. They simply do not match the Spirit Hall in quantity. Should the Spirit Hall's army be armed with firearms, unleashing a barrage on the battlefield, the soldiers of the 2 empires, who rely solely on cold weapons, would find themselves at a severe disadvantage regardless of their numbers. You are quite the enigma. Flinder cast a surprised glance at Ye Chen, initially believing that this weapon was merely a means of self-defense entrusted to Ning Rongrong by Ning Fingxi, only to discover it was a gift from Ye Chen. Quite average. Indeed, ranking 3rd in the world. Ye Chen waved his hand. Ah, the heavens are the eldest, the earth is the second. I, Ye Chen, consider myself the 3rd. Ye Chen did not elaborate further, turning to Ning Rongrong and saying, Rongrong, quickly absorb the spirit ring. Ning Rongrong nodded. Her 7 treasure glazed tile martial spirit manifesting as she approached to begin the absorption of the spirit ring. The radiant white deer, being an auxiliary spirit beast, presented a relatively manageable difficulty for absorption. Additionally, considering the years she could currently endure, she was not far from her limit, making the process quite straightforward. After a short while, Ning Rongrong successfully absorbed the radiant white deer spirit ring, elevating her soul power level beyond 30, advancing to the rank of Soul Master at level 32. Rongrong, does your 3rd soul skill enhance your attributes? Ye Chen inquired, observing Ning Rongrong awaken. Indeed. I am now a 3-ring soul master, and my 3 soul skills can augment strength, speed, and soul power by 40. The soul skills derived from the 7 treasure, glazed tile martial spirit, are particularly unique, as they can enhance their effects alongside the soul master's level progression. When Ning Rongrong was a 1-ring soul master, the augmentation of her skills was at 20, and with each major level increase, the enhancement effect rises by 10. Now, as a 3-ring soul master, the augmentation from her 3 skills has reached an impressive 40. Moreover, the 7 treasure glazed tile martial spirit not only enhances the effects of soul skills with level advancements, but also possesses the remarkable ability to disregard level disparities, providing enhancements to higher-level soul masters without diminishing the skill effects. However, it is essential to note that if the level gap is excessively vast, one's own soul power may not suffice to support the significant consumption required. Indeed, there are auxiliary soul masters on the continent who have attained the 8th ring, and Ning Fengji's status as the most formidable auxiliary soul master is closely tied to these 2 exceptional characteristics of the 7 treasure glazed tile martial spirit. At this moment, Ning Rongrong was filled with joy. Just half a year ago, she had been a mere 26th level Great Soul Master, and now she had progressed to a 32nd level Soul Master. She couldn't help but imagine the astonished expressions of her father and 2 grandfathers when they learned of her remarkable advancement. Upon reflecting on this, Ning Rongrong felt a surge of anticipation. After she acquired her 3rd spirit ring, Flinder led Ye Chen and Ning Rongrong onward, venturing into the Sunset Forest to seek a target for Ye Chen's 5th spirit ring. However, fortune seemed to elude them, or perhaps it was simply as expected. The trio spent an entire day exploring the inner regions of the Sunset Forest without encountering any suitable candidates for Ye Chen. They did come across several plant-type spirit beasts with commendable innate spirit skills, yet their ages were all too youthful, failing to reach even 10,000 years. Ye Chen would not consider them. Although he possessed the ability to enhance the age of spirit rings through the use of enhancement cards, the disparity in years was substantial. A difference of 10,000 years would require an exorbitant expenditure of 1 million gold spirit coins. Even someone as affluent as Ye Chen could not afford to disregard such a cost. Indeed, the Sunset Forest paled in comparison to the Douluo Forest, with the inner regions offering a disheartening scarcity of 10,000-year spirit beasts. Very well, I shall guide you both to the core area in hopes of discovering something worthwhile. If we find nothing there, we shall first escort Rongrong back to the academy, and I will then take you to the Douluo Forest, Flinder declared to Ye Chen. Being unfamiliar with the Sunset Forest, Flinder had previously refrained from leading the 2 into its core area due to concerns for Ning Rongrong's safety. Chapter 91. The Forbidden Spirit Flower. While the Sunset Forest may not possess the same level of danger as the Douluo Forest, the presence of spirit beasts over 50,000 years old was not out of the question. Should they encounter one, even if it was not an adversary, Flinder, as a flight-type spirit sage, could swiftly make his escape. However, with both Ye Chen and Ning Rongrong in tow, the situation would be far more precarious. After a day of exploration, Flinder recognized that finding a suitable target for Ye Chen within the inner region of the Sunset Forest was virtually impossible. They would need to delve deeper. The core area, then? Very well. After some contemplation, Ye Chen acquiesced, as long as fortune did not betray them too drastically. With Flinder by his side, their safety would be adequately ensured. Even if they encountered unforeseen complications, Ye Chen possessed a final trump card. Within the treasury of the system's marketplace, he had accumulated half of a modest goal over the past few days. While he could not afford a 9th-level fixed soul guide, which would rival the attacks of an ordinary title Douluo, he was capable of purchasing an 8th-level fixed soul guide that could unleash the power of an 8th-ring soul Douluo. The soul beasts within the Sunset Forest were not of particularly high age, with an 8th-level fixed soul guide in hand. As long as they did not stumble upon a massive beast tide, their safety would be assured. Upon entering the core area of the Sunset Forest, Ye Chen observed that the soul beasts encountered along the way were of significantly higher age than those previously seen, prompting him to discreetly employ an external enhancement. A golden luck card materialized in his hand, and with a gentle squeeze, it transformed into a radiant golden light that merged into Ye Chen's being. As long as there existed a suitable target for him within the Sunset Forest, he should be able to locate it after utilizing the luck card. However, the exact timing of this discovery remained uncertain, possibly due to the scarcity of soul beasts compatible with Ye Chen's 5th soul ring throughout the entirety of the Sunset Forest. It was not until the 3rd day, after using 3 luck cards, that he finally uncovered an appropriate target. Not far ahead of Ye Chen, a strikingly beautiful flower-like plant soul beast, entirely white in hue, came into view. Flander, noticing Ye Chen's intense gaze fixated on the distant floral soul beast, could not help but express his curiosity. Ye Chen, what type of soul beast is that flower? He inquired. Although Flander was the principal of a prestigious soul master academy, his knowledge of soul beasts was not particularly extensive. He could recognize common soul beasts, yet those that were rare posed a challenge for him. Principal. That is a forbidden spirit flower, aged an impressive 20,000 years. Ye Chen addressed Flander as perplexity. In truth, Ye Chen's theoretical knowledge concerning soul beasts was not significantly more advanced than Flander's. However, due to the nature of his own martial soul, he had acquired considerable understanding of the botanical soul beasts documented throughout the continent. Is this the forbidden spirit flower? Exclaimed Ning Rongrong in astonishment. Rongrong, you are familiar with it? I have never heard of such a soul beast, Flander remarked, a look of confusion crossing his face. Director Flander, do not underestimate the forbidden spirit flower. This botanical soul beast can be regarded as the nemesis of all soul masters. While its threat level may not be high, its innate soul abilities are remarkably formidable. Ye Chen remained silent, and Ning Rongrong had yet to connect the white flower before her with the forbidden spirit flower. Oh, do enlighten us, Flanders urged, intrigued. How could he not perceive the formidable nature of this flower? The forbidden spirit flower lacked any offensive or defensive capabilities and appeared deceptively easy to subdue. However, its innate soul skill, silence, could render a soul master incapable of utilizing any soul ring abilities or soul bone skills, aside from their own unique soul techniques, for a limited time. Ning Rongrong spoke slowly. What? Is that true? Flanders exclaimed in astonishment. The significance of soul skills to a soul master is beyond dispute. Should a soul master be unable to employ soul skills, even achieving 20 or 30% of their potential would be considered extraordinary. A typical title Douluo, when deprived of their soul skills, could still maintain the combat power of an 8-ring soul master, which is quite formidable. No wonder Ning Rongrong asserted that the innate skill of the forbidden spirit flower was exceptional, even if one could still utilize their unique soul skills. The silence ability of the forbidden spirit flower would still be an extraordinary control skill for any soul master, given that those possessing unique soul techniques are relatively rare, and most of them lack significant power. Indeed, Ning Rongrong nodded. TSK, you are fortunate. If you truly acquire this silent skill, how many soul masters will stand as your adversaries in the future? Flanders regarded Ye Chen as if he were an unprecedented marvel. Brother Chen, if you absorb the soul ring of the forbidden spirit flower, will you truly be able to manifest the silent skill? Ning Rongrong inquired with a hint of uncertainty. The potency of the forbidden spirit flower's innate skill had attracted the attention of many soul masters, yet she had never heard of a successful instance. It should be possible, Ye Chen replied, considering the advantages of his luck card and the divine quality of his pure bamboo staff martial soul, which made such a possibility quite promising. This time, Ye Chen refrained from allowing Flanders to intervene. Concerning stationary plant-type soul beasts, Ye Chen excelled in utilizing incendiary projectiles. While higher-aged plant soul beasts might withstand the searing temperatures of a white phosphorus grenade, a 20,000-year-old plant soul beast, particularly one as relatively fragile as a flower, would likely succumb. Subsequently, a white phosphorus grenade appeared in Ye Chen's hand. He pulled the pin and hurled it towards the branch of the forbidden spirit flower. Even a plant soul beast aged a millennium is not particularly astute, and this forbidden spirit flower remained oblivious to the imminent threat. Perhaps due to Ye Chen's luck card, fortune favored him. The grenade landed less than a foot from the branch of the forbidden spirit flower. Boom! Instantly, the white phosphorus grenade detonated, flames erupted, and a thick cloud of acrid smoke billowed forth. What on earth is this? Flander widened his eyes in astonishment. He had just witnessed Ye Chen hurl a small iron lump, barely larger than a fist, only to be taken aback by the intense heat it subsequently emitted. Where could Ye Chen have procured such peculiar contraptions? It was not that Ye Chen was unwilling to share. Rather, Flander felt it inappropriate to inquire further. Ye Chen understood that a single white phosphorus incendiary device could not possibly vanquish the 2,000-year-old forbidden spirit flower. Thus, without waiting for the flames to subside, he hurled 2 more bombs into the fray. Boom, boom. If anyone were to appear in the vicinity at that moment, they would witness billowing white smoke rising from the forest below, as if a conflagration had erupted within the woods. I am still a minor. Even if I set fire in the wilderness, I should not face any severe consequences, right? Ye Chen mused, gazing at the forbidden spirit flower enveloped in flames and thick smoke. Chapter 92. The test of mental fortitude. Before long, the flames gradually extinguished and the smoke dissipated, revealing the battered form of the forbidden spirit flower. Was it not defeated? Ye Chen raised an eyebrow, displaying a hint of dissatisfaction. Ye Chen felt that the white phosphorus incendiary bombs were becoming increasingly ineffective. Having already deployed 3, he found it astonishing that even a plant-type soul beast, which had existed for 20,000 years, could not be swiftly vanquished. It seemed likely that by the time he required the addition of a 6th soul ring, these bombs would be of little use. After all, the forbidden spirit flower, being diminutive in size, possessed the weakest fire resistance among all plant-type soul beasts. Were it to be replaced by a larger tree-type soul beast of the same age, it might serve only as a source of warmth. Of course, describing it merely as warmth might be somewhat of an exaggeration, but its effectiveness would undoubtedly be minimal. Fortunately, the 3 white phosphorus bombs were not without merit. At the very least, the forbidden spirit flower was now on the brink of death. After Ye Chen threw another incendiary bomb, countless golden specks emanated from the charred remains of the forbidden spirit flower, gradually coalescing into a black soul ring. Once the temperature subsided to a bearable level, Ye Chen summoned his martial soul, the pure bamboo staff, and approached to draw in the soul ring. As soon as the soul ring felt the pull of his martial soul, it swiftly descended upon him, rapidly contracting into a small black circle that encircled the outermost part of the pure bamboo staff. In an instant, Ye Chen sensed a surge of formidable soul power pouring into his body through the soul ring and his martial soul. Ye Chen dared not be negligent and promptly began to operate the creation meditation method, exerting himself to refine the soul power surging into his body. Fortunately, his physical constitution was formidable, and the soul power contained within the forbidden spirit flower's soul ring was not excessively violent, allowing him to withstand it. However, he understood that absorbing a soul ring over 10,000 years old would not only test his physical prowess, but also require him to withstand the lingering remnants of the soul beast contained within, which could induce a tumultuous spiritual disturbance. The last time he absorbed the dark spirit flower's soul ring, its age was just shy of 10,000 years. And there were no remnants of the soul beast, so he had not faced such a mental challenge until now. Nonetheless, Ye Chen had practiced the creation soul refinement technique since childhood, endowing him with a mental fortitude that far surpassed that of his peers. Certainly not weaker than a level 60 quasi-soul emperor, which should suffice to withstand the onslaught, just as he was refining the soul ring while remaining vigilant. A spectral image of the forbidden spirit flower suddenly emerged within his sea of consciousness. The moment the soul remnants of the forbidden spirit flower manifested, they unleashed a tempest within Ye Chen's mind. Instantly, he felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon his consciousness. At that moment, Ye Chen felt as though he were navigating a fragile canoe upon a tumultuous sea, in imminent danger of being engulfed by the surging waves. Ye Chen was acutely aware that if he could not withstand the soul vibrations generated by the remnants of the forbidden spirit flower's soul, even if his body did not succumb to the overwhelming soul power surging within him, he would inevitably become a mere vegetable in the future. The soul bone technique emerged untainted from the mire. For the sake of safety, Ye Chen activated the external soul bone technique, the soul bone skill of the creation blue lotus. The 10,000-year soul bone technique, emerging untainted from the mire, granted Ye Chen immunity to 50% of all damage. The previously struggling Ye Chen immediately felt a wave of relief. What had once been a tempest now transformed into a gentle spring breeze. Indeed, this is a 10,000-year soul bone technique, and one that possesses the ability to resist mental attacks. Its efficacy is truly remarkable. Ye Chen secretly pondered to himself. In truth, he had grossly underestimated his capabilities. Even without the use of emerging untainted from the muddy waters, with the strength of his spiritual power, absorbing this forbidden spirit flower soul ring would pose little difficulty. Even a plant-type soul beast of the same age, such as a 10,000-year-old, possesses intelligence far inferior to that of animal-type soul beasts. The soul fluctuations produced by the remnants of the forbidden spirit flower's soul were merely a notch above those of an ordinary 10,000-year animal-type soul beast. With Ye Chen's soul power at level 50, he would undoubtedly be able to withstand it. Moreover, having cultivated the art of soul forging, his spiritual strength was formidable. A minor spiritual trial was hardly a challenge. What is this? Outside, Flinder observed Ye Chen as he absorbed the soul ring, when suddenly a green light flickered at his brow. A green lotus appeared, enveloping him in a misty luminescence, leaving Flinder somewhat perplexed. Could this be a soul bone? Looking at the green lotus above Ye Chen's head, Ning Rongrong remarked with uncertainty. Yes, there are fluctuations in soul power. It seems it must be a soul bone. However, aren't soul bones typically shaped like bones? Why would it take the form of a lotus? Furthermore, soul bones cannot leave the body, can they? Upon closer inspection, Flinder voiced his confusion. In his recollection, soul bones resembled human bones, and he had never heard of a soul bone being able to detach from the body. Could this be Brother Chen's external soul bone? Suddenly, Ning Rongrong thought of something and exclaimed, an external soul bone? Aren't there only 6 types of soul bones? Dean, soul bones are not limited to just the torso, head, and limbs. When a soul master absorbs a soul ring, if fortune smiles upon them, there exists a minuscule chance to acquire an external soul bone. All soul bones that do not belong to these 6 standard locations are collectively referred to as external soul bones. The manifestations of external soul bones vary. They could take the form of a tail, ears, wings, and so forth. External soul bones are rare. Had Ning Rongrong not perused the sect's ancient texts, she would have been entirely unaware of their existence. Is that so? Since they are rare, then this external soul bone must be more powerful than an ordinary soul bone. Right? Flinder reasoned that the lower the probability of a soul bone appearing, the more formidable it must be. After all, torso soul bones are significantly rarer than limb bones. And under the same age conditions, the enhancement from refining a torso soul bone is much greater than that from limb bones. As for head soul bones, among the 6 standard types, only head soul bones can enhance spiritual power. That is quite impressive. It is said that the value of external soul bones is second only to those of the legendary 100,000-year soul bones. Is it truly that remarkable? Flinder's eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed, because external soul bones can increase in age alongside the soul master's level. It is said that once a soul master reaches the rank of title Douluo, regardless of the original age, the external soul bone can be elevated to that of a 100,000-year age. With a soft click of his tongue, Flinder marveled at the extraordinary talents of this young man. Ye Chen, not only had he transcended the conventional limits to absorb his soul ring, but even the soul bone he possessed was remarkably unique. It was not merely the external soul bone that was commendable. Even ordinary soul bones had eluded Flinder throughout his many years of existence. As time gradually elapsed, over an hour had passed when Ye Chen discerned that the remnant soul of the forbidden spirit flower within his sea of consciousness was beginning to falter. After all, it was a plant-type soul beast with inherently weak spiritual strength, and as a mere fragment of a soul, each mental assault he executed consumed its ethereal power. The remnant soul dissipated like water without roots, becoming a mere matter of time before its complete vanishment. Before long, as the remnant soul finally faded from existence, Ye Chen concentrated all his efforts on the arduous task of refining the soul power that surged into his being from the soul ring. After another half-day had passed, he finally succeeded in refining the soul ring of the forbidden spirit flower, which was an astounding 20,000 years old. Alas, no external soul bone. What a disappointment. Ye Chen thought to himself. This absorption of the soul ring had proceeded without any unforeseen incidents. He knew that the prospect of acquiring an external soul bone was beyond his reach. Yet, to possess even a single external soul bone was already a stroke of fortuitous luck. To aspire for a second was merely a fanciful dream. With his eyes now opened, Ye Chen quietly summoned his inner thoughts and accessed his attribute panel. Attribute panel. Host. Ye Chen soul power. Level 52 martial soul. Serene bamboo staff soul rings. Black, 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 black. Black first soul skill. Confinement second soul skill. Fixed awareness third soul skill. Forbidden deity fourth soul skill. Blindness fifth soul skill. Silent soul bone. Creation blue lotus external soul bone. Domain. Serene domain indeed. My fifth soul skill is silence. Observing the fifth soul skill displayed on his attribute panel, Ye Chen nodded in satisfaction. As for his soul power level, reaching the 52nd rank of Soul King was well within his expectations. A soul ring of 2,000 years in age is sufficient to elevate a level 60 quasi-soul emperor by more than 1 rank in soul power. Since Ye Chen's previous soul power level was at 50, the subsequent enhancement resulting in an increase of 2 levels was merely a commonplace occurrence. Next, Ye Chen turned his attention to the changes in his beloved son. With a system shop that demanded a hefty price, as a player inclined toward spending, Ye Chen was particularly attentive to the gleaming little treasure. Watching his son generate 10 gold soul coins every second filled him with satisfaction. Previously, during his time as a 4-ring soul master, he received 8 gold soul coins per second from his son. Now, having ascended to the 5-ring soul king, that number had increased to 10. Estimating the figures, Ye Chen realized he would accumulate over 3 small goals worth of gold soul coins each year. This efficiency was a 10-fold improvement compared to his initial days as a soul warrior. Brother Chen, how is it? Is your 5th soul skill silent? Ning Rongrong inquired eagerly as she approached after witnessing Ye Chen successfully attach his 5th soul ring. Indeed, it aligns closely with my prior expectations. It's the silent soul skill. Ye Chen replied. Haha, congratulations, Brother Chen. Ning Rongrong beamed with joy. Ye Chen, that azure lotus that appeared when you absorbed the soul ring, was it an external soul bone? Flander chimed in from the side. Indeed. The creation azure lotus is my head external soul bone, obtained when I attached my 3rd soul ring. Ye Chen felt no hesitation in discussing his external soul bone, as long as he refrained from revealing the age of the creation azure lotus. After all, with Flander's discerning eye, he would never discern that the age of the creation azure lotus had reached a staggering 100,000 years. You truly are a little monster, but I admire that, Flander remarked with a hint of awe upon receiving confirmation from Ye Chen. Now that Ye Chen had advanced to the rank of Soul King, it wouldn't be long before his strength surpassed that of Flander, who felt the weight of age upon him. Dean, I am male and have an affinity for females. If you fancy, pursue Elder Long instead. I have no interest in men. With an expression of utmost seriousness, Ye Chen spoke to Flandra. The absurdity of his words elicited a chuckle from Ning Rongrong, unable to contain her amusement. Oh, are you feeling a bit mischievous? Flandra responded, somewhat speechless, as Ye Chen's remarks implied an unfounded implication about his preferences, which were, in fact, quite normal. Subsequently, after a glance at the remnants of the forbidden spirit flower beside them, and noticing that no soul bone had emerged, the trio commenced their journey back to Shrek Academy. As they traveled along the official road from the Sunset Forest back to Heavendo City, Flandra, Ye Chen, and Ning Rongrong were making their way. Suddenly, with keen eyes, Ye Chen spotted a figure soaring through the air, emerging from the Sunset Forest behind them, and passing overhead towards Heavendo City. A tidal Douluo? Observing that the figure did not exhibit the traits of a flying spirit, but was nonetheless airborne, Ye Chen surmised that it must indeed be a tidal Douluo. After all, generally speaking, unless one possessed a flying spirit or had access to special soul skills or soul bone techniques, a soul master cannot fly until they reach the level of tidal Douluo. Chen, what's wrong? Ning Rongrong inquired as she noticed Ye Chen come to a halt. Her curiosity piqued. Do you know that person? Ye Chen pointed towards the figure soaring in the sky. To be able to fly without the aid of a martial soul, it must be a tidal Douluo, in the vicinity of Heavendo City. Aside from Grandfather Jian and Grandfather Gu, the only tidal Douluo remaining is the poison Douluo, Dugu. It is highly likely that it is indeed him. Although Dugu had already ascended to a considerable distance, Ning Rongrong could not clearly discern his features, yet she still managed to make an educated guess. Dugu? Ye Chen was momentarily taken aback, not expecting that the figure departing into the sky was none other than Dugu instantly. He turned his gaze towards Dugu's receding silhouette, and a fervent excitement ignited within him. Do not misunderstand. Ye Chen harbored no interest in men, let alone in the elderly Dugu. What captivated him was the medicinal garden located beside the Eye of Ice and Fire. Currently, Ye Chen was diligently saving to purchase the exquisite Chilua tulip for Ning Rongrong. If he could procure it from the Eye of Ice and Fire, he would no longer need to make that investment. The sum required for this modest goal in gold soul coins was not insignificant for Ye Chen. However, when he heard Ning Rongrong remark that there were only 3 tidal Douluos near Heavendo City, he cast a peculiar glance in her direction. He was well aware that the vicinity of Heavendo City was not limited to the 3 tidal Douluos, Chun Xian, Gurong, and Dugu. The hidden abode of the Haotian sect lay merely 300 miles from Heavendo City. Ye Chen was not entirely informed about the current state of the Haotian sect. But in the original narrative, when Tang San visited the Haotian sect, there were, apart from the already advanced tidal Daw Tang Xiao, no fewer than 4 tidal Douluo level elders. It was reasonable to surmise that even if these elders had not all yet ascended, the Haotian sect should still possess at least 2 or 3 tidal Douluos. Chapter 94. The Lush Green Prairie. Nevertheless, why would the Haotian sect choose to establish its hidden abode just outside Heavendo City? One must consider that the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect was located in that vicinity. Could it be that the Haotian sect initially envisioned accumulating sufficient strength before emerging to borrow some gold soul coins from the immensely wealthy Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect? Indeed, such a possibility exists. After all, sustenance is a necessity, and those who wield great hammers are not particularly adept at amassing wealth. Resorting to theft when funds are low seems rather commonplace, does it not? The following day, Ye Chen, accompanied by Ning Rongrong, departed from Shrek Academy and made their way to Douluo's residence. As a guest elder of the Heaven Do royal family, Douluo held a notable position within the Heaven Do Empire, even without means to acquire wealth. The generous Emperor Shui Yi had thoughtfully constructed a lavish mansion for him in Heaven Do City. "Brother Chen, why are we seeking out that old poison master?" Ning Rongrong inquired as they walked along the streets of Heaven Do City. "I cannot divulge just yet. Regardless, if this endeavor succeeds, your rewards will undoubtedly be substantial." With an air of mystery, Ye Chen spoke. Upon returning to the academy yesterday, he began contemplating how to acquire the myriad celestial herbs from the medicinal garden of Douluo. Theft was out of the question. A well-educated individual like Ye Chen could never stoop to such dishonorable acts. Hence, he pondered the possibility of negotiating with Douluo. Within the system's marketplace, there existed items that Douluo would find irresistible. Should Ye Chen present one, Douluo would undoubtedly be unable to refuse. Of course, had it not been for Ning Rongrong's presence, Ye Chen would have hesitated to approach Douluo. After all, those who dabble in poison are rarely benevolent. There was always the risk that, upon receiving something, he might end up with nothing in return, or worse. Provoke Douluo into believing that his secrets were at risk of exposure, leading him to resort to lethal measures. However, with Ning Rongrong by his side, Ye Chen felt reassured. Although Douluo was a title de law, he would not dare to provoke the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. It was reasonable to assume that, unaware of the true value of those celestial herbs, he would not harbor any ulterior motives, especially in light of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School's influence. The numerous celestial herbs within the ice and fire yin-yang were not merely of interest to Ye Chen for the singular Qi Luo Yujin. Although he could not consume any other types of celestial herbs until he had fully absorbed the effects of the ink jade divine bamboo. To prevent any potential conflicts in medicinal power, he could still partake of the auxiliary celestial herb, the autumn water dew, known for significantly enhancing mental prowess. He would never turn down an increase in his spiritual strength. Furthermore, having witnessed Xiao Wu consume the water fairy jade skin bone, he noted that there was another in the ice and fire yin-yang eye. While different types of celestial herbs could indeed lead to conflicts in potency, consuming the same category was entirely permissible. Even if he could not further enhance Xiao Wu's innate potential, at the very least, he could elevate her soul power significantly. Before long, the two arrived outside Douluo's residence. "Halt! This is the residence of the poisoned Douluo. If you have no urgent matters, please leave," the guard stationed at the gate declared as he intercepted Ye Chen and Ning Rongrong's approach. Had it not been for their distinguished attire, the guard would have shown no courtesy, dismissing them as mere interlopers. "Go announce our arrival," stating that the esteemed young lady Ning Rongrong of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School has come to visit. Ye Chen wasted no time and promptly disclosed Ning Rongrong's identity. Otherwise, meeting with Douluo would indeed prove challenging. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong cooperatively summoned her Seven Treasure Glazed Tile martial soul, substantiating Ye Chen's claims. "The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect? Please wait a moment. I shall inform the master." Upon hearing the name of the sect and observing the martial soul in Ning Rongrong's hands, the guard was taken aback and immediately spoke with great politeness. The prestige of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect held considerable weight in Heaven Do City. Had it been Ning Fingxi, there would have been no hesitation in granting immediate access. However, Ning Rongrong's standing fell slightly short. After all, Douluo was a title Douluo, and such status still commanded respect. Within the confines of a secret chamber in his residence, Douluo was immersed in his cultivation. Suddenly, the voice of the steward broke the silence. "Master, the guards report that the young lady of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, Ning Rongrong, has come to visit." The mention of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect caused Douluo to furrow his brow in confusion. It seemed he had no dealings with them. What could they possibly want from him? Moreover, if the sect had business with him, it would surely be Ning Fingxi himself who would come, not his daughter. After a moment's contemplation, Douluo decided to extend a gesture of courtesy. He was well aware of his own capabilities, despite being a title Douluo. He recognized that even with his strength, he could not match the combined might of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, especially against someone like Jian Douluo Chenshin. Thus, he resolved to grant an audience. Before long, Ye Chen observed the arrival of a middle-aged man dressed as a steward. "I have the honor of meeting Miss Ning. This young master, I serve as the steward to His Excellency, and I kindly ask you both to follow me," he said with a courteous demeanor. "Thank you for your assistance." Ye Chen nodded and, accompanied by Ning Rongrong, followed the steward into the mansion. Soon, in the reception hall, Ye Chen beheld the peculiar figure of Douluo, distinguished by his striking emerald green hair. This old poison master possesses quite an unusual hairstyle. One wonders if the verdant grasslands have made an appearance, Ye Chen mused to himself, unable to contain his thoughts upon observing Douluo's vibrant locks. Should Douluo possess the ability to read minds and discern Ye Chen's musings, he would undoubtedly unleash a torrent of venom from his revered green phosphor serpent emperor. Here stands Ye Chen, alongside Ning Rongrong, having encountered the illustrious poison Douluo. Ye Chen and Ning Rongrong both bowed respectfully to Douluo. "Miss Ning, may I inquire as to the purpose of your visit?" Douluo replied, nodding slightly, dismissing Ye Chen and addressing Ning Rongrong. "Your Excellency, I have come to propose a transaction." Ye Chen interjected before Ning Rongrong could speak. "Oh, a transaction?" Douluo raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the rarity of such an occurrence. He had not anticipated that someone would seek him out for a deal. Nevertheless, this revelation alleviated his previous concerns. As long as it wasn't the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School seeking trouble, he felt at ease. "Indeed, it is a transaction, Your Excellency. I possess 2 vials of a potion capable of neutralizing the most potent poisons in the world." With that, Ye Chen produced 2 emerald green vials from his spatial soul guide. Elixir of Life, priced at 1,000,000 gold soul coins. Note: eliminates all adverse conditions below the divine level and restores 1 to peak condition. The Elixir of Life from the system's marketplace is not to be confused with the waters of the Life Lake, which the heavenly azure bowl python uses for bathing in the core area of the Stardow Forest. Chapter 95. The assured Douluo poisoning is classified as an adverse condition. And since the Elixir of Life is stated to eliminate all adverse conditions below the divine level, it stands to reason that it could effectively cure Douluo of his affliction. Ye Chen, lacking mastery in pharmacology, would have been unable to detoxify Douluo without the life-giving water. The reason for possessing 2 vials was due to Douluo's beloved granddaughter, for he was not a solitary man. The price of life-giving water was not exorbitant, and considering the substantial value of the celestial herb, Ye Chen thought it prudent to adopt a buy-one-get-one-free approach, thereby slightly compensating for Douluo's losses. "To eradicate the world's most potent poisons?" Douluo exclaimed, his formidable aura suddenly surging forth, his emerald eyes fixed intently upon Ye Chen. "Indeed, Your Excellency, these 2 antidotes can assist both you and your granddaughter in overcoming the dire toxins afflicting you." Fortunately, the pressure emanating from Douluo was merely an aura and not a soul force, for in his current state, Ye Chen would be unable to withstand the full might of a tidal Douluo. "How did you come to know this?" Douluo's gaze bore a dangerous glint. Should word spread that Douluo, the esteemed tidal Douluo known for his mastery over poisons, had nearly succumbed to his own venom, he would surely become the subject of ridicule. However, such concerns were trivial. What truly mattered was my ability to liberate you from the torment of toxins in the future. Ye Chen spoke with unwavering conviction. "Oh, pray tell," Douluo responded, his expression shifting. If Ye Chen could indeed liberate him from the torment of toxins, it would undoubtedly be a momentous occasion for him. Not only would it benefit him, but also his granddaughter, Douluo Yin. Although Douluo Yin's martial spirit, the phosphor snake, is not as potent as that of the phosphor snake sovereign, the issue of toxins remains a significant concern for her. Presently, her youth and lower rank mask the early signs of poisoning, yet as time progresses and her strength increases, this situation will inevitably worsen. Poison-type soul masters are not uncommon on the continent. The reason His Excellency is afflicted so severely is due to his formidable power, which amplifies the potency of the phosphor snake sovereign's venom. Were it merely a weapon martial spirit, the issue would be negligible. However, as the phosphor snake is a beast martial spirit, each summoning requires a physical manifestation, thus inevitably exposing him to toxins. Even if the toxins are neutralized now, they will re-emerge upon future usage of the martial spirit. Indeed, Douluo nodded in agreement. If the toxin were a singular occurrence, his skills would suffice to detoxify not only himself but also Douluo Yin. Yet, if the remedy only addresses the symptoms and not the root cause, it would prove futile, as a soul master cannot simply forsake their martial spirit in the future, can they? In truth, the solution is not particularly complex. If you were to refine a soul bone, the toxins accumulated thereafter could be transferred into the soul bone, thus resolving the issue. The toxins afflicting Douluo Bo and Douluo Yin originate from their martial spirits. They are not ordinary poisons, but rather poison attribute soul energy, which is energy rather than sustenance, allowing for internal transfer. Ah, how did I not consider this? Douluo Bo's eyes lit up upon hearing Ye Chen's words. However, there exists a caveat that requires your attention. After a moment of contemplation, Ye Chen continued, what concern might that be? While the method of storing toxins within a soul bone is feasible, it potentially harbors certain risks. The total capacity for toxin storage within the soul bone is finite, and it is imperative to release the stored toxins before reaching this limit. Otherwise, a sudden influx of toxins could lead to dire consequences. Furthermore, only limb and torso soul bones may be utilized for toxin storage. Head soul bones must not be employed for this purpose, as a misstep could be catastrophic. In truth, Ye Chen knew that the optimal solution for Douluo Bo would be to crystallize a poison attribute soul core. If he could transfer the toxins within his body to the soul core, the problem would be resolved. However, Ye Chen lacked the knowledge to condense a soul core, and the methods to do so are not available in the system's marketplace. Attempting it independently would entail significant danger, thus leaving Ye Chen with this compromise. Ah, splendid. If your method proves effective, I shall owe you a great favor, Douluo Bo replied, visibly impressed. Douluo Bo stroked his beard thoughtfully and addressed Ye Chen, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Your Excellency. Observing Douluo Bo's astuteness, Ye Chen felt that with such an abundance of celestial herbs, it would be of little consequence to reserve a couple of rather inconsequential ones for him. By the way, you previously mentioned wishing to trade with me. Feel free to state your desires, and I shall fulfill them to the best of my ability. Your Excellency, your mastery of poison is unparalleled, and I have heard you possess a medicinal garden. I require several herbs. Might you be inclined to part with some? Ye Chen revealed his true nature. Haha. A trivial matter indeed. I possess a vast array of medicinal herbs in my garden within the Sunset Forest. Feel free to gather as you please. Upon hearing that Ye Chen's offer was merely for a few herbs, Douluo Bo immediately guaranteed the transaction. Though he lacked many things, he certainly had an abundance of herbs near the miraculous spring of water and fire. At that moment, Douluo Bo remained blissfully unaware of the immense loss his words would ultimately incur. Had he been cognizant of the true value of the celestial herbs, he would undoubtedly have fought fiercely against Ye Chen. Then I thank you, Your Highness. Subsequently, Ye Chen escorted Ning Rongrong back to the academy before following Douluo Bo to the Eye of Ice and Fire within the Sunset Forest. Although Douluo Bo was known for his proficiency in toxins and was somewhat ruthless, he was nonetheless trustworthy. Having made a promise, he would surely keep it. Indeed, Douluo Bo promptly led Ye Chen to gather herbs. As a titled Douluo, he could soar through the skies with remarkable speed, and within the span of an hour, they arrived at the heart of the Sunset Forest. Before them lay a valley, shrouded in the energies of water and fire, with a layer of poisonous barriers surrounding it. Ye Chen comprehended that behind this toxic veil lay the Eye of Ice and Fire. Young lad, there is a layer of poison surrounding my herb garden. Take this small pill. If you hold it in your mouth, you shall not be harmed by the toxins. Approaching the poisonous barrier, Douluo Bo handed Ye Chen a small, unremarkable gray pill. What is this made of? Is it safe to consume? Does it have an expiration date? Will it spoil? Ye Chen furrowed his brow as he gazed at the nondescript pill, a nagging suspicion lingering that it might upset his stomach. What are you hesitating for? Without the antidote, you cannot enter with this poisonous barrier in place. Douluo Bo observed Ye Chen's reluctance with growing annoyance. Although his specially crafted antidote pill appeared unappealing, its efficacy was unquestionable. Casting a glance at Douluo Bo, Ye Chen gritted his teeth and placed the antidote pill in his mouth. Chapter 96. A grateful return. Upon traversing the poisonous barrier and ascending the hill, Ye Chen beheld a small, inverted cone-shaped valley. Thick, humid heat emanated from within, carrying a hint of sulfur's distinct aroma. Soon, Ye Chen's gaze was drawn to an oval-shaped spring. In this spring, the water divided into two distinct colors, red and white. Strikingly, despite residing in the same pool, they remained clearly delineated, each respecting its own side without encroachment. The swirling steam rising from the waters was a result of the interaction between the two springs, continually ascending until dissipating at the mountain's peak. Surrounding the spring were countless exotic flowers and herbs. What do you think? Is my herb garden not magnificent? Douluo Bo, hands clasped behind his back, exclaimed with a self-satisfied expression. Indeed, it is spectacular, truly magnificent. Ye Chen nodded eagerly, acknowledging. You are the titled Douluo. Your word is law. As long as I may descend to gather the celestial herbs. It suffices. With a hearty laugh, the elder remarked, "Ah, my medicinal garden is undoubtedly the largest in the continent. Young one, feel free to harvest any herbs you desire." With gratitude, Ye Chen responded, "Thank you, esteemed elder. However, the herbs I seek are somewhat unique, so I hope you won't mind." Ye Chen administered a precautionary measure to Du Gubo. The old man was resolute in his words. In Du Gubo's eyes, although his medicinal garden boasted several herbs that were evidently extraordinary, they paled in comparison to the precious lives of himself and his beloved granddaughter. After all, he had no use for them. If they were given away, so be it. As he descended the cliff, Ye Chen found that the closer he drew to the eye of ice and fire, the more he could sense the potent elemental energies emanating from it. Surrounding the eye, a formidable force of water and fire permeated the air. Had it not been for Ye Chen's considerable strength, he would have soon succumbed to the overwhelming pressure. An ordinary person would certainly be obliterated by the clash of such extreme energies. Even Ye Chen himself could not linger near the spring of the eye of ice and fire for an extended period. Subsequently, he began to examine the various herbs nearby. Originally, Ye Chen was unaware of the specific methods for harvesting and consuming the celestial herbs. But he possessed a remarkable advantage. The system's store provided detailed information on all the celestial herbs available for purchase. It could be said that he had adeptly taken advantage of this opportunity. Before long, after exploring the vicinity of the Eye of Ice and Fire, Ye Chen discovered a plethora of celestial herbs: star anise ice grass, fiery apricot blossom, autumn water dew, celestial mushroom chrysanthemum, water fairy jade bone, rooster crest phoenix sunflower, exotic tulip, heartbreaking red, swan esquisse of snow, fragrant celestial wonder, eight-petal celestial orchid, ink jade divine bamboo, earth dragon golden gourd, primordial celestial herb, and starry spiritual pearl. Ye Chen discovered that within the Eye of Ice and Fire, there lay a total of 15 divine herbs. Furthermore, he also stumbled upon a 9th-grade purple bamboo, which, although not a divine herb, still held considerable value. Among these divine herbs, all those that appeared in the original text were fully matured. Whereas the 4 herbs, Mou divine bamboo, earth dragon golden gourd, Hunyuan divine herb, and starry spirit pearl, had yet to reach their complete maturation. However, despite their immaturity, this did not render them useless. Their effects would simply be less potent than if they were fully matured. After a moment of contemplation, Ye Chen decided to leave the roots or seeds of all the divine herbs, except for the octagonal ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom, which he carefully harvested using special methods and stored them in a jade box, placing it within a unique storage soul guide device. The system's marketplace offered soul guide devices capable of preserving living entities, albeit at a higher price than ordinary ones, to better maintain the medicinal properties. Ye Chen purchased one without hesitation. The reason he refrained from harvesting the octagonal ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom was that he had already consumed the Mou divine bamboo, and could not ingest any other divine herbs until its effects were fully absorbed. Moreover, these 2 herbs could not be carried with him. They could only be consumed fresh. With the aid of the ice and fire spring to absorb their powers, leaving Ye Chen to merely gaze longingly at them. Observing Ye Chen's collection of rare herbs, Du Gubo twitched his lips. Although he was unaware of the specific values of these divine herbs, he recognized that the ones Ye Chen had gathered were far from ordinary. While he did not recognize the other herbs, he was familiar with the peculiar Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum, as his old rival, Yu Guan, wielded it as his martial spirit. It could hardly be considered inferior. Fortunately, Ye Chen had left behind the 2 herbs exuding strong essences of ice and fire, and given the limited quantity he had harvested, Du Gubo felt a slight sense of relief. "Young man, with so many herbs in my garden, is it sufficient for you to take just a few?" Du Gubo asked with a smile. "Senior, I am not greedy. These are more than enough," Ye Chen replied. On the surface, Ye Chen spoke shyly, though he was deeply apprehensive. When it comes to value, aside from the remaining, untransportable 8-angled mysterious ice grass and the blazing fire apricot blossom, even the collective worth of all the herbs here pales in comparison to any single plant he has taken, except for the 9th-grade purple Ganoderma. By the way, esteemed elder, these 2 herbs are of little use to me. I shall bestow them upon you. With this, Ye Chen presented the fragrant Chilua celestial herb and the snow-colored swan's kiss to Du Gubo. After all, these 2 celestial herbs were not particularly beneficial, serving only to neutralize toxins and enhance their effects. Thus, they would be of little utility to Ye Chen in the future, marking a gesture of gratitude. He, Ye Xiaochen, was certainly not one to exploit others like Tang Xiaosan. You brat, Douluo rolled his eyes. How dare you offer me my own herbs? Esteemed elder. These 2 herbs are indeed remarkable. Oh, how so? Douluo inquired, perplexed. This herb, known as the fragrant Chilua celestial herb, is renowned as a nemesis of all poisons, possessing the ability to neutralize any toxin. Although it does not directly detoxify, it can counteract toxins effectively, and I believe it will be of great use to you. As for this one, it is called the snow-colored swan's kiss, a legendary poison that can amplify the effects of toxins 1,000-fold. Ye Chen introduced the effects of these 2 celestial herbs to Douluo. Is it truly so formidable? Douluo couldn't help but click his tongue in astonishment. With the ethereal fragrance of the exquisite celestial product, he no longer needed to fret over the threat of poisoning. And with the blood-red swan's kiss amplifying the potency of toxins, he need not worry about his own venom's efficacy being insufficient. Previously, Douluo was hailed as invincible in group battles, yet in one-on-one confrontations, he faltered against any titled Douluo. However, with the snowy swan's kiss in his possession, provided he wielded it skillfully, it was not beyond the realm of possibility to defeat opponents of greater strength. Indeed, yet you must exercise caution with the snowy swan's kiss. Should you possess toxins within your body, a careless touch could render you beyond remedy, he cautioned. This was particularly pertinent given that Douluo himself was a toxic individual. If mishandled, he might succumb before his adversary did. Chapter 97. One must be kind-hearted. After acquiring a multitude of celestial herbs from the ice and fire yin-yang eye, Ye Chen returned to Shrek Academy with immense satisfaction. Brother, you're back. Upon his return to their residence, Xiao Wu immediately noticed him. Yes, Xiao Wu, come with me. I have something wonderful to share with you. What is it? At the mention of something wonderful, Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled with excitement. You'll find out soon enough. Ye Chen beckoned Xiao Wu to ascend the stairs. Why the air of mystery? She remarked, pouting slightly as she addressed Ye Chen. Here you go. Ye Chen presented the water fairy bone to Xiao Wu. Oh, is this not the renowned water fairy bone? Brother, have you struck it rich? Upon recognizing the water fairy bone, Xiao Wu immediately recalled that Ye Chen had previously gifted her one, significantly enhancing her soul power. Rich? Not at all. Today, I simply encountered a generous benefactor who bestowed this upon me. Indeed, in Ye Chen's eyes, Douluo was a true magnate. In the original narrative, he had gifted Tang San numerous precious herbs. Could one not deem him extravagant? Compared to Ning Fingxi, who merely resorted to the mundane practice of showering gold soul coins, Douluo exhibited a far more refined taste, for precious herbs were not something that could be acquired with mere coins. Surely not, brother. Did you not mention that this herb is worth 100 million gold soul coins? Who would be foolish enough to give it to you? Xiao Wu's eyes widened in astonishment. How could she not know such a generous tycoon? How enviable. Ah, but Ye Chen was also a considerable magnate. Thus Xiao Wu felt no envy. Ahem, Xiao Wu, we must be gracious in our dealings. Someone has gifted us a treasure, and we ought not to label them foolish. Ye Chen wore a stern expression as he began to impart his wisdom. However, Douluo was not foolish. He simply lacked awareness of the true worth of these celestial herbs. Generally speaking, even the most extraordinary medicinal plants do not command exorbitant prices in gold soul coins. And Douluo could hardly fathom that the value of these celestial herbs soared into the billions. Indeed, little Wu tilted her head in contemplation, acknowledging that Ye Chen's words held merit. One must not disparage those who generously offer treasures out of kindness. Now, you should consume it, he urged. Though repeated use of these celestial herbs may not significantly enhance your innate talents, it will undoubtedly elevate your soul power. With a nod of agreement, little Wu promptly began to partake of the water fairy jade skin bone. Ye Chen stood by, guarding Xiao Wu, and did not rush to deliver the exquisite Kira tulip to Ning Rongrong, deciding to visit her later in the evening, perhaps to tease the little princess a bit. As time gradually passed into the evening, Xiao Wu, having absorbed the essence of the Narcissus jade bone elixir, opened her eyes. Not bad, she mused. My soul power has broken through to level 4. My Xiao Wu is amazing. Observing Xiao Wu's ascension from level 53 Soul King to level 57 Soul King after consuming the elixir, Ye Chen nodded in satisfaction. Although her progress wasn't as dramatic as the previous instance, where she had surged up by 7 or 8 levels in one go, it was still commendable. After all, with higher levels, the accumulation of soul power required for each subsequent level increased significantly. It was fortunate that Xiao Wu's soul power level was already considerable, allowing her to refine more elixir essence than last time. Otherwise, achieving a 4-level increase would have been unlikely. Certainly, the elixir's potency now settled within her was immensely greater. My sister Xiao Wu is remarkable, right? Little Chun, your sister is thirsty. Why don't you hurry and fetch her a glass of water? Hearing Ye Chen's praise, Xiao Wu puffed out her chest with pride. Xiao Wu, I see you're feeling a bit cheeky. Watch as I perform the moon snatching from the sea. Humph. Your sister Xiao Wu can also do the monkey steals the peach. Immediately, Ye Chen and Xiao Wu began to playfully tussle with each other. Later that night, Ye Chen stealthily exited his room and made his way to Ning Rongrong's quarters next door. He once again opted for the familiar route of climbing through the window. Upon entering the room, he noticed Ning Rongrong engrossed in her training and decided to refrain from disturbing her, planning to wait until she finished. However, despite her focus, Ning Rongrong was not oblivious. Sensing someone had entered through the window, she promptly halted her practice. Shenge, must you always crawl through the window? Didn't I leave you a key? Ning Rongrong rolled her eyes at Ye Chen, who had again chosen the window entrance. But climbing through the window is so much more convenient. Besides, you left it open for me. If I didn't come, wouldn't that be a waste of your kind intentions? How annoying. Who said I left it open for you? Go find Zhu Zhuqing next door. I still need to train. Ning Rongrong's face flushed slightly, feeling flustered. TSK, Rongrong, lying will lead to punishment. Ye Chen raised his eyebrows at Ning Rongrong. Humph, if you have the ability. Come at me. Ning Rongrong straightened her chest. Ahem. All right, no more jokes. I have something wonderful for you. Ye Chen suppressed the restless thoughts stirring within him. For there were indeed pressing matters to attend to. A remarkable treasure? Could it have been acquired from the herb garden of Douluo? Ning Rongrong recalled the transaction that Ye Chen had engaged in with Douluo earlier that day. Indeed, Ye Chen nodded. Could the old venomous creature's medicinal garden possibly yield anything of value? Ning Rongrong curled her lip, completely unconvinced that Douluo possessed anything worthwhile. Thus, let us make a wager. If he presents you with something, and after using it, you deem it a treasure, then from now on, you shall address me as father each night. Ye Chen said with a smile, let us gamble, but if you lose, you must call me sister. All right, it's settled then. Whoever goes back on their word must bark like a little dog. With a teasing expression, Ye Chen remarked, this father of mine has certainly made up his mind. Hurry and reveal it. I am quite eager to see what treasures lie within. As he spoke, Ye Chen handed the exquisite jade box containing the Qiluo tulip to Ning Rongrong. Wow, such a beautiful flower. However, Shenge, while this flower is indeed stunning, it hardly qualifies as a treasure, does it? Upon opening the jade box, Ning Rongrong discovered an exceptionally noble and splendid flower within. The Qiluo tulip is a rather peculiar celestial herb, with roots and leaves resembling delicate wisteria tendrils, intricately arranged. At its pinnacle, however, blooms a resplendent golden tulip, exuding a rich fragrance that evokes a sense of grandeur. Have you never seen one before? This is a celestial herb known as the Qiluo tulip. You should consume it now. You will be pleasantly surprised. Ye Chen cast a disdainful glance at Ning Rongrong. Much like Douluo, he too was illiterate. What is this celestial herb? Surprise? What surprise? Ning Rongrong was somewhat baffled. Regardless of what it is, just consume it now. Is it something edible? How does one consume it? Do I eat it all? Gazing at the exquisite Qian tulip in her hand and listening to Ye Chen's assertion that it was for consumption, Ning Rongrong felt a twinge of reluctance. Such a beautiful flower, wouldn't it be better to admire it rather than consume it? Simply inhale the flower's stamen and gradually absorb the essence within, then circulate your meditation technique to refine it. Oh, Ning Rongrong nodded, beginning to absorb the herb's medicinal properties as instructed by Ye Chen. Chapter 98. Ning Rongrong, woof. As Ning Rongrong refined the essence of the Qian tulip, Ye Chen could sense her soul power level continuously rising. The 7-treasure glazed tile martial soul, adorned with a dazzling aura of 7 colors, emerged automatically. Floating serenely before her, 3 purple soul rings flickered, illuminated by a resplendent golden light. The golden radiance exuded a rich fragrance of tulips, and amidst the shimmering treasure light, Ning Rongrong resembled a celestial fairy descending to earth. With each enhancement of the golden light, the 7-treasure glazed tile appeared increasingly magnificent and radiant. The process of Ning Rongrong absorbing the Qian tulip's medicinal power required considerable time, during which Ye Chen did not squander his efforts. He took out the Wang Chuan Qiu Shui Du and began to consume it. This herb appeared rather unremarkable, its entire form a vivid green, with a few droplets of transparent liquid nestled among 3 snow-white leaves, resembling dew left from the morning. Raising the Wang Chuan Qiu Shui dew before him, he tilted it slightly, allowing several drops of the clear liquid to fall into his mouth. As the droplets completely departed from the leaves, the entire herb withered in Ye Chen's hand, disintegrating into dust in an instant. In that moment, the potent medicinal power began to take effect. Ye Chen did not dare to delay. He immediately activated the soul-forging technique to absorb the essence of the Wang Chuan Qiu Shui dew. As time gradually passed, after a significant portion of the night, Ye Chen opened his eyes. At that moment, his gaze was exceptionally bright, as if he could pierce through the fabric of existence itself. Of course, Ye Chen was aware that this was merely a subjective sensation. It was just a single herb, after all, and could not be so extraordinary. Yet, being a celestial herb, although it did not elevate his soul power level, Ye Chen was confident that his mental strength had already rivaled that of an 8-ring soul Douluo. Once he ascended to the 60th level of the quasi-soul emperor, acquiring a 6th soul ring with an age surpassing 50,000 years should pose no problem. Casting a glance at the still unconscious Ning Rongrong, Ye Chen contemplated and retrieved the not yet fully matured MOU divine bamboo. No, it was MOU bamboo shoots. To be honest, Ye Chen could not comprehend how bamboo and bamboo shoots related to flowers and herbs. Although they were all plants, they seemed entirely unrelated. Nonetheless, the lack of understanding did not impede Ye Chen from absorbing the medicinal properties. As long as there was an enhancement after consumption, it sufficed, even if this black jade divine bamboo shoot had not fully matured. Observing the shoot in his hand, now noticeably smaller than when he first ingested it, Ye Chen peeled away the outer layer and consumed it entirely, subsequently invoking the transformation meditation technique to assimilate its potency. Soon, as the medicinal energy emanated, Ye Chen was enveloped in a radiant glow of black jade. As the sun rose, casting its morning light through the window and illuminating the room, Ye Chen opened his eyes. Upon introspection, he discovered that after consuming the black jade divine bamboo shoot, his soul power level had ascended from the previous rank of Soul King at level 52 to level 54. In comparison to Xiao Wu, who had ingested a fully matured water immortal jade bone, his own enhancement from the immature bamboo shoot had resulted in a halved effect. Nevertheless, Ye Chen felt no dismay. After all, this celestial herb had not yet reached full maturity. Achieving even half of its potential was commendable. As Ye Chen awakened, Ning Rongrong, who had risen earlier, promptly bestowed upon him a tender kiss. Naturally, Ye Chen reciprocated, and they shared a lingering moment before parting their lips. So, how fares your 7-treasure glazed tile? Has it evolved into the 9-treasure glazed tile? Ye Chen spoke to Ning Rongrong. Indeed, my martial soul has transcended its limitations and evolved into the 9-treasure glazed tile. Furthermore, not only has my martial soul undergone this transformation, but my soul power has also surged by 6 levels, reaching the esteemed rank of Soul Master at level 38. Ning Rongrong exclaimed, her hands illuminating with the resplendent, multicolored brilliance of the 9-treasure glazed tile martial soul. That is splendid. Ye Chen nodded, recognizing that Ning Rongrong's transformation after consuming the Qilua tulip was well within his expectations. Brother Chen, I am utterly in love with you. If my martial soul had not undergone this metamorphosis, I would have been forever trapped at the 79th level of Soul Sage, just like my father. Now, with these limitations removed, I too can aspire to become a titled Douluo in the future. Ning Rongrong had previously harbored hopes of transcending the confines of her martial soul. However, she was acutely aware that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, her chances were rather slim. After all, her father, Ning Fengji, possessed comparable talent, with innate soul power at level 8. Logically, he should have had no trouble ascending to the rank of 8-ring soul Douluo. Yet he remained stymied at the 79th level due to restrictions imposed by his martial soul. She had never anticipated that such an unexpected turn of events would occur, and not with the 8-treasure glazed pagoda, but rather with the 9-treasure glazed pagoda as recorded in the sect's ancient texts. Oh, so, do you also consider that Qilua tulip to be a treasure? Indeed. Ning Rongrong nodded fervently. Anything that aids in the evolution of my martial soul must surely be a treasure. As long as you acknowledge it, why not call me father? Ye Chen spoke with a radiant smile. Now that it was daytime, Ning Rongrong, with a blush upon her cheeks, lowered her head and softly uttered a phrase. As a little enchantress, She inherently understood the implications of calling someone father in a romantic context. I shall not concern myself with it. Ye Chen shook his head, indifferent to whether it was day or night. Wang pondered for a long time, rather than calling him father. Ning Rongrong felt it would be more appropriate to imitate a puppy's bark. After all, how embarrassing would it be otherwise? Rongrong. Is it truly necessary to feel such embarrassment? Ye Chen said teasingly, damn it, go to hell. As he spoke, Ning Rongrong lunged at Ye Chen, and they began to playfully wrestle. After a while, she breathlessly said, Brother Chen, my martial spirit has transformed from the 7-treasure glazed tile into the 9-treasure glazed tile. I must return home for a while. Returning, is it? Well, such a significant matter deserves to be shared with my father. He has long dreamed of the 7-treasure glazed tile martial spirit evolving into the 9-treasure glazed tile. When Ning Rongrong left home, she was merely a level 26 Great Soul Master, yet now she had ascended to level 38 Soul Sovereign. Having achieved such remarkable progress, she felt it was time to flaunt her accomplishments before her father and 2 grandfathers. Very well, but when you go back, could you bring something for my future father-in-law? Ye Chen suggested, having taken Ning Fengji's little cotton-padded jacket. He felt he ought to make some gesture of goodwill. If Ning Rongrong were his only good friend, he wouldn't have to worry about Ning Fengji's dissatisfaction. In fact, Ning Fengji would be delighted to have such an outstanding son-in-law. However, Ye Chen's good friends were not limited to just one. As the saying goes, one who eats from another's hand should not be ungrateful. Offering some fine gifts in advance would be a prudent way to appease his future father-in-law. Chapter 99. Honoring the father-in-law brings something? What would that be? Could it be the Qiluo tulip? Ning Rongrong inquired with curiosity, gazing at Ye Chen. You are overthinking it. While there are other good items, the Qiluo tulip is currently unavailable, Ye Chen replied. At present, he could not produce a Qiluo tulip. However, he thought that if he accumulated enough golden soul coins in the future, purchasing a Qiluo tulip for his father-in-law as a gesture of respect would be entirely feasible. What is it then? Ning Rongrong was not disappointed. In her view, the Qiluo tulip, which could facilitate the evolution of the 7-treasure glazed tile martial spirit into the 9-treasure glazed tile, was indeed a rarity, and the absence of a second one was quite normal. I have prepared a celestial herb for both my father-in-law and my 2 grandfathers. But as for the Star Luo spirit pearl I prepared for your father, I cannot guarantee it will enable his 7-treasure glazed tile martial spirit to evolve. Ye Chen presented the 3 immature celestial herbs, Star Luo spirit pearl, primordial immortal grass, and earth dragon golden gourd, to Ning Rongrong, entrusting her to take them back. In truth, Ye Chen possessed an abundance of mature celestial herbs. However, Ning Fengji's situation was rather unique. Should his martial soul fail to undergo a transformation, the consumption of celestial herbs would be rendered futile. Aside from the Qiluo tulip, the other herbs were incompatible with Ning Fengji, making the Star Luo spirit pearl the sole candidate with the potential to facilitate the evolution of his martial soul. Even if it could not ascend to the 9-treasure glazed tower, achieving the status of an 8-treasure glazed tower would still be commendable. Yet, whether it could indeed succeed remained uncertain for Ye Chen. After all, the Star Luo spirit pearl, a herb that absorbs the essence of the stars and moon to enhance itself, had little connection to the gem-like 7-treasure glazed tower, especially since it was an immature herb. Chen Xin and Gu Rong, both titled Douluo at levels 96 and 95, had been stymied at their bottlenecks for many years. It was reasonable to assume that even these 2 immature herbs could facilitate their breakthroughs. This would leave them indebted to him, and given their relation as prospective grandfather-in-law, they would likely offer him protection until Ye Chen matured. Do even Grandfather Jian and Grandfather Gu possess such power? Ning Rongrong's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Indeed, with such formidable grandfathers, how could I not seek their favor? What if they oppose our union? Ye Chen was acutely aware that Chen Xin and Gu Rong were indulgent to the extreme, particularly in their affection for Ning Rongrong. Should the 2 of them take offense at Ye Chen for whisking Ning Rongrong away, what would be the consequences? It would be prudent to offer them some valuable items he no longer needed. Surely, they would feel too embarrassed to reprimand him afterward. Such a sharp tongue. Ning Rongrong playfully chided. Rongrong, if these celestial herbs are kept in a soul guide device that cannot sustain living things for an extended period, their efficacy will be compromised. You must ensure they are administered appropriately upon your return. The specific usage instructions are contained within the Jade Box. Please remind them to follow the guidelines. Ye Chen conveyed his instructions to Ning Rongrong, who nodded in acknowledgement. After they had breakfast, Ning Rongrong returned to the 7-treasure glazed tile school, where numerous disciples discreetly safeguarded her, leaving Ye Chen unconcerned about her safety. Ye Chen then proceeded to the dean's office within the main teaching building to seek out Flinder. The current Shrek Academy is of a caliber incomparable to the Shrek Academy of yore. Once merely a wooden hut, Flinder's former office has transformed into an elegant and sophisticated space, now spanning over 50 square meters, since he began to enjoy a more comfortable lifestyle. Dean Flinder, this is for you. Ye Chen handed the 9th rank purple ginseng to Flander. Although Flander had recently been living off the generosity of Lu Erlong, his dedication to cultivation had not waned. He had reached the impressive level of Soul Sage at level 79. It was anticipated that after consuming the 9th rank purple ginseng, he would be able to break through to level 80. At that point, the Shrek Academy would boast an 8-ring Soul Douluo in its ranks. While it may still pale in comparison to the 4 Elements Academy in the Tiando Royal Academy, it would nonetheless secure a respectable position among the numerous esteemed Soul Master Academies within the Tiando Empire. Why are you giving me the spirit herb? I have no need for physical restoration, Flander said, adjusting his glasses, somewhat perplexed. Uninformed. This is the 9th rank purple ginseng, which can elevate your soul power level. Do you wish to accept it or not? Ye Chen replied, feigning an intention to reclaim the herb. Of course I want it. But can this truly enable me to break through to level 80? Flander questioned, skepticism evident in his tone. Though his rank was not particularly high, being a 7-ringed soul sage, he understood that enhancing one's power was not something that could be accomplished through ordinary means. While he believed that, given his innate talent, he could reach the rank of 8-ringed Soul Douluo within a few years, a successful breakthrough would indeed save him a year or 2. It should be effective, right? After all, the 9th rank purple ginseng is known to fortify the foundations and enhance vitality. Even if it does not lead to a breakthrough, it will still offer significant benefits. In truth, to maximize the effects of this 9th rank purple ginseng, it would be best administered to a Soul Douluo who had been stuck at the level 89 bottleneck for years. It might just help them transcend that barrier and attain the title of a title Douluo. While the 9th rank purple ginseng could not compare to celestial herbs, it was far from ordinary and could facilitate breakthroughs for those soul masters who were merely a step away from their next level. However, it was important that their soul power level not be excessively high, as the 9th rank purple ginseng was still a mundane herb, not a celestial one. Yet, lacking acquaintances among such skilled individuals, Ye Chen could only pass the herb on to Flander. Haha, you rascal, I'm glad I didn't indulge you in vain, Flander said, patting Ye Chen on the shoulder with a look of satisfaction. In response, Ye Chen rolled his eyes, feeling no sense of affection from Flander. What nonsense! Ahem. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Ye Chen was not inclined to engage in idle chatter with the old curmudgeon, Flander. He would much rather devote his time to the tender affections shared with Xiao Wu and the grand feline. At this moment, the only remaining celestial herbs in Ye Chen's possession were the Heartbreak Red, the marvelous Fur Heavenly Chrysanthemum, the Coxcomb Phoenix Sunflower, and the 8-petal Celestial Orchid. As for Ye Chen and his dear companions, they had already consumed other celestial herbs, and further intake would result in a clash of medicinal powers. The system store belonging to his own son had no recycling feature, so since these herbs were of no use at present, Ye Chen resolved to utilize them to recruit a few underlings. The Coxcomb Phoenix Sunflower was intended for Ma Hongjun, as it would alleviate his internal malevolent fire issue and even facilitate the evolution of his evil fire grass chicken martial soul into a fire phoenix. The 8-petal Celestial Orchid was designated for Oscar. However, Ye Chen would never part with the marvelous Fur Heavenly Chrysanthemum for Dai Mu Bai. To do so would be tantamount to providing aid to the enemy, and Ye Chen would rather let it gather dust in his pocket than relinquish it. As for the Heartbreak Red, Ye Chen planned to hold onto it for the time being, waiting to see which among Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, or Ning Rongrong would first thoroughly digest the medicinal power within their bodies before deciding to whom he would bestow it. Chapter 100. Concerning the chicken matter, however, one might speculate that once the three had fully absorbed the latent medicinal power of the celestial herbs within them, Ye Chen's soul power level would undoubtedly rise significantly. By that time, he would certainly find himself in a more prosperous position, effortlessly acquiring celestial herbs and the like. Subsequently, Ye Chen summoned Ma Hongjun and Oscar to a small lake not far from his residence. The reason for not convening at his home was the concern that Ma Hongjun's martial soul transformation might incinerate his abode. Brother Chun, what brings us here? Ma Hongjun inquired, a look of confusion gracing his features. Beside him, Oscar cast a curious glance in Ye Chen's direction. I have something delightful for you both, fatty. From now on, you needn't venture to the brothel in search of lovely ladies. Of course, If any of the enchanting ladies within the brothel happen to captivate your interest, consider this conversation null and void. Ye Chen patted Ma Hongjuan's shoulder. Really? Brother Chen, can you resolve the issue of the malevolent fire within me? Ma Hongjuan exclaimed, his eyes wide with excitement. He certainly did not wish to harbor such a malevolent force within him. While this malevolent fire had its perks during his gaming sessions with the ladies, Ma Hongjuan was acutely aware that others might merely suffer from a lack of vitality. For him, the stakes were far graver, as the malevolent fire threatened to deplete his very essence. With the elevation of his soul power and the passage of time, he had begun to perceive a troubling increase in the frequency of the malevolent fire's eruptions. The more frequent these eruptions, the greater the toll on his vitality, hastening the approach of his demise. If he did not address this issue promptly, he would inevitably meet his end in the embrace of a lady. Thus, hearing Ye Chen claim he could remedy the turmoil within him stirred a wave of exhilaration he could hardly contain. Why would I deceive you? Ye Chen rolled his eyes. Brother Chen, you are truly like my reborn parents. At that moment, Ma Hongjuan lunged towards Ye Chen. Get away, I'm not into that. Ye Chen deftly evaded the embrace of the pudgy figure, which he found utterly intolerable. Hee, I couldn't help it. Ma Hongjuan awkwardly scratched his head. Here, with that. Ye Chen presented the coxcomb phoenix grass to Ma Hongjuan. The coxcomb phoenix grass was a strikingly vibrant herb, soft and delicate, seemingly simple as it comprised only red leaves. The leaves' apex formed a crest resembling that of a rooster, yet upon closer inspection, one could discern its unique feature. The veins were a brilliant golden hue. As soon as Ye Chen revealed the coxcomb phoenix grass, the ambient temperature noticeably rose. Brother Chen, what is this? It looks rather beautiful. Ma Hongjuan gazed at the coxcomb phoenix grass in his hand, somewhat perplexed. Although it appeared impressive, could it truly resolve the issue of the sinister fire within him? This herb, known as the coxcomb phoenix grass, possesses the ability to purify your malevolent flames. Furthermore, it not only addresses the problem of your sinister fire, but also has the potential to transform your martial soul, the evil fire phoenix, into a genuine phoenix. Cough, cough. Brother Chen, my martial soul is an evil fire phoenix, not a mere grass. Upon hearing Ye Chen refer to his martial soul as grass, Ma Hongjuan immediately protested. Fatty, your martial soul is not grass, but rather evil fire grass. Oscar interjected from the side. How infuriating, little Oscar, are you itching for a fight? Ma Hongjuan shot a glare at Oscar. While he couldn't contend with others, he felt he could easily handle Oscar, a mere support. Little fatty, don't take it to heart. Regardless of whether your martial soul is grass or evil fire grass, it shall certainly not remain as mere grass in the future. Ye Chen said with a cheerful smile, can we refrain from mentioning chickens? Ma Hongjuan replied with a hint of frustration. All right, you may begin your intake now. This substance is not meant for mere consumption. It requires your soul power to guide it. Remember, no matter how excruciating it becomes, you must endure, otherwise, your martial spirit shall forever remain as trivial as grass or a chicken. Understood, Ma Hongjuan nodded earnestly. Oscar, although you possess innate full soul power, your martial spirit belongs to the food category, which results in a relatively slower cultivation pace. However, this 8-petal immortal orchid possesses a gentle and rich medicinal property, allowing for easy absorption. It will solidify your foundation, enhance your vitality, expel impurities from your body, and accelerate the progression of your soul power cultivation. Ye Chen presented the 8-petal immortal orchid to Oscar. This exquisite flower, adorned with 8 petals, radiated a pure, pristine white, appearing somewhat unremarkable at first glance, yet exuding an ethereal elegance. Thank you, Brother Chen, Oscar expressed with a beaming smile as he received the enchanting herb. There's no need for gratitude. Simply chew it thoroughly and refine it with your soul power, Ye Chen replied. Oscar nodded enthusiastically and promptly consumed the entire plant without hesitation. Witnessing this, Ye Chen couldn't help but twitch his lips. It was sufficient to consume merely the flower. The leaves held no significant effect. However, Oscar had devoured both the flower and leaves in one go. Fortunately, while the leaves were ineffective, they posed no adverse effects either. So Ye Chen chose not to mention it, hoping to spare Oscar any discomfort. Once he ingested the herb, Oscar remained relatively quiet, sitting serenely as a unique fragrance characteristic of the 8-petal immortal orchid enveloped him. A faint white mist emerged from his skin, swirling gently around his form. In contrast, Ma Hongjuan's transformation was more pronounced. At this moment, his upper garments had disintegrated into ashes, revealing a plump body akin to a boiled shrimp. The effects of the coxcomb phoenix flower were remarkably potent, causing dark impurities to seep incessantly from beneath his skin, with each layer of black liquid that oozed forth. His flesh seemed to contract slightly, prompting Ye Chen to click his tongue in surprise. He had not anticipated that the coxcomb phoenix flower possessed such weight loss properties. Surely, this rather sleazy little chubby fellow, after consuming the coxcomb phoenix flower, would undergo a transformation into a spirited young man, with nothing pressing to attend to. Ye Chen chose to remain nearby. As the two absorbed the herb's medicinal power, it was crucial that they were not disturbed. Thus, he quietly engaged in his own cultivation, his current mental strength sufficient to both train and observe his surroundings. As time gradually passed, by afternoon, Oscar had refined the energy of the 8-petal immortal orchid and awoke. "Ah, that feels wonderful," he exclaimed, stretching luxuriously. "Be gentle. The chubby one is still absorbing the medicinal essence." Ye Chen whispered to Oscar, "Ah, indeed. Brother Chen, this 8-petal immortal orchid is truly remarkable. It has elevated my soul power by 6 levels. I am now a 38th level soul master." After experiencing his transformation, Oscar spoke with great excitement. 6 levels? Quite impressive. Ye Chen recalled that in the original text, Oscar only enhanced his soul power by 5 levels after consuming the 8-petal immortal orchid. This discrepancy could be attributed to the fact that the previous Oscar was already close to the 33rd level soul master. Chapter 101. A stroll. At that moment, a resounding phoenix cry echoed through the air. Golden red flames erupted suddenly from Ma Hongjun, soaring skyward. Fortunately, Ye Chen had not invited Ma Hongjun into his home. Otherwise, the house would surely have been reduced to ashes. After consuming the coxcomb phoenix flower, Ma Hongjun, though still slightly plump, had visibly shed some excess weight, appearing much more spirited. Moreover, his Mohican-style red hair had lengthened several times over, cascading down his back. Flames danced around him, and a faint phoenix silhouette emerged behind him, as if he were reborn from ashes. In that moment, Ma Hongjun exuded none of his former lewdness. Instead, he let out a triumphant cry towards the heavens, embodying a spirit capable of conquering mountains and rivers. The oppressive aura emanating from the king of birds, the phoenix, thickened the surrounding air. Indeed, this was the true fire phoenix. The previous evil fire phoenix was nothing more than a mere chicken, a far cry from the majestic creature it was meant to be. Observing the noble aura radiating from Ma Hongjun's phoenix spirit, Ye Chen nodded in satisfaction. Ma Hongjun, already a 29th level soul master, was not far from breaking through to level 30. However, due to the absence of a 3rd soul ring after consuming the coxcomb phoenix flower, his soul power remained stuck at the threshold of a quasi-soul king. Yet, once he added the 3rd soul ring, the enhancement from the immortal herb would undoubtedly manifest. "So hot, yet so exhilarating," Ma Hongjun exclaimed, opening his mouth wide and inhaling deeply. The golden red flames surrounding him coalesced into strands and rushed into his mouth, vanishing within moments. "Brother Chen, Xiao Wu, it seems my flames have transformed. They feel richer than before. Can you sense the regal aura within my fire?" Ma Hongjun could not help but revel in his remarkable transformation. "Uft, fatty, you call that a regal aura? More like a turtle aura." Oscar could not contain his laughter as he teased Ma Hongjun. "Damn it, Xiao Wu, you'll see what Mata Yi is capable of." Ma Hongjun retorted with a scowl directed at Oscar. "Fatty, you should go wash up. You smell awful." Ye Chen pointed at the stains on Ma Hongjun's body. Under the potent effects of the rooster-crowned phoenix sunflower, a considerable amount of dark impurities seeped from Ma Hongjun's body, which, after being exposed to high temperatures, had solidified into a filthy sludge, exuding a foul odor. Upon hearing this, Ma Hongjun looked down and was taken aback to discover the grime covering him. Feeling exceedingly uncomfortable and hastily rushed outside to cleanse himself. After sending the two away, Ye Chen returned indoors, preparing to cultivate. "Brother, I'm so bored. It's been ages since I last went shopping. We've been in Heaven Do City for quite some time. Let us go explore." Xiao Wu tugged at Ye Chen's arm, shaking it vigorously. "How about you invite Zhu Zhuqing, and we can go together?" After a moment's contemplation, Ye Chen acquiesced. Since arriving in Heaven Do City, he had been sequestered within Shrek Academy, diligently practicing, and had only ventured out previously to admire the celestial herbs in Dugu Bo's garden. Considering there was nothing of great importance today, it would be delightful to accompany Xiao Wu on an outing. However, as Xiao Wu was his girlfriend, and Zhu Zhuqing was too, he had to ensure equality in his treatment of both, avoiding any semblance of favoritism. Yea, upon hearing Ye Chen's agreement, Xiao Wu leaped with joy, bouncing off to find Zhu Zhuqing. Observing the carefree nature of Xiao Wu, Ye Chen could only shake his head in exasperation. Despite her youthful appearance, Xiao Wu's temperament resembled that of a child, mischievous and exuberant. In the Douluo Continent, there existed a rabbit-like spirit beast known as the Pipi rabbit. Notorious for its playful antics, Ye Chen couldn't help but wonder if Xiao Wu possessed some of its genes. Shrek Academy was situated within Heaven Do City itself. And not far from the academy lay the bustling central street of the city. The shops lining the street displayed an array of enticing goods, igniting Xiao Wu's fervent desire to shop, and she purchased everything that caught her eye. Zhu Zhuqing, with her more reserved demeanor, also enjoyed shopping but acquired far fewer items than Xiao Wu, exuding the grace of a virtuous wife. Fortunately, all three possessed storage soul tools. Otherwise, they would have been unable to carry their purchases. Despite the abundance of items collected, they were mere trifles in value, hardly a concern for Ye Chen, who had no shortage of funds. In the Douluo Continent, items unrelated to soul masters typically bore a low price. Brother, what is that place over there? Suddenly, Xiao Wu pointed toward a domed structure ahead. The building appeared quite peculiar, with its perfectly rounded shape resembling a hemisphere resting upon the ground. It bore no signage, save for an emblem of a hammer. This half-sphere, entirely ivory in color, was estimated to have a diameter nearing 500 meters. With its highest point exceeding 80 meters, its scale rivaling that of some grand soul arenas in major cities. This should be the Heaven Do Grand Auction House, I presume? Gazing at the hammer emblem atop the building, Ye Chen discerned that it was not a blacksmith's hammer, but rather an auctioneer's gavel. This was the heart of Tiando City, where land was of exorbitant value. In a future where soul-guiding technology flourished, such a possibility might exist. However, in the present, which blacksmith shop could boast such grandeur? An auction house? Brother, Zhuqing, shall we venture inside? Hearing it was a grand auction venue, the ever-curious Xiao Wu immediately yearned to explore. As you wish. But the hour grows late. Let us dine before we proceed. Ye Chen gently caressed the rabbit ears atop Xiao Wu's head. How annoying. In front of so many people. Don't touch my ears. Xiao Wu swiftly swatted away Ye Chen's predatory hand. All right. I shall touch them again when we return. Ye Chen indicated that there was no issue. Beside him, Zhu Zhuqing, upon hearing Ye Chen's words, recalled how he also had a fondness for playfully toying with his own tail, causing a subtle blush to rise upon her cheeks. Oh, Zhuqing, why do you blush? Ye Chen gazed curiously at Zhu Zhuqing, who remained silent and merely rolled her eyes in response. After enjoying dinner at a restaurant, Ye Chen, accompanied by Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, made their way to the Tiando Grand Auction House. As night fell, they approached the entrance, where four tall young ladies stood as greeters. These girls had clearly been meticulously selected. Each stood around 175 meters tall, with remarkably proportionate figures. While they might not be deemed breathtakingly beautiful, their appearances were certainly commendable, and they appeared to be no older than 20. Upon noticing the trio approaching, one of them stepped forward, slightly bowing as she inquired, "How may we assist you, esteemed guests? Please, lead us inside to take a look." Ye Chen spoke a statement. Chapter 102. I am a person of principles. Excuse me, esteemed guests, may I inquire whether you possess the qualification certification for bidding? The young girl asked with a bright smile. Although Ye Chen and his companions appeared to be dressed in splendid attire, the auction house had its own regulations, and there were indeed barriers to entry. Those who could not meet these requirements were not permitted to enter. Qualification certification for bidding? What is that? Xiao was taken aback, surprised by the numerous rules. Only guests who possessed the bidding qualification certification were allowed to enter the auction house to participate in the bidding. The certification was categorized into several different levels, with the basic requirement being an asset proof of 10,000 gold soul coins. In other words, one needed to demonstrate possession of 10,000 gold soul coins to partake in the auction, a measure put in place to prevent malicious bidding, and the three were kindly requested to understand this stipulation. Furthermore, at this particular time, the auction house was holding a premium auction, and only buyers with a deposit of over 1 million gold soul coins could participate. The young girl slightly bowed and began to explain to Xiao Wu. Do you not have any discernment? Do I appear to be someone who lacks funds? Ye Chen felt somewhat displeased at the insinuation regarding his financial capability. Yet he understood that the auction house indeed required entry barriers. He promptly retrieved from his storage soul guide a substantial stack of gold coin cards, each valued at 100,000 gold soul coins. This stack of gold coin cards easily exceeded the million mark. Although his own system did not provide a function for converting gold soul coins into gold coin cards, it did not imply that Ye Chen was incapable of acquiring them. These gold coin cards were obtained by Ye Chen from the 7 Treasure Merchant Guild in Soto City, specifically for the convenience of conducting large transactions in the future. Please pardon us, esteemed guest. Upon seeing the gold coin cards in Ye Chen's hand, the welcoming girl understood that this young man was undoubtedly not lacking in funds. Very well, lead the way. Ye Chen nodded slightly, storing the gold card within his storage soul guide. The first floor of the Tiando Grand Auction House, despite its vast expanse, lacked the functionality for auctions. The auction venue was situated on the second floor. Before ascending, the welcoming maiden provided the trio with an explanation of the auction house's numerous rules and, for the sake of their safety, presented them with 3 masks. Although Ye Chen and his companions possessed disguising necklaces that allowed them to alter their appearances at will, the crowded environment rendered it impractical to change their looks openly. The welcoming maiden escorted them to the entrance of the auction center before turning to depart, as additional attendants were present within the auction hall. In contrast to the previous guiding maiden, the attendants at the auction appeared somewhat tattered in their attire. While they too wore white dresses, the impression they conveyed was markedly different. The height of these attendants was comparable to that of the earlier welcoming maiden, yet their figures were considerably more voluptuous. Clad in white dresses with plunging necklines, sleeveless designs, and hemlines that barely grazed their waists, they showcased their long legs, further accentuated by matching white high heels, rendering them exceedingly alluring. The deep clefts at their chests and the pronounced curves beneath their short skirts were enough to provoke the imagination. However, Ye Chen, having endured long-standing trials as a seasoned individual, merely cast a sidelong glance before redirecting his attention elsewhere. After all, in terms of beauty, these attendants could hardly compare to Xiao Wu and her companions, and in terms of physique, they paled in comparison to his own feline companion. Moreover, Ye Chen was not a man of base tastes, thus failing to capture his interest. Brother, don't all men have a weakness for beauty? Why aren't you looking a bit more? Xiao Wu whispered to Ye Chen as she followed behind the attendants, observing the swaying curves ahead. Xiao Wu, do you truly perceive me as someone so vulgar? Ye Chen widened his eyes, adopting a facade of profound sorrow, as if the words of Xiao Wu had inflicted upon him a tremendous wound. Was it not so? Xiao Wu blinked, while beside her, Zhu Zhuqing nodded in agreement with an expression of approval. Very well. How could these superficial individuals ever compare to you and Zhuqing? Ye Chen spoke the truth. Upon uncovering the reality, the two exchanged exasperated glances. The second floor of the Tiando Grand Auction House, in contrast to an ordinary auction venue, resembled a grand auditorium. Its layout was reminiscent of the main arena at the Soto City Great Spirit Arena, featuring a circular stage at the center, surrounded by tiered seating arranged in a fan shape. The seating was divided into 5 distinct sections. The 3 rows closest to the stage were adorned in red, followed by black, purple, yellow, and finally white. The colors corresponded to the hues of the spirit rings of soul beasts.